In Stone Village beside the dilapidated mountain god temple, a chubby boy was sprinting up the path, panting heavily. As he ran, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mud Monkey, are you home or not?" As he drew close to the mountain god temple, a thin youth in rough hemp clothing appeared at the entrance, gazing in puzzlement at the flustered, frantic boy, unable to fathom what urgent matter could make him run as if his life depended on it. "I'm here, fatty. What has happened?" The chubby boy had no time to explain. He grabbed Mud Monkey by the arm and dragged him sprinting back toward the village. "We'll talk as we go, or we'll be too late," he puffed as they ran. Between gasps, he explained, "Mud Monkey, fortune has finally smiled on us. An immortal has descended upon Stone Village to recruit disciples. Any youth between 8 and 15 can take part in the selection. As long as one is chosen, he can enter an immortal sect to cultivate, and in time become an exalted immortal high above the mortal world." Mud Monkey froze for a moment, staring at the chubby boy in shock. "Fatty, do immortals truly exist in this world?" He found it hard to believe. He had heard tales of immortals, but they had always been no more than legends. That such beings truly existed was beyond his imagination. Could they perhaps be swindlers instead? Fatty replied with absolute conviction, "They are without a doubt immortals. I saw with my own eyes how they flew down from the sky and could swallow clouds and exhale mist. If they are not immortals, then what else could they be?" A proud expression spread across Fatty's face. After all, he was someone who had personally beheld immortals. Since even Fatty said, so then they truly must be immortals. Mud Monkey's eyes suddenly shone. If he were chosen by an immortal, would that not mean he would no longer be bullied and could at last have his fill of food? He immediately quickened his pace, sprinting toward the village. The chubby boy struggled to keep up with Mud Monkey's speed and shouted from behind, "Mud Monkey, wait for me." One in front and one behind, the two of them dashed into the village. At the village entrance, people were packed in layer upon layer, an inner and outer ring of onlookers. At the very front stood dozens of children who met the testing requirements, all gathered together. Those chosen would not only be able to enter an immortal sect to cultivate, but would also receive 100 taels of silver. At the very center of the village entrance stood 3 men and women in white robes bearing an extraordinary air. They stood there cold and aloof while the gray-haired village chief hovered beside them with utmost caution, not daring even to breathe too loudly. He dared not offend these exalted immortals. He was but a minor village chief. Even the ruler of Zhao Kingdom would have to treat immortals with the utmost courtesy upon meeting them. The young man standing in the center addressed the old village chief. "Village chief of Stone Village, you activated the Heavenly Grace token. According to the rules, Taishian sect will conduct a free test for your Stone Village. Any child who meets the requirements and possesses a spiritual root will be brought into Taishian sect to cultivate. However, village chief, you should not harbor too much hope. Spiritual roots are not so easily found. Should no spiritual root appear, the karmic bond between Stone Village and Taishian sect will thus be concluded. The Heavenly Grace token carried the karma of a sect elder. If that karma remained unresolved, it would greatly affect one's cultivation. Once the Heavenly Grace token was activated, no matter where one might be, someone from an immortal sect would appear in response to the request, fulfill the holder's wish, and thus settle the karma." The old village chief understood this principle well. Decades earlier, he had once rescued a middle-aged man who was gravely injured. After recovering from his wounds in Stone Village, the middle-aged man left behind a token telling him that should Stone Village ever require the aid of immortals, he could use a special method to activate it. Then the man had departed like drifting clouds. After many inquiries, the chief learned that it was called the Heavenly Grace token, also known as the Seeking Immortal token, a means by which those of the immortal sects repaid kindness received in the mortal realm. Once the Heavenly Grace token was activated, immortals would descend to recruit disciples and bestow a chance at immortal fate. He had always been reluctant to use it, until now. His granddaughter had just turned 10, brimming with spiritual clarity and natural grace. He intended to gamble once by using the Heavenly Grace token to see whether she might cultivate immortality and become an exalted immortal high above the world. The old village chief replied respectfully, "Immortal Master Wang, this old one understands." Immortal Master Wang glanced at the sky, sensing the time was almost right, and asked, "Are there any other children who meet the testing requirements?" 2 faces flashed through the village chief's mind. One was a child who had been driven out of Stone Village for special reasons, and the other the child he had sent to deliver the notice who had yet to return. It would indeed be a pity if they missed this chance. Yet that thought only flitted through his mind before vanishing. He could not possibly ask the immortal masters to wait for 2 children who in his eyes were of little consequence. What he cared about most was his own granddaughter. "Immortal Master, please test the children of Stone Village." The young man inclined his head slightly. "The testing will now begin." Just as Immortal Master Wang was about to begin the testing, 2 small figures squeezed through the crowd. "Wait, there's us as well." Their appearance stirred a buzz among the villagers of Stone Village, especially directed at the scrawny child. "It's that little jinx Qinghe." Wasn't he driven out of Stone Village and made to live in the mountain god temple? How does he still dare show his face here? The moment he was born, we suffered 3 years of terrible drought. 2 years ago, he even brought death to his own parents. He's a walking curse. Does he truly think he can become some exalted immortal? One middle-aged shrew even began cursing loudly. You little plague bringer who allowed you into Stone Village. You've already been driven out, you are no longer one of us. Hearing her words, Lu Qinghe turned to look at the middle-aged woman. In his young eyes, a faint hint of killing intent actually flickered. There was deep enmity between them. This woman, Lu Wangshi, was originally Lu Qinghe's aunt. Yet a year ago, when his parents went into the mountains to gather herbs and were killed in a ferocious beast attack, never to return. Lu Wangshi not only failed to care for him, but instead took advantage of his tender age, seized his family property, and left him with nowhere to go, forcing him to live in the ruined mountain god temple outside the village. Lu Qinghe raised his voice and confronted Lu Wangshi. You old venomous hag, to seize the property and fields my parents left behind. You slandered me as a plague bringer and even drove me out of Stone Village. Do you even dare to block the immortals from testing me today, right before their eyes? Stung by his words, Lu Wangshi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She sprang up and screamed, You little jinx spouting venom. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Qinghe knew that in a shouting match he was no match for this vicious woman and that no one would stand up for him. Otherwise, he would never have been driven out of Stone Village to live in that desolate, crumbling mountain god temple. But he also understood that he could not back down now. This was his only chance to go on living. If he let it slip away, that venomous woman would only redouble her efforts to crush him. Living in the mountain god temple, he never knew what tomorrow might bring. With little in the way of supplies and ferocious beasts occasionally prowling nearby, he had no idea how long he could survive. Lu Qinghe's eyes flashed as he suddenly dropped to his knees before the 3 immortal masters. Immortal masters, I beg you to judge fairly for me. This woman is vicious of heart. When my parents met with misfortune, she seized my property and drove me out of Stone Village. He recounted his misfortunes to the 3 immortal masters. Seeing him dare to lodge such a complaint before immortals, Lu Wangshi flew into a rage. You little beast, how dare you slander me before the immortal masters? Tired of living, are you? She screamed, striding forward to seize Lu Qinghe. Whether or not he had any chance today, she would never allow him to have any connection with the immortals. Otherwise, how could there be any path of survival left for her? Noisy came a cold rebuke. A streak of white light flashed past, and the shrew was sent flying, tumbling several times across the ground, spitting blood as she landed in a wretched heap. Yet instead of anger, her eyes were filled only with sheer terror. This was the means of an immortal. Her life or death lay entirely within a single passing thought. Immortal Bai did not spare Lu Wangshi a single glance. In his eyes, all mortals were but ants. He felt no sympathy for Lu Qinghe's plight. Scenes of corpses strewn across the land from famine were things he had witnessed far too many times. Only those who possessed a spiritual root would earn even the slightest regard from him. Immortal Bai turned to the old village chief and asked, These 2, are they children of your village? The old village chief nodded. Yes, I must trouble Immortal Bai to test them. Immortal Bai wasted no words. He slapped the cloth pouch at his waist, and dozens of streaks of white light shot out, landing before the children and hovering in the air. When the crowd looked closely, they discovered each ray of light was a pill, its alluring fragrance wafting forth and making mouths water. Lu Qinghe was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. The fragrance reached his nose, and he could not help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He had not eaten a single bite all day. Yet he did not dare act rashly and only waited for the immortals to speak. By now he was 100% certain that these 3 truly were immortals. Immortal Bai explained, These are awakening spirit pills. After you swallow them, they will rouse the spiritual roots within your bodies, and we will see whether you possess a spiritual root or not. His voice was light, yet it carried clearly into every ear. Upon hearing his words, the children each grabbed a pill and swallowed it. Lu Qinghe could no longer hold back and swallowed the pill before him. At once he felt a warm current coursing through his entire body. Even more wondrous, the gnawing hunger that had tormented his belly a moment ago vanished in an instant. His body felt light, suffused with incomparable comfort. This is an immortal pill, Lu Qinghe thought to himself. Just then a startled cry rang out. Look quickly. 3 colors of light have appeared on Shi Rao's body. Everyone turned in shock to stare at the girl as 3 rays of light, green, blue, and yellow, burst forth from her, each hue sharply distinct from the others. The eyes of the 3 immortals lit up. Immortal Bai smiled. Junior brother Lu, junior sister Lin, it seems our luck on this trip is not bad at all. We have actually encountered a seedling with 3 spiritual roots. Junior brother Lu and junior sister Lin were also all smiles. Bringing back a cultivation seedling with such fine spiritual roots to the sect would earn them a generous amount of sect merit points. Their journey had not been in vain. Senior brother Bai speaks the truth, said junior brother Lu with a smile. I only wonder whether there are any other seedlings with spiritual roots among them. No one was happier than the village chief, for the girl was his granddaughter. From the immortal's conversation, he understood that his granddaughter had already been chosen. He hurriedly introduced her. Honored immortals, this is my granddaughter, Ro. For once Immortal Bai's face softened a fraction as he looked at the old village chief. Not bad. Water, wood, and earth triple spiritual roots. Her water root is particularly outstanding. Upon entering Taishian sect, she can directly become an outer sect disciple. The old village chief did not know what it meant to be an outer sect disciple of Taishian sect, but judging from the attitude of the three immortals, he could tell his granddaughter's aptitude was anything but poor. At that moment, light once again appeared on the bodies of two other children in the field. This time, however, there were not three colors, but four distinct hues. Immortal Bai nodded calmly. 4 spiritual roots. Barely qualified to enter Taishian sect, they may serve as miscellaneous disciples. It's that chubby boy Wang Shan and Zhao Xiaowu. From the immortal's words, it seems that those whose bodies shine with light have been chosen and are qualified to enter a cultivation sect. Look, it's Lu Qinghe. His body is glowing too. 5 colors. Does that mean he can also become an immortal? Everyone stared at Lu Qinghe with disbelieving eyes. No one had expected that he of all people would possess the qualifications for cultivation. 5 rays of light burst from his body, gold, blue, green, red, and yellow. Most terrified of all was Lu Wangshi. Her mind reeled and she muttered under her breath, impossible. How could this little wretch possibly become an immortal? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Those nearby, hearing Lu Wangshi's words, hastily stepped away, leaving a wide space around her to draw a clear line. They feared that if Lu Qinghe truly became an immortal in the future, they would be implicated in her resentment. She could only fix her gaze on her own children, hoping they too might become immortals, and press Lu Qinghe beneath their heels. Yet after a long wait, not a single trace of light appeared on them, and the light in her eyes dimmed to ashes. The 3 immortals looked toward Lu Qinghe, yet instead of delight, their brows knit into frowns. Senior brother Bai's face was full of disappointment. 5 spirit mixed roots, and so evenly balanced at that, with no single root standing out. He barely qualifies to cultivate, but in his entire lifetime, he will find it hard to achieve anything great. He may not even be able to reach the mid-stage of qi refining. Lu Qinghe had by now emerged from that strange, wondrous immersion. Standing before the immortals, he heard every word clearly, though he did not understand what 5 spirit mixed roots were nor what the mid-stage of qi refining meant. He could tell from their tone that they looked down on him. He knew that if he were not chosen after offending Lu Wangshi so badly, just now, he would certainly suffer miserable retribution. He hastily dropped to his knees and kowtowed in earnest supplication. I beg the immortals to take me into the immortal sect. Otherwise, this humble one will surely not live through this coming winter. Immortal Bai frowned at the sight and shifted his gaze to the other 2. Junior brother Lu, junior sister Lin, what do you think? Junior sister Lin replied coolly, let senior brother Bai decide. Senior brother Bai then turned his eyes to junior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu scrutinized the kneeling Lu Qinghe in surprise. From the boy's skin and bones frame and his clothing together with the villager's earlier words, he had already pieced together most of the story. Were he an ordinary mortal, Lu would not have spared him a second glance. Yet this child possessed a spiritual root. Though a mixed one, it still allowed him to step across the chasm between mortal and immortal. Junior brother Lu said to Lu Qinghe, your spiritual roots are far too poor. Entering an immortal sect is nothing like the beautiful dream you imagine. 5 spiritual roots were also known as a waste root. In the cruel world of cultivation, not only was it nearly impossible to attain great achievements, one might even end up as nothing more than a stepping stone for others. Lu Qinghe kowtowed again and again. I implore the immortals to show mercy. After pondering for a moment, Immortal Lu said, very well, I shall give you 2 choices. First, according to the sect's recruitment terms, we can give you 100 taels of silver, enough for you to live out your life in comfort. Second, you may enter the immortal sect and pursue that illusory ephemeral chance, but more likely, you will simply waste your life away, your path ending in death and Tao extinguished. Lu Qinghe did not hesitate in the slightest. I beg the immortal to grant my wish. I wish to enter the immortal sect. 100 taels of silver was tempting indeed, but Lu Qinghe understood all too well that with his abilities, he could never protect such a fortune. Immortal Lu nodded, then turned his head towards senior brother Bai. Though this boy has 5 spiritual roots, he possesses a steadfast heart in pursuit of the Tao of immortality. Moreover, this heavenly grace decree concerns the karmic cause and effect of Patriarch Ouyang. Should the Patriarch one day lay blame, we would hardly be able to shirk responsibility. I believe we can bring this 5-root boy back to the sect as a miscellaneous disciple. That way, no matter what unforeseen events occur, Patriarch Ouyang will have no grounds to fault us. The female immortal, hearing Liu's words, also felt his reasoning was sound. Senior brother by I believe junior brother Liu speaks wisely, she said. After Liu's explanation, senior brother by two grasped the gravity of the matter. If they mishandled this and incurred Patriarch Ouyang's displeasure, their fate would be far from pleasant. Senior brother by made his decision on the spot. In that case, we shall bring him back to the sect. Hearing this, Liu Qinghe was overwhelmed with gratitude. Many thanks, honored immortals. Immortal Liu said coolly, there is no need to thank me. Whether this is blessing or calamity is yet unknown. Just do not blame me in the future. With that, he fell silent, unsure himself whether he had spoken up for Liu Qinghe out of pity or solely out of fear of being blamed by Patriarch Ouyang. After waiting for a long time, no one else continued to awaken their spiritual roots. Master Bai said to the old village chief, this time 4 people in Shurtsuan have awakened their spiritual roots and can enter the immortal gate for cultivation. The old village chief quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you 3 immortal masters. Master Bai waved his hand, and 400 taels of silver appeared in the hands of the 4 individuals. He instructed them, you have a moment to say goodbye to your families. We still need to go to the next village to collect more people. Shiro Wangshan and Zhao Xiaowu immediately found their families and handed the silver over. Only Liu Qinghe stood alone in place. Seeing the silver in Liu Qing's hands, Liu Wangshi's mind immediately churned with thoughts. She approached him, her face filled with greed, and said, little brat, I'm your aunt. Give me the silver, and I'll keep it safe for you. Liu Qinghe hurriedly tucked the silver away, warily watching the shrew. Liu Wangshi, seeing Liu Qing's reaction, became furious and exclaimed, little brat, have you turned against the heavens? Seeing Liu Wangshi about to make a move, Liu Qinghe quickly shouted, poisonous woman, do you dare to steal from me in front of the immortal masters? Liu Qing's words left Liu Wangshi's face stiffened. She turned her gaze to the 3 immortal masters who were looking at her with amused expressions. For some reason, a chill ran down her spine, and with a reluctant and unwilling expression, she stepped back. The recent lesson was still fresh in her mind. Liu Qinghe thought for a moment and walked up to the old village chief, handing him the silver. Grandpa village chief, thank you for taking care of me this past year. This is my gratitude to you. If it weren't for the old village chief, he would never have had such an opportunity. He couldn't take the silver with him anyway, so it was better to take the chance to repay the old village chief's kindness. The old village chief looked at Liu Qinghe with a complex expression. He did not expect that Liu Qinghe would truly be chosen to have the opportunity to enter the immortal gate. The old village chief shook his head to refuse, saying, no need, I haven't done anything, keep it. You might need it even after entering the immortal gate. Liu Qinghe insisted, Grandpa village chief, without you, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Besides, I can't take so much silver with me. Seeing Liu Qing's resolute attitude, the old village chief hesitated for a moment and accepted the silver. All right, I'll keep it for you. Just come back to take it when you need it. Then he instructed Shiro, Xiao Ruer, when you arrive at the immortal sect, take good care of Qinghe. Shiro looked at Liu Qinghe with curious eyes and nodded, Grandpa, I will. Liu Qinghe revealed a childlike smile, saying, thank you, Grandpa village chief. He also didn't know if he would be able to return to this place after he left. He initially wanted to visit his parents' graves, but there was no time. He could only wait until he succeeded in cultivation to return and pay his respects, comforting his parents' spirits. Time was almost up, and Master Bai spoke. The time has come, we must leave now. Master Bai patted the bag at his waist, and a small boat no larger than a palm appeared in his hand. Master Bai murmured incantations and cast a spell. The small boat grew in size, with the wind quickly transforming into a sailing vessel several meters long. Before the 4 could respond, Master Bai waved his hand, and the 4 children with spiritual roots appeared inside the sail. Amidst the astonished exclamations, the sail flew into the sky and vanished into the horizon. Once the sail disappeared, the old village chief turned his gaze to Liu Wangshi. Liu Wangshi, return the child's belongings to me. I will temporarily keep them for him. Liu Wangshi was unwilling, and the old village chief reminded her, that child has now entered the immortal gate. He is not someone a mortal can offend. I hope you know your place. Liu Wangshi trembled all over. No matter how unwilling she was, she had no way to seize Liu Qing's possessions. Village chief, I understand. In her heart, she cursed, hoping Liu Qinghe would die outside and never return to Shurtsuan. The 3 immortal masters, along with the 4 children, did not return to the sect immediately, but went to several villages, gradually collecting more children. Half a day later, the number of children on the boat had reached 13. Shiro Wangshan and Zhao Xiaowu had also recovered from their sorrow of parting with their families and were curiously observing everything around them. The flying boat in the sky made them yearn even more to enter the immortal gate and become immortals. However, Liu Qinghe, dressed in tattered and dirty clothes, received strange looks from the others. Only Wangshan unceremoniously sat beside Liu Qinghe, glaring at the other children, who cast disdainful glances. Master Bai addressed the 13 children, saying, the immortal gate you are about to enter is the Taishian sect, one of the 3 great immortal sects of the Zhao kingdom. I am by Tianyu an outer disciple of the Taishan sect. There is also my junior brother Lu Qingshan and junior sister Lin Yun, who are also outer disciples of the Taishan sect. You can refer to us as senior brothers and sisters. Everyone respectfully called out, senior brother by senior brother Lu, senior sister Lin. A curious child asked, senior brother by, are you really immortals? Are we riding on an immortal artifact? Everyone perked up, eager to learn more about the Taishan sect. Seeing the eager expressions of the crowd, senior brother by sighed helplessly, we are not immortals. I am merely a cultivator, and I am still at the first level of cultivation, the Qi refining stage at the 6th level of cultivation. After decades of cultivation, even the 2nd level of cultivators, the foundation establishment stage, seems as distant as the horizon for us. Cultivation is difficult as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Once you enter the Taishan sect, you will understand this truth. Among you, only Sun Hao has the potential to achieve foundation establishment. Sun Hao, the child who had just asked a question, possessed dual spiritual roots and was highly regarded by Tianyu and the others. Sun Hao felt proud. Although he had not yet entered the immortal gate, he already understood that he was different from the others, and his future achievements would far surpass theirs. Everyone cast envious glances at Sun Hao, who savored the moment. As for this flying boat, it is a high-quality flying artifact worth over 10,000 spirit stones. We can only borrow it from the sect when performing tasks for the sect. After an unknown amount of time, the flying boat stopped in a desolate wilderness. Senior brother Bai said, we have arrived. Everyone was puzzled. This was completely different from what they had imagined. The immortal gate should not be in such a desolate place. Without explaining the crowd's confusion, senior brother Bai took out a token from the bag at his waist, and the token immediately emitted light. The flying boat entered the light, and in an instant the scene before everyone changed. Before them were towering peaks, each crowned with ethereal palaces. 2 figures appeared in the void, stepping on flying swords. Bai Tianyu and his companions hurriedly approached to pay their respects, saying, greetings, senior brothers. We were tasked with recruiting disciples from the mortal realm, and we have now completed our mission and returned to report. The 2 gatekeeping disciples confirmed their identities and nodded slightly before stepping on their flying swords and disappearing before everyone, their destination unknown. Senior brother Bai explained to the crowd, the 2 senior brothers are gatekeeping disciples, and you will need them to verify your identities whenever you enter or exit the Taishan sect. Ordinary disciples cannot leave the mountain gate at will. All right, now, let's take you to the affairs hall where your arrangements will be made. Bai Tianyu brought 13 people to the hall of affairs where an old man sat in a chair. Seeing the old man, Bai Tianyu and the others quickly bowed respectfully, saying, respected Uncle Lin, we are here to bring new disciples for registration. Bai Tianyu called to the 13 children, hurry and greet Elder Lin. All of them immediately bowed, saying, greetings, Elder Lin. Elder Lin glanced at the 13 children with a sidelong look and asked Bai Tianyu, nephew, Bai, did you find any good seedlings this time? Bai Tianyu respectfully replied, respected uncle, this time we were fortunate enough to find a genius with both gold and with spiritual roots. The mention of a dual spiritual root genius jolted Elder Lin, who had been languid until now, as his gaze fell upon the 13 children. Bai Tianyu understood Elder Lin's intent and hurriedly called out, Sun Hao, step forward for the elder's inspection. Yes, senior brother Bai. Sun Hao stepped forward, and Elder Lin took out a piece of jade and handed it to Sun Hao, saying, try touching the spirit stone. The awakening pill is a medicinal pill for awakening spiritual roots, while the spirit stone is a tool to test the spiritual roots after activation. Following Elder Lin's instructions, Sun Hao placed his hand on it, and the spirit stone emitted golden and green light. Confirming Sun Hao's spiritual roots, Elder Lin revealed a satisfied smile and praised, not bad, it is indeed a gold and wood dual spiritual root. Although it's not a heavenly spiritual root, it's still quite rare. When the time comes, he will surely be accepted as a disciple by the outer sect without a doubt. Although it was already anticipated that a dual spiritual root disciple would directly be taken in by the sect's elders for personal instruction. However, Elder Lin's words still left Bai Tianyu and the others with faces full of envy. To be accepted as a direct disciple by a foundation establishment elder is a status far superior to that of outer sect disciples like them. In the resource-scarce world of cultivation, having a good background makes it much easier to obtain more cultivation resources, and the speed of cultivation will surpass that of others. Moreover, a dual spiritual root cultivator will have an astonishing cultivation speed. As long as there are no accidents, the chance of achieving foundation establishment exceeds 90%. They only hoped that one day Sun Hao would remember the kindness shown to him today. Elder Lin's gaze shifted from Sun Hao to the others. Now I will conduct individual spiritual root inspections to arrange your placements. The elder handed the spirit stone to the next child, who touched it and emitted 3 colors of light. 3 spiritual roots, you can directly become outer sect disciples and enter the outer sect for cultivation. Then it was Shi Rao's turn. 3 spiritual roots, you can directly become outer sect disciples and enter the outer sect for cultivation. Next was another person with 4 spiritual roots. 4 spiritual roots, a servant disciple. 4 spiritual roots, a servant disciple. 3 spiritual roots, outer sect disciple. One by one they were tested, 1 with dual spiritual roots, 3 with 3 spiritual roots, and the rest were all 4 spiritual roots. Lu Qinghe, being weak and thin, was at the back of the line. When he touched the spirit stone, it emitted 5 colors of light, which surprised Elder Lin. Unexpectedly, a 5 spiritual root, such as this mixed root. He did not expect that Bai Tianyu and the others would bring back such an oddity. Although a 5 spiritual root qualifies for cultivation, very few can break through from the Qi refinement initial stage to reach the Qi refinement intermediate stage. In the Qi refinement initial stage, aside from being strong and healthy, one does not differ much from an ordinary person. Elder Lin asked, "Why did you bring back such a waste spiritual root?" Bai Tianyu hurriedly replied, "It concerns the karma of ancestor Ouyang. The 3 of us dare not make a decision on our own." Elder Lin understood their thoughts and was cautious about such matters, arranging accordingly. 5 spiritual roots, servant disciple. Elder Lin took out a token inscribed with the words Tai Xian, "Drop your blood on it, and it will prove you are disciples of Tai Xian sect." All the children immediately followed the instructions, biting their fingers, and the token emitted a bright light, signifying that they had completed their entry into the sect. After everything was done, Elder Lin instructed Bai Tianyu and the others, "You need to return to the outer sect and bring back 4 outer sect disciples." Yes. The 3 took the 4 outer sect disciples away, leaving the other 9 in envy. Although they were young, they vaguely understood that those who had been taken away were in a different world from them. Elder Lin clapped his hands, and a young man stepped forward. Elder Lin instructed, "Lu Hong, take them to the servant area." Yes. Lu Hong merely glanced at the crowd and said, "Follow me." This time they did not fly, but walked down the mountain. After several hours they arrived at a scattered courtyard. Lu Hong said to the 9, "You can choose an empty courtyard with your identity tokens. For the time being, you can cultivate here peacefully until you successfully draw in Qi and reach the first level of Qi refinement. Then you will be arranged to complete sect tasks at various peaks." All of them respectfully responded, "Yes, senior brother. Remember to wake up early tomorrow. I will teach you to read and explain the path of cultivation." After Lu Hong finished his instructions, he floated away. Once Lu Hong left, the others began to choose their courtyards. Wang Shan glanced at Zhao Xiaowu, who left without a word, and scoffed, "What a snob." Although they came from the same village, Zhao Xiaowu did not have a good relationship with them and looked down on Lu Qinghe, who had a 5 spiritual root. He asked Lu Qinghe, "Mud monkey, which courtyard will you choose? I want to stay close to you." Lu Qinghe had no particular requirements for the courtyard, as even the worst courtyard here was far better than the mountain god temple in Shizhuan. Now he thought only of how to quickly succeed in cultivation and become a celestial being capable of flying and traversing the heavens. He was greatly fascinated by the miraculous methods used by Bai Tianyu and the others today. Initially he came here just to fill his stomach and have a place to stay, but now he had a new goal: to become an immortal. Lu Qinghe replied, "I'm fine with anything you decide, fatty." Wang Shan began to search and eventually found 2 courtyards in decent locations. "Mud monkey, let's live here." All right. The 2 took out their tokens and placed them in front of the courtyard, and the courtyard door opened automatically, which astonished them. Wang Shan excitedly said, "Mud monkey, I'm going to check out my new home first." He dashed into his courtyard. Lu Qinghe was not slow either and entered his courtyard, which was not very large, containing a stone bed, a stone table, and a mat. On the stone table lay a jade slip, but Lu Qinghe could not tell what it was and dared not touch it. He tidied up a bit, and noticing his stomach growling, left the courtyard and called out to Wang Shan. Wang Shan walked out of the courtyard looking at Lu Qinghe in confusion. "Mud monkey, what's wrong?" Lu Qinghe pointed at his stomach and said, "I'm hungry. Let's hurry to the cafeteria to find something to eat." Wang Shan nodded, saying, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized I'm really hungry now." The 2 quickly went to the cafeteria location and received a meal for free. Lu Qinghe devoured his food, which was undoubtedly the best he had ever eaten. It's not that Lu Qinghe had never tasted delicacies, but these foods, although not considered spirit food, were grown within a sect rich in spiritual energy. Containing a faint trace of spiritual power, they were exceedingly delicious. By the time he finished eating, it was already late, and he observed the bustling children, all of whom were servant disciples recruited by Tai Xian's sect during this period. Lu Qinghe returned to his courtyard and fell into a deep sleep. It was not until the next day that he was awakened by Wang Shan's anxious voice, prompting him to rise quickly. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, Wang Shan grabbed Lu Qinghe and ran ahead. "You really can sleep. Senior brother Lu Hong is about to teach us the methods of cultivation. Missing it would be a great loss." Lu Qinghe suddenly recalled that senior brother Lu Hong had mentioned yesterday he would teach them literacy and the principles of cultivation. Lu Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed. He had just not rested so well in a long time that he had almost overslept and forgotten an important matter. By the time the two arrived at the lecture hall, dozens of children were already seated waiting. Wang Shan and Lu Qinghe also found a spot to sit down. More and more children appeared, filling the entire hall to capacity. Soon Lu Hong, dressed in white, appeared at the front of the hall, sitting on the foremost mat. Lu Hong began. The Taishan sect has been established for 3,000 years with thousands of disciples and 32 foundation establishment cultivators, along with 3 golden core ancestors overseeing us. It is one of the 3 great immortal sects of Zhao Kingdom, where every word and action can determine the fate of millions of lives. As you are all miscellaneous disciples of the Taishan sect, you may obtain the 3 levels of qi refining methods, which are all recorded on the stone table in your courtyard's jade slips. Now I will teach you the first realm of cultivation, the qi refining realm. Everyone immediately focused, fearing they would miss a single word, as this was crucial to their potential to become immortals. The qi refining realm involves drawing qi into the body, unblocking acupoints, and refining both the physical body and the soul. Cultivators must possess spiritual roots. Only with spiritual roots can one harmonize with the world's spiritual energy, and without them cultivation is impossible. The better the spiritual roots, the faster the cultivation speed. For instance, single spiritual roots have a high affinity for the world's spiritual energy, making it easy to draw qi into the body, and are thus known as heavenly spiritual roots. Next are dual spiritual roots, which have a halved affinity for spiritual energy, resulting in a cultivation efficiency that is only half that of heavenly spiritual roots. Then come the triple spiritual roots, whose cultivation efficiency is half that of dual roots, while 4 roots have it again, and the same logic applies to 5 spiritual roots. Lu Qinghe was secretly alarmed. By this calculation, the cultivation speed of 5 spiritual roots was half that of 4 roots, a quarter of 3 roots, and an eighth of 2 roots. Compared to heavenly spiritual roots, this was a 16-fold difference. Everyone's expressions soured. They hadn't expected the gap between themselves and those with better roots to be so vast. Most of those sitting there had 4 spiritual roots, with only a few, like Lu Qinghe, having 5. Seeing the gloomy faces of the crowd, Lu Hong guessed their feelings, saying, "There's no need to be disheartened. The speed of cultivation based on spiritual roots is just one aspect. Cultivation also relies on wealth partners' methods and environment. For example, spirit stones and elixirs can accelerate your cultivation speed. Once you complete drawing qi into the body, you can take on sect tasks to obtain cultivation resources and speed up your progress. Now let's teach you how to complete the drawing of qi into the body." Lu Hong began explaining the techniques, and everyone listened intently. In the following 6 months, Lu Hong appeared punctually every day to teach them reading and impart cultivation methods. Before long, 8 months had passed. Lu Qinghe sat upright on the mat with the jade slips on the stone table containing the cultivation methods for the first 3 levels of the Yun Ji Qi refining method. To obtain the subsequent cultivation methods, one must reach the 3rd level of qi refining and become an outer disciple. After 8 months, Lu Qinghe had thoroughly studied the 3 levels of the cultivation law, able to recite every word fluently. He had mastered the methods of cultivation within a month of entering the sect, and then began his practice of drawing qi into the body. However, after 8 months, he still had not completed this step and was just 1 step away. 3 months ago, some miscellaneous disciples had already completed the drawing of qi into the body and left, and even Wang Shan had done so a month ago, heading to the refining peak. Now only a few people remained who had not fully completed the drawing of qi into the body. Lu Qinghe finally understood why Senior Brother Bai had said that cultivation was difficult, akin to reaching the heavens. With his 5 spiritual roots, each step was a monumental challenge, making it almost impossible for him to reach the mid-stage of qi refining in this lifetime. Moreover, miscellaneous disciples did not enjoy the sect's benefits. Their cultivation relied entirely on themselves, unlike outer disciples who received spirit stones and elixirs every month. He heard that Shiro from Stone Village had completed the drawing of qi into the body in just 1 month and reached the 1st level of qi refining, and was now preparing to break through to the 2nd level. Lu Qinghe adjusted his mindset, believing that diligence could make up for his lack of talent. While others cultivated for 4 hours a day, he would practice for 8. He sensed that he was close to completing the drawing of qi into the body within these few days, continuing to operate the method to connect with the ambient spiritual energy and push against his dantian acupoints. The hard work paid off. After 3 more days, a crisp sound echoed from within his body, and his dantian acupoint was finally cleared by the wash of spiritual energy. In 1 full cycle, a strand of spiritual energy was drawn into Lu Qinghe's dantian. He felt an urge to cry. Almost 9 months of hard work had finally paid off. Filth began to expel from Lu Qinghe's body as the spiritual energy refined his physical body and soul. He ignored the foul odor and started checking his dantian. With the completion of qi refining, he could use divine sense to probe his own condition. Using his spiritual sense, it was as if Qinghe had grown a pair of eyes within his body, allowing him to see the state of his dantian. There a faint strand of spiritual energy was slowly dissipating. Qinghe knew this was normal. At the first layer of qi refining, one could only draw qi, but not condense it. To store spiritual energy within the dantian, one must reach the second layer of qi refining. Just as Qinghe was about to retract his divine sense, he noticed a faint light spot above his dantian. He probed it with his spiritual sense, but as soon as he touched it, he was caught off guard. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and when Qinghe came to his senses, he found himself in a strange space. It was a black-soiled area roughly 1 mu in size with nothing but the black earth around. Qinghe shouted in terror, "Where is this place? Is anyone there?" But aside from his voice, there was no response. Qinghe hurriedly searched around, discovering he was trapped in a mysterious space, with no exit, wondering if he would be stuck there for eternity. Qinghe felt despair. He hadn't expected that just after successfully drawing qi into the body, he would encounter such a terrifying situation, fearing he would be trapped forever in this mysterious space. Calm down, calm down. Qinghe forced himself to settle down. Having experienced the ups and downs of life, his mentality far surpassed that of his peers. He recalled the sequence of events. He had successfully drawn qi into the body, then used divine sense to check his dantian, and saw a faint light spot, which inexplicably led him here. Yes, it must be related to the light spot in the dantian. Qinghe immediately sat down on the ground, using divine sense to check his dantian again, and soon found that faint light spot in the empty dantian. As soon as his spiritual sense touched it, and he opened his eyes, he found himself back in his room, sitting upright on the mat. Qinghe looked around in confusion. Could it have been my own illusion just now? He thought about it again, but it was impossible. The situation had felt far too real. Qinghe's expression fluctuated as he decided to once again use his divine sense to check the condition of his dantian. He discovered that light point once more, and Qinghe's figure reappeared in the mysterious space. Standing on the black earth, Qinghe confirmed that what had just happened was not an illusion. There was indeed a mysterious space within his dantian. However, Qinghe pondered and could not figure out what the purpose of this space was. After several repeated experiments, Qinghe found that he could bring outside objects into this mysterious thing. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. He thought of a must-have treasure for cultivators, the storage bag like the cloth bag that senior brother had hung at his waist. Though it appeared to be just a small cloth bag, it contained the universe and could hold all things. It was not something a mere qi refining stage disciple like him could possess. Moreover, it was said that an ordinary storage bag was only 1 cubic meter. What he had here was equivalent to thousands of such storage bags. Qinghe chuckled. In the future, I can store all important items inside. No one will notice anything. Qinghe sat on the mat, but thinking of the difficulty of reaching the second layer of qi refining, he wore a troubled expression. He had spent 8 months just to draw qi into his body, and the difficulty of the second layer was double that. In other words, he would need 16 months to reach the second layer of qi refining, and with the need to break through bottlenecks, it would take at least 2 years. Breaking through to the third layer of qi refining would again double the time needed, requiring 5 years. Normally, he would spend 7 years or even longer to reach the third layer of qi refining. The most daunting challenge was the leap from the third layer of qi refining to the fourth layer, representing a massive transition from the early to mid stages of qi refining, making it several times more difficult. No wonder spiritual roots determine one's path and treatment. Even a person with 4 spiritual roots has the potential to cultivate to the late stage of qi refining, while the limit for 5 spiritual roots is the mid stage of qi refining. Of course, cultivation is not merely about refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There are many ways to increase cultivation speed. For instance, spiritual pills and spirit stones can enhance the speed of cultivation. For a mere disciple, obtaining spirit stones and pills meant only one path, completing the sect's tasks. This is also the value of a lowly disciple who tasks such as mining, logging, and planting can earn some rewards for managing the estates of outer disciples and handling affairs. Naturally, a lowly disciple can also become an outer disciple as long as their cultivation reaches the 4th layer of qi refining. They can pass the test to become an outer disciple. Once an outer disciple's cultivation reaches the 7th layer of qi refining, they can also become an inner disciple. Forget it, I'll go report to the affairs hall and collect my reward first. After organizing himself, Qinghe stepped out of the small courtyard. The once lively courtyard had now turned desolate and quiet. There were still a few who had not successfully drawn qi into their bodies, secluding themselves as they raced against time to break through. To welcome the next batch of disciples, they would have to wait another 10 years, as Taishan sect only recruited disciples every 10 years. Qinghe ran lightly. Though he could not cast spells at the first layer of qi refining, he could still move with grace, which would make him a top expert among mortals. Soon Qinghe arrived at the affairs hall. He had come here before when he first joined the sect, and at that time a foundation establishment elder was in charge. Now it had changed to a middle-aged man in a white robe. Wearing white was a symbol of the outer disciples of Taishan sect, while all lowly disciples like him wore gray. Lu Qinghe hurriedly greeted him. Greetings, senior brother. I, a disciple, have successfully drawn Qi into my body after 8 months. Please confirm, senior brother. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Qinghe in surprise. 8 months to succeed in drawing Qi. You really are slow in your cultivation. Lu Qinghe was not angry. This kind of disdain was not the first time he had encountered it. Junior brother is indeed lacking in talent, causing senior brother to laugh. The middle-aged man ordered, try running a full cycle of your Qi. Lu Qinghe immediately operated his small cycle, confirming that he had truly succeeded in drawing Qi into his body. The middle-aged man nodded. You have completed the drawing of Qi into your body. From now on you are officially a lowly disciple of Taishan sect. Taishan sect does not support idlers. The sect provides you with cultivation techniques and resources, but every lowly disciple must complete a certain amount of sect tasks, or they will be expelled from the sect directly. Lu Qinghe already knew this. During these 8 months he had not only cultivated, but also learned about Taishan sect. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The sect provides cultivation techniques and an environment for cultivation, and they must also contribute to the sect. Senior brother, I understand. Since you understand, there is a task here that is just right for you to undertake. The middle-aged man threw a jade slip to Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe caught it in confusion. It was different from what he had imagined. Under normal circumstances, tasks could be chosen freely as long as one met the yearly requirements. It was rare to have designated tasks. Lu Qinghe scanned the jade slip with his divine sense, and the task content appeared in his mind. The task content was actually about farming, but unlike the plants cultivated in the mortal world, he was to cultivate a type of rice infused with spiritual energy. Seeing Lu Qinghe's puzzled expression, the middle-aged man asked, "What's wrong? Junior brother, have any objections?" Lu Qinghe expressed his thoughts. Senior brother, I am just at the first layer of Qi refining. I fear I may find this task difficult. Originally, he had wanted to find Wang Shan to see if they could complete the task together, which would be much safer. The middle-aged man's expression turned unsightly. A mere lowly disciple at the first layer of Qi refining actually dared to defy him. He reprimanded Lu Qinghe. This is a tremendous opportunity. If it weren't for the previous disciples advancing to outer disciples and leaving, how could such a good thing possibly come to you? I hope you cherish it. Moreover, there is only this one task available for lowly disciples in the affairs hall right now. Lu Qinghe could only helplessly accept the task. Otherwise, he really might fail to complete the yearly task quota and be expelled from Taishan sect. I accept this task, thank you, senior brother. The middle-aged man's expression eased significantly. I hope you understand my good intentions. Since you have accepted the task, hurry and report. The jade slip contains the specific operation details. Lu Qinghe hesitated. He knew that successfully drawing Qi into the body would earn him a pill and a spirit stone as a reward from the sect. He cautiously asked, Senior brother, I am not mistaken, right? Disciples who successfully draw Qi into their bodies will receive a pill and a spirit stone. Hearing Lu Qinghe's words, the middle-aged man shook his head. Junior brother is mistaken. The sect does not have such regulations or benefits. Lu Qinghe's expression turned grim. He knew the middle-aged man was lying. Many lowly disciples who had advanced earlier had received their rewards. Lu Qinghe insisted, Senior brother, the disciples who advanced previously all received them. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Qinghe with a smile that was not a smile. Then I wouldn't know. Should I report to the elder and ask what the situation is? He glanced at the indifferent-faced middle-aged man and understood this middle-aged man intended to pocket his spirit stone and pill. Lu Qinghe was filled with anger. For him, the elixirs and spirit stones rewarded by the sect were of utmost importance. Without these resources, his progress would be severely hindered. A vast divine sense enveloped him, and Lu Qinghe felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and replied, Senior brother, it was my mistake. Only then did the oppressive divine sense lifting from Lu Qinghe dissipate. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Junior brother, such mistakes must not happen again. Lu Qinghe took a deep breath. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I shall take my leave. With that, he strode out of the affairs hall, fearing he might lose control and retaliate. Zhou Tong watched Lu Qinghe leave and noticed the anger simmering in his eyes, but he dismissed it from his mind. How could a mere servant disciple turn the tides? Without sufficient resources, he would remain stuck in the early stages of Qi refining, posing no threat to him. He was merely a step away from the late stage of Qi refining. Once he entered the inner sect, even if the sect learned of his actions in the affairs hall, he would face no punishment. Lu Qinghe was certainly not the only victim. What qualifications does a servant disciple with 5 spirit roots have to enjoy spiritual herbs and stones? They are better off aiding me in achieving my supreme Tao. and that inferior spirit field is nearly exhausted. It's perfect as a scapegoat for the sect's investigation. Even an inferior spirit field is a treasure of the sect. It wouldn't have been entrusted to a servant disciple at the first layer of Qi refining unless there were extenuating circumstances. As Qinghe stepped out of the affairs hall, his expression darkened instantly. His heart bled. To him, an elixir and a spirit stone were of immense value. He recognized the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Even within a sect as esteemed as the Taishan sect, there were instances of the strong oppressing the weak and hoarding sect rewards. He considered reporting the issue to the sect, but as a lowly servant disciple, he had no right to meet the elders. Moreover, he doubted the sect would punish outer disciples for the sake of a 5-spirit root servant. If only he had sufficient strength, if only he were an outer disciple, that middle-aged man wouldn't dare to humiliate him. Qinghe did not return to the servant-disciple dormitory. Following the Jade Slip's instructions, he spent half a day locating the task spirit field. The spirit field before him was about 1 mu, and the spirit rice had already been sown. His task was to water it daily with spirit water, ensuring the field remained undamaged. The maturity period for spirit rice is 1 year, and the yield from 1 mu is 1,000 jin. As long as he delivered this quantity on time, he would earn 100 sect merit points and 2 spirit stones. Furthermore, if the yield exceeded 1,000 jin, the excess spirit rice would wholly belong to him. This was undoubtedly a lucrative task. Even a few extra jin would be invaluable cultivation resources for a servant disciple. Spirit rice could not only be sold for spirit stones, but consuming it would also enhance one's cultivation. Qinghe couldn't understand why the middle-aged senior brother would assign such a favorable task to him, and his resentment toward the senior brother diminished considerably. Qinghe tidied up the small wooden house next to the spirit field. He knew he would hardly leave this place for the entire year. He then began to read the Jade Slip attentively, and by the time he finished, he understood how to care for the spirit rice cultivation. He needed to pay attention to 3 aspects. First, watering. He must water it once every day. Secondly, weeding. During the growth of the spirit rice, a type of weed would accompany it, and it must be cleared promptly or it would affect the yield. Most importantly, pest control. Spirit rice was most susceptible to pests, and if they appeared, it would almost certainly lead to total loss. Qinghe glanced at the spirit field. The most pressing matter was to water it to encourage sprouting. Though he possessed a water spirit root, he lacked the technique for the little cloud rain art. Even if he did, he would need to be at the second layer of Qi refining to cultivate it. Fortunately, spirit rice could thrive on ordinary water, so he only needed to fetch water from the spirit spring atop the mountain. Qinghe fetched 2 buckets and ran up the mountain, quickly returning with 2 buckets of spirit water to irrigate the spirit field. This continued until the sky completely darkened, and he finally completed the watering for the 1 mu of spirit field. After a day of fetching water, although he was at the first layer of Qi refining, his body was utterly exhausted. Qinghe had no time to cultivate and collapsed in the wooden house, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Qinghe rose to find that the spirit rice in the field had not yet sprouted. He didn't think much of it. The sprouting of spirit rice required half a month. Qinghe picked up the water bucket and continued to fetch water from the mountain. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, yet the spirit rice that should have sprouted entirely only had a few scattered shoots, and their growth looked poor, appearing unlikely to survive. Ultimately, Qinghe concluded that there was an issue with this spirit field. It was no longer suitable for the growth of spirit rice. Realizing this possibility, he could no longer contain his fury and bellowed at the sky thief, "How dare you deceive me like this?" He finally understood why such a fortunate event had fallen upon him, and why there was only one task left in the servant hall. The person in the affairs hall must have known that there was a problem with the spirit field and sought someone to bear the sect's wrath. In his anger lay profound helplessness. Even if he reported to the elder, would the elder believe the words of a servant disciple? Moreover, meeting an elder was harder than ascending to the heavens. Qinghe found himself in a dilemma. Once the year was up and he failed to produce enough spirit rice, he would undoubtedly face punishment. Most terrifying was the crime of damaging the spirit field, a charge he could not bear. What should I do? Am I to flee the Taishan sect? Heavy-hearted, Qinghe returned to the wooden house. He calmed himself, and suddenly an idea struck him. There was a mysterious space in his dantian with black soil roughly the same size as this spirit field. He wondered if he could transplant the spirit rice there. If successful, it might resolve the crisis at hand. Qinghe sat down and quickly immersed his divine sense into his dantian, soon locating the mysterious light point. When Qinghe reappeared, he found himself standing within the mysterious space. He stared in astonishment at the once barren black soil, now glowing with golden grains. It was filled with well-grown ears of spirit rice. Qinghe rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be mistaken. After a long pause, Qinghe confirmed that he was not dreaming. Before him was a field of spirit rice that had already matured. He was not foolish, he considered a possibility. This mysterious space is a treasure that can accelerate the maturity of spirit rice. He also recalled how these spirit rice seeds came to be. During the irrigation of the spirit rice, he had occasionally tossed some processed soil into the mysterious space. The soil contained spirit rice seeds that matured within the mysterious space, then were sown, ultimately resulting in this magnificent sight. This means that within a mere half-month the spiritual rice has matured several times to reach such a scale. Upon realizing this possibility, Qinghe gasped in astonishment. This was simply astonishing. Seeing the ripe ears of grain ready to fall, Qinghe could no longer wait, and immediately rushed into the field of spiritual rice, frantically collecting them. He soon finished collecting all the ears of grain. Qinghe estimated that he had gathered over 2,000 jin, more than double the yield of the spiritual fields outside. I just wonder how valuable this spiritual rice is. With so much spiritual rice, he could not possibly consume it all in a day, and this mysterious space could continue to cultivate more. Qinghe picked up the ears of spiritual rice, carefully extracting the seeds and gently scattering them on the black soil. He wanted to see if it was merely a coincidence, or if, as he suspected, this mysterious space could accelerate the growth of the spiritual rice. After sowing the seeds, Qinghe took out a jin of spiritual rice and exited the mysterious space. He fetched cooking utensils, lit a fire, and soon a bowl of fragrant spiritual rice appeared before him. Qinghe eagerly indulged in the spiritual rice. It was exquisitely delicious. The food from the servants' courtyard was already a delicacy, but it couldn't compare to the taste of the spiritual rice. Moreover, the spiritual rice he consumed contained a faint spiritual energy, which began to continuously impact his acupoints, enhancing his cultivation. After consuming a jin of spiritual rice, it equaled the effects of half a day's worth of cultivation, which was much faster than sitting and refining the natural spiritual energy. Qinghe estimated that he could consume about 3 jins of spiritual rice a day, and coupled with his daily cultivation, his cultivation speed was equivalent to the results of 2.5 days of previous effort. In comparison, with enough spiritual rice, his cultivation speed could rival that of a forwarded cultivator. With a full stomach, unable to consume any more spiritual rice, Qinghe returned to the mysterious space. He saw that the spiritual rice he had just scattered had already sprouted tender shoots. Witnessing this, Qinghe's earlier conjectures were completely validated. He was overjoyed. I've struck it rich, a great opportunity, a tremendous fortune. With the black soil of this mysterious space, he could not only complete a year's planting task, but also accumulate countless spiritual rice. Not only could he eat it daily, but he could also find channels to sell it, exchanging it for spirit stones and elixirs. However, Qinghe quickly calmed down. Having experienced the loss of his family fortune and the swallowing of rewards from the affairs hall, he knew a harsh truth. Without absolute strength, he could not reveal wealth. If this mysterious space were discovered by others, he would certainly be unable to keep it and might even face disaster. Qinghe firmly resolved not to let anyone know he possessed such a heaven-defying treasure. This place was remote and rarely visited, and Qinghe sincerely thanked the senior brother from the affairs hall. Without him, he would not have discovered the function of this mysterious space so quickly. Previously, he only intended to use it as a large storage bag, but it had now become a treasure for changing his fate. Since he knew this spiritual field was already ruined, the spiritual rice could not grow at all. Qinghe gave up on planting in the spiritual field. He only needed to produce 1,000 jins of spiritual rice to hand over to the affairs hall after a year. Qinghe began to focus seriously on his cultivation, not missing even a single meal of spiritual rice. After 3 days, he looked at the already matured spiritual rice in the mysterious space. He calculated that the spiritual rice matured every 3 days on the black soil, while outside it took a year. This was an acceleration rate exceeding 100 times. Qinghe set up a house outside the black soil specifically to stockpile the spiritual rice. Day by day, Qinghe did not dare to slacken in his cultivation, and he was also constantly worried that the outer sect disciple from the affairs hall might suddenly appear. Before he knew it, half a year had passed. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, a cyclone appeared above Qinghe's head. With a crisp sound, the restriction of the second level of Qi refinement was shattered, and Qinghe entered the second level of Qi refinement, the condensation realm. If the first level of Qi refinement merely made him as light as a swallow and free of ailments, at the second level of Qi refinement, his dantian could already store spiritual energy, and he could use some low-cost techniques, allowing him to infuse spiritual energy into his punches and kicks, increasing his speed and attack power. He could also activate some basic talismans. With the breakthrough successful, Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. He had spent nearly a month grinding at the bottleneck of the second level of Qi refinement to barely achieve the breakthrough. Although it was difficult, it was still unimaginable for Qinghe. He had previously taken 8 months to complete the first level of Qi refinement, and according to normal cultivation speed, he would need over 1.5 years to reach the second level. Now he had reached it in just half a year ahead of schedule. Qinghe finally understood the importance of cultivation resources. With sufficient cultivation resources, even a 5-rooted cultivator could advance quickly. He was confident that he could elevate his cultivation to the 3rd level of Qi refinement within 2 years, a speed that far surpassed that of 4-rooted cultivators. 4-rooted cultivators would need 10 years to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement, but he might achieve it in 5 years. Such is the advantage of a swift start. Now at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, Qinghe could do some things. Although he had been cultivating for half a year without encountering any other sect cultivators, he had also gathered quite a bit of information. The servant exchange area is a place for servant disciples to trade with one another. Qinghe planned to exchange spiritual rice for some cultivation resources he needed, especially spirit stones, as he had been in the sect for 15 months. However, the most important spirit stones in the cultivation world were something he had not even seen a shadow of. Of course, he could not sell all of his spiritual rice. He now had over 50,000 genes in his space. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't store any more, he would have planted even more. Otherwise, the quantity of spiritual rice would have been even greater. Such a large quantity appearing would definitely cause a huge stir. Qinghe only planned to take out 30 to 50 genes for trade so as not to attract the attention of others. Qinghe was fully prepared for this trip to the servant exchange area. Not only did he create a mask, but he also tailored a special set of tools for himself. Wearing them transformed Liu Qing's originally slender frame into that of a sturdy adult man. After checking that he had not missed anything, Qinghe left the spiritual field and headed towards the sect. An hour later, Qinghe arrived at the servant trading area, where scattered servants were displaying their items on the ground. They were bargaining with other servants who had needs. Qinghe even saw pills and talismans, but their values were too high for anyone to afford. Qinghe found a spot and took out 50 genes of spiritual rice. He displayed his sign, Premium Spiritual Rice, 10 genes for 1 spirit stone. This was the market price for spiritual rice that Qinghe had inquired about. Spiritual rice. The nearby servants exclaimed upon seeing Liu Qing's stall. While spiritual rice is not considered anything special among outer disciples, it is a rare treasure for servant disciples. Several servants gathered around gazing at the exposed spiritual rice. It really is spiritual rice. It is said that spiritual rice can accelerate cultivation speed. The outer disciples are able to cultivate faster than us, not just because their spiritual roots are better, but also because they eat spiritual rice every day. Everyone's eyes burned with eagerness. For any cultivator, anything that could enhance cultivation speed is a rare find. Especially for them, the servants, if they could raise their cultivation to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, they could enter the outer sect and enjoy the benefits of the sect. Cultivation is a race against time. The faster one cultivates, the greater the achievements one can attain. Otherwise, if one reaches 50 years old still stuck at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement with their blood and energy depleted, advancing further becomes nearly impossible. As Qinghe noticed more and more people surrounding him, his 2nd layer of Qi refinement was revealed. This made the onlookers flash a hint of wariness in their eyes. Being at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement is already considered strong among servant disciples. There are hardly any at the 3rd layer here. Moreover, if it really came down to a fight, someone at the 3rd layer would not necessarily have overwhelming strength. This is why Qinghe waited until he reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement before coming to the trading area. A curious servant at the 2nd layer asked, "Senior brother, may I ask where you obtained this spiritual rice?" A hoarse voice came from beneath the mask. "I am a disciple who grows spiritual rice. This is the result of years of accumulation. If I weren't planning to buy a pill to break through my cultivation soon, I wouldn't be willing to part with it." Everyone immediately revealed respectful expressions. Breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement is a significant achievement, and those at the 3rd layer are rare among servant disciples. Moreover, being able to take on the task of cultivating spiritual fields at the 2nd layer is a privilege reserved for those servant disciples with a background. Ordinary servant disciples would not even dare to think about it. Qinghe asked the 2nd layer cultivator, "Would you like to purchase?" "Just 5 spirit stones." The 2nd layer cultivator was quite tempted, but helplessly shook his head. "Senior brother, you jest. I don't have spirit stones to buy spiritual rice. Spirit stones are scarce for us, servant disciples." The surrounding people nodded in agreement. If they were lucky, they might earn 1 or 2 spirit stones in a year. More often than not, they barely complete sect tasks and have no time or ability to earn spirit stones. Qinghe was taken aback. He didn't expect the servant disciples to be so poor that a 2nd layer cultivator couldn't even gather 5 spirit stones. After a moment's thought, the 2nd layer cultivator cautiously took out a broken long knife. "Senior brother, I have a broken low-grade magic weapon here, which can still exert 1/10 of its power. I wonder if I could exchange it for some of your spiritual rice." Everyone looked at the 2nd layer Qi refinement cultivator with disdain. A broken low-grade magic weapon is worth at most 1 spirit stone, and it's uncertain how many times it can still be used. Feeling mocked, the second layer cultivator glared at the crowd in exasperation. I didn't say I wanted to exchange for all the spiritual rice. Just 15 pounds would do. If that's not possible, 12 pounds is fine. Liu Qinghe's gaze fell on the broken long knife. It was his first time seeing a magic weapon. To assess a cultivator's strength, one must consider their cultivation level, magical power techniques, and magic weapons. However, Liu Qinghe had no intention of trading. Even though he didn't know the exact value of this broken magic weapon, it clearly did not match that of 12 pounds of spiritual rice. The key point is that being at the second layer of Qi refinement, he could not utilize the magic weapon, especially since it was broken. Liu Qinghe declined politely, "I'm sorry, junior brother, but magic weapons are of no use to me." The second layer servant was unwilling. If he could obtain even a few pounds of spiritual rice, it would save him months of hard cultivation. He said, "Senior brother, just 10 pounds of spiritual rice is enough." Liu Qinghe refused. "I only need spirit stones and pills. Other items are of little use to him, and he would rather benefit from consuming the spiritual rice." Hearing Liu Qinghe's words, the second layer servant's face was filled with disappointment, and others who wanted to trade also looked regretful. In the servant trading area, exchanges are typically barter-based, but all the items are scraps from the cultivation world. If they had spirit stones and pills, they would have used them to enhance their strength long ago, and they wouldn't be here to trade. Seeing everyone's expressions, Liu Qinghe furrowed his brow. Could it be that spiritual rice cannot be sold in the servant area? Just as Liu Qinghe was pondering, a rough voice appeared. "I'll take 50 pounds of spiritual rice." Everyone made way, and a rugged cultivator radiating the third layer of Qi refinement stepped in. He scrutinized the disguised Liu Qinghe, trying to see through him. Being at the third layer of Qi refinement, Liu Qinghe tightened his focus, ensuring he didn't reveal any flaws. "Senior brother, are you buying all the spiritual rice?" The rugged cultivator nodded. He couldn't discern anything from Liu Qinghe, and then examined the spiritual rice. Upon seeing its quality, he was quite astonished. "Junior brother, this spiritual rice is top-notch. I usually buy a few pounds every year, but the quality has never matched yours. I don't have that many spirit stones. I just heard that junior brother is about to break through to the third layer of Qi refinement. I have a blood ginseng here. Although it's only 5 years old, it is a genuine spiritual herb. Consuming it can help you break through your current bottleneck." The rugged cultivator took out a jade box inside, which was a blood-red blood ginseng the size of a palm. Liu Qinghe was tempted. A 5-year-old blood ginseng, which he had just dug up, is definitely not worth 50 pounds of spiritual rice. However, if it could be cultivated in the black earth space, it could turn into 10-year, 50-year, or even 100-year-old ginseng. Liu Qinghe remained composed. "Senior brother, the blood ginseng is a spiritual herb, but its age is too low. Its efficacy may not compare to junior brother's spiritual rice." This statement displeased the rugged cultivator. "Although the age is a bit low, it's still much better than spiritual rice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be offering it for trade. In that case, I'll also give you 1 spirit stone as a price difference." Saying this, he produced another spirit stone. "Deal." Without hesitation, Liu Qinghe handed over 50 pounds of spiritual rice to the rugged cultivator and received the blood ginseng and spirit stone in return. The transaction was successful, and the rugged cultivator laughed heartily. "I like junior brothers who are straightforward. My name is Ouyang Qi. If you have more high-quality spiritual rice in the future, feel free to come find me." Liu Qinghe nodded in response. "Definitely." After the transaction was completed, Liu Qinghe stood up and strolled around the servant exchange area, learning various knowledge about the cultivation world. Finally, taking advantage of the distraction, he quietly left the servant exchange area. He wandered around several places, found a corner where no one was watching, tossed his disguise into the black earth space, and then leisurely returned to the spiritual field. Returning to the small room, Liu Qinghe confirmed that no one was following him, and that there was no way anyone could connect him to the person selling spiritual rice. Only then did he feel relieved. Although it was within the sect where mutual killing was forbidden, the sect would not care if a few miscellaneous disciples were to die. This is also why miscellaneous disciples dream of becoming outer disciples, as only outer disciples receive the sect's attention and protection. For several consecutive days, Liu Qinghe not only practiced cultivation, but also pretended to fetch water and tend to the spiritual fields. After 5 days, Liu Qinghe finally entered the black soil space. In the black soil space, the blood ginseng he had thrown in had grown a circle larger. This was the growth equivalent to a year. Additionally, there were 2 small blood ginseng plants nearby. Liu Qinghe was overjoyed. He did not expect the blood ginseng to truly survive again in the black soil space. Moreover, this blood ginseng flowers once a year, bears fruit once a year, and can then be reseeded to grow new blood ginseng. In the miscellaneous trading area, Liu Qinghe had also inquired about the effects of blood ginseng. First and foremost, it is essential for alchemy, as many medicinal pills require blood ginseng for neutralization. Secondly, as Ouyang Qi had said, consuming it directly increases cultivation, although the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. However, this was not a problem for Liu Qinghe. He believed that soon he would have a continuous supply of blood ginseng. He no longer planned to continue planting spiritual rice. Lu Qinghe pulled out the blood ginseng, which originally 5 years old, had nearly reached 7 years of growth in just 5 days within the black soil space. Lu Qinghe cleaned the soil off the blood ginseng and swallowed it whole. A surge of spiritual power emerged similar to that of spiritual rice, but slightly more potent. After half an hour, Lu Qinghe refined all the medicinal power of the blood ginseng. He realized one thing: he had been duped. The benefits brought by the 7-year blood ginseng were comparable to those of 10 pounds of spiritual rice. This meant that he had at least lost 3 spirit stones in this transaction. Lu Qinghe now understood a truth: in the realm of cultivation, deception abounds, and there are no virtuous individuals. The observing cultivators also dared not offer any advice upon seeing Ouyang Qi's strength at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. His previous caution was entirely justified. A month later, in the black soil space, the number of blood ginseng plants had exceeded 100, with the largest one having 10 years of medicinal power. Lu Qinghe hurriedly harvested the 10-year blood ginseng and began to consume it. The immense medicinal power surged through Lu Qinghe's acupoints, eventually flowing into his dantian. The 10-year blood ginseng could be considered a true spiritual herb with medicinal power more than double that of the 7-year variety. It took Lu Qinghe an hour to refine all the medicinal power, and his cultivation finally made significant progress. Lu Qinghe estimated that he would only need 3 10-year blood ginseng plants to reach the mid-stage of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. However, medicine has its toxicity, and especially unprocessed spiritual herbs. Lu Qinghe calculated, based on his situation, that he could consume a 10-year blood ginseng once every 3 days to minimize the risks. Even so, this was still far quicker than consuming spiritual rice to enhance his cultivation. Lu Qinghe predicted that if he consumed a 10-year blood ginseng every 3 days, his cultivation speed would surely not be inferior to that of a 3-root cultivator. His cultivation speed could compete with outer disciples like Qinghe. The path to greatness seemed promising, and Lu Qinghe finally had expectations for his cultivation. However, with anticipation came worry. He did not know if the outer disciple from the affairs hall would suddenly appear to hold him accountable for the damage to the spiritual fields. While he could handle inquiries about the spiritual fields, if they discovered his abnormal cultivation speed, it would definitely be a colossal problem. Lu Qinghe reminded himself to be cautious. As long as he did not use spiritual power recklessly, it would be difficult for others to easily see through his true strength. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Qinghe stepped out of the small room and looked at the spiritual field. He contemplated continuing to plant a batch of spiritual rice in the black soil space. This time he did not wait for the spiritual rice to mature, but rather pulled it out after just a day and a half, carefully planting it in the spiritual field. After watering it with mountain spring water, the results became quite evident in a few days. The spiritual rice in the spiritual field not only lacked the overwhelming spiritual energy of that in the black soil space, but its quality had also decreased a notch, with a few leaves showing signs of withering due to insufficient spiritual energy. This situation made Lu Qinghe aware that the spiritual energy in the spiritual field was nearing depletion. A few days later, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the spiritual field. "Is the friend inside there?" Lu Qinghe was startled awake from his cultivation, immediately becoming alert and cautiously stepping out of the small room. He saw a person standing outside the spiritual field, examining the spiritual rice there. What eased Lu Qinghe's worries was that this person, like him, was dressed in gray, indicating he was a miscellaneous disciple of the Taishan sect. Lu Qinghe approached and asked the newcomer, "May I ask what brings you here, senior brother?" The visiting cultivator looked at Lu Qinghe with surprise, not expecting that the one managing this spiritual field was just a relatively young child. The newcomer said, "I am Huanggai, a cultivator from a nearby spiritual field. I heard that Lu senior brother made significant progress and broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, leaving here, so someone came to take over his management of this spiritual field. I'm just here to greet you." He was pondering Lu Qinghe's background, knowing that managing a spiritual field at such a young age was no simple feat. Lu Qinghe had already calculated Huanggai's words in his heart. The person who left was likely related to the outer disciple of the affairs hall. He definitely did not leave due to a breakthrough in strength. The main reason was that he discovered the spiritual rice could not grow, prompting his hasty departure. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned a year's harvest after planting the spiritual rice. Lu Qinghe replied, "I've met you, senior brother Huang. However, I was unaware that the previous senior brother had successfully broken through and left. I only came here because I was taken care of by senior brother from the affairs hall." Huanggai smiled and said, "So it was due to the connection with senior brother Zhou Tong." After understanding this connection, many of his previous thoughts vanished. Lu Qinghe finally learned the name of the outer disciple from the affairs hall. It was Zhou Tong, and he deeply remembered this name. Lu Qinghe nodded. He still did not know Huanggai's purpose for coming. Huanggai asked, "May I ask how to address you, junior brother?" Lu Qinghe. Lu Junior brother, I see that the spiritual energy in this spiritual field is insufficient. The harvest this year may not be good. Lu Qinghe scratched his head saying, I would appreciate senior brother's guidance. This is my first time planting spiritual rice. What method did you use to irrigate this spiritual field? Lu Qinghe honestly replied, the spring water from the mountain. Huanggai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. It seems junior brother hasn't learned the little cloud rain technique. The spiritual rain collected this way is much better than spring water. Of course, there's another solution, which is to seek real spiritual water for irrigation. At that point, these spiritual rice plants might still have a chance for salvation. Although the spring water from the mountain is called spiritual spring water, it merely contains the more concentrated spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the Taishan sect, and is still far from true spiritual water. Lu Qinghe did not expect such a thing to exist. He asked, Excuse me, senior brother, where can I find this spiritual water? Huanggai smiled slightly and took out a green vial. I just happen to have a vial here. If junior brother needs it, I can give it all to you. Looking at the green vial in Huanggai's hand, Lu Qinghe was curious about whether the spiritual water was truly as miraculous as Huanggai claimed, but he knew that there is no free lunch in the world. Lu Qinghe inquired, Senior brother, you can't possibly give the spiritual water to junior brother for free, right? Huanggai nodded. That's right. This spiritual water is incredibly precious, and junior brother needs to pay 1 spirit stone for it. Upon hearing that it cost 1 spirit stone, Lu Qinghe gave up. He happened to have 1 spirit stone, but it was unnecessary to buy this spiritual water whose effects were still uncertain. Moreover, this spiritual field had already exhausted its spiritual energy. Even if the spiritual water were effective, it would only be a temporary relief requiring a massive amount of spirit stones to purchase. Lu Qinghe displayed a look of regret, saying, I really need this spiritual water, but I can't produce a spirit stone. Once I manage to obtain one, I will definitely come to buy from senior brother. Huanggai frowned. He hadn't expected Lu Qinghe to be unable to produce even a single spirit stone. However, seeing that Lu Qinghe didn't look like he was lying and seemed genuinely regretful, it appeared that this deal would not happen. He also relied on such methods to obtain spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources. Confirming that Lu Qinghe had no spirit stones, Huanggai did not linger. I have troubled junior brother. My spiritual field is located 5 kilometers away, or if you need anything you can find me there. Lu Qinghe assured. Once I have spirit stones, I will definitely seek out senior brother. Huanggai nodded and turned to leave, not knowing if he was off to find the owner of another spiritual field. Watching Huanggai leave, Lu Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. He was not someone sent by the affairs hall. However, Lu Qinghe decided to be more cautious in his cultivation from now on, as there were other spiritual fields nearby. Now Lu Qinghe just hoped there wouldn't be any other troubles before he submitted his spiritual rice. Once he reported the spiritual field, he would immediately distance himself from the affairs hall, as even if Zhou Tong had great abilities, it would be difficult for him to find Lu Qinghe among the thousands of miscellaneous disciples. Lu Qinghe had also considered leaving the Taishan sect to acquire cultivation resources from outside. However, to leave the sect, there were 2 methods. One was the tenure period, and every disciple entering the sect had 1 chance to return home every 10 years. The second was to become an outer disciple, allowing one to leave after reporting to the sect. At the same time, Lu Qinghe also harbored a thought deep in his heart to acquire a cultivation technique. A cultivator without a technique could not unleash their true strength. In the Taishan sect, miscellaneous disciples could obtain techniques either by exchanging merit points at the technique hall or by purchasing them with spirit stones. In the second month, Lu Qinghe changed his appearance and reappeared in the miscellaneous disciple exchange area. This time, he boldly took out 100 pounds of spiritual rice, as it would otherwise be very difficult to exchange for cultivation techniques. The 100 pounds of spiritual rice immediately caused a stir among the miscellaneous disciples. According to market prices, that was worth 10 spirit stones, a sum unimaginable for the miscellaneous disciples. Lu Qinghe wrote down the items he wished to exchange for 2 types of cultivable techniques. A second-layer Qi refinement cultivator stepped forward and greeted Lu Qinghe, saying, I have met senior brother. Without needing to display his strength, any cultivator who could take out 100 pounds of spiritual rice must be at least a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Lu Qinghe nodded and asked the second-layer cultivator, does junior brother have techniques to exchange for spiritual rice? The second-layer cultivator countered, what kind of attribute technique does senior brother need? Techniques also have attributes. Only cultivators with related spiritual roots can cultivate them. Lu Qinghe replied, any attribute technique of the 5 elements will do. He had 5 spiritual roots, so he could cultivate any 5 elements technique or attributeless technique. The words of Lu Qinghe made the second-layer cultivator's face brighten, and he hurriedly took out a jade slip. I happen to have a technique for the fireball spell. I wonder if I could exchange it for 50 pounds of spiritual rice. Lu Qinghe did not hesitate, certainly, but I need to check the authenticity of the technique first. The cultivator handed the jade slip to Lu Qinghe, saying, "Senior brother, please." Lu Qinghe scanned the jade slip with his divine sense and confirmed that it was indeed a beginner's technique for the fireball spell. He tucked away the jade slip and handed over 50 pounds of spiritual rice to the cultivator. The cultivator immediately expressed his gratitude to Lu Qinghe, clasping his hands and saying, "Thank you, senior brother." With the support of the spiritual rice and his 4 spiritual roots talent, he was confident he could reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement within 2 years and become a prominent figure among the miscellaneous disciples. Most importantly, reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refinement would allow him to take on tasks from outer disciples, thus giving him hope to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He picked up the spiritual rice, glanced warily at the surrounding crowd, and turned to disappear into the sea of people. Compared to spirit stones, techniques are easier to obtain, especially for 2nd layer Qi refinement cultivators who have been in the sect for over 10 years. Their merit points could at least allow them to obtain one technique. As one person disappeared, another cultivator stepped forward saying, "Senior brother, I have a technique of the earth attribute and would like to exchange it for 50 pounds of spiritual rice." Lu Qinghe extended his hand. "Let me see it." The cultivator respectfully handed the jade slip to Lu Qinghe, who glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed a genuine cultivation technique. He handed over the remaining 50 pounds of spiritual rice to the cultivator, saying, "We can trade." The cultivator was overjoyed, hurriedly expressing his thanks. "Thank you, senior brother." Having obtained the technique, Lu Qinghe did not linger and hurriedly left, taking several turns before returning to the small house by the spiritual field. Once back, Lu Qinghe eagerly began to ponder over the 2 techniques. Techniques are also divided into levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with Heaven being the strongest and Yellow the weakest, and moreover each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The fireball spell, a lower grade Yellow technique, is one of the most favored techniques among low-level cultivators. It is a ranged attack technique that avoids close combat with enemies while providing considerable offensive power. The other technique is also a lower-grade Yellow technique, the Earth Wall spell, which when cast generates a wall of earth to block enemy attacks, serving as a defensive technique. Lu Qinghe decided to first cultivate the fireball spell. He held the jade slip and began to contemplate the technique repeatedly. After a day, Lu Qinghe confirmed that he had mastered the method to cultivate the fireball spell. He began to operate his spiritual energy according to the release method of the fireball spell. Fireball spell. However, cultivating a technique is not that simple. Even the most basic techniques are not. On his first attempt at casting, Lu Qinghe failed. He did not lose heart, otherwise he would not have persisted for 8 months in drawing in Qi without giving up. Lu Qinghe adjusted repeatedly, correcting his mistakes, and after half a month of practice, he finally condensed a small fireball in the palm of his hand. Looking at the fireball in his palm, Lu Qinghe could no longer contain his joy. "Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I have finally mastered the technique. Only now do I consider myself a true cultivator." Before Lu Qinghe could finish his words, the small fireball extinguished. His spiritual energy could only support the casting of the fireball spell twice at most. Depleted of spiritual power, Lu Qinghe was utterly exhausted, yet he could not suppress the joy in his heart. Mastering the art was akin to that of a celestial being to mere mortals. He finally possessed a means that surpassed that of ordinary people. After consuming a 10-year-old blood ginseng, he began to meditate to restore his spiritual energy. After half a day, his previously exhausted spiritual energy was finally replenished. Lu Qinghe knew that in order to properly cast the fireball technique, he must open the Ren and Du meridians and reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. At that time, the spiritual energy would form a great circulation, not only doubling his spiritual power, but also greatly increasing its flow speed. Next, he needed to diligently cultivate to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. However, even with daily consumption of spiritual rice and 10-year-old blood ginseng every 3 days, Lu Qinghe was still quite far from the 3rd layer. Lu Qinghe's method of cultivation was undoubtedly extravagant, consuming 3 kilograms of spiritual rice a day, totaling 90 kilograms a month, worth 9 spirit stones. A 10-year-old blood ginseng was worth 2 spirit stones, and 10 such ginsengs in a month amounted to 20 spirit stones. Using 29 spirit stones worth of resources for cultivation in a month was something that a mere disciple would need years of hard work to accumulate. Such an extravagant cultivation method was unimaginable for outer disciples. In the following time, Lu Qinghe did not leave his small courtyard, continuously cultivating with unwavering diligence. During his spare time, he practiced the fireball technique and earth wall technique, and it took him half a month to successfully master the earth wall technique. As his cultivation improved, he could use his techniques 3 times a day. Beyond that, he would need to use spirit stones or consume blood ginseng to replenish his spiritual energy. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Qinghe had been at Taishan sect for nearly 2 years. He had grown from a frail 12-year-old child into a 14-year-old youth, and his daily consumption of spiritual rice had significantly changed his height and physique. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion, Qinghe had long since abandoned the method of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance his cultivation, as that approach was a complete waste of time for him. He was refining the immense medicinal power of the blood ginseng to increase his cultivation. Qinghe opened his eyes and said, just one step away from the third layer of qi refinement. In these past few days, I have tried several times to break through the Ren and Du meridians and reach the third layer of qi refinement, but I have failed each time. However, reaching the consummate state of the second layer of qi refinement in less than 2 years already allowed him to rival outer disciples, while many of the other novice disciples he trained with still hadn't even touched the threshold of the second layer. At this moment, Qinghe thought of Wang Shan. He wondered how Wang Shan had fared all this time and whether his cultivation had progressed. He wondered if Wang Shan would be astonished to see his current level of cultivation, and Qinghe decided to find an opportunity to seek him out. Qinghe rose and went to the spiritual field. The spiritual rice he had transplanted from the black soil realm had all withered, yielding nothing. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, it still made his heart sink. If another novice disciple faced such a loss, they would either die or suffer greatly. Qinghe was unaware of the responsibilities that would come from damaging the spiritual field. Taking a deep breath, he said, the year has come to an end. It's time to report to the affairs hall. I hope Zhou Tong isn't there. If allowed, I would hope to remain here in quiet cultivation until I reach the fourth layer of qi refinement and enter the outer sect. But Qinghe was well aware that such a thing was impossible, as the affairs hall conducted assessments of the contributions of novice disciples each year. Those who did not meet the standards would be expelled from Taishan's sect. For novice disciples, leaving the sect was akin to severing their chances of continuing cultivation. After all, without the sect, it would be extremely difficult to obtain cultivation resources and various techniques, not to mention that the spiritual energy of Taishan's sect was unparalleled compared to the outside world. Taishan's sect was built upon a vast spiritual vein. Here, those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots could still reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, or even the latest stage. Outside, not only were there numerous dangers, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce. Achieving the second layer of qi refinement was an exceedingly difficult task. This is why so many novice disciples willingly served Taishan's sect. What must come will come. He only hoped that the personnel at the affairs hall had changed. Qinghe took a deep breath and retrieved 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice from the black soil realm, as he could not possibly take more spiritual rice to the affairs hall. Looking at the 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice before him, Qinghe planned to find an opportunity to buy a storage bag for cover. Fortunately for a cultivator at the second layer of qi refinement, 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice was not too heavy. Qinghe infused spiritual power into his hands and feet, shouldering the 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice as he walked towards the affairs hall. Along the way, he saw many novice disciples who cast curious glances at Qinghe, though none caused any trouble. Everyone knew that he was a disciple who cultivated in the spiritual field, delivering a year's worth of spiritual rice to the affairs hall. They simply did not understand why a disciple capable of managing a spiritual field had no storage bag. Upon arriving at the affairs hall, many novice disciples were handing over their tasks. In front was Zhou Tong, who had not left, but was verifying each novice disciple's tasks and contributions. As Qinghe entered carrying 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice, he drew the attention of everyone in the affairs hall. Qinghe remained indifferent, waiting for the disciples ahead to complete their task handover. Soon it was Lu Qing's turn. He handed the spiritual rice to Zhou Tong and said, "Senior brother, this is my harvest for the year, 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice. Please check it." Zhou Tong noticed Lu Qing's unusual demeanor. He felt that Qinghe looked familiar, but could not recall where he had seen him before. He did not associate Qinghe with the novice disciple who had just succeeded in qi induction a year ago, as he knew better than anyone that even a spiritual field could not yield a single grain of spiritual rice. Moreover, Lu Qing's appearance had changed significantly over the year. Although he was only 14, he looked like he was 15 or 16. In Zhou Tong's mind, that novice disciple should have already given up hope. Once the handover deadline passed, he would investigate further. When that novice disciple failed to produce spiritual rice, the report of the spiritual field being ruined by the novice disciple would surely lead to dire consequences for him. The reason Zhou Tong was going to such lengths was largely due to the depletion of spiritual power in that spiritual field being closely tied to him. In order to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he had secretly used the sect's spiritual field to cultivate a top-grade spiritual herb, but he did not expect the field to be unable to bear it, leading to its direct depletion. Zhou Tong began to check weighing the harvest. He looked at Qinghe and said, 1,005 kilograms. Very good, junior brother. Your harvest this year is quite impressive. Hand me the token. Lu Qinghe presented his identity token to Zhou Tong, who glanced at Lu Qing's information and was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. You are Lu Qinghe, the one in charge of the 56th substandard spiritual field. Lu Qinghe respectfully replied, yes. Zhou Tong squinted, still uncertain. You are the outer disciple at the first layer of Qi refining who took a task from me a year ago. Lu Qinghe nodded in response. Yes, a year ago, senior brother gave me the opportunity to obtain such fortune, and here I thank you, junior brother. His words carried a hint of sincerity. Were it not for Zhou Tong, he would not have discovered the marvelous uses of the Black Earth space, leading to a significant boost in his strength. Zhou Tong curiously asked, how did you manage to grow 1,000 pounds of spirit rice? Lu Qinghe, not understanding Zhou Tong's meaning, scratched his head and replied, I just followed the instructions from the jade slip provided by senior brother, watering daily and preventing pests. Lu Qinghe briefly explained the watering and management of the spirit rice, making it seem like there was nothing unusual. This is how I planted it. I brought all the spirit rice with me. Senior brother, please see, I didn't dare to keep even a single grain, and I submitted everything to the sect. This was also the reason he had 5 extra pounds, making it hard for others to find fault. Zhou Tong did not believe Lu Qing's words. He stared intently at Lu Qinghe. Is it really that simple? Lu Qinghe replied, it really is. Does senior brother think there's a problem? Zhou Tong displayed a thoughtful expression. Perhaps his previous judgment was wrong, and the spiritual field had not been damaged, allowing spirit rice to continue being planted. Or perhaps the young man before him possessed some peculiar qualities. It was no wonder he thought so, even though Lu Qinghe did not display any spiritual power. However, the aura about him was definitely not that of a first-layer Qi refining disciple, but rather that of a second layer, which was completely impossible for an outer disciple with 5 spirit roots to achieve in just 1 year. Regardless of the situation, Zhou Tong planned to investigate further after the matter was settled. Zhou Tong calmly said, no, this is 100 merit points, it's just that there are no spirit stone rewards this year. Lu Qinghe had already anticipated this. The disciples who had just completed their handovers had also only received merit points with no spirit stones available. Although everyone suspected that Zhou Tong was pocketing the rewards, they did not dare to question him. As an outer disciple with the strength of the 6th layer of Qi refining, he was not someone they could offend. Moreover, managing the affairs hall meant that future tasks would rely on Zhou Tong. Offending him would bring retaliation, and they would not have a good ending. Lu Qinghe maintained a calm expression. He did not dare to offend Zhou Tong, but he had noted this down. He believed that with the Black Earth space, his cultivation speed would surpass that of Zhou Tong and similar outer disciples in the future. At that time, when his strength was sufficient, he would find an opportunity to reclaim everything along with interest. Lu Qinghe took back the token, cupped his hands, and said, thank you, senior brother. He turned and left the affairs hall, choosing not to return to the outer disciple dormitory, worried that Zhou Tong would come looking for him. He did not stop for a moment, and went to a secluded corner of the Taishian sect, finding an inconspicuous wild mountain to hide in. Lu Qinghe dug a small cave as a temporary residence, and after setting it up, he concealed the cave. Looking at his creation, he sighed, if only I could acquire a formation, it would be perfect. The 4 great arts of cultivation are alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, and talismans. Formation is one of the more powerful skills. With a formation, one can conceal the aura of heaven and earth, defend against enemy attacks, and there are various formations for killing, trapping, confusing, and gathering spiritual energy. Just like the Taishian sect, which is covered by a gigantic formation, making it appear to outsiders as merely a wild mountain. However, formations are expensive. Even a low-level formation requires hundreds of spirit stones. Next, I will strive to break through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. As for the outer disciple tasks, I will consider them later. It was impossible to go to the affairs hall to take tasks now, but he had a year to improve his strength before considering tasks. Lu Qinghe sat cross-legged on a mat and took out a blood ginseng, but this blood ginseng was not only more vibrant in color, but its size was also twice that of a 10-year-old one. This was a 50-year-old blood ginseng. In half a year, the blood ginseng planted in the Black Earth space had already reached 50 years. A 50-year-old blood ginseng had already undergone a qualitative transformation, making it a rare spiritual medicine in the cultivation world. Such a blood ginseng was definitely worth no less than 20 spirit stones. Lu Qinghe cleaned the blood ginseng and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a vast amount of medicinal power surged through Lu Qing's meridians. Lu Qinghe felt a sweetness in his chest. The immense medicinal power nearly shattered his meridians, prompting him to urgently circulate his techniques to absorb the spiritual energy brought by the blood ginseng. As he circulated his technique, he suppressed the overwhelming medicinal power. Fortunately, the medicinal power of the blood ginseng was relatively gentle, otherwise Lu Qing's meridians would have burst. As night fell, Zhou Tong, dressed in white, stood outside the spirit field looking at the spirit field before him, and he tossed a few grains of spirit rice seeds. Using the cloud and rain technique, he pointed his finger, and a dark cloud appeared, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a spiritual rain that poured down. After several hours of fussing, the seeds on the ground showed no signs of change, and Zhou Tong could confirm that the spiritual energy in the spiritual field had completely vanished. This spirit field had been utterly ruined, making it impossible to grow spirit rice. Zhou Tong squinted. That kid lied to me. But Zhou Tong was not angry about being deceived. Instead, he burst into laughter. What a tremendous fortune. As long as I capture that kid and uncover the secrets he holds, it won't just be the 7th layer of Qi refining. Even foundation establishment may be possible. He has 3 spirit roots and spent 30 years reaching the 6th layer of Qi refining. However, the leap from the 6th to the 7th layer is like an insurmountable chasm for him. He has remained at the peak of the 6th layer for 5 years. To break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, he had come to the affairs hall of the outer disciples to manage the tasks of the outer disciples, all for the purpose of planning his breakthrough. He not only spent a great deal to collaborate with a 3rd layer Qi refining outer disciple to plant a high-grade spiritual herb here, but also shamelessly pocketed the outer disciple's benefits, acquiring hundreds of spirit stones. Such behavior, if discovered, would definitely result in severe punishment from the sect. Currently, everything was going smoothly. The high-grade spiritual herb, along with hundreds of spirit stones, was enough for him to invite an alchemist to refine a Tianyuan pill to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. As long as he breaks through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, not only would his strength greatly increase, but he would also become an inner disciple with a noble status. Even if what he did were to be discovered by the sect, he would not face harsh punishment. However, despite preparing so much, he was not entirely confident in breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, and his time was running short. Now he saw an even quicker method to obtain the fortune from Qinghe. At that time, he would surely break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. He did not linger, summoning a flying sword and heading towards the outer disciple dormitory. He quickly found Qinghe's residence, but did not see Qinghe's figure. When he opened the restrictions of the small courtyard, he discovered it was already thick with dust. This indicated that Qinghe had left the affairs hall and had not returned here. Zhou Tong felt a surge of anger. What a cunning kid, but the more he acts like this, the more it shows that he possesses a great secret. As long as you are in the outer disciple dormitory, no matter where you hide, you cannot escape my grasp. Qinghe was unaware that his caution had allowed him to escape a calamity. At this moment, he was exerting all his strength to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. As the potency of the 50-year-old blood ginseng was nearly exhausted, Qinghe's run and Du meridians were finally opened. In an instant, a surge of spiritual power gathered in his dantian, causing Qinghe's dantian power to increase more than double, and he was able to operate the small Zhou Tian, generating an endless cycle. Finally reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Qinghe was not overly surprised. It was simply a matter he had anticipated. He had been confident that consuming the 50-year-old blood ginseng would propel him to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, but he had delayed for a few days until the time to submit his task. Qinghe did not stop his cultivation. He still had a significant amount of blood ginseng potency to refine. He continued to operate his technique to refine the medicinal power. After 8 days of cultivation, Qinghe ceased his training. Fireball technique. A ball of fire appeared in Qinghe's hand, which he threw towards the wall. With a loud bang, a hole the size of a wash basin was blasted into the cave's wall. Such damage would send an ordinary cultivator flying if they did not have time to activate their spiritual protection. Moreover, a single fireball technique consumed only 1/5 of his spiritual power, meaning he could continuously cast it 5 or 6 times. Earth wall technique. The ground rose up, forming an earthen wall in front of Qinghe. He dispersed his spiritual power, quite satisfied with his creation. With the fireball technique and earth wall technique, he could contend with an average cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Qinghe began to plan for the upcoming matters. He could not accept tasks from the affairs hall for the time being unless Zhou Tong left the affairs hall. However, failing to complete the sect's tasks by the end of the year would also be troublesome. Being expelled from the sect was one thing, but the most feared outcome was being crippled in his cultivation. At that point, Zhou Tong would not spare him either. Qinghe gritted his teeth. If worse comes to worst, I must reach the 4th level of Qi refinement within a year and become an outer sect disciple. As long as he became an outer sect disciple, he would be under the protection of the Taishan sect, making it nearly impossible for Zhou Tong to act against him. Yet this was a daunting task. To advance from the 3rd level to the 4th level of Qi refinement, he first needed to fill his dantian with spiritual power, transforming it into liquid. It would then no longer be called spiritual power, but rather magical power. Next, he planned to consume the 50-year-old blood ginseng for cultivation, as he could easily suppress the potency of the 50-year-old blood ginseng at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. However, after refining a single 50-year-old blood ginseng, his dantian was only filled to 1/20th. To perfect his third level of qi refinement, he needed to consume 20 of the 50-year-old blood ginseng. Refining one ginseng took 10 days, and he needed 5 days for recovery spanning half a month. Thus, for 20 ginsengs, he required 300 days to elevate from the initial to the perfected state of the third level of qi refinement. Calculating this way, he had less than 2 months to transform his spiritual power and then break through to the fourth level of qi refinement, which was nearly impossible. Moreover, this was under normal circumstances. As he consumed more blood ginseng, its effects on his cultivation diminished considerably. It was not that the 50-year-old blood ginseng was weak, but rather that Qinghe was using it wastefully. If refined into pills, the impact of a single ginseng could be multiplied several times. If he encountered a skilled alchemist, the pills made from 20 50-year-old blood ginseng would be sufficient to allow an untrained person to reach the later stages of qi refinement. However, for Qinghe, the efficacy of the 50-year-old blood ginseng would likely be negligible by the time he reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. After several days of quiet cultivation, Qinghe took out a 50-year-old blood ginseng and swallowed it, beginning to refine it. 10 days later, after fully refining the medicinal power, Qinghe observed that there was less than 1/10 of spiritual power in his dantian, and he sighed helplessly. Step-by-step cultivation, reaching the fourth level of qi refinement within a year, is impossible. If others knew of Qinghe's thoughts, they would surely scold him for his greed. His speed of cultivation had already far surpassed that of cultivators with 3 spirit roots. Cultivators with 3 spirit roots who reach the mid-stage of qi refinement within 5 years are considered geniuses. I have heard that a single gathering spirit pill can equal months of effort without requiring long-term refinement, and its effects are vastly superior to that of blood ginseng. In the work-study exchange area, Qinghe had seen such pills, but they were merely 100 herb pills, effective only for cultivators at the first or second level of qi refinement, and even less effective than 10-year-old blood ginseng. Thus, Qinghe had not previously sought ways to obtain them. However, gathering spirit pills were truly low-grade yellow pills, treasures for cultivators in the qi refinement stage to enhance their strength. Yet such pills would not appear among work-study disciples. Even if a fortunate work-study disciple obtained a few, they would hide them and quietly refine them to increase their cultivation. If only I could enter the outer sect disciples exchange area. Yet it was nearly impossible for work-study disciples to gain entry into the outer sect. Ultimately, Qinghe decided to take a chance in the work-study exchange area. He arrived there wearing a mask, not putting on any elaborate disguise, knowing that a cultivator at the third level of qi refinement would not attract unwanted attention. Qinghe took out 100 pounds of spirit rice and a jade box containing the 10-year-old blood ginseng, displaying a sign that read "Exchange for spirit stones, gathering spirit pills." This immediately attracted the attention of those passing by the work-study area, everyone stunned by the sight of the 100 pounds of spirit rice and the 10-year-old blood ginseng. Which senior brother is this to present 100 pounds of spirit rice, and that must be a 10-year-old ginseng? 100 pounds of spirit rice is worth 10 spirit stones, and a 10-year-old blood ginseng is worth 2 spirit stones. 100 pounds of spirit rice plus 1 ginseng is enough to elevate a second-level qi refinement cultivator to the third level. But which work-study disciple could produce so many spirit stones, let alone pills? I've never seen a gathering spirit pill before. Many were eager to act, but no one could produce spirit stones or gathering spirit pills. A second-level qi refinement cultivator asked, "Senior brother, may I exchange some of the spirit rice for other items?" Qinghe refused, saying, "Junior brother, I'm sorry, but I only need spirit stones and pills." The second-level cultivator looked disappointed, but seeing Qinghe's third-level presence, he dared not say more. This was the reality of the cultivation world. Power was paramount. After displaying his goods for a while, Qinghe felt disappointed. He collected the spirit rice and blood ginseng and headed towards the outer sect. After walking a few kilometers, Qinghe stopped in his tracks, his gaze shifting to a shadow not far away. He became alert, sensing with his spiritual awareness that someone had been following him since he left the exchange area. "Fellow Taoist, after following me for so long, you should show yourself now." Qinghe prepared a fireball technique in one hand and an earth wall technique in the other, ready to flee at the slightest indication of danger. As he was exposed, a figure stepped out from the shadows, looking at the wary Qinghe. Qianfu hurriedly explained, "This fellow Taoist, I mean no harm, so there's no need for such vigilance. In the sect, it's forbidden to engage in open conflict. If the enforcement team finds out, there will be severe punishment." However, Qinghe did not dare to let down his guard. This person also exuded the aura of a third-level qi refinement practitioner. Qinghe did not make a move and asked, "If that's the case, what does fellow Taoist intend to follow me for?" Qianfu waved his hand and said, "Please don't misunderstand, I am not tracking you. Rather, I have a tremendous opportunity to offer you." A tremendous opportunity. Qinghe was even more skeptical. In the sect, how could such good fortune fall upon him? If there truly was an opportunity, who wouldn't keep it hidden? Over the past 2 years, he had gained profound insight into the world of cultivation. Within the sect, one could easily fall into an irretrievable state, if not careful, not to mention the even larger world of cultivation. Qinghe declined, saying, "My luck is rather shallow, and I cannot bear the opportunity you offer. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Seeing Qinghe about to leave, Qian Fu grew anxious and hurriedly called out, "Fellow Taoist, wait. If I can help you sell your spiritual rice and blood ginseng, you could also buy a gathering spirit pill. Wouldn't you want to hear more?" Qian Fu's words made Qinghe, who was about to turn, pause. He asked in confusion, "You want to buy my spiritual rice and blood ginseng?" Qian Fu shook his head and said, "I can't afford it. Not just me, but among all the outer disciples, no one can produce so many spirit stones, let alone someone who can procure a gathering spirit pill. I believe you understand this as well." Qinghe agreed, acknowledging that it was exceedingly difficult for outer disciples to obtain spirit stones and pills. If it weren't for his black earth space, it would be hard for him to acquire even a single spirit stone. To produce more than 10 spirit stones aside from a few third-level Qi refinement disciples, no one else could manage. Qian Fu sighed. Outer disciples are merely nominal disciples of the sect. Unlike those outer disciples who receive spirit stones and pill benefits every month, we are like the sect's servants. To become a true disciple and gain better cultivation resources, we need to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement. I suspect you are also looking to break through to the 4th level, which is why you would sell your spiritual rice and blood ginseng to purchase a gathering spirit pill. Qinghe did not deny this and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's correct. I wonder if fellow Taoist has a way for me to sell my spiritual rice and blood ginseng." Qinghe was not interested in Qian Fu's grandiose lamentations. He was more concerned about how to sell his resources. Qian Fu revealed 2 words, immortal workshop. Qinghe frowned, displeased. "Are you joking with me? We outer disciples cannot even trade at the immortal workshop, let alone leave the sect." Qinghe knew of the immortal workshop, a marketplace where various cultivators gathered, located 100 miles outside the Taishan sect. He had heard other outer disciples mention it. But for Qinghe, it was entirely impossible. If he could leave the Taishan sect to go to the immortal workshop, how could he set up a stall in the outer disciple trading area? Qian Fu chuckled. "Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible, but my cousin is an outer disciple responsible for the sect's procurement, and it would be no problem for him to bring a few outer disciples to assist. I think he would be perfect for this task." This made Qinghe's eyes light up. If he could really go to the immortal workshop and sell the spiritual rice and blood ginseng from his black earth space, he could not even imagine how many spirit stones he could acquire. However, he dared not confirm the truth of the man's words. "How can I trust you?" Qian Fu was not angered by Qinghe's disbelief. This was quite normal in the world of cultivation. "You understand there is no free lunch in the world. You need to pay 5 spirit stones, and my cousin will naturally ensure your safety." Qinghe realized they were making spirit stones this way. Qinghe asked in confusion, "Outer disciples have sect benefits, so why do such things?" Qian Fu looked at Qinghe with an unexpected expression. He did not understand how a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator planning to break through to the 4th level could be so ignorant of the outer disciples. "It seems you know nothing about the outer disciples. Although they receive monthly allowances, the stronger one's abilities, the more resources are needed for cultivation. Relying solely on sect benefits, it is nearly impossible to reach the later stages of Qi refinement, let alone fulfill every cultivator's dream of successfully establishing a foundation. This requires an immense amount of resources. Thus, every cultivator is trying every means to acquire cultivation resources, and besides, no one would complain about having too many spirit stones. Moreover, rest assured, when the time comes, my cousin will issue a vow against inner demons, ensuring everyone's safety." Qinghe pondered. He did not know whether Qian Fu's words were true, but if they were, it could completely resolve his current predicament. Qinghe asked uneasily, "Why did you choose me?" Qian Fu smiled slightly. "Not everyone has such an opportunity." Qinghe understood that the qualification to gain an opportunity was simply the ability to pay 5 spirit stones. He did not agree immediately, saying, "Let me think about it." Qian Fu nodded in understanding and recognized a token. "In half a month, my cousin will have an opportunity to go to the immortal workshop for procurement. If you decide, you can bring the token to find me at my residence. I spend most of my time in the outer disciple trading area." His task was to find outer disciples who had the ability to pay spirit stones and wanted to seek breakthrough opportunities at the immortal workshop. "Farewell." After saying this, Qian Fu turned and left, leaving Qinghe in a daze. Qinghe looked at the token in his hand, which had the character for Qian on it. Qinghe circled a few times before returning to his concealed cave dwelling. He began to continue his cultivation. Half a month passed in a flash, during which he went out twice to verify whether Qian Fu's words were true. In the end, he believed Qian Fu's words and decided to take a gamble. Lu Qinghe dressed himself up and found Qian Fu in the outer disciple trading area. Seeing the token in Lu Qinghe's hand, Qian Fu was not surprised, saying, "I knew you would make such a choice." Lu Qinghe said to Qian Fu, "I don't have that many spirit stones. I only have spiritual rice." This type of situation was common for Qian Fu. Among the outer disciples, spirit stones were scarce, and those who could produce them often had various spiritual items and ores. He told Lu Qinghe, "The market price for spiritual rice is 10 jin for 1 spirit stone, but there will be some handling fees when we resell it. If you are willing to offer 60 jin of spiritual rice, it can be counted as 5 spirit stones." Lu Qinghe hesitated for a moment, but still handed over 60 jin of spiritual rice to Qian Fu. Qian Fu accepted the spiritual rice and said to Lu Qinghe, "Follow me." Lu Qinghe followed Qian Fu out of the outer disciple trading area and walked towards the outer gate, where more than a dozen people were already waiting. Standing out among the crowd was a young man who, upon seeing Qian Fu, nodded slightly and said, "I have been waiting for you all." Qian Fu introduced to Lu Qinghe, "This is my cousin Qinghe." Lu Qinghe greeted, "Senior brother Qian." Now Lu Qinghe understood why Qinghe, an outer disciple, would engage in such business. The 10 servant disciples could earn 50 low-grade spirit stones at once, which was undoubtedly an extraordinarily generous reward for outer disciples. Qinghe's attitude was quite humble. "You flatter me, junior brother. Since everyone is here, please board the flying boat." Qinghe took out the flying boat from his storage bag. The palm-sized flying boat expanded with the wind, quickly growing into a vessel capable of accommodating several people. Lu Qinghe had seen such a flying boat before, 2 years ago by Tianyu, and others used a flying boat to bring them back from Stone Village when recruiting disciples. Everyone swiftly boarded the vessel, and once everyone was settled, Qinghe commanded, "Rise." The flying boat soared away from the sect. As they passed by the guarding disciples, Qinghe presented his token, saying, "Two senior brothers, I need to go to Xianfang for purchases, please open the gate." The 2 guarding disciples verified Qinghe's token and allowed them to leave. Once they flew out of the sect, all the servant disciples displayed joyful expressions, hoping to acquire what they desired at Xianfang and then break through in their cultivation. Lu Qinghe glanced at the others. Although the other 9 servant disciples did not reveal their strength, he knew they all had the power of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, they were definitely not far from the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Among them were youths, middle-aged individuals, and elderly men in their 60s. Some had good aptitude and luck, reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refinement in just a few years, while others lacking both luck and aptitude remained at the 3rd layer, even in their 60s. A portion, like Lu Qinghe, had disguised themselves, while a few were indifferent, showing their true appearances to everyone. Familiar faces chatted quietly among themselves. Qinghe did not intervene or inquire about this situation. Just as Qian Fu had said, all he needed to do was take them to Xianfang and safely bring them back. After all, this was a long-term business. Once the reputation was damaged, it would not be easy to earn the spirit stones of these servant disciples again. 2 hours later, the flying boat broke through a layer of mist, revealing the appearance of an immortal city beneath the clouds. Qinghe landed and presented his identity as a member of the Taishan sect to the guards at Xianfang, who immediately let them through without charging an entrance fee. "So it's a friend from the Taishan sect, please enter." As one of the 3 major immortal sects of the Zhao Kingdom, Taishan sect was renowned wherever it went, and Xianfang would not dare offend them lightly. Entering Xianfang, Qinghe instructed everyone, "We will stay here for 3 hours. I won't interfere with what you do during this time. But remember, you must gather here within 3 hours and do not violate the order of Xianfang. There are not only law enforcement teams here, but also foundation establishment experts. If something goes wrong, I won't be able to bear the consequences. I hope you will take care of yourselves." The 10 people respectfully replied, "Senior brother, rest assured we understand." Qinghe waved his hand, "Go do your own things." "Yes." The 10 individuals immediately dispersed in different directions, and Lu Qinghe vanished into the bustling crowd. When Lu Qinghe reappeared, he had changed into a different outfit. He entered a spirit rice shop, and the shop owner brightened at the sight of business. "Friend, what can I help you with?" With only 3 hours, Lu Qinghe couldn't afford to waste time. He asked the shop owner, "Do you buy spirit rice here?" The owner nodded. "We buy spirit rice, but the price depends on the quality of your spirit rice." Lu Qinghe directly took out 1,000 pounds of spirit rice. The shop owner was momentarily stunned. So much. Without needing to weigh it, he could almost tell the weight of the spirit rice. Lu Qinghe had already prepared his explanation. "My family has 3 acres of spirit fields, and the harvest this year was good, so I plan to sell some to buy cultivation resources." This explanation was quite reasonable, avoiding prying eyes. Even if someone had ulterior motives, they would not dare to act in Xianfang. The owner's face lit up with enthusiasm. "I didn't expect you to come from a family of planters." Families with spirit fields were the main partners of their spirit rice shop, and having 3 acres of spirit fields was considered quite affluent among small cultivating families. The owner opened the bag to inspect the rice, occasionally expressing surprise. I didn't expect the quality of your spirit rice to be so high. I have never seen such quality spirit rice before. This spirit rice must have been grown in a true spirit field. Spirit fields are classified into inferior, low, medium, and superior categories. The higher the grade, the denser the spiritual energy, allowing for the cultivation of higher-level spiritual items. Spirit rice is only a primary spiritual item, and it can be cultivated in inferior spirit fields, though very few people use true spirit fields to grow spirit rice. Although the quality had improved, spirit rice was still worth much less than spiritual herbs. Qinghe smiled without saying a word and asked, "What is the value of such spirit rice?" The owner pondered for a moment. "Generally, we buy spirit rice at 12 pounds per spirit stone, but your spirit rice is remarkably high in quality, so I will offer a market price of 10 pounds per spirit stone. How does that sound?" This was already beyond Qinghe's expectations. He initially thought that being offered 12 pounds per spirit stone, like Qinghe, would be good enough. Deal. 1,000 pounds meant 100 spirit stones, and Qinghe readily agreed. Friend, hey race, exactly 1,000 pounds. This is 100 spirit stones. If you have more spirit rice of this quality in the future, please consider my shop. All right. Qinghe took the spirit stones, bid farewell, and turned to leave, leaving the spirit rice shop owner in deep thought. He wondered which cultivating family with spirit fields nearby could sell such a large quantity of spirit rice with such high quality. Qinghe changed outfits several times and visited a few more spirit rice shops to sell his rice. Although spirit rice was just the lowest grade of spiritual items, it was essential spiritual food for low-level cultivators and a necessity in Xianfang. Prices were generally around 10 pounds per spirit stone. Qinghe did not dare to sell too much, selling a total of 11,000 pounds and obtaining a full 1,000 spirit stones. Although Qingyun Xianfang was vast with scattered cultivators and various family cultivators exceeding hundreds of thousands, if all the spirit rice were sold openly, it could attract the attention of the higher-ups in Xianfang, bringing him trouble. Qinghe was unaware that the sudden appearance of over 10,000 pounds of high-quality spirit rice in Qingyun Xianfang had caused quite a stir, leading some to investigate. Qinghe's caution once again helped him avoid many troubles. At this moment, Qinghe appeared before a luxurious establishment, the Spirit Herb Pavilion, which is considered one of the larger factions within the immortal market. After all, pills are coveted cultivation resources for every cultivator, and acquiring pills was one of Qinghe's objectives on this trip. He stepped into the Spirit Herb Pavilion. As Qinghe entered the Spirit Herb Pavilion, a maid approached him and inquired, "Friend, what pills do you wish to purchase?" Qinghe first asked, "Do you accept spirit herbs for sale?" The maid was taken aback, not expecting Qinghe to be there to sell spirit herbs. The maid nodded. "We accept spirit herbs of good quality. What spirit herbs do you wish to sell?" Qinghe produced 2 jade boxes, each containing a 50-year-old blood ginseng. Seeing the blood ginseng, the maid's eyes lit up. This is indeed a 50-year-old blood ginseng, sufficient for refining mid-grade and high-grade pills. Qinghe asked, "How many spirit stones can the Spirit Herb Pavilion offer for the purchase?" The maid pondered for a moment. Coincidentally, the Spirit Herb Pavilion is looking to refine a batch of Huanglong pills, which require blood ginseng. For this 50-year-old blood ginseng, we can offer 30 spirit stones for each. Qinghe was taken aback. He had initially thought that the 50-year-old blood ginseng would be worth only 20 spirit stones, but he did not expect such a high price of 30 spirit stones. Seeing that Qinghe did not respond, the maid added, "Friend, this is the highest price the Spirit Herb Pavilion can offer, and it is definitely the highest price in the Qingyun immortal market. In other places, you might only be able to sell it for 25 spirit stones." Deal. Qinghe sold the 2 blood ginsengs to the Spirit Herb Pavilion for a total of 60 spirit stones, but he did not take the spirit stones. Instead, he asked the maid, "How much is a bottle of gathering spirit pills?" The maid replied with a smile, 10 spirit stones per bottle. This price was slightly higher than outside, but the quality of the pills at the Spirit Herb Pavilion was better than those from other places. "Please exchange all of it for gathering spirit pills." Of course. The maid walked to the counter and handed Qinghe 6 bottles of gathering spirit pills. As Qinghe opened the pill bottles, a fragrant aroma wafted out, confirming the pills were genuine. "Thank you." The maid flashed a charming smile. "If in the future you have more blood ginseng of this vintage or wish to buy spirit pills, I hope you will come to the Spirit Herb Pavilion. We will surely satisfy your needs." "Certainly, farewell." Qinghe hurriedly departed with the pills. As Qinghe left, the maid put away the jade boxes of blood ginseng, hoping it would increase the success rate of the pavilion's alchemy. Qinghe did not continue selling and walked into several shops to purchase the items he needed. He first spent 100 spirit stones to buy 10 bottles of gathering spirit pills, adding to the previous 6, making a total of 16 bottles, enough for him to cultivate for a while. It was even possible for him to directly reach the 4th level of Qi refinement. Next, he went to the talisman shop, where he purchased 2 high-level talismans, 1 ice talisman that could freeze later-stage Qi refinement cultivators, costing him 80 spirit stones. He also bought a more terrifying thunder talisman capable of obliterating later-stage Qi refinement cultivators, but its price was significantly higher than comparable high-level talismans, costing him 120 spirit stones. Next, he purchased 5 mid-level fireball talismans, each costing 30 spirit stones, totaling 150 spirit stones. Qinghe then entered the refining pavilion, spending 200 spirit stones and 280 spirit stones to buy a mid-level magic sword and a mid-grade defensive inner armor. Especially the mid-grade defensive inner armor. Although it was only a mid-grade defensive artifact, it could easily withstand several attacks from later-stage Qi refinement cultivators. His thousands of spirit stones were almost depleted, leaving only 70 spirit stones for emergencies. Qinghe felt no regret for spending so many spirit stones. These items were for his survival and could save his life at a critical moment. With his low strength and only the basic fireball and earth wall techniques, he had no ability to defend against strong enemies. This was the fastest way to enhance his strength. With these items, Qinghe was confident he could escape from late-stage Qi refinement cultivators and could catch mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators off guard. The sudden increase in strength eased Liu Qing's anxious heart. He had been worried about when Zhou Tong would make a move against him this past year. Now it was uncertain who would prevail. Qinghe felt he had gained too much this time. 60 pounds of spirit rice felt like a tremendous bargain. Qinghe found a safe place to wear the mid-grade inner armor underneath. As long as he did not use it, no one would be able to discover it. Without refining it, he could not fully unleash the true power of the mid-grade inner armor. He was simply keeping it for emergencies, planning to refine it once he returned to the Qinghe sect. He tossed all other items into the black soil space. Qinghe changed back into his previous outfit and went to the treasure refining pavilion to haggle, ultimately purchasing a basic storage bag for 18 spirit stones. Previously, when he took items out from the black soil space, although it was discreet and made it seem like he was taking them from the storage bag, there were still some keen-eyed individuals who could see through it. Now with the storage bag, that trouble could be eliminated. Only then did Qinghe return to the designated place as instructed by Qinghe, where 2 individuals had already arrived early to wait. Upon seeing Qinghe, the 2 nodded in greeting. Although they did not know each other, they were all disciples of the Qinghe sect. One person asked, "It seems you have had a bountiful harvest, my friend." Qinghe was in a good mood and nodded, saying, "I've already found what I was looking for." This made the 2 look at him enviously in their eyes. Finding what one wanted meant they had a good chance to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. With thousands of disciples in the Qinghe sect, the miscellaneous disciples accounted for more than half, with over 100 cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, all sharing a single goal: to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement and become outer disciples. It seems you are one step closer to becoming an outer disciple, my friend. I hope you will take us under your wing then. Qinghe dared not agree. They were merely acquaintances and exchanged polite words. Becoming an outer disciple is too far for me. I only hope to reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement in my lifetime, and that would be a fortune. He then asked, "I wonder if you too have found the opportunities you seek." One replied, "I am in a similar situation to you. I plan to enter seclusion when I return to see if I can break through." He had spent all his spirit stones to buy a bottle of gathering spirit pills, intending to prepare for a breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refinement. The other person could only wear a bitter smile. "I haven't had the good fortune of you too. I am too old, and only the Huanglong pill can offer me a slim chance of breakthrough. But the Huanglong pill is too expensive and am short of a few spirit stones. This time I can only return empty-handed." He was already over 60 years old. Wanting to break through gathering spirit pills no longer worked for him. He needed the more advanced Huanglong pill, which is a mid-grade pill. A bottle of Huanglong pill costs over 100 spirit stones, and each costs 20 spirit stones. He could not muster that many spirit stones and returned disappointed, being the earliest to come back. Qinghe and the others showed a sympathetic expression. Having failed to purchase the pills this time, it would take them several years to accumulate enough spirit stones to return to Qingyun Xianfang. The person earlier said, "Dao brother, just keep accumulating. One day you will surely be able to buy the Huanglong pill." He cupped his hands and added, "Thank you for your kind words, Dao brother. I also hope that day will come." Deep down, he had already lost hope for the Huanglong pill. Combined with the cost of travel, he would need to accumulate at least 10 spirit stones, which would take him several years. By then, even the Huanglong pill might not allow him to break through. He would likely turn to dust after 100 years' life extinguished. Another Dao brother has returned. 3 pairs of eyes turned to look as another person approached them. Upon seeing the 3, he cupped his hands and said, "I didn't expect to return earlier than Li." After greeting, he found a quiet spot to wait. As time passed, people began to return one after another. Some had joyful expressions indicating they had obtained what they desired, and after returning they might make further progress. Others looked dejected, having wasted 5 spirit stones. When the time arrived, Qinghe finally appeared, observing the emotions of the crowd. He addressed everyone, saying, "To my fellow disciples who obtained opportunities, I congratulate you. It won't be long before we meet again outside the sect. And for those who did not find opportunities, do not lose heart. I will come to Qinghe and Xianfang once every 6 months. If anyone needs anything, just contact Haifu." Everyone expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Only then did Qinghe lead everyone away from Qinghe and Xianfang, heading back to Taishan sect. After traveling several dozen kilometers, the previously calm spiritual energy began to show signs of instability. Several white clouds began to approach the position of the flying boat. Everyone noticed the anomaly and became alert. Trouble was looming. The cultivator, surnamed Li, reminded Qinghe, who was sitting at the bow of the boat, eyes closed in meditation. "Senior brother Qin, are we being targeted by robbers?" Robbers are among the most detested types of cultivators in the cultivation world, killing and stealing, committing all sorts of evils, relying on plundering and slaughtering other cultivators to enhance their own strength. This is also one of the most dangerous situations when going out. Once targeted by robbers, a careless mistake could result in losing one's storage bag and facing dire consequences. Qinghe, sitting at the bow, opened his eyes without any change in expression. Upon hearing the words of the cultivator, surnamed Li, he finally reacted. He reassured the worried crowd, saying, "Rest assured, my fellow disciples, since I promised to protect your safety, I will never go back on my word." After speaking, Qinghe gazed into the distance. He had encountered such situations countless times. "Everyone, Taishan sect is on a mission. If you have no business, please take a detour." His voice, imbued with spiritual power, resonated like rolling thunder, spreading in all directions. The white clouds trembled slightly before drifting away into the distance. Seeing these figures retreat, Qinghe returned to his seat at the bow and steered the flying boat onward. Once the boat disappeared, those white clouds reappeared. A fierce-looking cultivator emerged from one of the white clouds, glaring fiercely at the direction the flying boat had departed. How domineering! What is so impressive about Taishan sect? Such arrogance will eventually lead to their downfall. Another white cloud floated by, from which a mocking voice came. "Whether Taishan sect will be destroyed, I do not know, but if you Li Dada don't watch your step and offend Taishan sect, you will undoubtedly face annihilation. In the presence of the 3 sects, you are no more than an ant." Li Dada angrily glared at the white clouds above. Drawing a long knife, he shouted, "Blood Wu Dao, do you want to test if my blade is still sharp?" A voice floated from within the white clouds. "Li Dada, we are both at the 6th level of Qi refining. You cannot defeat me. If you have the ability, chase after and eliminate the disciples of Taishan sect. Who knows, the benefits might allow you to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining. Then I can bow to you and pledge my allegiance." Li Dada glared fiercely at the white cloud and turned to leave without looking back. He was not foolish enough to think he could match the Taishan sect cultivators on the flying boat. The techniques and treasures mastered by disciples of the sect were not comparable to those of loose cultivators. With the same level of strength, loose cultivators stood no chance against sect disciples. Even if he dared to make a move and kill a Taishan sect cultivator, within moments he would be surrounded and killed by others from the sect. From the white clouds behind him came the crazed mockery, "So Li Dada, you are also a coward." As soon as he finished speaking, a long knife slashed down from the void, and the two engaged in a frenzied battle of spells. Witnessing this, the distant white clouds hurriedly retreated from the scene. The reputation of Taishan sect was effective within 100 miles. No one dared to target them, at least not openly. In this way, Qinghe safely brought everyone back to Taishan sect without incident. Before parting, Qinghe addressed everyone. "Fellow disciples, in 6 months, if anyone wishes to go to Qinghe and Xianfang, prepare 5 spirit stones by then." Everyone cupped their hands, saying, "We will definitely seek out senior brother then." Afterward, Qinghe walked towards the outer sect. Seeing Qinghe disappear, everyone showed envious expressions. Becoming an outer sect disciple was their long-cherished goal. They believed that one day they would be able to enter the outer sect, especially those who had purchased pills for them. That day would not be far off. Including Lu Qinghe, his ambition was also to enter the outer sect as soon as possible. Only by joining the outer sect could he attain the 4th level of Qi refining and subsequently the cultivation methods. Otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate at the 4th level of Qi refining. Moreover, becoming an outer sect disciple would mean he wouldn't have to worry too much about being persecuted and oppressed, and he would have the opportunity to enter and exit Taishan sect to exchange for cultivation resources. Everyone exchanged handshakes and bid farewell, returning to the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard. Lu Qinghe also returned to the courtyard, entering his own room. Having been away for over a year, the entire courtyard was covered in a thick layer of dust. However, Lu Qinghe noticed unfamiliar footprints in the dust on the ground. After a moment's thought, he realized that it must have been Zhou Tong who came looking for him. Only Zhou Tong could ignore the restrictions of the courtyard and enter. Lu Qinghe did not clean the courtyard, but instead walked into the cave abode. In a flash, he disappeared from the ground, entering the black soil space. Not long after, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Zhou Tong swept his divine sense around, and surprisingly found no trace of Lu Qinghe. Zhou Tong cursed, "What a sly kid, he must have discovered something," and left in a hurry. He placed a restriction on Lu Qinghe's courtyard, ensuring that he would know the moment it was opened. He did not expect to come up empty-handed. He couldn't understand how someone as young as Lu Qinghe could possess such cunning thoughts. "Today I will see where you can escape to." He believed that Lu Qinghe would not get far and hurriedly left the courtyard to pursue him nearby. Lu Qinghe was unaware that Zhou Tong had gone to great lengths to tamper with the restrictions in the small courtyard. He was seated in the black earth space with two magical artifacts placed before him: a small white sword, the Spirit Wind sword, a mid-grade magical sword forged from a type of spiritual bamboo, inscribed with the Spirit Wind restriction. It could strike with the speed of lightning, easily severing a person's head within 100 meters. The second item was a defensive soft armor made from the shell of a spiritual tortoise from the deep sea, serving as a mid-grade defensive magical artifact impervious to water and fire, capable of withstanding attacks from late Foundation establishment practitioners. Now Lu Qinghe's task was to refine the two magical artifacts to fully unleash their power, enabling him to wield them effortlessly in battle. Lu Qinghe picked up the Spirit Wind sword and infused it with his spiritual imprint, slowly beginning the refinement process with his spiritual energy. It took him a whole month to fully refine the Spirit Wind sword and the tortoise shell. Lu Qinghe manipulated the Spirit Wind sword as it danced in the air. He was now able to wield it for attacks. He withdrew the Spirit Wind sword, a self-satisfied smile appearing on his face. For outer sect disciples, mid-grade magical artifacts were treasures that were hard to come by, and most could only use low-grade magical artifacts. High-grade magical artifacts were virtually impossible for mid-Foundation establishment practitioners to possess, and even late Foundation establishment practitioners found it difficult to obtain them. A mid-grade magical artifact was valued between 180 to 350 spirit stones, while high-grade artifacts were worth several times more. Even the worst high-grade artifact required 800 spirit stones, with better ones exceeding 1,000. Now Lu Qinghe possessed two mid-grade magical artifacts. The mid-grade defensive artifact could withstand attacks from mid-Foundation establishment practitioners, while the Spirit Wind sword could shatter the spiritual energy barrier of mid-Foundation establishment practitioners. Lu Qinghe was confident that his strength was now on par with mid-Foundation establishment practitioners. This was the power of magical artifacts. Every practitioner hoped to possess a powerful artifact. However, magical artifacts were not omnipotent. They had their flaws. For instance, at the third level of Foundation establishment, Lu Qinghe could not fly with objects. Moreover, the spiritual energy of a third-level Foundation establishment practitioner was too weak. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, the magical artifact would lose its effectiveness, leaving him vulnerable. After 2 days of adjustment, Lu Qinghe took out a bottle of pills, the Gathering Spirit pills. He intended to test the effects of the Gathering Spirit pills. Compared to the Awakening Spirit pills he had taken before, the fragrance of these pills was several times stronger. While the Awakening Spirit pills and the Herbal pills were merely the lowest grade pills, the Gathering Spirit pills were true low-grade pills. Lu Qinghe swallowed a Gathering Spirit pill in one gulp. He began to operate his technique to refine the spiritual energy of the Gathering Spirit pill for cultivation. 2 hours later, Lu Qinghe had fully refined a Gathering Spirit pill. While his cultivation had increased significantly, it was not as much as he had expected. Lu Qinghe calculated that the effect of a Gathering Spirit pill was equivalent to 1/5 of consuming a 50-year-old blood ginseng. To achieve the effect of a 50-year-old blood ginseng, he would need to refine 5 Gathering Spirit pills, or 1 bottle of them. However, it could not be said that Gathering Spirit pills were useless. For Lu Qinghe, their usefulness far exceeded that of blood ginseng. The medicinal power of Gathering Spirit pills was more suitable for cultivation than blood ginseng. He could endure the refinement of 1 Gathering Spirit pill a day, allowing him to refine an entire bottle in 5 days. In comparison, it would take half a month to refine blood ginseng, so the time required was reduced to 1/3. This meant that if he had a continuous supply of Gathering Spirit pills, his time to reach the 4th level of Foundation establishment would be halved. Moreover, in terms of value, a 50-year-old blood ginseng was worth 25 spirit stones, while a bottle of Gathering Spirit pills cost only 10 spirit stones. From any perspective, using Gathering Spirit pills for cultivation was more cost-effective and efficient. Lu Qinghe decided to use Gathering Spirit pills for his cultivation in the future, confident that he could reach the peak of the 3rd level of Foundation establishment within 4 months. Lu Qinghe focused his gaze on the black earth space where dozens of blood ginseng plants flourished. The oldest ones were about to reach 100 years of medicinal spirit. At that time, their value would be several levels higher than that of 50-year-old blood ginseng. 10-year-old blood ginseng could be considered low-grade spiritual herbs, 50-year-old ones were mid-grade, while 100-year-old blood ginseng would be high-grade spiritual herbs, extremely precious. Once it reached 300 years, it would be a mysterious grade spiritual herb coveted even by foundation establishment masters. Lu Qinghe decided that not only would he cultivate, but he would also make good use of the black earth space, not just for planting spiritual rice and blood ginseng. He also intended to plant other spiritual herbs, preferably those of even higher grade. Additionally, Lu Qinghe had an unformed idea in his mind, but he could not implement it at the moment. Lu Qinghe released his spiritual sense to check for abnormalities. Seeing none, he returned from the black earth space to the small courtyard. He quickly looked down at the ground and saw new footprints appearing once again. Lu Qinghe's expression darkened. He cursed himself for being careless. He vowed never to recklessly enter the black earth space again, as being discovered would lead to trouble. This time, Lu Qinghe did not flee the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard. Instead, he waited for Zhou Tong to come. Now he had no fear of Zhou Tong. As long as Zhou Tong dared to make a move, he would not hold back. He would settle both old and new scores together. Lu Qinghe began to clean the small courtyard, making it spotless. He stepped out of the small courtyard and called loudly to the neighboring courtyard, "Wang Shan, are you there?" He called several times, but there was no response from the courtyard. This made Lu Qinghe somewhat worried, unsure if Wang Shan had gone to complete a miscellaneous task and had not returned, or if something unexpected had happened. 2 years ago, Wang Shan had told Lu Qinghe that he was going to the refining peak for a miscellaneous task. He decided to wait a while to see if Wang Shan would come back. If not, he would inquire about Wang Shan's whereabouts. Lu Qinghe returned to his small courtyard, but did not wait for Zhou Tong's arrival. Instead, he received news that Zhou Tong from the affairs hall had been taken away by the enforcement team for some unknown reason and had lost his position managing the affairs hall. He did not know where the enforcement team had taken him. This was not something the miscellaneous disciples could know. Lu Qinghe couldn't help but laugh. He had originally wondered why Zhou Tong had not shown up after his appearance. He did not expect Zhou Tong to have been taken away by the enforcement team. It was unclear whether it was due to the crime of damaging the spiritual fields or for embezzling the spirit stones of the miscellaneous disciples. However, this alleviated a lot of trouble for Lu Qinghe, although he was no longer afraid of Zhou Tong and had the ability to kill him. But taking action within the sect to kill an outer disciple would lead to severe consequences. If discovered, he would undoubtedly be directly punished. Now that the sect had sent another disciple to manage the affairs hall, Lu Qinghe could take on miscellaneous tasks again, but he did not plan to seek trouble, as it might lead to unforeseen complications. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope. After considering that the trouble with Zhou Tong had temporarily subsided, he could now focus on cultivating with gathering spirit pills. Lu Qinghe took out a pill and swallowed it, beginning the refinement process. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. With the daily consumption of a spirit-gathering pill, Lu Qinghe's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. With the assistance of the pills, his training progressed half a year faster than anticipated. This made Lu Qinghe reflect that in the world of cultivation, talent is not the only path to success. Resources are equally important. He was unaware that had he given his 16 bottles of spirit-gathering pills to a disciple with better spiritual roots, they could have achieved more than just the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. They could have already broken through to the 4th layer, or even potentially the 5th layer. It could be said that the resources Lu Qinghe had used from the start of his Qi refinement journey were enough for a disciple with 3 spiritual roots to advance from the 1st layer to the late stages of Qi refinement. The 16 bottles of pills were exhausted half a month ago, and he had begun to attempt to condense spiritual power into liquid to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. However, no matter how hard Lu Qinghe tried, he failed. The 4th layer of Qi refinement blocked his path like a vast chasm. Lu Qinghe was not surprised. In the servant dormitory, at least 100 servant disciples were trapped at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, unable to find an opportunity to break through. Lu Qinghe thought of 2 methods. One was the Huanglong pill, a mid-grade pill that he had previously mentioned to someone at the Qinghe Immortal Workshop, which only required 1 bottle to break through his current realm. The other method was to rely on the medicinal power of blood ginseng to break through. Currently, the blood ginseng in the black soil space had already reached a portion that was 100 years old, and its medicinal efficacy was several times greater than that of a 50-year-old ginseng. However, Lu Qinghe also had his reservations. He had been in the cultivation world for nearly 3 years and was no longer the naive beginner who knew nothing. The function of blood ginseng was not to refine and enhance one's cultivation. Doing so would be a waste, and as his strength increased, the benefits of blood ginseng had become less significant. 1 piece of blood ginseng, if refined directly, might only yield 1/10 of its potential, and its effectiveness paled in comparison to more targeted pills. Lu Qinghe planned to take some time to hone his skills. After all, his strength had been built entirely on pills, which had significant side effects and lacked solid foundation. What worried Lu Qinghe was that Wang Shan had not returned. He inquired and found out that Wang Shan had not come back since he left. He did not know where he had been taken. Lu Qinghe decided to investigate Wang Shan's whereabouts once he entered the outer sect. Another matter was that servant disciples were required to complete 100 points of meritorious deeds every year for the sect. With only half a year left until the year's end, Lu Qinghe planned to see if there were any suitable tasks for him, preferably one related to planting. He arrived at the affairs hall where a charming and spirited woman had taken the place of Zhou Tong. Bai Yutong was the new servant steward who replaced Zhou Tong. Lu Qinghe respectfully called out senior sister Bai. Bai Yutong's sharp eyes fell upon Lu Qinghe, a hint of intrigue flashing in her gaze. You are unfamiliar to me, junior brother. Most of the servant disciples in the dormitory had met the new steward, but this was Lu Qing's first encounter with her. Lu Qinghe explained, I have been focused on my cultivation and just emerged from seclusion, not realizing the affairs hall had changed personnel. I did not have the chance to greet you, senior sister. I hope you can forgive me. Lu Qinghe showed sufficient respect to this outer sect senior sister, but it was out of the question for her to suppress him like Zhou Tong did before. Because at that time Zhou Tong could have easily killed him with a single finger, but now he had many trump cards capable of contending even with latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. This was the confidence brought by strength. He was now able to hold his own against these mid-stage outer sect disciples. Bai Yutong scrutinized Lu Qinghe. Although he was not very old, his demeanor of neither being servile nor overbearing was rare among servant disciples. It is worth noting that every servant disciple was cautious around her, fearing to offend her. Bai Yutong asked, were you close with the previous steward Zhou Tong? Lu Qing's heart tightened. He did not understand why Bai Yutong would ask this. Was she associated with Zhou Tong? Did Zhou Tong leave any instructions for her before he departed? Lu Qinghe replied to report back to senior sister, I have only met senior brother Zhou once when I received a servant task at the affairs hall. Bai Yutong seemed to ponder and said to Lu Qinghe, that is good to know. Zhou Tong committed a grave error, abusing his power for personal gain in the servant dormitory, harming the sect's interests, and was taken away by the outer sect enforcement team. That is why I came to take his position. Lu Qinghe curiously asked, what punishment did senior brother Zhou receive? Bai Yutong replied, some inner sect disciples spoke on his behalf, and he was only reprimanded. Bai Yutong did not elaborate further. The relationships between outer sect and inner sect disciples were complex, as everyone continually sought resources to strengthen their cultivation. The reason Zhou Tong was taken away so quickly was the result of being defeated in the ongoing power struggles. The main reason was that Zhou Tong failed to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement within the scheduled time, thus remaining an outer sect disciple. Had Zhou Tong managed to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement within the year, no matter how excessive his actions were, the sect would not have intervened. Lu Qinghe did not expect that the sect would let Zhou Tong off so easily, nor did he realize that Zhou Tong had connections with inner sect disciples. Inner sect disciples were regarded as a superior existence by all disciples. Servant disciples were the sect's servants, outer sect disciples were the sect's disciples, while inner sect disciples were the backbone of the sect. Except for a few with excellent spiritual roots who could directly become inner sect disciples, every other inner sect disciple was at the late stage of Qi refinement. They were the closest cultivators to the Foundation establishment realm and the most likely to break through to the Foundation establishment realm, representing the greatest hope for the sect. The strength of the sect relied not on numbers, but on high-end power. In the Zhao Kingdom, those at the Foundation establishment realm wielded a certain degree of intimidation. Lu Qinghe certainly did not understand the intricate dynamics of the situation. He merely hoped that Zhou Tong would no longer seek trouble with him, for if he did, he would not show any mercy. Having experienced the ups and downs of life from a young age, Lu Qinghe knew how to survive better. Just as he had entered the Tai Xian sect with his 5 spiritual roots, other children would not have been able to garner sympathy from the sect disciples and ultimately enter the immortal gate. Seeing Lu Qinghe in deep thought, Bai Yutong asked, what brings you to the affairs hall, junior brother? Lu Qinghe came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, I am here to receive this year's servant task. This year is already more than half over, and most servant tasks have already been claimed. There are still a few tasks left that are quite difficult. Apart from a few, most cannot complete the required tasks by the end of the year. Lu Qinghe furrowed his brows and asked Bai Yutong, could you show me the few tasks that could be completed by the end of the year, senior sister? Bai Yutong waved her hand, and 6 jade slips appeared in Lu Qing's hands. Lu Qinghe immediately began to examine them. The first jade slip pertains to the extraction of cold iron ore from the cold pool of precious iron ore utilized in the peak of artifact refining. When incorporated into a magical artifact, it bestows upon the wielder a chilling power, significantly enhancing its potency. However, there is a considerable risk of cold energy entering the body, which may lead to mild injuries to the meridians, or in severe cases regress one's cultivation with no hope of advancement. The second jade slip involves the task of being a medicine tester, where alchemists research the effects of various elixirs. The rewards are quite generous, including not only merits, but also a spirit stone each month. The higher the reward, the greater the risk. This task carries a significant risk of death. There is also a task for caring for spiritual beasts. While it may be manageable with gentle beasts, encountering more aggressive ones could lead to injury. Additionally, there are simpler tasks such as assisting talisman masters in crafting talisman paper, which require basic talisman crafting skills. Helping outer sect disciples tend to spiritual fields requires an energy cultivation level of at least the 3rd layer and proficiency in rain manipulation techniques. Qinghe looked around and found that there were hardly any tasks he could take on. Seeing Qinghe in a predicament, Bai Yutong spoke up. Junior brother, if you cannot find a suitable task, I happen to have one available. Qinghe turned to Bai Yutong saying, please enlighten me, senior sister. Bai Yutong replied, there have been reports of suspected demons appearing within the Zhao kingdom, right in our Taishan sect's territory. The sect plans to send 2 outer sect disciples and 10 miscellaneous disciples to investigate. The duration of this task is half a month, and as long as you return, you will receive a reward of 5 spirit stones. After finishing, Bai Yutong smiled at Qinghe. The reward of 5 spirit stones was something any outer sect disciple would find hard to refuse. However, this time Bai Yutong was surprised. Qinghe directly refused. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I am aware of my limited strength and cannot take on such a task. Qinghe understood that demons included both powerful transformed beasts and practitioners of demonic arts. Regardless of whether they were beasts or practitioners, they were not to be trifled with. He did not wish to place himself in danger. As for the 5 spirit stones, he hardly regarded them. His black soil space currently contained 71 stones. If he needed spirit stones, he could simply sell off all the spiritual rice and blood ginseng in his black soil space to obtain thousands of spirit stones. Qinghe took out a jade slip. Senior sister, I intend to take on the task of searching for spiritual herbs. Finding 10 spiritual herbs was a task that miscellaneous disciples could hardly accomplish, but it offered a higher degree of freedom. Most importantly for Qinghe, it was not difficult. He simply needed to find the seeds of spiritual herbs, and he had a decade-old spiritual herb in the black soil space that could fulfill this requirement. Bai Yutong looked at Qinghe in surprise. He actually declined the previous task and took on one that was even more challenging. Bai Yutong said nothing further and addressed Qinghe saying, then this task will be entrusted to you, junior brother. You only need to present 10 spiritual herbs to the affairs hall by the end of the year. Thank you, senior sister. Qinghe put the jade slip into his storage bag at his waist and hurriedly left the affairs hall. As he departed, Bai Yutong quietly mused, it seems there are indeed some talents in the miscellaneous disciple hall. Although Qinghe piqued her curiosity, she merely regarded him as another miscellaneous disciple and did not think too much of it, returning to organizing her own matters. Qinghe did not return to his residence, but instead headed directly to the miscellaneous trading area. He took out a sign and wrote high prices for spiritual herb seeds, also purchasing wood-based and metal-based techniques, as well as minor rain manipulation techniques. This time Qinghe did not conceal his identity. Within the sect, he could not continue to hide who he was. This attracted the attention of several cultivators, but compared to when he had directly sold spiritual rice, the interest was much lower. Qinghe waited the entire afternoon without anyone seeking a trade. Qinghe stood up and left. He understood that it was nearly impossible to find what he needed in this place. Qinghe again called out a few times in front of the Wangshan courtyard, but received no response. He returned to his own courtyard, intending to enter seclusion to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. This time Qinghe spent a full month in seclusion. During this month, he not only refined all the spiritual energy of the 3rd layer, but also liquefied the spiritual energy in his dantian one by one. Finally, after consuming a century-old blood ginseng, he successfully broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. At the same time, Qinghe discovered that continuing to enhance his cultivation with blood ginseng was becoming quite difficult, and its effects might not even compare to a gathering spirit pill. To continue his rapid cultivation, he needed to acquire gathering spirit pills, or even huanglong pills, and he also needed to find spiritual herbs that could directly enhance his cultivation for planting. Once he broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refining, he could enter the outer sect. After becoming an outer sect disciple, many of his ideas would be realized. Qinghe organized his belongings and then left the miscellaneous disciple hall. He went to the affairs hall, as entering the outer sect required the approval of the hall's steward. Bai Yutong usually practiced in the main hall of the affairs hall when she had nothing to do. I have seen senior sister Qinghe. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Yutong opened her eyes and looked at Qinghe somewhat surprised. Junior brother, have you completed your task and come to hand it over? It seemed she remembered Qinghe. Qinghe replied, finding spiritual herbs is not that simple. I was fortunate enough to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refining, and I asked senior sister to recommend me for entry into the outer sect. Lu Qing's words left by Yutong stunned as she examined him from head to toe. Her expression turned serious. Junior brother, you are not joking, are you? Although she did not know Lu Qing's exact age, she could tell that he was quite young. At such an age, possessing the first or second layer of qi refining was already commendable. How could he possibly reach the fourth layer? Please take a look, senior sister. Lu Qinghe displayed the power of the fourth layer of qi refining, which truly shocked by Yutong. She confirmed that Lu Qinghe had indeed reached the fourth layer. She was very curious. How did you achieve the fourth layer of qi refining? Lu Qinghe recounted the story he had prepared. I took on a task from the affairs hall to find spiritual herbs, and I was lucky enough to find a blood ginseng. I could not help but consume the blood ginseng in one go, and by sheer luck, I broke through to the fourth layer of qi refining. Bai Yutong checked Lu Qing's power and indeed detected the rich medicinal aura of the blood ginseng. She couldn't help but exclaim, Junior brother, you truly have good fortune. The spiritual herb you consumed must have at least a century of medicinal power. Taking such a blood ginseng directly is too wasteful. If it were converted into a pill, the effect would be multiplied many times over. But junior brother, were you really fortunate enough to obtain the blood ginseng by accident? Lu Qinghe replied sincerely, absolutely true. Bai Yutong said enviously, junior brother, you really have good luck. Yet deep down she did not believe him. She was more inclined to think that Lu Qinghe had already obtained the century-old blood ginseng and had merely used the opportunity to refine it. She did not pry further. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets, and she was not one to forcibly seize them. I will take you to report to the outer sect now. Bai Yutong stood up, and a long sword appeared in her hand. She grabbed Lu Qinghe and flew out of the affairs hall towards the outer sect. When they landed, Bai Yutong and Lu Qinghe appeared before a grand hall. Bai Yutong respectfully called out to the great hall, outer sect disciple. Bai Yutong pays respects to Elder Wu. Bai Yutong whispered to Lu Qinghe inside, is Uncle Master Wu of the Foundation Establishment third stage. I be a bit more respectful. Entering the cultivation world, it was Lu Qing's first time encountering such a gentle cultivator. Before, whether it was the outer disciples recruited from Shurtsuan or people like Zhou Tong, they were all aloof, not even glancing at lower-tier cultivators. Especially since he with 5 spiritual roots was the most looked down upon. Bai Yutong smiled, junior brother, do not be modest. Now that you are an outer sect disciple, I as a guarding disciple of the affairs hall will receive considerable benefits from the sect. The two entered where an elderly man in a red robe sat in the center of the hall, his heavy aura making it hard for Lu Qinghe to breathe. He had seen a Foundation Establishment Master when he entered the Servants' Hall during the sect's decennial recruitment, with a Foundation Establishment Elder overseeing the Servants' Hall. However, at that time the Foundation Establishment Master had not exuded any power, possibly because Lu Qinghe lacked the cultivation to sense it. Now he sensed the terror of the Foundation Establishment Master, whose vast magical power was as deep as the ocean. The elderly man in red glanced at Lu Qinghe in surprise, not because he was interested in him, but because he did not understand why Bai Yutong brought a servant disciple here. I pay my respects to Uncle Master. The elderly man in red asked Bai disciple, what brings you to the outer sect affairs hall? Have you broken through to the later stage of qi refinement and are ready to enter the inner sect? Bai Yutong replied, reporting to Uncle Master, I am still quite far from the later stage of qi refinement. It will take me 3 to 5 more years to break through. I am tasked with guarding the servant's peak, and currently there are servant disciples who have reached the 4th layer of qi refinement and are qualified to become outer sect disciples. I have come to request Uncle Master to register them. The elderly man in red focused his gaze on Lu Qinghe, who felt a chilling sensation as if he were being seen through completely. After a moment, the elderly man in red said, you seem young, yet you have managed to cultivate to the 4th layer of qi refinement on the servant's peak. That is quite interesting. However, your cultivation relies entirely on medicinal power, and your foundation is weak. You will likely achieve no great accomplishments. He could tell at a glance that Lu Qing's strength was entirely built up with pills. Initially, he was curious how such a young servant could reach the 4th layer of qi refinement. But now he had completely lost interest, concluding that Lu Qinghe had little hope of breaking through to the later stage of qi refinement. While pills are good, they can also be a deadly poison. They allow rapid advancement in the early stages, but once a certain realm is reached, further progress becomes impossible. Lu Qinghe did not expect the Foundation Establishment Master to see through him so thoroughly, instantly filling him with deep apprehension. Lu Qinghe cautiously replied, reporting to Elder, I accidentally obtained a blood ginseng. After consuming it, I successfully broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. The elderly man in red nodded. I can tell, 100-year-old blood ginseng, what a pity to be wasted like this. Bring forth the token. Lu Qinghe respectfully produced his identity token, and with a wave of the elderly man's hand, the token landed in his palm. The elderly man then took out another token, performed a few hand seals, and Lu Qing's identity token fused with the one the elderly man had produced. The elderly man tossed a storage bag along with the token to Lu Qinghe. You are now an outer sect disciple of the Qinghe sect. The storage bag contains your benefits as an outer sect disciple, including a bottle of gathering spirit pills and 5 spirit stones. In the future, you may also receive a bottle of 100 herbs pills and a spirit stone each month, and this identity token is not an ordinary object, it is a low-grade magical artifact. I hope you will cultivate diligently and not tarnish the reputation of the Qinghe sect. Qinghe did not expect this token to be a low-grade magical artifact. Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Go now, find a place in the outer sect to establish your cave dwelling. Do not disturb me unless you reach the later stage of Qi refinement. Qinghe and Bai Yutong were dismissed. Bai Yutong explained helplessly to Qinghe, Elder Wu has this personality. He has a fiery temper, but he is a top-quality alchemist holding a position of great respect. Qinghe did not expect this elder to be an alchemist. A top-quality alchemist can refine high-grade pills. Although Elder Wu's attitude was poor, he did not make it difficult for him to enter the outer sect, which was already quite good for him. Qinghe said, becoming an outer sect disciple so smoothly is already a great fortune for me. Bai Yutong concluded her task and took her leave, saying the situation in the outer sect is detailed in your storage bag. I won't go into further detail. If you are ever interested in the path of talismans, you can find me at the Talisman Peak. Bai Yutong flew away on her sword. Qinghe watched her leave with envy. Although he had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he could still not fly. He still had not had time to learn, and more importantly, the sword in his hand was a middle-grade magical artifact. Using it to fly would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. He could only walk toward the distance. Along the way, Qinghe opened the storage bag and found a set of white robes representing outer sect disciples inside. Although not reaching the level of magical artifacts, they were made from tough silk, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, impervious to water and fire. There was also a bottle of gathering spirit pills that Qinghe was very familiar with, along with 5 crystal-clear spirit stones. These did not concern Qinghe. What mattered to him were 2 other items. One was the outer sect rules, and the most important was the other: a complete method of the Yunqi Qi refinement technique. This was what Qinghe needed. The Yunqi Qi refinement technique was a high-grade yellow-level Qi refinement method, far more precious than high-grade yellow-level spells. Compared to lower and middle-grade cultivation methods, it not only allowed for faster cultivation speed, but also had greater power. The most frightening aspect was that it could increase the probability of foundation establishment by 20%, which is why many cultivators are eager to pursue high-level methods and join large sects. Practicing the cultivation method is something to be done after settling down. Qinghe took out the outer sect manual and began to read, which detailed the various rules and regulations for outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples not only enjoy the benefits of elixirs and spirit stones provided by the sect each month, but can also gain cultivation resources through their own abilities. As Bai Yutong mentioned earlier, they can join the Rune Array Peak and learn about rune arrays to acquire spirit stones. The Spiritual Herb Peak is where spiritual herbs are cultivated. The Alchemy Peak is where pills are refined. The Refining Peak is for crafting magical artifacts, and the Spirit Beast Peak is where spirit beasts are raised. Of course, all these require passing certain assessments. Joining is not as simple as wishing to. Disciples can also undertake sect tasks to receive substantial rewards. Additionally, every month inter-sect disciples give lectures to discuss various training issues and impart cultivation experiences. Qinghe was particularly interested in the Alchemy Peak and Spiritual Herb Peak. However, there are requirements. To join the Alchemy Peak, the minimum requirement is to be able to refine a Baijiao Dan. Joining the Spiritual Herb Peak would enable him to master the intermediate cloud and rain technique, and neither is easily attainable. Qinghe needed to find a place to reside, so he took out his token. The token was covered with numerous dots, some bright and some dim. The bright ones indicated occupied caves, while the dim ones were the ones Qinghe could choose from. Others chose caves in areas with denser spiritual energy, but Qinghe was completely different. The spiritual energy in the outer sect was more than double that in the Servant Peak, but it was of no use to him with his 5 spirit roots. Instead, he sought a secluded, uninhabited place. After all, he had many secrets, and if discovered by others, it would spell disaster. Soon, Qinghe spotted a cave's location at the edge of the token, surrounded by only a few bright spots. He did not linger and moved towards the location. As he traveled, the outer sect disciples passing by noticed Liu Qing's servant attire and glanced at him, but only turned away when he revealed his cultivation level at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Qinghe found a secluded spot to change into the white robe representing his outer sect identity, hanging the outer sect disciple token at his waist, which helped him avoid attracting attention. It took Qinghe half a day to reach the cave's location. Similar to the servant courtyard, the cave was also protected by restrictions. Qinghe placed his token on it, and the restriction emitted a glow. The cave was bound to Liu Qing's identity token, and thereafter only he could freely enter and exit this cave. Qinghe stepped inside. The cave was not large, about the same size as the servant courtyard. However, it had some differences. A defensive array was set up to prevent others from forcibly entering. There was also a spirit gathering array that continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to increase the cave's spiritual density. Qinghe cleaned the cave thoroughly, knowing he would be cultivating here for a long time, at least until the late stage of Qi refinement. Qinghe took out the complete Yunji Qi refinement method and began practicing the cultivation method for the fourth layer of Qi refinement. However, after cultivating for nearly half a day, he gained no significant results, as the spiritual energy required for the fourth layer was several times that of the third layer. The time needed was also multiples of that. Without the aid of miraculous pills, Qinghe estimated that it might take him more than 5 years to reach the full completion of the fourth layer. Forget it. Qinghe abandoned the conventional training method and suddenly appeared in the Black Earth space. What shocked Qinghe was that the Black Earth space, which was originally only an acre, had actually expanded, now exactly doubling in size. The 1-acre spiritual field had become 2 acres. This meant he could plant more spiritual herbs and obtain more spiritual medicines. Moreover, Qinghe suspected that once his cultivation broke through again, the Black Earth space would likely continue to grow. This was incredibly astonishing. Qinghe suspected that this inexplicably appearing Black Earth space in his Dantian was definitely not ordinary. It might be a legendary celestial artifact. Qinghe immediately decided, I must not leak any information about the Black Earth space. He appeared in the cave and made a rough plan for the upcoming events. One was to obtain more spiritual herb seeds to plant in the Black Earth space, as the blood ginseng no longer held much value for him. Secondly, he aimed to acquire alchemical formulas, so that when he planted the corresponding spiritual herbs, he could refine pills himself, thus avoiding any shortage of elixirs. Additionally, he needed to obtain powerful spells, as spells were also provided outside. However, similar to the servant courtyard, obtaining spells required using merit points for exchange, which is a way for the sect to grow and develop. There are no mandatory tasks in the outer sect, but to continue progressing and enhancing his cultivation, he had to undertake tasks to acquire spirit stones. First, I need to learn sword flight, and then leave Taishan sect to go to Qinghe Xianfang to purchase what I need. Qinghe decided to learn sword flight and look for an opportunity to visit Qinghe Xianfang again. He took out the Lingfeng sword and began practicing the sword flight technique, which was part of the fourth layer cultivation method of Yunji Qi refinement method. Qinghe spent an entire month mastering the sword flight technique. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. It was incredibly difficult. During that month, he didn't do nothing. He attended a lecture by an inner sect disciple, gaining a deeper understanding of the cultivation from the 4th to the 6th layers of Qi refinement. This made his cultivation much more fluid. Qinghe put away the Lingfeng sword. It's time to leave for a while. He arrived at the outer sect task hall and approached a disciple at the task hall, saying, Senior brother, I would like to take a task to find spiritual herbs. This is one of the few tasks that allow leaving Taishan sect. The disciple at the task hall nodded and tossed a task jade slip to Qinghe. The task to find spiritual herbs lasts for 1 year. You can cultivate them yourself or go out to search. A low-grade spiritual herb is 2 spirit stones, a medium grade is 10 spirit stones, and a high grade is 100 spirit stones. Once you take on the task, you must complete 100 spirit stones worth within a year. At that time, you will receive an additional reward of 100 merit points. Of course, if you exceed 100 spirit stones, the spirit stone reward remains unchanged, and for each additional spirit stone, you will receive an extra 1 merit point from the sect. Thank you, senior brother. Qinghe hurriedly accepted the task and left the task hall. After reporting to the guarding disciples, he exited Taishan sect. This time, Qinghe planned to exchange for enough cultivation resources. To avoid trouble, he stored away his Taishan sect identity robe after leaving several miles from the sect. Instead, he donned a few disguises he had crafted during his time as a servant disciple and wore a bronze mask. Only then did he rise on his sword and head towards Qinghe Xianfang. However, the last time he came, he used a flying boat, a true flying artifact that was incredibly fast. Liu Qing's sword flight consumed a lot of spiritual power, making him at least twice as slow. While flying in the air, Qinghe could only travel 10 miles at a time. After 10 miles, his spiritual power would be exhausted. At this point, he had to consume a 20-rolled blood ginseng to recover his power and continue flying on his sword. If it were another Qi refinement cultivator at the 4th layer, they would not dare to fly this long distance on a sword. Qinghe decided that he must purchase a flying boat in the future. The flying boat does not require magical power to operate. It can fly thousands of miles simply by using spirit stones. However, flying boats are expensive, with even the cheapest ones costing over 10,000 spirit stones. Bai Tianyu and Qinghe only borrowed one for a special mission from their sect and had to return it after completing the task. Half a day later, Qinghe saw the distant Qingyun immortal workshop sitting amidst the white clouds. He did not continue to fly with his sword, but walked towards the Qingyun immortal workshop. The Qinghe Immortal Workshop was as bustling as ever with people coming and going. This time Lu Qinghe was unable to enter the workshop directly and was stopped by the guards. Do you have an Immortal Workshop residency permit? Lu Qinghe naturally did not possess such a thing. He replied, no, it's my first time at the workshop. In that case, you need to pay 1 spirit stone, but you can only stay for 3 days. If you want to stay longer, you must rent a place in the Immortal City. Lu Qinghe was unaware that entering the Qinghe Immortal Workshop required a payment of spirit stones. Last time, Qinghe had taken them indirectly. 1 spirit stone was not much for Lu Qinghe. He took out a spirit stone and handed it to the guard. After receiving the spirit stone, the guard warned Lu Qinghe, no matter who you are, do not cause trouble in the workshop. If caught by the workshop's law enforcement team, you will be thrown out and will never have the chance to enter again. Lu Qinghe's attire clearly concealed his identity, which was quite normal as deception is common in the world of cultivation. They would not question it. However, if trouble were to arise in the workshop, the great formation of the workshop would be activated, making it impossible to escape the capture and punishment of the law enforcement team. Lu Qinghe nodded, I understand. After paying the spirit stone, the guard allowed him to pass. 3 days was sufficient for Lu Qinghe. He arrived at an inn in the Immortal City where he spent 1 spirit stone to rent a decent room and spent another 2 spirit stones to enjoy a delightful meal. The high-priced food he bought was not ordinary, but various spiritual materials, with spiritual rice being one of them, along with spirit beast meat. After 1 meal, Lu Qinghe's cultivation increased slightly. However, to reach the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement, he might need over 1,000 such spiritual meals. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Qinghe began to execute his plan. He intended to sell tens of thousands of pounds of spiritual rice all at once. Although he had long stopped planting spiritual rice and consumed it 3 meals a day, he still had over 40,000 pounds piled up in the black soil space. This spiritual rice took up too much space in the black soil. Ordinary storage bags could not accommodate it. Lu Qinghe decided to sell it all at once, increasing the quantity to 2,000 to 3,000 pounds for each sale. After a day and a half, Lu Qinghe sold exactly 40,000 pounds of spiritual rice, earning him 3,800 spirit stones. Such a number of spirit stones was unimaginable for a Qi refinement cultivator. In the Taishan sect, even the wealthiest outer disciples would not have over 1,000 spirit stones, and even fewer inner disciples could produce such an amount. Among them, there were also some middle-grade spirit stones which contain more advanced spiritual energy compared to low-grade spirit stones. Generally, 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Above middle-grade spirit stones, there are high-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone is worth 100 middle-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, Lu Qinghe entered the largest shop in the workshop, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. It is said that anything a cultivator desires can be purchased here as long as they can afford the price. Because the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the cultivation world, the Qinghe Immortal Workshop is merely a small branch of it. The most terrifying aspect is that even such a small branch has a foundation establishment, true person stationed there, which gives a glimpse into the power of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Lu Qinghe needed something that could only be bought here. As soon as he walked in, a beautiful maid approached him with a smile and greeted, friend, how may I assist you? Lu Qinghe stated his intention directly. I need to purchase several middle-grade spells. Now, aside from pills, what Lu Qinghe lacked the most were spells. He only mastered the basic fireball technique and the basic earth wall technique. Encountering cultivators with lower cultivation than him was not a problem, but facing those with higher cultivation made such spells difficult to use. Middle-grade spells are available in the sect, but Lu Qinghe was too lazy to earn virtue points, as it would take too much time. To acquire 5 middle-grade elemental spells, it would take at least 10 years to earn enough virtue points. It is far more cost-effective to directly purchase them with spirit stones. Although there are risks, he also prepared some means to protect himself. As long as his strength is sufficient, there is no need for concealment. If he does not dare to take this little risk, he can only increase his strength at a snail's pace. If he misses the best time for foundation establishment, he will have nowhere to cry, even with countless treasures in hand. Generally, if one does not reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement before the age of 50, the chances of foundation establishment will greatly diminish. The beautiful maid stared wide-eyed at Lu Qinghe. The price of middle-grade spells is not low, especially for several, which would require at least 1,000 spirit stones for the transaction. It is generally difficult for casual cultivators in Qinghe Immortal Workshop to produce such a large amount of spirit stones. Are you sure you want to buy several middle-grade spells? Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Does the Gathering Treasure Pavilion not have middle-grade spells? Of course we do, the beautiful maid replied. Lu Qinghe understood that he was underestimated. Are you worried that I cannot afford the spirit stones? The beautiful maid awkwardly shook her head. No, I will get the spells for you right away. What attributes of spells do you need? I need the middle-grade cloud and rain technique of the water attribute. and I also need spells from the metal, wood, fire, and earth attributes. The cloud and rain technique was a spell that Qinghe had to wait for. He planned to use this spell to infiltrate the spiritual herb peak and obtain various spiritual herb seeds. The beautiful maid was taken aback. With all 5 elemental spells available, could this person be a 5-element root cultivator? This thought crossed her mind, but was quickly dismissed. How could a 5-element root cultivator purchase middle-grade spells? He must be a cultivator from a certain family buying spells for his family. She took a jade slip from the shelf and handed it to Qinghe. Here are the 4 elemental spells. You may choose the spells you need. Good. Qinghe took the spellbook and began to look through it. There were over 100 kinds of spells, which astonished him. Over 100 middle-grade spells, the value of which was beyond imagination. No wonder it was called the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Qinghe carefully selected, taking nearly an hour to choose the spell suitable for him. I choose the fire snake technique, the binding technique, the gung metal sword, Qi, the stone spirit suppressing mountain, and the cloud and rain technique. The beautiful maid quickly quoted the price. Fire serpent technique priced at 200 spirit stones. Wooden vine entanglement priced at 180 spirit stones. Stone spirit suppression priced at 180 spirit stones. Intermediate rain technique priced at 240 spirit stones. Metal sword Qi priced at 280 spirit stones. You need to pay 1280 spirit stones. Qinghe was somewhat astonished. He did not expect the price of mid-grade techniques to be so high, as the price for low-grade techniques did not exceed 10 spirit stones. Of course, the lowest price for intermediate techniques was still 180 spirit stones, over 10 times higher. Qinghe said, "The price is too high. Can you offer a discount?" Although he had over 3,800 spirit stones, spending so many spirit stones on techniques made him feel pained. The beautiful maid replied, "Friend, this is the best price available. I believe the techniques sold at the Qinghe Immortal Workshop's Treasure Pavilion are the most affordable and of the highest quality." Qinghe did not believe her words. Who wouldn't say such things when selling? Seeing Qinghe silent, the beautiful maid continued, "If you are sincere about purchasing for a transaction over 1,000, I can personally offer you a discount of 10 spirit stones." A discount of 10 spirit stones is still significant. Do not underestimate it. In the Taishian sect, it takes a servant disciple several years of hard work just to save up 10 spirit stones. Qinghe asked again, "Is there a technique here that can conceal one's cultivation? It would be best if it could fool a foundation establishment expert. In the early and mid-stages of Qi refining, it is difficult to discern others' cultivation without using one's own strength. However, upon reaching the late stage of Qi refining, one's spiritual sense transforms into divine sense, allowing one to probe the cultivation of others." Previously, raising his strength to the 4th layer of Qi refining had already attracted the attention of Bai Yutong and the outer sect elders. Fortunately, he had managed to deflect their inquiries, and both were unaware that he possessed 5 spiritual roots, believing instead that he had 4. If it were to be discovered that he, a 5 spiritual root, had broken through so quickly, he would surely attract unwanted attention. The beautiful maid, though curious about Qinghe's desire to purchase such a technique, thought for a moment. Such techniques are very rare. Moreover, a technique that can conceal one's cultivation from a foundation establishment expert is only recorded in the Treasure Pavilion. However, this is a top-grade technique, and the price is quite high, set at 2,000 spirit stones. But once you master it completely, a foundation establishment expert would find it difficult to detect your cultivation unless their divine sense is extraordinary. 2,000 spirit stones. Even the financially robust Qinghe was taken aback. "Friend, your Treasure Pavilion is practically robbing us." Qinghe felt that even robbing spirit stones wasn't this fast. Nevertheless, he was determined to obtain this technique. The beautiful female cultivator replied, "Friend, this is a top-grade technique. Top-grade techniques are inherently expensive, and such techniques are only available at our Treasure Pavilion in the entire Qinghe Immortal Workshop. In other technique shops, it is already considered impressive to have mid-grade techniques available." Qinghe believed this point. Top-grade techniques were not only rare in the Qinghe Immortal Workshop, but were also incredibly valuable and accessible to ordinary disciples in the Taishian sect. Qinghe deliberated. "I can only pay 1,800 spirit stones. If you are willing, I will buy it, including 5 mid-grade techniques." The beautiful maid shook her head, saying, "That would mean a loss for the Treasure Pavilion. I can offer you 1,950 spirit stones. I will give you a discount of 50 spirit stones. 1,900 spirit stones. Deal? You need to pay 2,180 spirit stones. First, let me check the techniques to see if they are authentic." The beautiful maid immediately handed 6 jade slips to Qinghe, most of which were sealed to prevent theft. Qinghe inspected them carefully and confirmed that the techniques were fine before handing over 2,180 spirit stones. This left the beautiful maid astonished, as she did not expect Qinghe to be able to produce so many spirit stones. Her smile grew even wider. This was definitely a wealthy customer, and from this transaction, she could earn a commission of over 100 spirit stones. I wonder if you need any other treasures. The treasure pavilion has everything you could want. Lu Qinghe shook his head in refusal, saying, "The items at your treasure pavilion are too expensive. I have exhausted the savings of my entire family over the years. Farewell." Lu Qinghe tossed the jade slips into his storage bag and turned to leave the treasure pavilion. The beautiful maid watched him depart, her smile fading as she walked toward the second floor of the pavilion. She entered a luxurious room and asked through the door, "Master, just now a Qi refining fourth-layer disciple conducted a transaction worth over 2,000 spirit stones. He purchased each of the 5 elements mid-grade techniques, as well as that special technique, Thousand Faces Illusion Technique." Lu Qinghe was unaware that this beautiful maid had achieved the late stage of Qi refining, otherwise he would be surprised. A clear, surprised voice came from inside. A Qi refining fourth-layer disciple could actually produce so many spirit stones. That is quite rare. The beautiful maid asked, "Master, should we pay attention to this?" A lazy voice responded from within, "Our treasure pavilion does not engage in such unclean dealings. Once they leave the pavilion, they have nothing to do with us. The reason we can conduct business throughout the cultivation world is based on our integrity. However, if he wishes to purchase items like this in the future, it would be worth meeting him. As long as he masters the Thousand Faces Illusion Technique, he will not be recognized." "Yes, master, I understand." She respectfully withdrew. Lu Qinghe, of course, was unaware of what was happening in the treasure pavilion. He had spent over 2,000 spirit stones on techniques, which made him feel drained. His original plan to purchase a top-grade magical artifact was dashed. If he were to buy a top-grade magical artifact, he wouldn't have enough spirit stones left to buy the things he needed. Ultimately, Lu Qinghe spent 500 spirit stones at several pill shops to buy 50 bottles of spirit-gathering pills and another 500 spirit stones to purchase 5 bottles of yellow dragon pills. Lu Qinghe's spirit stones were nearly depleted again. However, these pills would be sufficient for him to cultivate for a long time. Finally, Lu Qinghe also spent 80 spirit stones to buy a 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. He originally wanted to purchase a pill recipe, but the price was too high, making Lu Qinghe hesitate. He also did not know if he had any talent for alchemy. Lu Qinghe left the Qinghe Immortal Workshop. Instead of flying on his sword, he used the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman, turning into a phantom and disappearing into the vast mountains. Several figures appeared outside the Immortal Workshop, watching Lu Qinghe vanish. One person cursed, "Damn it. It was actually the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. This guy is surprisingly vigilant." He was unwilling to let such a fat sheep escape so easily, having sold an unknown amount of spirit rice and purchased resources worth thousands of spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. Another person asked, "Boss, should we pursue?" The boss gritted his teeth. Pursue. He led several people after him, knowing it was unlikely they would catch up, but he was unwilling to give up so easily. At the Immortal Workshop's most important section, the head of the enforcement team reported to a middle-aged man, "Master, the person who sold over 10,000 pounds of fine spirit rice is left." However, he was quite clever, realizing he was being watched, and bought a teleportation talisman to make a quick escape. This middle-aged man was the Lord of Qinghe Immortal Workshop, Qinghe Jinren, a foundation establishment cultivator at the 5th layer. The Qinghe true person asked, "Can you guess the identity of this person?" The sudden appearance of such high-quality spiritual rice in the Qinghe Immortal Workshop immediately disrupted the spiritual rice market. Although spiritual rice is not a superior spiritual item, it is the best cultivation resource accessible to low-level cultivators and is the most commonly used spiritual item. The spiritual rice that appeared this time is infinitely close to the lower-grade spiritual medicine level, causing a frenzy among everyone. The captain of the enforcement team replied, "Only the top spiritual fields of the 3 sects can produce such quality spiritual rice. I suspect it might belong to the descendants of a foundation establishment true person from one of the 3 sects. Moreover, the spiritual rice is exactly the same as last time. It is the work of one person." The Qinghe true person furrowed his brows and finally said, "Since it's someone from the 3 sects, let's leave it at that and not pursue it further." Yes. The high-level divine movement talisman can travel 1,000 miles in a day, covering several miles overnight. Even a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator would find it difficult to catch up, but using 80 spirit stones at once is still a considerable expense. Lu Qinghe circled around several times, confirming that no one could detect his trace. Dressed in the outer disciple robe of the Taishan sect, he flew towards the Taishan sect on his sword. This place is very close to the Taishan sect, and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Lu Qinghe sheathed his Lingfeng sword and returned safely to the Taishan sect. Once Lu Qinghe returned to his cave dwelling, he began his closed-door cultivation, starting with the intermediate cloud rain technique. However, after studying for several days, Lu Qinghe found himself at a loss. The difficulty of intermediate techniques was at least 10 times greater than that of beginner techniques. He even suspected that the technique given to him by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion was fake, as he was unable to cultivate it at all. Finally, Lu Qinghe calmed himself and decided to wait for a few days until the inner disciples lectured to see if he could inquire about the issues and experiences of technique cultivation. Thus, Lu Qinghe cultivated techniques while studying them, not missing any of the inner disciples' lectures each month. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Qinghe finally mastered the intermediate cloud rain technique. He also attempted to cultivate the superior technique, the thousand-faced illusory spirit technique, and had already reached the minor achievement stage. The thousand-faced illusory spirit technique allows one to simulate mana fluctuations of any realm, not exceeding one's own cultivation level. As long as he did not engage in combat, it would be hard for anyone to detect his true cultivation level. Just like now, when he is already at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he can transform into the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or even 1st levels of Qi refinement, or even the mana fluctuations of a mortal. Reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement in half a year, I wonder how it compares to those with dual spirit roots. In the cultivation world, it's rare to break through a level in the middle stage of Qi refinement in just half a year. However, the consumption is also astonishing. In the early stage of Qi refinement, he refined a gathering spirit pill every 3 days. By the middle stage, he could refine one a day, totaling 6 bottles of gathering spirit pills per month. In half a year, he consumed 36 bottles of gathering spirit pills to increase his cultivation level by 1 layer, equating to a value of 360 spirit stones. Moreover, there is one adverse situation: the more pills one consumes, the stronger the drug resistance becomes, and the efficacy of the pills gradually declines. Now, the gathering spirit pills he consumes may only be equivalent to 90% of their effectiveness for others, but Lu Qinghe does not mind. What he lacks the least is spirit stones. He now has blood ginseng that has matured for 200 years in his black soil space. The 200-year-old blood ginseng is a top-grade spiritual medicine straddling the line between superior and profound spiritual medicines valued at least over 200 spirit stones. And he has stored over 100 such blood ginseng in his black soil space. This wealth would astonish not just Qi refinement cultivators, but even Foundation establishment true persons. Suddenly, the alarm of the cave dwelling's defenses went off. Lu Qinghe furrowed his brow, wondering who dared to attack the defenses of his cave. Lu Qinghe activated the thousand-faced illusory spirit technique, transforming his cultivation level to appear as if he had just entered the 4th level of Qi refinement. This is not the miscellaneous disciple courtyard where few oversee matters. Freely attacking in the outer sect would certainly lead to severe punishment. Lu Qinghe stepped out of the cave and saw a man standing in front of it. Lu Qinghe asked with an unhappy expression, "This senior brother, may I ask why you attacked my cave? If someone dares to act recklessly against me, I will not be polite. Although I have not learned the other mid-grade techniques, the spirit talismans in my storage bag are enough to subdue latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. This person is merely an outer disciple with the strongest cultivation level of no more than the 6th level of Qi refinement." The visitor's eyes showed surprise. He hadn't expected that this place would really be chosen by someone. Seeing Lu Qinghe's displeasure, he quickly spoke. "This junior brother, do not misunderstand. My name is Lu Yinchuan. I live nearby, and I came to greet you after seeing that someone is residing in this cave." Lu Qinghe did not fully believe the other party's words, but still replied, "Lu Qinghe has met senior brother Lu." Lu Yinchuan curiously asked, "Why did junior brother Lu choose this remote place?" "Very few people choose such a remote cave with insufficient spiritual energy." Lu Qinghe said, "My strength is low, and I prefer tranquility, so I chose this kind of place." Lu Yinchuan was not very concerned about why Lu Qinghe chose this place. He certainly had his own objectives for coming to find Lu Qinghe. Lu Yinchuan nodded, and then said, "It's like this, junior brother Lu. A few of my senior brothers and I just accepted a mission to hunt demon beasts. We are short a few hands. Would junior brother like to join us? The target is a Qi refinement 6th level demon beast. If we slay it, each person can earn at least 3 spirit stones." Lu Qinghe did not expect that they would invite him to hunt demon beasts. Demon beasts are treasures. Their fur, bones, and blood can be used to craft magic weapons, draw talismans, and refine pills. Not only can the spoils be sold to the sect for spirit stones and merit, but they can also be sold at the Immortal Workshop for considerable spirit stones. Lu Qinghe shook his head and refused. "Thank you for the kind offer, senior brother, but I have just broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, and my cultivation is still unstable. I wish to enter closed-door cultivation for a while." Lu Qinghe revealed his unstable cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He did not want to attract trouble. Lu Yinchuan saw that Lu Qinghe's aura truly indicated a recent breakthrough and was still quite unstable, believing Lu Qinghe's words. "That's regrettable, but when junior brother's cultivation stabilizes, you can find me if you want to participate in the hunt for demon beasts. I live 10 kilometers southeast of junior brother. It will be easy to find me." Lu Qinghe responded, If I need to, I will definitely look for senior brother. Farewell. Lu Yunchuan turned and left, not knowing whether he was going to find other cultivators to help hunt the demon beast. Lu Qinghe did not take this matter to heart. Now I can implement my plan with my mastery of the intermediate cloud rain technique. Joining the spiritual medicine peak should not be a problem. Lu Qinghe did not return to his cave, but hurried towards the location of the spiritual medicine peak. Lu Qinghe arrived at the affairs hall of Lingyao Peak, where the general oversight is usually handled by Foundation Establishment elders. However, the Foundation Establishment elders do not appear for trivial matters. They are typically engrossed in their own cultivation within their caves, striving to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Generally, disciples are the ones assigned to keep watch. Today, the outer sect disciple on duty at the Lingyao Peak Affairs Hall was at the 6th level of Qi refining. Lu Qinghe greeted him, saying, "I am here to apply for joining Lingyao Peak." The elder on duty did not dare to underestimate him. After all, they were both outer sect disciples and had no deep-seated grudges, so he would not make things too difficult. Junior brother, the requirements to join Lingyao Peak should be clear to you. You must be proficient in the cloud rain technique and possess specialized knowledge in planting and nurturing spiritual herbs. Lu Qinghe did not expect that not only would he need to master the cloud rain technique, but he would also need to have specialized knowledge in nurturing spiritual herbs. He was completely unfamiliar with the cultivation of spiritual herbs. He only needed to throw them into the black soil space and wait for the right time to harvest. Lu Qinghe asked, "Senior brother, I have cultivated Lingmi for several years, and the harvest has been quite good. Does that count as having the ability to plant and nurture spiritual herbs?" The elder on duty shook his head, saying, "Lingmi cannot be considered a spiritual herb. It is merely a low-grade spiritual plant that can be grown in any spiritual field." Seeing Lu Qing's expression, the elder had already guessed the situation. Lu Qinghe clearly lacked any knowledge about planting spiritual herbs. Junior brother, planting spiritual herbs is not as simple as cultivating Lingmi. Each type of spiritual herb requires different amounts of spiritual rain and soil. Additionally, the temperature and environment also differ. If there is even a slight error, a high-quality spiritual herb could be instantly ruined. This requires long-term study and validation. If you do not have this knowledge, junior brother, you should study for a few more years before coming back for assessment. Lu Qinghe was confident he could learn how to cultivate spiritual herbs, but it would waste a lot of his time. Lu Qinghe did not want to give up like this. If only by becoming a disciple of Lingyao Peak could he exchange for the seeds of spiritual herbs. "Senior brother, I have mastered the intermediate cloud rain technique. Could you make an exception and allow me to join Lingyao Peak?" The elder on duty looked at Lu Qinghe with surprise. It was rare for an outer sect disciple to master the intermediate cloud rain technique. Usually, they only grasped the beginner cloud rain technique sufficient for growing basic spiritual herbs. Acquiring and learning the intermediate cloud rain technique is not a trivial matter. Junior brother, do you truly master the intermediate cloud rain technique? Lu Qinghe directly demonstrated the intermediate cloud rain technique, creating a patch of cloud rain approximately 1 mu in size, followed by continuous drops of spiritual rain. The elder on duty took a handful, feeling the spiritual energy within the rain, confirming that it truly reached the level of intermediate cloud rain. Lu Qinghe retracted the cloud rain technique, and the elder on duty said, "Indeed, this spiritual rain has reached the level of intermediate cloud rain. You truly have mastered the intermediate cloud rain technique. Junior brother, you possess great skills mastering the intermediate cloud rain technique at such a young age, but the regulations of the peak." Before the elder could finish, Lu Qinghe took out a gleaming 10 spirit stones from his storage bag. Lu Qinghe handed the spirit stones to the elder on duty, saying, "I hope senior brother can be accommodating." Seeing Lu Qing's actions, the elder was momentarily taken aback, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and discreetly accepted the spirit stones. With junior brother mastering the intermediate cloud rain technique, you are naturally a talent that Lingyao Peak needs. Please hand over your token. Lu Qinghe handed the token to the elder on duty, who performed a magic gesture, causing the Lingyao Peak mark to appear on Lu Qing's token, signifying that he had become a disciple of the Taishan sect's Lingyao Peak. The elder on duty returned the token to Lu Qinghe, saying, "Congratulations, junior brother, on becoming a disciple of Lingyao Peak. You must work diligently and study the knowledge of planting and nurturing spiritual herbs seriously." Lu Qinghe knew that spirit stones were valuable. All cultivators liked spirit stones. He properly hung the token and said to the elder on duty, "Senior brother, I would like to rent a piece of spiritual field." This surprised the elder even more. Renting a spiritual field was something only wealthy outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples would do. The reason is simple: renting a spiritual field, even the poorest low-grade spiritual field, requires a rent of 50 spirit stones each year. The benefit is that as long as the spiritual field is not damaged, all spiritual herbs grown on it belong to oneself. However, cultivating spiritual plants that yield more than 50 spirit stones each year in such a spiritual field is quite difficult. Generally, outer sect disciples choose to take on tasks assisting the sect in cultivating spiritual plants to earn corresponding rewards. This was similar to Lu Qing's experience of cultivating Lingmi at the miscellaneous peak. Junior brother, are you joking? Lingyao Peak has tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields, but even the lowest grade spiritual field still requires 50 spirit stones for rent each year. Lu Qinghe directly took out 50 spirit stones from his storage bag. I hope senior brother can rent a spiritual field for me. Seeing the 50 spirit stones, the elder on duty realized Lu Qinghe was indeed serious about renting the spiritual field. His attitude immediately improved significantly. It was rare to see an outer sect disciple casually take out so many spirit stones, especially one who also mastered the intermediate cloud rain technique. It was clear that Lu Qinghe was not an ordinary disciple. Perhaps he was the direct disciple of some elder, but upon thinking, he could not recall any direct disciple matching Lu Qing's profile. Moreover, if he were a direct disciple of an elder, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble to register himself. However, he was certain that Lu Qing's background was extraordinary. Junior brother Lu, my name is Yao Liyun. He had already seen Lu Qing's name during the token registration. Lu Qinghe cupped his hand, saying, "Senior brother Yao." Yao Liyun remarked to Lu Qinghe, "Junior brother, as I mentioned earlier, 50 spirit stones can only rent the lowest grade spiritual field, which is just 1 mu." Lu Qinghe expressed his understanding, stating, "I understand. I just want to practice my skills." Yao Liyun sighed, thinking how fortunate it was to have spirit stones, wasting so many just to practice. Unlike him, who guarded the Lingyao Pavilion and earned merely 5 spirit stones a month, totaling only 60 spirit stones a year. Yao Liyun took out a scroll and handed it to Lu Qinghe, saying, "Junior brother, please find a piece of spiritual field for yourself in the map of mountains and rivers." Lu Qinghe was astonished as he looked at the scroll. It was extraordinary, emanating a unique aura. Seeing Lu Qinghe staring at the scroll, Yao Liyun laughed, saying, "Junior brother, you seem to recognize the uniqueness of this map of mountains and rivers. It is not just used to mark the sect's spiritual fields, but is also an immensely valuable spiritual tool." Lu Qing's eyes narrowed. Weapons for cultivators range from low-grade magical tools, intermediate magical tools, and high-grade magical tools to supreme magical tools, with spiritual tools being above them. Spiritual tools possess spirit and exhibit unfathomable abilities. They can also be refined into the dantian for nurturing. Only Foundation establishment realms can unleash the power of spiritual tools. Lu Qinghe expressed his admiration. "I never expected senior brother to possess such a heaven-defying artifact as a spiritual tool." Yao Liyun, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Junior brother, that is not the case. This map of mountains and rivers belongs to the Spirit Herb Peak. It is merely for registration in the affairs hall." A spiritual tool was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even a medium-grade magic weapon was the extent of his aspirations. Lu Qinghe knew that this spiritual tool could not possibly belong to Yao Liyun, and he had only spoken thoughtlessly. Lu Qinghe began to search on the map of mountains and rivers, while Yao Liyun introduced, "Those highlighted areas are all available for you to choose from, Junior brother Lu." Lu Qinghe checked around and found a decent location. "Senior Yao, I choose this spot," Lu Qinghe declared. Yao Liyun, upon seeing Lu Qing's choice, noticed that Lu Qinghe had selected a piece of spiritual farmland that was not particularly good. Seeing this, Yao Liyun kindly reminded Lu Qinghe, "Junior brother, this location is too marginal. You could choose a spot that is relatively closer." Lu Qinghe insisted on his choice, saying, "This spot will do. I ask senior brother to register it for me." Yao Liyun saw that Lu Qinghe had made his decision and said nothing more, marking the spiritual farmland with Lu Qing's token. "You have only 1 year for planting, junior brother. When the time comes, you need to replenish the spirit stones for the next year," Yao Liyun reminded him. "I know, and I also asked senior brother to give me a bag of gathering spirit grass seeds." Yao Liyun took out a bag of medicinal herb seeds, saying, "That will be 5 spirit stones and 50 merit points." Lu Qinghe handed over the 5 spirit stones to Yao Liyun once more, and after passing his token to deduct 50 merit points, he finally took his leave from the affairs hall of the Spirit Herb Peak. Before leaving, Yao Liyun also gifted Lu Qinghe with a set of insights on cultivating gathering spirit grass. Lu Qinghe flew on his sword, arriving at the chosen spiritual farmland after a short while. He chose this place because there were not many nearby spiritual farmlands and few people would come into contact with it. He took a glance and saw that this spiritual farmland was indeed of inferior quality, with the spiritual energy in the soil being 4 to 5 times better than that of a second-rate spiritual farmland. Moreover, there was a small defensive formation and a gathering spirit array set up to prevent attacks from demonic beasts and to maintain the spiritual energy of the farmland. Lu Qinghe did not plant the gathering spirit grass seeds directly into the farmland. He spent half a day building a small hut on the spiritual farmland before entering the black soil space. Gathering spirit grass is the primary medicinal herb for refining gathering spirit pills. It is an inferior-grade spiritual herb, and after a year its medicinal potency can be used to refine gathering spirit pills. The stronger the potency, the better the potency of the pill produced. Additionally, both the spiritual farmland and the cloud rain technique have a ripening effect. For example, in inferior spiritual farmland gathering spirit pills mature once a year. In medium spiritual farmland, they may mature in 7 or 8 months, while in superior spiritual farmland, they can mature in 4 months. However, it is uncommon for anyone to use superior spiritual farmland to grow low-grade spiritual herbs. Qinghe gathered all the blood ginseng that had reached 100 years of age. For him, 100 years was already sufficient. He left a portion of blood ginseng that had reached 200 years to continue growing. A bag of gathering spirit grass seeds is just enough to plant 1 mu of spiritual farmland, and Qinghe scattered the seeds. He also cast the cloud rain technique in the black soil space, using intermediate spiritual rain to irrigate, but it seemed to have no effect on the black soil space. After trying several times, Qinghe grew tired of wasting time. He was unsure whether the cloud rain technique had no effect on the black soil space, or if the level of the technique was too low. After finishing everything, Qinghe exited the black soil space and began cultivating in the small hut, taking a gathering spirit pill to start refining its medicinal potency. 10 days passed, and the gathering spirit grass on 1 mu of the black soil space had matured. He began to collect the seeds of the gathering spirit grass. Some were planted in the spiritual farmland of the black soil space, while he threw some in the inferior spiritual farmland outside. In these days, Qinghe also studied the insights on planting gathering spirit pills that Yao Liyun had given him. He only needed to cast the cloud rain technique 3 times a day, remembering to remove weeds and pests. Qinghe cast the cloud rain technique on the spiritual farmland, and then returned to the hut with peace of mind. His goal was to refine gathering spirit pills and become an alchemist. Although pills could be purchased in various places as long as one had enough spirit stones, this would require him to sell a large amount of spiritual herbs, exposing him to a considerable amount of spirit stones. This could easily attract unwanted attention and put him in danger, and it was not always possible to purchase pills. The best course of action was to become an alchemist, which would be both safe and maximize the benefits of the black soil space. For others, what they lacked the most were various precious spiritual herbs, but he did not have to worry about this issue at all. Now that the main herb for the gathering spirit pill had been planted, what he needed was a recipe and guidance from an alchemist. These things could only be obtained in the Qinghe sect, and unless one joined the alchemy peak, it would be impossible to acquire them. However, joining the alchemy peak was much more difficult than any other place. The first requirement was to be able to refine a simple herb pill. Moreover, since he had joined the spirit herb peak, Qinghe had no intention of joining the alchemy peak. He planned to visit Qinghe Immortal Workshop after some time. Qinghe began a monotonous life of planting, gathering spirit grass, and cultivating. After another 6 months, Qinghe had refined a total of 60 bottles of gathering spirit pills and 1 bottle of yellow dragon pill. It was only with the terrifying potency of the yellow dragon pill that he managed to elevate his cultivation to the 6th level of qi refinement. His cultivation was entirely propelled by pills, which was no exaggeration. Moreover, Liu Qing's concerns had come true. His foundation was extremely unstable, and he could no longer use pills to enhance his strength for a period of time. He now had only 2 options. One was to spend several years stabilizing his foundation before continuing to use pills to break through his cultivation. The other was to find a way to eliminate the effects of the pills. However, Qinghe had no regrets about this. If he hadn't taken so many pills, he might still be on the miscellaneous peak, striving to break through to the 2nd level of qi refinement. He might have been casually killed by someone like Zhou Tong, given any excuse. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount, everything else is secondary. No matter how great the talent or foundation, when faced with a cultivator of a higher realm, one could be easily crushed. Moreover, if it weren't for his determination to gamble everything, he would have found it difficult to reach the 6th layer of qi refinement with his 5-element roots. He accomplished this process in less than 4 years, a cultivation speed that was not inferior to that of a 2-element root. In the past 6 months, he hadn't returned to his cave abode. He only visited the affairs hall once to submit 10 gathering spirit grass, earning 20 spirit stones and 100 merit points. In addition to his cultivation, Qinghe also practiced several intermediate level techniques. After mastering the cloud rain technique, he successfully learned the fire snake technique. With the foundation of his fireball technique, learning the fire snake technique came naturally. He also had the stone spirit suppression technique, which could summon a stone person at the 6th level of qi refinement to fight for him, providing significant assistance. Furthermore, he had already grasped the basics of the wood vine entanglement technique, and he would soon master it. The most challenging technique to cultivate was the metal sword technique, which required metal essence for assistance, otherwise it was impossible to practice. Qinghe had never seen metal essence and had no idea what it was, only knowing that it is a precious material used in weapon refining. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, he beheld a lush expanse of gathering spirit grass flourishing in the spirit field, albeit not the finest. Yet under the enhancement of the intermediate cloud rain technique, it grew comparably to the superior quality gathering spirit grass found in better spirit fields. However, it paled significantly in comparison to the black earth space. If every type of spirit grass were classified by grade, the gathering spirit grass in the black earth space would be deemed the finest of the finest. It's time to visit the immortal workshop. Over a year has passed, no one should be watching me now. Lu Qinghe planned to make a trip to Qinghe Immortal Workshop to procure the items he needed. Qinghe Immortal Workshop is not the only one in the Zhao Kingdom. There are others as well, but they are hundreds to even thousands of miles away from Qinghe's sect. Such a distance would be impossible to cover unless he possessed a flying artifact like a flying boat. Lu Qinghe suppressed his cultivation to the 4th layer of Qi refinement using the thousand-faced illusionary spirit technique before heading to the outer sect affairs hall. Senior brother, I wish to take on a spirit herb task. The disciple on duty recognized Lu Qinghe. I remember you submitted 10 gathering spirit grasses 2 months ago. Are you taking on another task to find spirit herbs this time? Lu Qinghe replied, I am a disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak, and searching for spirit herbs is my specialty. The disciple on duty, puzzled, asked, aren't disciples of the Spirit Herb Peak supposed to focus on cultivating spirit herbs? They only need to submit a few each year or complete their planning tasks. There's no need to venture out and risk life and limb. Lu Qinghe explained with a wry smile, although I am a disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak, I am too poor to do anything else but venture out to find spirit herbs and strive to gather enough spirit stones. Once I have enough, I can rent an acre of spirit field and grow some spirit herbs without having to toil so hard. The disciple on duty nodded in understanding. It is said that the disciples of your Spirit Herb Peak are incredibly wealthy, even more so than those from the pill refining peak. It seems not to be the case after all. All right, I've marked your task. Lu Qinghe's task was noted down, and the most crucial aspect was that it allowed him to leave Taishian's sect for a short while. Just as Lu Qinghe turned to leave, a cold gaze sent chills down his spine. He was startled. In the outer sect, he had not offended anyone and had few interactions, so who could harbor such animosity towards him? Lu Qinghe looked towards the source of the gaze and saw the last person he wished to encounter, Zhou Tong, the guard from the miscellaneous peak. Now avoiding him was impossible. Zhou Tong approached, a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Qinghe. Jr. brother, I thought I was mistaken. I didn't expect that after 2 years you have become an outer sect disciple. 2 years ago, he had squandered the spirit stone benefits from the miscellaneous peak, and his actions that damaged the spirit field had been exposed. He was captured and brought back by the outer sect's law enforcement team. Had it not been for the protection of someone from the inner sect, his fate would have been utterly tragic. Nevertheless, he was still punished, stationed at the cold pool for 2 years, which had made him suffer immensely. The most distressing part was that he was supposed to have broken through to the later stage of Qi refinement. This delay cost him 2 years. He blamed all of this on Lu Qinghe. If it weren't for Lu Qinghe, he would not have been punished and would have surely broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement 2 years ago, entering the inner sect. Having just returned from punishment, he had intended to enter seclusion for a while to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and then deal with this miscellaneous disciple. But unexpectedly, this miscellaneous disciple had already succeeded in entering the outer sect and becoming an outer sect disciple, igniting all his pent-up rage. While angry, he was even more shocked. How could Lu Qinghe, a miscellaneous disciple with 5 spiritual roots, possibly break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement so quickly and enter the outer sect? He was the only one who knew that Lu Qinghe had taken nearly 9 months to break through to the 1st layer of Qi refinement and then 3 years to reach the 4th layer. Even for someone like him with 3 spiritual roots along with the various generous benefits of the outer sect, this would have been impossible. Initially, it had taken him 6 years to progress from the 1st layer to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Knowing he couldn't escape, Lu Qinghe's expression returned to calm as he addressed Zhou Tong. It has been 2 years. Senior brother, you still maintain your charm. Zhou Tong smiled with a hint of malice. I have missed you dearly over these past 2 years. Now that you are an outer sect disciple, we must become closer. Lu Qinghe must have a significant secret. If he could uncover the secret within Lu Qinghe, not only would his cultivation soar, but reaching foundation establishment would also be within grasp. I must take my leave now, senior brother, if you have matters to attend to. Lu Qinghe ignored Zhou Tong further and turned to leave the affairs hall. Zhou Tong did not stop Lu Qinghe, watching him leave until he disappeared from sight. Zhou Tong approached the guard. I have returned from my duty at the cold pool and am here to hand over my task. The guard recognized Zhou Tong as he was one of the few disciples with a high chance of entering the inner sect. I will handle this for you right away, senior brother Zhou. He had witnessed the earlier encounter and was puzzled by how Lu Qinghe knew Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong asked the guard, what task did my acquaintance just take on that made him rush off so? Zhou Tong did not intend to reveal that Lu Qinghe came from the miscellaneous peak, Otherwise, it would certainly attract attention that such a young miscellaneous disciple had become an outer sect disciple. Then it would be difficult for him to obtain the secret hidden within Lu Qinghe. The guard replied, I didn't expect senior brother Zhou to know junior brother Lu. He is a disciple of the spirit herb peak and has taken a task to search for spirit herbs. Zhou Tong smiled. He could not act against him within the sect, but several outer sect disciples disappeared each year due to unforeseen circumstances. I understand. Please expedite the handover of my task. I need to report back. Certainly, I will handle it for you, senior brother. Soon Zhou Tong's task was completed, and the deacon handed him a token. Senior brother Zhou, you have served at the cold pool for 2 years, earning 400 merit points and a reward of 100 spirit stones. Zhou Tong glanced at the reward without a second thought, tossing the spirit stones into his storage bag before hastily departing. Lu Qinghe presented his task to the guarding disciple for confirmation. Once verified, the disciple opened the gate and allowed Lu Qinghe to leave. As before, Lu Qinghe ventured several dozen miles before changing out of his Tai Xian sect disciple clothing and disguising himself as he proceeded. However, just as he took off, he noticed 3 auras appearing not far from him. Lu Qinghe became alert, focusing his gaze to discover 3 cultivators rushing towards him. The 3 were arranged in a line emanating sufficient power. One was a 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, and another was a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator pursuing a 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. The fleeing cultivator spotted Lu Qinghe as if he had found a lifeline, shouting loudly, fellow Taoist, save me. Without waiting for a response, he dashed towards Lu Qinghe. Fellow Taoist, please help me. I am being pursued by bandits. If you spare my life, I will surely reward you handsomely. Lu Qinghe had nowhere to escape as the pursuing cultivator drew near. He joyfully implored Lu Qinghe for assistance. Friend, please lend me your help. In his hand was a low-grade magical artifact, a talisman sword glowing faintly with a blue light. As he approached Lu Qinghe, a glint of cunning flashed in the cultivator's eyes. In an instant, the blue light from the talisman sword sliced towards Lu Qinghe's neck. The speed was so extreme that before Lu Qinghe could react, the talisman sword, empowered by the full strength of the 4th level of Qi refinement, struck his neck. Seeing the ease with which he could succeed, the cultivator's eyes glimmered with delight. However, a phantom of a mystical tortoise suddenly appeared, deflecting the talisman sword with a clang and blocking the lethal strike aimed at Lu Qinghe. This was the middle-grade magical artifact, the mystical tortoise shell, which Lu Qinghe had never left behind. He had not expected it to play such a crucial role at this moment. A middle-grade defensive artifact. The repelled cultivator exclaimed in shock. He was astonished that a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator possessed such an artifact, oblivious to the fact that Lu Qinghe's feet rested on another middle-grade artifact. At this moment, he stood alongside the 2 pursuers, and Lu Qinghe realized that the 3 were in cahoots, ambushing passing cultivators in this manner. Over the years, countless cultivators had perished at their hands. The 3 were currently eyeing Lu Qinghe's mystical tortoise shell with greedy gazes. A middle-grade magical artifact. For wanderers like them, it was something rare and precious, each worth hundreds of spirit stones, typically possessed only by latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The leading 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator shouted, Kid, obediently hand over the middle-grade artifact on you, and I might spare your life. He is determined to obtain this middle-grade artifact. It could elevate his power significantly. Another shouted, Boss, why waste words with him? Just kill him directly. This was how they always operated. In their eyes, Lu Qinghe was merely a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator, and with 2 4th-level cultivators plus 1 5th-level, they hardly took Lu Qinghe seriously. Lu Qinghe was both shocked and furious. He had never intended to harm anyone, and had always been cautious, avoiding trouble. He had not anticipated nearly losing his life here. With a grim look, Lu Qinghe glared at the 3. If you want the artifact, come and take it if you have the ability. The one who had attacked Lu Qinghe sneered, Kid, you think just because you have a middle-grade artifact you can be invulnerable? You are too naive. With your 4th-level cultivation, you can hardly unleash the full power of a middle-grade artifact. Lu Qinghe did not respond. Instead, he formed a hand seal and cast the fire serpent technique. The 3 noticed Lu Qinghe's movements. The 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator shouted, Kill him. The 2 brandished their artifacts and charged at Lu Qinghe, while one cast the fireball technique from a distance, their teamwork impeccable. Fire serpent technique. Lu Qinghe shouted, and a fiery serpent several meters long appeared in his hand, brimming with terrifying power as it lunged towards the 3. The 3 felt the imminent threat, their faces changing drastically. The 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator yelled, Run. This is a mid-tier technique. He turned and fled, the other 2 following quickly. With no defensive artifact, even latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators would not withstand it. But it was too late. The fiery serpent instantly engulfed the 3. After 3 screams, the serpent vanished, leaving behind 3 charred corpses falling to the ground. As the 3 corpses hit the ground, Lu Qinghe approached, gazing at the lifeless bodies with a moment of disquiet in his heart. He had long known that in the cultivation world, if you do not kill, others may kill you. Yet this was the first time he had actually taken a life. However, his resolve was firm. Had it not been for his artifact, it might have been him lying there instead. They sought to kill me, though I merely acted to survive. Qinghe immediately dismissed the troubling emotions. The three were truly unfortunate. They could never have imagined that a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator's real strength had already reached the 6th level, surpassing even their strongest 5th-level member. Though Lu Qing's magical power was not particularly strong, slightly weaker than his peers, it was more than enough to deal with a 5th-level cultivator. Furthermore, these bandits were mere wanderers lacking the cultivation environment and purity of magical power that Qinghe possessed. Not to mention that Qinghe also mastered mid-tier techniques, allowing him to obliterate the three with a single move. He collected the storage pouches from the three and burned their bodies with a fireball technique. Watching the vanishing corpses, Qinghe admonished himself, "From now on I must not easily trust others, and I must harbor no mercy." Had he noticed something amiss earlier and acted immediately, the three would never have had the chance to approach him. At the same time, Qinghe realized the significance of magical artifacts. Today, the mystical tortoise shell had saved his life. In terms of cultivation and techniques, he may not be able to compete with opponents of the same level, so he should use powerful artifacts to crush his enemies. While middle-grade artifacts are strong, Qinghe believed that only top-grade artifacts could ensure his absolute safety. Destroying the evidence, Qinghe swiftly made his way to Qinghe Immortal Workshop. Fortunately, he encountered no trouble on the way and arrived smoothly. Qinghe paid the spirit stones to enter Qinghe Immortal Workshop and rented a room. Now he was quite familiar with the place. Inside the room, he took out the 3 storage pouches. The first storage pouch belonged to a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator and contained a low-grade artifact hook, 17 spirit stones, 3 gathering spirit pills, and a blood Qi pill. There was also a yellow-tier low-grade Qi refinement technique. The rest were worthless miscellaneous items. The blood Qi pill is a type of low-grade pill effective for healing injuries. Opening the second storage pouch, there were only 10 spirit stones and 3 bottles of the herb gathering pill, which Qinghe also possessed. He could receive one from the outer sect each month, but Qinghe had only used it once and never again. This was because the herb gathering pill had minimal effect on him, similar to that of a 20-year-old blood ginseng, along with the blue light talisman sword. This was still useful to Qinghe, who decided to use this blue light talisman sword for flying in the future, as a low-grade artifact suited his current status. The third storage pouch contained 6 spirit stones, 2 bottles of herb gathering pill, and the basic fireball technique that Qinghe had learned before, which was nearly useless to him. The total value of the 3 cultivators' belongings was only about 100 spirit stones. So poor. Qinghe did not expect that a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator and 2 4th-level cultivators would possess such meager assets. They say a horse does not graze at night, and a person does not become rich without windfall. Yet in Lu Qing's case, it was the opposite. Qinghe, of course, did not know how difficult it was for these wanderers to acquire spirit stones, even less than the disciples of a sect. Moreover, any spirit stones and resources they gained would be immediately spent on purchasing cultivation materials to enhance their cultivation, making it impossible to accumulate a vast fortune. As for 100 spirit stones, it was still a considerable amount for other mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Qinghe stored away the spirit stones, talismans, pills, and techniques, burning all the fireball techniques. Then he picked up the Qingwang talisman sword and refined it. With his current cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he succeeded in refining the low-grade talisman sword in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. After completing these tasks, Qinghe rested for a night. The next day, he changed his appearance and visited several pill shops, this time only selling gathering spirit grass. Now the gathering spirit grass in his possession had piled up like a mountain, and he didn't sell any aged gathering spirit grass, only the one that had just matured for a year. Gathering spirit grass is significantly harder to obtain compared to spirit rice. Aside from the 3 sects, only a few small sects and families skilled in planting spirit herbs can cultivate it. Spirit fields, even a low-grade one, are invaluable, and cultivating a low-grade spirit field is extremely difficult. Thus, gathering spirit grass is undoubtedly a hot-selling item. As for Qi refinement cultivators, gathering spirit pills are the best elixirs, and one could say that more than half of the elixir demand in the entire cultivation world is for gathering spirit pills. The gathering spirit grass Qinghe offered could sell for 2 spirit stones per stalk without the price being driven down like with spirit rice. In the best-case scenario, 1 mu of spirit field can yield 100 stalks of gathering spirit grass, but most only yield over 60 stalks, which is considered a good harvest. Therefore, at each pill shop, Qinghe only took out between 20 to 50 stalks of gathering spirit grass for sale. In just a few days, Qinghe had nearly visited all the pill shops in Qingyun Xianfang, selling 800 stalks of gathering spirit grass and earning 160 spirit stones. Eventually, he walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion. A maid greeted Lu Qinghe. Welcome to the treasure gathering pavilion, where we have a complete range of cultivation resources. May I ask what resources you require? Lu Qinghe explained his intention. I wish to make a large transaction with your pavilion and hope you can find someone with decision-making power. The maid frowned as she certainly could not alert the pavilion master for just one cultivator. She had seen many cultivators like Lu Qinghe where a transaction of several hundred spirit stones could be considered a significant deal, and it was impressive enough to gather hundreds of spirit stones in this barren land. However, she didn't show it and smiled in response. Fellow cultivator, I can handle any transaction. Lu Qinghe insisted on his point not because he wanted to act like a big shot. Rather, it was because during his last transaction in this hall he had been observed by someone with ulterior motives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 80 spirit stones to purchase a high-grade divine movement talisman. This time, both the items he wanted to sell and purchase were of high value. Even someone at the 9th layer of Qi refinement would be tempted, and he didn't want to take any risks. You should find someone who can make decisions, otherwise this transaction cannot be completed. Not finding a resolution here, Lu Qinghe planned to buy a divine movement talisman to trade at another Xianfang several hundred kilometers away. Seeing Lu Qinghe's attitude, the maid was quite displeased. Fellow cultivator, I said I can handle any cultivation resources you need regardless of their value. Lu Qinghe did not wish to waste more time and was about to turn to leave when a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Lan, leave this matter to me. The maid looked in shock at the beautiful female cultivator who appeared respectfully, calling out, Manager Lin. Manager Lin nodded slightly and waved her hand. You go attend to your business. The maid cast a puzzled glance at Lu Qinghe, not understanding why the manager would personally attend to him. Did they know each other? All right. Despite her doubts, she still turned to leave. Manager Lin smiled at Lu Qinghe. Fellow cultivator, I apologize for Xiao Lan's rudeness. Please follow me. This was the same enchanting female cultivator who had previously met Lu Qinghe, and he did not expect her to be the manager of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lu Qinghe hesitated for a moment, but still followed Manager Lin to the second floor. They arrived in a room, which was a VIP reception room. Manager Lin asked, Fellow cultivator, may I know what kind of transaction you wish to conduct? Lu Qinghe curiously asked, Do you know me? Manager Lin shook her head. I do not know you, but every customer is a respected guest to us, and we will do our best to meet their needs. Lu Qinghe did not believe this, but he also did not understand Manager Lin's attitude. He did not think she could recognize him just because they had met once. Seeing Lu Qinghe in thought, Manager Lin spoke. Fellow cultivator, let's talk about your transaction. Since that was the case, Lu Qinghe did not think much further, and he trusted the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion as they had branches in the cultivation world and would not take risks for a few spirit stones. Other places were different, which is why Lu Qinghe had not sold high-priced spirit herbs elsewhere. Lu Qinghe asked, Does your treasure-gathering pavilion accept spirit herbs? Manager Lin nodded. Yes, our treasure-gathering pavilion has the best alchemists in Qingyun Xianfang. Lu Qinghe first took out 10 stalks of gathering spirit grass, but this time the gathering spirit grass was much larger than the ones he had sold before, with a more intense medicinal fragrance. This was 10-year-old gathering spirit grass, and he wanted to see how much spirit stones he could sell it for. Manager Lin examined one stalk and showed a hint of surprise. This is indeed 10-year-old gathering spirit grass. It's quite precious and can be used to refine decent gathering spirit pills. For one stalk of 10-year-old gathering spirit grass, I can offer 20 spirit stones. Here are 10 stalks that would be 200 spirit stones. What do you think, fellow cultivator? This was slightly lower than Lu Qinghe had expected. He initially thought he could sell it for 25 spirit stones, but it turned out to only be 20 spirit stones. Fellow cultivator, the price offered by the treasure-gathering pavilion is definitely the best. Lu Qinghe nodded. Deal. He was not concerned about these 10 stalks of gathering spirit grass. He just wanted to see the price. Manager Lin took out the spirit stones to hand them to Lu Qinghe, but he did not accept. I still have other items to sell. Well, let's settle everything together later. This time, Lu Qinghe took out 5 stalks of 200-year-old blood ginseng. To acquire what he wanted, Lu Qinghe was genuinely planning to make a large transaction. The oldest blood ginseng in Lu Qinghe's black soil space had already reached 300 years, but he did not bring it out. 300-year-old blood ginseng had reached the level of an extraordinary medicine. Its appearance would attract the attention of Foundation establishment masters, and Lu Qinghe did not plan to take that risk. Upon seeing the 5 stalks of 200-year-old blood ginseng, Manager Lin's eyes finally showed a hint of shock. These are indeed 200-year-old blood ginseng. They are extraordinary spirit herbs. Although they are not the main ingredients for alchemy, many pills require blood ginseng as a strong auxiliary spirit herb. Extraordinary spirit herbs are considered treasures in the cultivation world. They are rarely seen. She did not expect Lu Qinghe to bring out such precious spirit herbs, and 5 stalks at that. Lu Qinghe asked, How many spirit stones can such a spirit herb sell for? Manager Lin pondered for a moment. 350 spirit stones. The treasure-gathering pavilion can offer you a high price of 350 spirit stones. Sell. 5 stocks would amount to 1750 spirit stones. After adding the previous spirit stones, Qinghe now had over 3500 spirit stones. Lin the steward carefully tucked away 5 jade boxes. She did not pay Qinghe with spirit stones, knowing that he must be purchasing something significant to bring out such precious herbs. With a smile, Lin looked at Qinghe and asked, "I wonder if you require spirit stones or other cultivation resources. I need a prescription for the gathering spirit pill." Lin was astonished as she gazed at Qinghe. "You are actually a distinguished alchemist." Qinghe responded ambiguously, "I just want to give it a try." He was unsure if he had any talent for alchemy. Lin remarked, "Prescriptions are valuable items everywhere. Every alchemist treasures them. Even a basic prescription for the gathering spirit pill is extremely precious." She then shifted the topic. "However, we do have a few in the treasure pavilion. Do you prefer a more expensive prescription or a cheaper one?" Qinghe asked in confusion, "What's the difference?" Lin did not expect that Qinghe didn't even understand this. Of course there's a difference. The expensive prescriptions have better success rates for alchemy and higher yield rates. More importantly, some can produce high-quality pills with superior effects. Regular prescriptions can only produce inferior pills, and good prescriptions come with detailed alchemy explanations. Qinghe hadn't anticipated there were such intricacies to pill making. With Lin saying this, Qinghe naturally chose the best prescription. "I want the superior prescription." Lin clapped her hands, and a maid walked in. Lin instructed, "Go fetch the best gathering spirit pill prescription." "Yes." Soon the maid brought a jade slip, which Lin handed to Qinghe. "You may check its authenticity." Qinghe, having no knowledge of alchemy, wouldn't be able to discern anything even if he checked. "No need to check. I trust the reputation of the treasure pavilion. May I ask how many spirit stones this prescription costs?" 1,300 spirit stones, but I can offer you a discount, only charging you 1,200 spirit stones. Qinghe was taken aback. A basic prescription could actually cost as much as a high-grade magical artifact. Noticing Lu Qing's expression, Lin said, "Do you think it's too expensive? But you should understand the value of the gathering spirit pill. Once successfully refined, it will yield a steady stream of spirit stones. 1,200 spirit stones is merely a small profit." Qinghe was not quite convinced by this statement. If alchemy were that simple, how could pills be so expensive? Yet he decided to purchase it. Mastering alchemy was a skill he needed to acquire. "It's a deal. I also want a high-quality alchemy furnace and a high-grade defensive magical artifact." The high-grade alchemy furnace cost Qinghe 1,400 spirit stones, while the high-grade defensive magical artifact cost him 1,100 spirit stones. In the end, Qinghe exchanged a tortoise shell he had only used once for 240 spirit stones to purchase the 3 items. Qinghe had originally planned to buy a formation to set up in his cave dwelling, but now it seemed entirely out of the question. Having completed a transaction worth nearly 4,000 spirit stones, Lin appeared quite pleased, as her commission from this sale amounted to over 100 spirit stones. She said to Qinghe, "You truly possess remarkable wealth, ranking among the notable figures in the Qinghe Immortal Workshop. Should you need better herbs or wish to purchase magical artifacts in the future, just come to me. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory price. Here is the VIP token of the treasure pavilion." Lin handed Qinghe a token engraved with the character for Lin. She did not inquire about Qinghe's identity, as his attire suggested he did not wish for anyone to know. Certainly. Qinghe hurriedly left the treasure pavilion, as he still had some items to purchase. After Qinghe left, Lin went to a loft. "Master, the cultivator who purchased the spell last time has returned." This surprised the master. Did he trade something unexpected again? Lin replied, "Yes, he not only brought out 10-year-old gathering spirit grass, but also 5 200-year-old blood ginseng, which is quite rare in the territory of Zhao. Moreover, he purchased a prescription for the gathering spirit pill, a high-quality alchemy furnace, and a high-grade defensive magical artifact. This transaction reached a value of 4,000 spirit stones. This further astonished the master. Impressive. Aside from those who are at the foundation establishment stage, very few possess such wealth. He brought out such precious spiritual herbs. These are only found among the 3 great immortal sects in Zhao. This place is closest to the Taishan sect, so it must be someone from there. His identity is definitely not low, otherwise he wouldn't be able to produce such precious herbs and so many spirit stones. He may very well be connected to a golden core from the Taishan sect." Lin asked, "Master, I have given him a VIP token. Should we meet him next time he comes?" The master chuckled lightly. "Are you developing feelings for him?" Lin did not expect the master to joke with her like this. "Master, you jest. I just want to facilitate more transactions for the treasure pavilion." The master clearly did not care about such matters. "If you truly have feelings for this person, and he has good character, I could make arrangements for you. I won't be here for much longer. The one taking over here may not be someone I can deal with. Your situation will be quite difficult then. If you have the support of the Taishan sect, no one can do anything to you." This left Lin in shock. She hadn't anticipated the master was leaving so soon. "Master." The master waved her hand. No need to say anything. In front of that family, everyone exchanges benefits, including myself. But don't worry, I can still stay here for another 2 years. You may leave now, but do not disturb me unless necessary. Yes. Lin sighed and exited. Lu Qinghe left the treasure pavilion, but did not depart, instead checking the prescription, intending to buy all the required seeds for the gathering spirit pill. One of the herbs Lu Qinghe had was indeed blood ginseng. The others were merely auxiliary herbs and not of high quality. Without spending many spirit stones, Lu Qinghe managed to purchase the remaining seeds needed for the gathering spirit pill. Only then did he leave the Qinghe immortal workshop. However, Lu Qinghe was unexpectedly surprised to see an acquaintance here. Qinghe, the person he had brought to the Qinghe immortal workshop with 60 pounds of spirit rice. But 2 years had passed, and Qinghe still seemed to be at the 5th layer of qi refinement without any breakthrough. At that moment, he had just arrived at the Qinghe immortal workshop with 10 servant disciples. Lu Qinghe did not go over to greet him, and Qinghe would not recognize him, as he likely did not remember having traded with such a servant disciple. Lu Qinghe summoned his Qingguang talisman sword and flew towards the Sea of Clouds. This left the 10 servant disciples envious. Being able to fly on objects indicated they were at least above the 4th layer of qi refinement. As Qinghe watched the disappearing figure, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. However, having been to the Qinghe immortal workshop countless times and seen many cultivators, it was normal to forget. He didn't dwell on it and turned to say, "Brothers, don't be envious. This opportunity might allow each of you to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement and enter the outer sect." After saying that, he swaggered into the Qinghe immortal workshop with his 10 servant disciples. Lu Qinghe silently returned to the Taishan sect, heading to the spirit field to irrigate the Suntimature gathering spirit grass using the intermediate spiritual rain technique. After finishing the irrigation, he made his way back to the cave dwelling he had been away from for half a year. As Lu Qinghe reached the entrance of his cave, before he could step inside, he heard a whooshing sound behind him, and a person arrived on a sword. "Junior brother Lu, you really kept me waiting." Lu Qinghe turned to see Zhou Tong smiling at him. He was puzzled, having just returned, how Zhou Tong had managed to know so quickly. Lu Qinghe cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask what senior brother is looking for me for?" Zhou Tong pointed at the cave. "Aren't you inviting me in for a chat, junior brother Lu?" Lu Qinghe directly declined, saying, "I am not familiar with senior brother, so let's skip that. If there is nothing else, please leave. I need to enter seclusion and cultivate." Lu Qinghe was no longer afraid of Zhou Tong. Even though they were within the sect, Zhou Tong would not dare to act against him openly. Even if Zhou Tong truly attacked, Lu Qinghe was confident he could slay him. Seeing Lu Qing's attitude, Zhou Tong's expression darkened. He said to Lu Qinghe, "Junior brother Lu, let us speak plainly. How could the damaged spirit field produce high-quality spiritual rice? Tell me how a 5-element root could cultivate to the 4th layer of qi refinement in just 3 years, and I am willing to pay a high price to purchase that knowledge from you, junior brother." Lu Qinghe knew he had to keep his secrets. He shook his head, saying, "I don't understand what senior brother is talking about. I don't know how the damaged spirit field could yield spiritual rice, and my breakthrough to the 4th layer of qi refinement was purely by chance. I accidentally picked a century-old blood ginseng, and after consuming it, I inexplicably broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Even the Outer Sect's senior sister Bai Yutong and the elders of the Outer Sect Affairs Hall can testify to that." Zhou Tong could hardly believe Lu Qing's words. He sneered, "Junior brother Lu, do you take me for a 3-year-old child thinking I would believe you? If others are unaware of junior brother Lu's background, do you think I am not?" Lu Qinghe remained unfazed, saying, "Whether senior brother believes it or not is your business. I am just speaking the truth." Zhou Tong asked earnestly, "Junior brother, is there really no possibility of negotiation? I am willing to exchange anything within my means with you." Zhou Tong's magical energy surged, and his spiritual sense from the 6th layer of qi refinement pressed down on Lu Qinghe. Facing Zhou Tong's oppressive aura, Lu Qinghe remained expressionless. Back then, he was only at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, and Zhou Tong's 6th layer spiritual sense left him completely immobilized. Now, however, Zhou Tong's 6th layer spiritual pressure had no effect on him. Lu Qinghe looked innocent, saying, "I don't know what I did to cause this misunderstanding. What I can tell you, senior brother, is that I do not possess what you seek. Please leave, senior brother." Lu Qinghe turned and walked towards the cave, while Zhou Tong attempted to strike several times before ultimately holding back. Watching Lu Qinghe enter the cave, Zhou Tong said coldly, "Just wait, you will regret your decision." He cast a chilly glance back at Lu Qing's cave before turning to leave. Once inside the cave, Lu Qinghe was surprised that Zhou Tong truly did not dare to act. He had prepared for an attack, which made him understand that Zhou Tong was still afraid to strike within the sect. However, Lu Qinghe would not let his guard down. Just as Zhou Tong had said, he understood his background. If Zhou Tong was already pressuring him out of mere suspicion, one could only imagine what would happen if he discovered the dark soil space. Fortunately, it seemed Zhou Tong had kept this matter quiet. A killing intent arose in Lu Qinghe's eyes. He planned to find an opportunity to eliminate this threat once and for all. Lu Qinghe sat down calmly, collecting his thoughts and steadying his emotions. He took out the recipe for the Gathering Spirit Pill and began to study it. As expected, the recipe worth 1,200 spirit stones contained detailed explanations about the Gathering Spirit Pill, just as Manager Lin had described. At the same time, Lu Qinghe also realized that pills were indeed categorized by quality: waste pills, inferior, defective, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and perfect. Waste pills, needless to say, are those that have been ruined in the refinement process and are highly toxic. Defective pills retain some efficacy, but mostly consist of impurities, consuming too many can lead to pill toxicity and even death. Low-grade pills are standard, such as the Gathering Spirit pills Lu Qinghe had consumed before, which contained about 30 to 20 impurities. As Lu Qinghe had experienced, consuming too many led to instability in cultivation and resulted in pill toxicity, necessitating a way to cleanse the toxicity before continuing to cultivate. Mid-grade pills have stronger effects with impurities generally around 10. High-grade pills are even more impressive with impurities below 5 and are considered top quality for cultivation. Perfect grade pills are pure and flawless, containing no impurities, they have no side effects, and their efficacy is several times that of low-grade pills. However, perfect grade pills only exist in legends. Not only are the methods to refine them lost, but even the recipes have long been forgotten. If Lu Qinghe had always consumed perfect grade pills, he would not be in his current predicament. The recipe he held was for refining high-grade Gathering Spirit pills. Lu Qinghe realized he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. This recipe was worth much more than 1,200 spirit stones, even if it were doubled. He meticulously contemplated the explanations and various techniques and timings of the recipe, leaving no detail overlooked. After several days of thorough understanding, it was finally time for practical application. Lu Qinghe headed to the dark soil space where the materials for refining the Gathering Spirit pill had already matured several times and were piled up. Some had withered away on the black soil, and Lu Qinghe decided that if possible, he would find someone to work in the dark soil space. Lu Qinghe organized 100 portions of Gathering Spirit pill materials and took them out of the dark soil space. Then he pulled out the high-quality alchemy furnace he had purchased from the treasure pavilion. This was not just an alchemy furnace, it was also a high-grade magical tool. Although it was not an offensive tool, it outperformed the majority of mid-grade magical tools. Lu Qinghe began to refine the high-grade alchemy furnace. After several days, he not only imbued it with his spiritual sense and magical power, but also completed the refinement of the high-grade defensive magical tool, the fire scale armor. This armor was made from the scales of a fully refined fire python and could withstand attacks from latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Once fully activated, it could withstand a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator, making it a precious life-saving treasure. The fire scale armor was a light red soft armor that Lu Qinghe wore beneath his robe, hidden away so that no one could see it as long as he did not make a move. With everything in order, Lu Qinghe could finally attempt to refine pills. He picked up the alchemy furnace and placed a portion of Gathering Spirit pill materials inside, channeling his magical power to activate the spiritual fire runes on the furnace. Lu Qinghe immediately began to control the fire according to the methods outlined in the Gathering Spirit pill recipe. After a few breaths, a scorching aura emanated from the alchemical furnace as terrible energy brewed within. Sensing danger, Lu Qinghe inwardly cursed, hastily channeling his mana to form a protective shield in front of him. With a loud bang, the alchemical furnace was blasted away and a terrifying wave of heat rushed toward him. Although Lu Qinghe had already activated his mana to block it, he still ended up covered in dirt. He hurriedly retrieved the flying furnace and opened it, only to find nothing but black ash inside. Not even a Gathering Spirit pill was refined, let alone a successful result. The materials for a furnace of Gathering Spirit pills were worth 3 spirit stones, and now they had turned to dust. Lu Qinghe was greatly disheartened. This had gone wrong before it even began, far more challenging than practicing mid-level techniques, leaving him utterly clueless. However, Lu Qinghe had a resilient disposition. He could not easily give up. After calming his mind, he cleaned the furnace and put in another batch of Gathering Spirit pill materials. This time, after a few more moments before he could even reach the steps of refining the pills, the furnace exploded again. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lu Qinghe continued his alchemical endeavors. Finally, after half a month of persistence and wasting ample materials for Gathering Spirit pills each day, he still had not succeeded. This left Lu Qinghe cursing. He had never imagined alchemy could be so difficult and so costly. A top-tier furnace consumed 30 spirit stones daily, and over half a month, he had nearly spent 500 spirit stones. No ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator could bear such expenses. I refuse to believe I cannot refine the Gathering Spirit pill. He had plenty of materials for refining Gathering Spirit pills, not just from his previous stockpile, but in the last half-month alone thousands of materials had grown in the black soil space. What brought Qinghe some comfort was that he made slight progress each time. With a few hundred more materials, refined success was surely within reach. Everything is difficult at the outset. A month later, after wasting over 100 batches of gathering spirit pill materials, Qinghe gradually grasped the key techniques. Although he still had not refined the gathering spirit pill, he made significant progress in alchemy. He finally managed to successfully refine a few waste pills, which was a notable improvement for him. Having wasted over 1,000 spirit stones and assisted by a high-quality furnace, Qinghe could hardly believe how ordinary alchemists became skilled. Not everyone could be as indifferent to alchemical materials as he was. Hardly anyone could afford to be so extravagant in their alchemy. Even the talented disciples of the Taishan sect's alchemy peak did not enjoy such treatment, not a fraction of it. Qinghe began to understand why alchemists were so respected and valued in the cultivation world. The reasons for Lu Qing's repeated failures were quite clear. One was that his talent in alchemy could only be considered average. He had not received direct guidance from a renowned master. Relying solely on others' alchemical records for guidance made it difficult for him to find his mistakes in time. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that others typically started with simpler tasks, refining basic powders, before moving on to pills like 100-herb pills. Then they would progress to low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier pills. Unlike Qinghe, who jumped straight into high-tier formulas, alchemists capable of refining high-tier pills were rare, even at the Taishan sect. This led to Lu Qing's repeated failures. After a month without success in refining the gathering spirit pill, he turned to leave the cave. This did not mean he intended to give up on alchemy. Rather, he needed to seek a way to eliminate the pill poison. If he continued to delay, missing out on 3 to 5 years, he would find it exceedingly difficult to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. This was simply unacceptable to him, as strength was the only truth in the cultivation world. His sole purpose for becoming an alchemist was to enhance his strength and break through his cultivation. Having made no progress in his cultivation for nearly 2 months left him anxious, reminding him of the 8 long months he spent at the miscellaneous peak, enduring the grueling process of channeling qi into his body. Qinghe arrived at the external disciple exchange area, taking out a sign that read "High price sought for a remedy to pill poison." This attracted the attention of several external disciples. A 5th layer qi refinement disciple asked, "Junior brother, you haven't consumed inferior pills resulting in pill poison, have you?" For them, the only situations that could lead to pill poison were the use of waste pills or inferior quality pills. Although they usually consumed low-tier pills, the maximum amount was 1 vial per month and impurities dissipated easily. No one had the habit of consuming pills like Qinghe did. Even if there were effects, it would hardly matter to them. Of course, Qinghe could not respond truthfully and instead asked, "Does this senior brother know how to resolve pill poison?" The 5th layer qi refinement disciple shook his head. "I don't know. Junior brother, you could inquire with those at the alchemy peak. They might have a solution." After waiting for a moment without any answers from the external disciples, he hesitated. Did he have to make a trip to the alchemy peak? However, he had no acquaintances there. Just as Qinghe pondered other solutions, a familiar voice emerged. "Oh, junior brother Lu, you are here." Hearing that voice, Qinghe looked up to see Bai Yutong gazing at him in surprise. Bai Yutong was someone he was quite familiar with in the Taishan sect, the only perceptive person he knew. Qinghe stood to greet her sister Bai. He had not expected that after more than a year Bai Yutong would still remember him. Bai Yutong asked in confusion, "Junior brother Lu, what's the matter?" She pointed to the words on Lu Qing's sign. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "Junior brother Lu, could it be that you have side effects from consuming blood ginseng?" Qinghe had not anticipated Bai Yutong would think this. A glint flashed in his eyes as he revealed his cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement. "Sister Bai, I have been in the outer sect for a year and a half, yet no matter how I cultivate, my progress remains stagnant. Through my investigations, I believe I may have contracted pill poison. Only resolving this issue will allow me to continue my cultivation." Bai Yutong was taken aback. She had never heard of such a thing. Nonsense, how could consuming blood ginseng lead to pill poison? It's definitely because you lack spirit stones to purchase genuine spiritual herbs and have consumed inferior pills, but you are just too embarrassed to admit it. Qinghe looked over and saw a man standing beside Bai Yutong, casting a sinister glance at him filled with hostility and warning. "Sister Bai, don't be fooled by him." He couldn't understand how Bai Yutong could be acquainted with a disciple at the 4th layer of qi refinement appearing to have a good relationship. He absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Bai Yutong was the partner he had chosen, and she should not have more contact with other men. Bai Yutong covered her mouth and smiled. "Senior brother Wang, how could junior brother Lu be lying?" She looked at Qinghe with a beaming smile. "Junior brother Lu, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. "How could I deceive sister?" When it comes to lying, Lu Qing's eyes would blink as if he wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. Bai Yutong, grinning, said to senior brother Wang, "Look, junior brother Lu has promised not to deceive me." Senior brother Wang's expression darkened. Bai Yutong had never treated him as kindly as she did Lu Qinghe. He urged, "Junior sister, we still need to report to Uncle Wu." Bai Yutong shook her head saying, "There's no rush. I still have things to discuss with junior brother Lu. You go ahead and he'll join you shortly." Senior brother Wang was taken aback and anxiously said, "Junior sister, Uncle Wu will get angry if you do this. You should know the consequences of provoking him." Bai Yutong insisted, "Senior brother, just explain the situation to Uncle Wu. I'm sure he will understand." Seeing the two argue, Lu Qinghe hurriedly spoke up, "Senior sister, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I won't disturb you." Although he didn't understand the relationship between senior brother Wang and Bai Yutong, he could see that Wang's expression was one of hostility towards him. He didn't want to offend anyone for no reason and create an enemy. Bai Yutong rolled her eyes at Lu Qinghe saying, "Don't you want to know how to solve the pill poison?" Lu Qinghe was taken aback. Bai Yutong actually knew how to resolve the pill poison. Senior sister knows how to solve the pill poison. Bai Yutong nodded, of course. Then she turned to senior brother Wang and said, "Senior brother Wang, you see, I need to talk to junior brother Lu." With Bai Yutong saying this, senior brother Wang glared at Lu Qinghe fiercely before turning to leave. Lu Qinghe watched everything with a blank expression, his fondness for Bai Yutong rapidly diminishing as she inexplicably brought him an enemy. He didn't know senior brother Wang's identity, but it was clear that Wang was already harboring resentment against him, which would surely lead to trouble. Whether Bai Yutong's actions were intentional or not, Lu Qinghe decided to minimize his contact with her in the future to avoid more trouble. He didn't hold a grudge against Bai Yutong. He considered it a way to offset her favor for bringing him into the outer sect. "Senior sister, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Before Bai Yutong could respond, Lu Qing's figure had vanished. Bai Yutong stared blankly at Lu Qinghe, realizing she hadn't mentioned how to solve the pill poison. After a long pause, she regained her composure, pondering, "Junior brother Lu, is he angry?" She wanted to explain something, but there was nothing much to clarify, so she did not chase after him. With a sigh, she disappeared from the outer sect's disciple trading area and headed towards the outer sect's affairs hall. Lu Qinghe returned to his cave abode, reflecting on his earlier impulsive behavior with regret. He still hadn't figured out a way to resolve the pill poison, and he needed Bai Yutong's help with another matter, finding the missing Wang Shan. In the Taishan sect, besides Zhou Tong, Bai Yutong was the one most likely to know Wang Shan's whereabouts. He couldn't possibly go to Zhou Tong for verification. If Zhou Tong discovered his connection to Wang Shan, he might use it to threaten him. Zhou Tong had threatened him several times. He was certainly capable of such actions, as Wang Shan was merely a common disciple, and the sect would not care. Lu Qinghe decided to think of other ways. If all else fails, he could seek solutions at Qinghe Xianfang. At the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he might be able to buy a solution. Lu Qinghe began refining pills, but one batch after another ended in failure. However, he gradually mastered the techniques, progressing from producing one failed pill to 2 failed ones per batch. Typically, a batch of pills could yield between 1 to 5 successful pills. Lu Qinghe sensed that after producing 5 failed pills, he would likely be able to refine a real gathering spirit pill. After several batches, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving him to sit in meditation to replenish it. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the cave, causing Lu Qinghe's expression to change dramatically. A cold female voice echoed, "Where's Lu Qinghe?" Someone was actually coming to cause trouble, but seemed he hadn't offended anyone besides Zhou Tong. Lu Qinghe's mood, already poor, darkened further. He wanted to see who was causing trouble, even coming to his cave. Lu Qinghe opened the cave's barrier and stepped outside, looking up at the sky. He saw a beautiful woman standing on a green jade flute, looking down at him from above. What shocked Lu Qinghe the most was the identity and cultivation level of this stunning woman. She was a disciple in green attire with a latest stage Qi refinement level of spiritual sense pressure. This was indeed an inner sect disciple. Lu Qinghe couldn't understand why an inner sect disciple would come to him. He certainly didn't know any inner sect disciples. Could it be that Zhou Tong had invited an inner sect disciple to threaten him due to Zhou's connections in the inner sect? Lu Qinghe was baffled. He cautiously asked, "I wonder what brings you, senior sister, from the inner sect here?" Lu Qinghe remained on guard. He didn't know whether this inner sect disciple would directly attack him or ignore the sect's rules. After all, Bai Yutong had told him that Zhou Tong was only lightly punished because of interference from inner sect disciples, indicating that inner sect disciples could change the outer sect's rules. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would directly escape from Taishan sect. The top-grade fire-scaled armor would be sufficient for him to flee from a latest-stage Qi refinement level cultivator. In a real fight, he still had 2 top-grade spiritual talismans. Even if he couldn't defeat a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, he could heavily injure them. The beautiful woman looked down at Lu Qinghe with an air of superiority. "Are you Lu Qinghe?" Lu Qinghe nodded, saying, "Yes, I am Lu Qinghe." The beautiful woman said coldly, "I don't want to know who you are, or how you know Yutong, or the nature of your relationship. But you two are destined to belong to different worlds, and I hope you will have no further contact with her." The 20-year-old firefox flower that grows on the fire's spiritual vein can resolve the pill poison. The firefox flower is not only precious, but also rare, so it all depends on your luck in obtaining it. I have fulfilled Yutong's request, though I hope you will be wise. She will enter the inner sect and has a great chance of becoming a foundation establishment true person. With that, she flew away without waiting for Lu Qinghe to respond. She did not need to know Lu Qinghe's attitude or answer. Her words were an absolute command to the outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples only needed to obey. Lu Qinghe's face turned grim. Although he had been looked down upon for having 5 spiritual roots when he entered the sect, experiencing disdain and eye-rolling. He had never been ignored to the point of feeling like an ant as he was now. This was the most infuriating moment since being framed by Zhou Tong. Lu Qinghe squinted, latest qi refinement. I will surpass that soon. He took a deep breath. He was not blinded by anger. At any moment, he remained calmer than anyone else. He simply hadn't expected Bai Yutong to ask an inner sect disciple to bring him a solution for the pill poison. He truly didn't know what Bai Yutong was thinking. Lu Qinghe returned to his cave dwelling. It was the first time he had heard of the Tianhu flower, and he decided to procure a comprehensive guide to spiritual herbs from the cultivation world, lest he encounter them later without knowledge. The guide to spiritual herbs was not considered a treasure. Both the Taishan sect and the alchemy hall had it. He had simply overlooked it before. Early the next morning, Lu Qinghe left his cave. He decided to set up a powerful formation around his cave to prevent anyone from disturbing his cultivation. Lu Qinghe arrived at the main hall of Lingyao Peak, where Yao Liyun was on duty. Lu Qinghe greeted senior brother Yao. Yao Liyun was handling some affairs, and upon hearing the voice, looked towards Lu Qinghe, who had left a good impression on him. Not only did he master the intermediate rain cloud technique, but he was also capable and of notable identity, making him someone Yao Liyun paid attention to. He welcomed warmly. What wind has brought you here, junior brother? Lu Qinghe did not engage in pleasantries. He clasped his hands and said, senior brother, I have something to ask for. Yao Liyun replied cheerfully, please speak, junior brother. He understood that Lu Qinghe would not come here without reason. There must be a matter at hand. I would like a guide to the spiritual herbs of the cultivation world. I believe you have one here, senior brother. For the Taishan sect, the best and most complete guide to spiritual herbs could be found at Lingyao Peak, and as a disciple of Lingyao Peak, there was no need for him to seek it elsewhere. Yao Liyun looked at Lu Qinghe in surprise. He had thought it was a major issue, but was taken aback that it was just for the guide. Yao Liyun nodded, of course we have that. However, although junior brother is a disciple of Lingyao Peak, you will still need to pay 5 spirit stones to obtain it. Lu Qinghe was quite straightforward, handing over 5 spirit stones to Yao Liyun, who took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Qinghe. He also solemnly instructed junior brother Lu, this guide records most types of spiritual herbs in the cultivation world. While it is not much at our Lingyao Peak, do not casually share it outside, as it is the culmination of hundreds of years of effort from our peak. Lu Qinghe nodded. I naturally understand this, thank you, senior brother. Only after Lu Qinghe's assurance did Yao Liyun feel at ease handing over the jade slip. He made a profit of 3 spirit stones from this transaction, which was not a scheme against Lu Qinghe. The 5 spirit stones were the rules of Lingyao Peak. However, over the years, many disciples of Lingyao Peak had borrowed from each other, and for familiar disciples, Lu Qinghe could have obtained it for just 2 spirit stones. He of course did not know that Lu Qinghe did not regard the 5 spirit stones highly at all. Lu Qinghe stored the jade slip and planned to study it later. He asked Yao Liyun, senior brother, do you have any seeds for the Tianhu flower here? I want to buy some for planting. Yao Liyun looked at Lu Qinghe with a strange expression. You want to plant the Tianhu flower? Lu Qinghe noticed Yao Liyun's odd gaze. Senior brother, is there something wrong with that? Yao Liyun nodded. The Tianhu flower is a mysterious spiritual herb, and even if it exists, it wouldn't appear in the outer sect. Moreover, the Tianhu flower is very special. It requires a fire's spiritual vein to cultivate, and the Taishan sect does not possess such conditions. Therefore, I don't even know if the Tianhu flower exists in the Taishan sect, let alone seeds. Lu Qinghe did not expect that even the Taishan sect might not have the Tianhu flower. He initially thought that even if it were expensive, it wouldn't matter. Lu Qinghe asked, do you know where I might find the Tianhu flower? Yao Liyun thought for a moment and said people from Lingyao Peak or Dan Peak might have it, but it would be among senior inner disciples or possibly some uncles who have unexpected treasures. This made Lu Qinghe's expression change, not to mention the foundation establishment uncles. Even recalling the attitude of that inner disciple from yesterday made it clear how difficult it would be to make contact. Moreover, as the Tianhu flower is rare, even inner disciples might not have it. Seeing that Lu Qinghe genuinely needed the Tianhu flower, Yao Liyun pointed him in a promising direction. Additionally, there is another place that might have the Tianhu flower. The Tianling secret realm, a mysterious spiritual herb realm, was discovered by the 3 sects 300 years ago and is jointly overseen by them. There are spiritual herbs everywhere inside. Not only might the Tianhu flower appear, but there are also many more precious herbs. The three sects opened the Tianling secret realm together every 50 years, organizing disciples to enter and gather herbs. Junior brother is in luck. In a few months, the Tianling secret realm will open, and you can sign up to try your luck. Lu Qing's eyes brightened. He had not expected such a place to exist. Noticing Lu Qing's interest, Yao Liyun asked, "Do you want to try? If you wish, I can sign you up." Lu Qinghe did not agree immediately. Although Yao Lion's words were enticing, he understood that there are no such good things in this world. There must be risks. He was unaware of being cautious in cultivation was a principle Lu Qinghe always adhered to. He planned to check the outside alchemy hall to see if he could buy the Tianhu flower. As long as he obtained the seeds, he would attempt to see if he could cultivate them in the Black Earth space. Lu Qinghe declined. "No need, I will think of other methods." "Sorry to bother you, senior brother, I take my leave." Lu Qinghe arrived at the spirit field and was shocked to see the gathering spirit grass showing signs of withering. Although he rarely managed the gathering spirit grass and only watered it at certain times, he mastered the intermediate rain cloud technique, which was equivalent to several days of watering with the basic technique. Upon inspection, Lu Qinghe discovered tiny golden insects on the roots of the gathering spirit grass, gnawing on the gathering spirit essence. This made Lu Qinghe understand that the gathering spirit grass had suffered from a lack of management and was infested with pests. He carefully examined and identified the insects. Golden tooth insects feeding on spiritual grass to survive. Ordinary methods cannot eradicate them. Only gold-type spells can eliminate them. Lu Qinghe returned to his small house, took out a blue light talisman sword, and then pulled out a piece of golden metal, which he had purchased from Qinghe Alchemy Hall. Lu Qinghe intended to practice the Gungjin sword technique. He was already well-versed in the cultivation methods of the Gungjin sword art. Lu Qinghe began to practice the Gungjin sword technique, and a miraculous scene occurred. The Gungjin before him transformed into several streams of golden light that fused into his body. This cultivation was simpler than when Lu Qinghe practiced other mid-grade spells. Lu Qinghe took out the Gungjin again and continued cultivating the Gungjin sword technique. In 3 days, Lu Qinghe absorbed hundreds of streams of Gungjin power, finally reaching the initial success stage of the Gungjin sword technique. Lu Qinghe picked up the blue light sword and swung it, releasing a terrifying sword intent that carved a scar into the ground. From the power of the sword intent, it would not be a problem to slay a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator in one strike without a powerful defensive artifact. However, to continue cultivating more Gungjin was needed. Lu Qinghe had a premonition that this Gungjin sword technique was extraordinary, definitely more than just a mid-grade spell, and there might be stronger cultivation methods following it. When the time comes, he would inquire again at the treasure pavilion of Qinghe Alchemy Hall to see if he could purchase the complete version of the sword technique. Having successfully cultivated the sword technique, Lu Qinghe stepped out of his small house and noticed that the gathering spirit grass in the spirit field was already showing signs of wilting. Previously, only a small portion had been infested with the golden aphids, but now most of it was affected. The reproduction rate of these golden aphids was too fast. Lu Qinghe began to wield the Gungjin sword technique, controlling the force to strike at the gathering spirit grass to see if he could eliminate these golden aphids. Under the golden sword intent, the golden aphids were struck down to the ground, but the gathering spirit grass was also destroyed by Lu Qinghe. Is this effective? Lu Qing's expression brightened as he continued to control the sword intent to eliminate the golden aphids. Although this process resulted in the death of many gathering spirit herbs, Lu Qing's mastery of the Gungjin sword technique deepened. Gradually, he learned to eliminate the golden aphids using sword intent without harming the gathering spirit herbs. In just one day, Lu Qinghe completely exterminated the golden aphids on over 100 gathering spirit herbs. Then, using the rain cloud technique, he summoned spiritual rain, revitalizing the previously withered gathering spirit herbs, which now numbered 75. However, they would be ready for harvest in about 3 months, at which time he could submit them to the spirit medicine peak and receive a considerable amount of spirit stones and merit. Lu Qinghe did not lack gathering spirit herbs. In the Black Earth space, he had not only a year's worth of gathering spirit herbs, but also a portion that was 50 years old. Lu Qinghe stood up, intending to visit the servant's peak to find Bai Yutong and see what she needed in order to repay her kindness. It had been nearly 2 years since Lu Qinghe left the servant courtyard. First, Lu Qinghe returned to his former small courtyard, which had been vacated since he had been promoted to an outer sect disciple. However, there were still 5 years until the next recruitment of disciples by the Taishan sect, and no new disciples had moved in. This meant that he had been at the Taishan sect for 5 years, 3 years as a servant, and 2 years as an outer disciple. Lu Qinghe glanced at Wang Shan's small courtyard, which remained silent. Could it be that something unexpected had happened to Wang Shan? This thought caused a heavy feeling in Lu Qing's heart. He arrived at the servants' affairs hall, but did not see Bai Yutong. Instead, he encountered several busy servant disciples who hurriedly approached Lu Qinghe to bow in respect. "Greetings, outer sect senior brother." Although Qinghe was much younger than these servant disciples in the cultivation world, power was paramount. Even those with higher cultivation than him addressed him as senior brother. Qinghe did not adopt a condescending attitude. Not only was he a product of the servant courtyard, but his character also did not allow him to look down on others casually. Qinghe asked one of the servant disciples, "Where is senior sister Bai?" One disciple at the third layer of Qi refinement respectfully replied, reporting to outer sect, senior brother senior sister Bai left a few days ago for some matters and has yet to return. Qinghe inquired about the specific time and learned that he had encountered Bai Yutong in the outer sect trading area, as she must have had some urgent matters to attend to when she left the servant's peak. Qinghe nodded, saying, "I see. You all should cultivate diligently. Perhaps you can enter the outer sect." Those managing the affairs hall were all at the third layer of Qi refinement. Qinghe casually tossed several spirit stones from his storage bag, giving each of them one stone. He did not leave a message for Bai Yutong, intending to return to find her after handling his matters. The four servant disciples stared in shock at the spirit stones in their hands, not expecting to receive a spirit stone for no reason. They all gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, outer sect senior brother." Qinghe left the servants' hall and flew away on his sword. Everyone watched enviously as Qinghe departed. As an outer sect disciple, the weakest among them were at the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Being able to fly was the goal they all aspired to. One person remarked, "This outer sect senior brother is quite generous, actually bestowing spirit stones, unlike other outer sect disciples who look down on us. Typically, outer sect disciples wouldn't even cast them a glance." One servant disciple curiously said, "I think I've seen this senior brother in the servants' courtyard before." Another person shot him a glare, saying, "Are you saying this outer sect senior brother came from the servants' courtyard? Have you lost your mind? This senior brother is quite young." With a cultivation level above the fourth layer of Qi refinement, his spiritual roots must be extraordinary, making him a talented disciple directly chosen for the outer sect, someone we cannot compare to. The servant disciple awkwardly said, "I just said he looked familiar. I didn't say he came from the servants' courtyard. Perhaps someone I met before resembles this senior brother, and I mistook him." Qinghe had no acquaintances in the servants' courtyard, primarily because he spent too little time there, only 9 months cultivating in the small courtyard. He spent a year in the spiritual fields and another year in a secluded cave, only appearing a few times when disguised to enter the servants' trading area. Few could recognize him. Qinghe returned to the outer sect affairs hall, tossing 10 gathering spirit herbs to the astonished guarding disciples. Qinghe approached the mountain guarding great array, reported his arrival, and then left the Taishan sect. However, he was unaware that as soon as he left, a figure closely followed him out of the Taishan sect, heading in the direction he had gone. This time, Qinghe did not intend to visit the Qinghe Immortal Workshop. After making so many transactions previously, no matter how careful he was, he must have attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives in the Qinghe Immortal Workshop. They might be waiting for him to walk into their trap. Unless he gained sufficient strength, Qinghe did not plan to return to the Qinghe Immortal Workshop. His target this time was another immortal workshop located over 1,000 miles away. Traveling 100 miles a day after 10 days of arduous journey, Qinghe finally arrived at his destination. Despite encountering some troubles along the way, he resolved them easily. With 4 mid-grade spells, a mid-grade sword, and a high-grade defensive artifact, Qinghe could contend with latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators without using other means. The Hongfeng Immortal Workshop was no longer within the borders of the Zhao Kingdom. Rather than an immortal workshop, it was more akin to an immortal city. It was more than 10 times larger than the Qinghe Immortal Workshop, with spiritual energy surpassing that of the Taishan sect's outer sect. It was said that the owner of this immortal workshop was a genuine golden core elder, intimidating countless surrounding forces. The armored guards were all latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, blocking Liu Qing's path. You do not possess the Immortal City token. You entering the city requires the payment of 5 spirit stones, allowing a stay of 3 days. Qinghe took a breath. 5 spirit stones were not a concern for him, but there were at least hundreds of thousands of loose cultivators in this immortal workshop, each paying 5 spirit stones. If it truly was a 3-day rotation, that would amount to an astronomical number of spirit stones. Of course, this statement was not entirely accurate, as some rented inns and caves to cultivate inside, so they could not possibly rotate every 3 days, but the amount of spirit stones required would still be terrifying. Liu Qing's mind was filled with longing. If he could manage such an immortal workshop, wouldn't he be able to lay back every day and have countless spirit stones flowing in? Qinghe paid the spirit stones and stepped into the Hongfeng Immortal Workshop. The first issue he needed to resolve was the spirit stones. He planned to stay here for quite some time. Currently, he had no spirit stones on him. However, acquiring spirit stones was quite simple for him, even though spirit stones were a scarce currency in the cultivation world. If one were to speak of hard currency, it was spirit medicine. High-quality spirit medicine could enhance cultivation and break through realms with the possibility of reversing fate and even bringing the dead back to life. During this time, Qinghe had also reviewed the Taishan sect's compendium of spirit medicines. It covered a wide range, recording over 4,000 types of spirit medicines, including more than 2,000 types of yellow-grade spirit medicines, over 1,200 types of mysterious-grade spirit medicines, over 500 types of earth-grade spirit medicines, over 100 types of heaven-grade spirit medicines, and 10 types of immortal medicines. It nearly encompassed all types of spirit medicines in the cultivation world. The lower, middle, upper, and superb spirit medicines Qinghe previously mentioned all referred to yellow-grade spirit medicines, which were used by Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. Mysterious-grade spirit medicines reached the level used by golden core elders. Earth-grade spirit medicines would even provoke a nascent soul true monarch to make a move to seize them. As for heaven-grade spirit medicines, they were exceedingly rare in the entire cultivation world, and immortal medicines only existed in legends. The Red Maple Immortal Workshop is 10 times larger than the Qinghe Immortal Workshop, where typically only early-stage refinement Qi cultivators are found, with mid-stage practitioners being quite rare. Here not only is the captain of the armored guards at the entrance an advanced refinement Qi cultivator, but there are also often advanced practitioners wandering within the workshop. Qinghe disguised his cultivation as a third layer of refinement Qi and began selling the spirit rice from his black soil space at the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. He had previously sold tens of thousands of genes of spirit rice at the Qinghe Immortal Workshop, but with nothing to do afterward, he planted a substantial amount again. With a 3-day growth cycle, he had already accumulated a terrifying quantity of 100,000 genes. Whether due to the larger number of cultivators here or not, the price never drops below 10 spirit stones for 100 genes, and because the spirit rice sold by Qinghe is of extremely high value, it can fetch 12 spirit stones for 100 genes. Do not underestimate spirit rice as inferior to low-grade spiritual herbs. Its spiritual energy is weak, but the consumer demographic is significant. The majority of the cultivation world consists of low-grade refinement Qi cultivators who cannot afford to use pills every day. Furthermore, any cultivator with a choice would not consume mundane food. Mundane food contains too many impurities, and excessive consumption is detrimental to cultivators. Spirit rice is the best choice for the vast majority of cultivators, even low-grade ones, as they can afford to buy a few genes for cultivation. Qinghe sold all his spirit rice and earned over 1,000 spirit stones. He then changed his cultivation to the 4th layer of refinement Qi and began selling a large quantity of gathering spirit grass. The prices for gathering spirit grass are quite similar, and Qinghe did not offer any that were excessively aged, only those that matured in 1 year. These gathering spirit grasses are also piled high in his black soil space, and even with his daily alchemy waste, it represents only a portion of what he has. In the black soil space, he has already stored thousands of plants, all sealed with spiritual energy, which is one method of preserving spiritual herbs before tossing them into a storage bag. Otherwise, the black soil space could not possibly hold so many resources. Depending on the size of the shop, Qinghe sold anywhere from a few to hundreds of plants, completely selling 3,000 plants and obtaining 6,000 spirit stones. Qinghe was still not satisfied and also sold dozens of 100-year blood ginseng and 10 200-year blood ginseng, earning 5,000 spirit stones. Blood ginseng is the least abundant spiritual herb in Qinghe's black soil space, yet it is the most aged herb with the strongest plants, nearing 400 years of efficacy. 300-year herb potency can definitely be considered a low-grade spiritual herb, while 400-year potency is comparable to mid-grade ones. Qinghe was unaware of their value and did not dare to use them, even if he wasted them himself. Moreover, one of the auxiliary materials for refining gathering spirit pills is blood ginseng. Although only 20-year blood ginseng is required, the stronger the potency, the more effective the resulting pills will be. In just a few days, Qinghe's spirit stones exceeded 10,000, to some that would shock even foundation establishment masters. Generally, it is quite difficult for foundation establishment masters to acquire this many spirit stones. Qinghe also purchased several high-grade storage bags, each valued at 100 spirit stones, but with a space equivalent to 10 directions, sufficient for him to store even more resources. However, Qinghe regrettably did not find any firefox flowers, as they are extremely rare. But he did hear some news that in a month the treasure gathering pavilion would hold an auction where some rare treasures would be auctioned off. At that time, any cultivator qualified to attend the auction could participate. Qinghe did not expect that there would also be a treasure gathering pavilion at the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. He just wondered if it had any connection with the one at the Qinghe Immortal Workshop. He didn't want to think about these things. He was still a distinguished guest of the Qinghe Immortal Workshop, but he would not reveal his identity. Having sold so many resources this time, although he was very cautious, there were not only refinement Qi cultivators present, but also foundation establishment masters and golden core ancestors. Their methods are beyond Qinghe's imagination, and some cultivators possess special techniques that could trace him through subtle clues. Lu Qinghe no longer used the thousand-faced illusion technique, but instead revealed his true strength. Lu Qinghe speculated that he could not be the only one practicing the thousand-faced illusion technique. It was not an exclusive secret, but rather something sold by the treasure-gathering pavilion, and others would also purchase it. If he were to be discovered with a flaw, it would certainly lead to trouble. Thus he ensured no one would connect him to the cultivator selling spiritual herbs, calculating all the risks he was taking. Of course, Lu Qinghe was not idle either. He arrived at a special place within the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. It was a place for alchemy equipped with high-level gathering spirit arrays and rich spiritual energy, where one could also use earth fire for refining pills. Earth fire is a type of spiritual fire. Generally, only fire attribute cultivators can become alchemists, but some unexpected circumstances allow cultivators who master special spiritual fires to also become alchemists. However, spiritual fire is exceedingly rare and precious. Even the lowest grade spiritual fire is comparable to the price of spiritual artifacts. The manifestation of spiritual fire has nothing to do with low-tier cultivators, and the worst would be taken by Golden Core ancestors. Moreover, the function of spiritual fire is very unique. Not only can it attack enemies, but when used in alchemy, it greatly enhances success rates and the efficacy of the pills. Especially for high-grade spiritual herbs, the required firepower is crucial either from techniques developed from high-grade methods or using spiritual artifact alchemical furnaces. If you have spiritual fire, you can bypass these troubles and directly use it for refining. Earth fire is drawn from deep within the earth veins using a magical tool and can be considered a type of spiritual fire, though its power is not as strong as true spiritual fire and cannot be taken away freely. Lu Qinghe arrived at the alchemy fire room of the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, where the supervising cultivator warmly welcomed him upon seeing his arrival. "Are you an alchemist? Do you need guidance for alchemy, or do you wish to rent the fire room?" Lu Qinghe replied, "I need to rent the fire room. May I ask what the price is?" The fire rooms are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, corresponding to the resource levels in the cultivation world, with prices varying accordingly. A yellow grade fire room costs 1 spirit stone per day, a profound grade costs 10 spirit stones per day, an earth grade costs 50 spirit stones per day, and a heaven grade fire room requires 100 spirit stones per day. Lu Qinghe gasped. The cost of alchemy was calculated on a daily basis, and the prices were incredibly high. Especially the heaven-grade fire room, one could earn 3,000 spirit stones. However, Lu Qinghe knew that heaven-grade fire rooms were reserved for foundation establishment masters or alchemy masters. Though Lu Qinghe was not short of spirit stones, he would not waste them. "I am merely trying out alchemy. Oh, please rent me a yellow-grade fire room for a month. Is there a monthly discount?" The cultivator shook his head. "No bargaining." Well then, Lu Qinghe took out 30 spirit stones and handed them to the cultivator. The cultivator cheerfully accepted the stones and handed a token to Lu Qinghe. "Friend, you have rented fire room number 98 for a month. During this month only you may enter and exit the fire room freely." The cultivator led Lu Qinghe to the front of fire room number 98. "You only need to use this token to access the fire room freely. This is similar to the identity token of the Taishian sect." Lu Qinghe took out the token and a portal appeared. He stepped inside. Inside the alchemy fire room, a fire-igniting formation was arranged on the ground. Once activated, it would draw an endless supply of earth fire from deep within the earth's veins. Lu Qinghe surmised that this earth vein fire formation must be of the Xian grade and not of low rank. He spent half a day meditating, bringing his entire state to its peak. Only then did he take out a high-grade alchemy furnace and place it on the formation. Lu Qinghe cast a spell, and terrifying earth fire began to surge forth from the ground. Not only was the quality of the earth fire more powerful than the flames produced by his techniques, but most importantly, it consumed very little spiritual power. Previously, Lu Qinghe could only refine a few batches of pills in a day before needing to take a break to recover before continuing. However, now that the earth fire was activated, he no longer needed to do so. Theoretically, as long as he was energetic and had enough materials, he could refine pills endlessly with the earth fire. This was also why most alchemists favored fire rooms. Lu Qinghe took out the materials for the gathering spirit pill and began the refining process. After a while, it was finally time to condense the pill. Condense. A plume of black smoke emerged from the furnace, which was anticipated by Lu Qinghe. Not having an explosion was already a good outcome. He opened the furnace, brushed away the dust, and found 5 pitch-black waste pills inside. This delighted Lu Qinghe greatly. His original ability could only produce 2 waste pills, but now he had managed to refine 5. As long as he mastered a few more techniques, he would be close to refining a true spirit pill. Lu Qinghe continued to take out another batch of materials for refining. Although he produced 5 waste pills again, their quality was significantly better than before. After 10 batches, a defective pill finally appeared. Looking at the defective pill in his hand, which was over half impurities, Qinghe regarded it as a treasure. This pill, if placed outside, was worth only half a spirit stone, while the materials Qinghe consumed to refine it were worth thousands. Such a large amount of spirit stones, if given to a cultivator with 3 spirit roots, would be enough for them to make tremendous progress, reaching the late stage of Qi refinement in a short time. I have finally become a true alchemist. Qinghe grinned widely. Ooh, every beginning is difficult. With this defective pill, he would soon be able to refine pills continuously. Moreover, Qinghe sensed that if he could refine pills of medium or high quality, he could continue to cultivate. Thinking of this possibility, Qinghe became even more enthusiastic about alchemy. He immersed himself in the fire room and did not leave for 20 days. Qinghe looked at a crystal-clear pill in his hand. He had miraculously refined a high-grade pill. In one batch, he produced 4 medium-grade pills and 1 high-grade pill, showcasing Qinghe's current level of alchemy. It was not that Qinghe's talent had suddenly erupted, but rather that the materials he had used these days were extraordinarily abundant, utilizing hundreds of portions daily. In 20 days, he consumed over 2,000 portions of gathering spirit pill materials worth 5,000 spirit stones. Moreover, Qinghe used gathering spirit grass with 50 years of medicinal power for this batch. With a high-grade pill recipe, if he still couldn't refine a high-grade pill, Qinghe might as well throw himself into a tofu block. From the beginning of alchemy, consuming enough wealth to achieve foundation establishment, Qinghe had finally refined a high-grade pill. This would definitely shock many cultivators in the cultivation world. Such consumption could even overwhelm a nascent soul, true monarch. Qinghe did not plan to continue refining pills. He intended to validate his thoughts. Next, let's test the effects of medium-grade pills. In one of Qinghe's storage bags, there were countless waste pills, over 500 defective pills, more than 100 lower-grade gathering spirit pills, and 34 medium-grade gathering spirit pills. Additionally, he had 1 high-grade gathering spirit pill in hand. Qinghe carefully stored the high-grade pill and took out a medium-grade gathering spirit pill, swallowing it and operating his Qi refinement technique to refine its medicinal power. Immediately, Qinghe felt his previously stagnant cultivation slowly start to grow. He was overjoyed. Even without the firefox flower, he could continue to cultivate. In 4 hours, Qinghe refined 1 pill, which increased his cultivation by 1/50th. The effect of this medicinal power was more than double that of a lower-grade gathering spirit pill. This puzzled Qinghe. Why did a pill with just a portion less impurities have such an incredible effect? Of course, Qinghe did not know that this was the difference between gathering spirit grass of 1 year and 50 years. All his medium-grade pills were refined from gathering spirit grass with 50 years of medicinal power. The spiritual energy contained within was simply incomparable to that of 1 year gathering spirit grass. Not wanting to dwell on difficult questions, Qinghe continued to cultivate at such a speed that he would not need 2 months to push his cultivation to the full completion of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The premise was that he needed at least 50 medium-grade gathering spirit pills. He was still short by a dozen. Practice makes perfect. This time, Qinghe refined the gathering spirit pills in just a short, while producing 15 pills, 12 of which were of medium quality. The remaining 3 were of high quality. These pills were sufficient for Qinghe to use until the late stage of Qi refinement. After reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, gathering spirit pills would still be effective, but this was only true for other cultivators. Qinghe speculated that only high-grade gathering spirit pills would have any effect on him. Lower and medium-grade gathering spirit pills might only provide him with less than 50% of their medicinal effects for cultivation. At that time, he would only be able to significantly enhance his cultivation speed by consuming the Huang Long pill, a high-grade medium pill. He had previously bought 2 bottles of Huang Long pills and used 1 during a breakthrough. He still had 1 left, which he planned to use for his push into the late stage of Qi refinement. With his current wealth, he could extravagantly use a bottle of Huang Long pills worth 100 spirit stones for cultivation. However, Qinghe did not do that, as completely refining a Huang Long pill required 5 days, and he was worried that using the Huang Long pill now would cause its effects to decrease significantly when he reached the late stage of Qi refinement, thus requiring more advanced pills. Although he did not use the Huang Long pill, Qinghe was determined to acquire the recipe for it, and not just a lower grade one. His goal was to obtain a medium grade or higher recipe. Ideally, it would be of the same grade as the high-grade gathering spirit pill recipe he possessed. Once he obtained the recipe, he could begin large-scale cultivation of the medicinal materials needed for Huang Long pills. He just did not know if the treasure-gathering pavilion had such a recipe. Qinghe also planned to go out for a walk. Whether for alchemy or cultivation, it was not a matter to be rushed. He needed to conduct a procurement here, as the time for the treasure-gathering pavilion's auction was approaching, hoping to find the firefox flower. Qinghe strolled through the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, inquiring about some items he needed. After wandering for half a day, he finally stepped through the grand entrance adorned with the sign of the treasure pavilion. As the auction was about to commence, the guards of the treasure pavilion were particularly vigilant, with cultivators frequently entering and exiting. Qinghe could even sense the oppressive aura of a foundation establishment expert. Though the pressure was not aimed at him, even a hint of it could terrify Qi refining cultivators. Furthermore, it was rumored that the highlight of this auction was a powerful spiritual artifact causing quite a stir. Spiritual artifacts were coveted by even foundation establishment experts. A sweet-looking maid received Qinghe, saying, "Friend, I wonder if you are here for trading or the auction." Qinghe replied, "I wish to purchase some items at your treasure pavilion and see if I can participate in the auction." Not everyone could attend the auction at the treasure pavilion, as certain conditions had to be met, otherwise the place would be overcrowded. The maid asked, "What items are you looking to purchase from the treasure pavilion?" Qinghe glanced around, not wanting any keen-eyed individuals to notice what he intended to buy or sell. After a moment of hesitation, Qinghe took out the token given to him by Steward Lin of the Qinghe Immortal Workshop. "I obtained this previously, and I wonder if I could meet the person in charge here." The maid glanced at the token in Qinghe's hand and paused. Such a VIP token could only be obtained after spending over 10,000 spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. Although the characters were different, the token was indeed a genuine VIP token of the treasure pavilion. She respectfully invited, "So it's a VIP here, please follow me." Qinghe was led to a VIP room on the second floor. "Please wait a moment, I will fetch the person in charge." After she left the room for a few minutes, footsteps could be heard, and a woman in a yellow dress entered. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, her demeanor exuding an unparalleled nobility. The woman sat across from Qinghe, a fragrant scent wafting in the air as her soft voice asked, "Friend, what transaction would you like to make with the treasure pavilion?" Qinghe steadied his mind. This woman's beauty was the most exquisite he had ever encountered. Even someone as ethereal as Bai Yutong paled in comparison. However, Qinghe's resolve was firm, and a sword intent surged within him, cutting through the ripples of distraction in his heart. Qinghe's gaze returned to clarity. He spoke, "I wish to purchase 3 items of firefox flower, even if it's just the seeds, a high-grade flying sword, and the recipe for the high-grade Huanglong Dan." Qinghe had lost interest in medium-grade artifacts, now aiming for a high-grade flying sword. The woman looked at Qinghe with surprise, a flicker of enigmatic meaning crossing her eyes. The firefox flower is a mysterious grade spiritual herb, quite rare. Even if it exists, it would only appear at the auction. As for the seeds, aside from major immortal sects, no one has the fire's spiritual vein to cultivate firefox flowers. Although the firefox flower is a low-grade mysterious herb, its value isn't lower than that of a medium-grade mysterious herb. "I don't know what you need the firefox flower for, but there is an item at this auction, the marrow cleansing Dan, which contains firefox flower as one of its ingredients. If you participate in the auction, you might have a chance to obtain it." The marrow cleansing Dan was one of the few low-grade mysterious pills Qinghe had heard of. As the name suggests, it can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the body, widening the meridians. It not only removes impurities, but also accelerates cultivation speed. Qinghe did not expect the treasure pavilion to auction such a Dan. The effects of this Dan far surpassed that of the firefox flower. Although it was less valuable to Qinghe, as one flower could yield an endless supply of firefox flowers. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about overdosing on pills and suffering from Dan toxicity. The marrow cleansing Dan, while perfect, was merely a one-time use, and to Qinghe, it couldn't compare to the firefox flower. However, Qinghe resolved to acquire the marrow cleansing Dan, as it was of utmost importance and might significantly improve his 5-element root aptitude. There are actually 2 high-grade flying swords which were originally intended for auction, but since you like them, I can sell one to you. The woman clapped her hands, and the earlier maid entered presenting 2 boxes containing the 2 flying swords. One was a pure white long sword, which was indeed a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Spirit Wind Sword. The medium-grade sword Qinghe held was also a Spirit Wind Sword. The other sword had a crimson blade exuding an overwhelming fiery aura. It was a pure fire attribute high-grade flying sword. Just the sight of it made Qinghe's heart race. With such an artifact in hand, along with the fire scale armor, he could slay latest-stage Qi refining cultivators even without talismans. Qinghe pointed at the crimson sword and asked, "How much is this artifact?" The woman nodded slightly, having guessed Qinghe would choose this sword. She introduced this sword. The red dragon sword is forged from dragon blood, or, when wielded, it unleashes fiery dragon attacks, which most Qi refining cultivators cannot withstand. Even a foundation establishment expert struck by it would suffer severe injuries. Its power is extraordinary. Therefore, the price is a bit steep, requiring 2,000 spirit stones. Qinghe knew this was an exaggeration. While foundation establishment experts could use artifacts, without spiritual artifacts, a Qi refining cultivator could never severely injure a foundation establishment expert with just a high-grade artifact. He was no longer a novice in cultivation and understood the gap between Qi refining cultivators and foundation establishment experts. Even a Qi refining cultivator with a spiritual artifact might not affect a foundation establishment expert. Qinghe shook his head, saying 2,000 spirit stones is too expensive. That's almost the price of a top-tier artifact. The high-grade fire scale armor he had purchased previously cost only 1,100 spirit stones. The woman smiled broadly, saying, "Friend, this red dragon sword is incomparable to other high-grade artifacts. It's not inferior to top-tier artifacts. If auctioned, it could fetch at least 2,500 spirit stones." Qinghe decided to give up on the red dragon sword. While he had spirit stones, he did not want to be taken advantage of. What about the price of this sword? This one is much less priced at 1,500 spirit stones. Since you are a distinguished guest, I can offer a discount of 1,400 spirit stones. 1,300 spirit stones. Qinghe stated his psychological price. The woman contemplated for a moment before finally agreeing deal. Qinghe took out 1,300 spirit stones to purchase the high-grade spirit wind sword. What about the recipe for the high-grade Huanglong Dan? The woman smiled at Qinghe, saying, although Huanglong Dan is a medium-grade pill, the value of the high-grade recipe is not inferior to that of a spiritual artifact. Are you truly interested in purchasing it? The woman gazed intently at Qinghe, waiting for his response. Qinghe stared at the woman in shock. He never expected the recipe for the high-grade Huanglong pill to be so exorbitantly priced. A single spiritual weapon is worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. However, after some thought, Qinghe considered it reasonable. The price of the Huanglong pill is 10 times that of the Gathering Spirit pill, for which he spent 1,200 spirit stones on the recipe. It seems normal for the recipe of the Huanglong pill to be over 10,000 spirit stones. Qinghe weighed the gains and losses. He was not considering whether he could afford the recipe, but whether he could leave the Hongfeng Xianfang alive after purchasing it. For a Qi refinement cultivator to engage in a transaction worth over 10,000 spirit stones, even if the Gathering Treasure Pavilion has no ill intentions, a single whisper of this would lead to his certain demise. But he also considered another possibility. The high price of the high-grade Huanglong pill recipe likely meant that it could not be found elsewhere. He wasn't even sure if the Taishan sect's pill peak had such a recipe. Ultimately, Qinghe decided not to take the risk. If he couldn't get the high-grade recipe, he could settle for a low-grade one. As long as he found the Firefox flower, there wasn't much difference between the high-grade and low-grade pills for him. These thoughts flashed through Qinghe's mind, and he smiled wryly. "I'm sorry, but I don't have that many spirit stones." He then asked, "I wonder if there's a low-grade recipe for the Huanglong pill." The woman nodded. "Yes, the price is 1,500 spirit stones, no bargaining. Do you want it?" Qinghe nodded. "I want it, but I don't have that many spirit stones. I have a spiritual herb I obtained by chance, so I wonder how much it can be sold for." Qinghe took out a 400-year-old blood ginseng and presented it to the woman. She stared in shock at the 400-year-old blood ginseng he produced, recognizing its medicinal power at a glance. This is actually a 400-year-old blood ginseng, a mid-grade spiritual herb of the Xian level. Although it is slightly inferior to other mid-grade spiritual herbs, it is still quite rare. I can offer 2,000 spirit stones for this herb. This is already the normal price for a mid-grade spiritual herb. Qinghe agreed to the deal, saying, "It's a deal." The woman handed over a recipe and 500 spirit stones. "After deducting for the recipe, here are 500 spirit stones, please take them." Qinghe accepted the spirit stones, saying, "I want to participate in this auction. I wonder how I can join." The woman replied, "It's simple. Here's a token. Come back in 7 days with this token to participate in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's auction." The woman tossed a token to Qinghe. Qinghe cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you, I will take my leave now." The woman nodded, and Qinghe walked out of the private room, quickly leaving the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Inside the private room, the woman looked at the 400-year-old blood ginseng in her hand, lost in thought. When did Taishan sect produce such a person? It seems there are no such close acquaintances among the 3 golden core ancestors. If not their disciples or juniors, how could they possess such high-grade spiritual herbs? Qinghe did not recognize her, but she recognized him. She was the head of the Qinghe Xianfang Gathering Treasure Pavilion, which was conducting auctions at the Hongfeng Xianfang. Not only she, but several other pavilion heads nearby had also come. If it weren't for that maid reporting the matter to her, her curiosity wouldn't have led her here personally. After all, Qinghe, as a Qi refinement cultivator, was worth more than a foundation establishment cultivator. Qinghe certainly did not know that the woman he traded with was the head of the Qinghe Xianfang Gathering Treasure Pavilion and a foundation establishment cultivator. If he had known, it would have scared him to death. Qinghe studied the recipe for the Huanglong pill. The low-grade Huanglong pill recipe could only refine the low-grade Huanglong pill, which is the conventional pill sold in the market. The refinement of the Huanglong pill requires 13 types of spiritual herbs, with the main herb being the mid-grade spiritual herb dragon bloodgrass. 10-year-old dragon bloodgrass can be used in the recipe. Additionally, 3 types of low-grade yellow-level spiritual herbs are needed: 20-year-old blood ginseng, 1-year-old ice crystal flower, and 1-year-old Qinghe grass. The rest are auxiliary medicinal materials, most of which are the same as the gathering spirit pill. Lu Qinghe wandered around the Hongfeng Xianfang for a day, but was unable to buy seeds for these spiritual herbs. In the end, he had to settle for directly purchasing the spiritual herbs, spending over 100 spirit stones to finally acquire 1 to 2 of each type. Only then did Lu Qinghe return to the fire room, confirming that no one was watching. He entered the black earth space. He gathered all the gathering spirit grass. He no longer planned to continue planting gathering spirit grass. Even with higher ages, gathering spirit grass cannot elevate its grade. Blood ginseng does not need to be planted. Even if it's 20 years old, he has plenty of 400-year-old stock. What he needed to plant now were dragon blood grass, ice crystal flower, and Qinghe grass. He planted 6 spiritual herbs, 4 dragon blood grasses that would mature in 10 years, which would take about a month, while ice crystal flower and Qinghe grass would mature in just 3 days. What he needed to do was not harvest, but cultivate, collecting seeds for replanting after they mature. Lu Qinghe returned to the fire room and began to consume mid-grade gathering spirit pills to start his cultivation. 7 days passed swiftly. In the black earth space, he originally had only 1 ice crystal flower and 1 Qinghe grass, but now he had 50 of each, completely occupying an acre of black soil. The dragon blood grass also matured on the 2nd day after planting. It wasn't that the black earth space accelerated growth, but that he had planted mature spiritual herbs. There was no need for so much time. The 4 dragon blood grasses were still growing, surrounded by 20 small dragon blood grasses that had already sprouted, which would mature in a month. By then, the entire acre of black soil could be fully planted with dragon blood grass. However, Lu Qinghe left a large area for blood ginseng, which is a unique herb. The higher the age, the greater its medicinal value. Lu Qinghe planned to cultivate these blood ginsengs for 10,000 years. A 10,000-year-old blood ginseng could truly be regarded as an immortal medicine. At this time, his rental period for the fire room had also expired, and the auction time at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion had arrived. After disguising himself, Lu Qinghe headed towards the auction location of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Taking out his token, he smoothly entered the auction hall. Lu Qinghe noticed that most people were wearing black veils or masks, just like him, being cautious. He found a corner to sit down. His gaze was directed towards the 2nd floor, where all the private rooms were located. Those who could sit there were either high-ranking individuals or Foundation establishment cultivators. He dared not look too much, for if he provoked an ill-tempered Foundation establishment cultivator, he would bear the brunt of their wrath, and he did not wish to attract trouble. The auction had not yet begun, and Lu Qinghe sat upright with his eyes closed, resting his mind. In a private room on the 2nd floor, a middle-aged man sat in a chair accompanied by 3 disciples in white robes. If Lu Qinghe were to see them, he would certainly recognize their identity: the Foundation establishment elders of the Taishan sect, and the outer disciples, one of whom was Bai Yutong, the one he was searching for, along with the senior brother Wang, who harbored resentment towards Lu Qinghe. The other person was relatively young, seemingly on his first outing, excitedly asking the Foundation establishment elder, "Master, is it true that the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is auctioning a high-grade spiritual weapon this time?" Not only him, but both Bai Yutong and the other person also turned their gazes towards the Foundation establishment elder. Spiritual weapons were unattainable for them, let alone a high-grade one. The Foundation establishment elder nodded. "That's right, otherwise how could the sect send me to take a look? The sect master has instructed that this spiritual weapon must not fall into the hands of the other 2 sects." The territory and resources they could control were limited, and the open and covert struggles had lasted for centuries. Everyone hoped to eliminate the other party to seize their resources and strengthen their own sect. The effect of a high-grade spirit weapon is such that if used by a 9th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator, it is sufficient to contend with a 1st-layer golden core cultivator. This indirectly allows the sect to possess an additional pseudo-golden core, which, although it cannot compare to the deterrent power of a true golden core, becomes significant in situations where everyone's strengths are roughly equal. The emergence of a golden core combat power could undoubtedly change the current situation of the Zhao Kingdom. Senior brother Wang asked, "Master, uncle, do you mean that both the Spirit Beast Valley and the Dangod sect are participating in this auction?" "Not just them, all of us are here. Naturally, the other 2 sects will come as well, but in addition to our 3 sects, there are other sects, some from neighboring countries, that are even more terrifying than our 3 sects. Please avoid causing trouble. To the Zhao Kingdom, the world of cultivation is but a drop in the ocean. Several powerful nations nearby all have their own cultivation sects, and they are certainly interested in the auction of high-grade spirit weapons." The 3 of them replied yes. The Foundation establishment elder instructed the youngest disciple's son, "How you are now at the 6th layer of Qi refining. This outing is to temper your character and help you break through to the later stage of Qi refining within 2 years. This outer sect disciple is none other than Sun Hao, the twin spirit root genius who entered the Taishan sect alongside Lu Qinghe. Upon entering the outer sect, he was taken as a direct disciple by the master of the sword peak at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. With countless resources nurturing him, he made rapid progress and reached the 6th layer of Qi refining in just 4 years. Sun Hao confidently said, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely break through to the later stage of Qi refining within 2 years." He had great confidence in his cultivation, and for him breaking through to the later stage in 2 years was merely a natural progression. Master Jinlu held high hopes for this disciple, not only because he was a twin spirit root genius, but also because he primarily cultivated the golden spirit root, ensuring he could inherit the master's formidable sword techniques. The later stage of Qi refining is not difficult for you. Your goal is to achieve foundation establishment within 20 years. Only then will you have 100 years to strive for the golden core ancestors' cultivation. Sun Hao was taken aback, not expecting his master to have such high expectations for him, asking him to achieve golden core within 100 years after foundation establishment. Golden core, even he who considered himself a prodigy had never dared to imagine before. Sun Hao solemnly replied, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely work hard and not let down your expectations." Listening to their exchange, by Yutong and senior brother Wang exchanged envious glances. They were merely 3 spirit roots, having cultivated for over a decade to reach the 6th layer of Qi refining, though they had already perfected it. However, breaking through to the later stage of Qi refining is not so simple. One might break through in a day, or might take years without success. Yet Sun Hao achieved in less than 5 years what had taken them over a decade of cultivation, and there was no doubt he would have no issues achieving foundation establishment with his twin spirit roots, also having the chance to strive for the golden core realm in the future. This was not only due to Sun Hao's twin spirit roots, but also the result of Master Jianli's full support and cultivation. For them, being able to cultivate to foundation establishment in their lifetime would be the pinnacle, yet achieving it is extremely challenging. A bottleneck at the later stage of Qi refining had already consumed significant effort without a breakthrough. Master Jinlu nodded, quite satisfied with Sun Hao's attitude. Cultivation requires the courage to forge ahead for the possibility of breakthrough. With twin spirit roots and his sword techniques, forging a golden core would not be difficult. Sensing the emotions of Bai Yutong and senior brother Wang, Master Jinlu advised, "You two are also close to breaking through to the later stage of Qi refining. Once you enter the inner sect, you will surely achieve great things. Work hard, and there is still hope for foundation establishment. I brought you here to help you find your opportunity for breakthrough." The two expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle." All right, the auction is about to begin. The 4 of them turned their attention to the center of the hall below, where a stunning female cultivator appeared on stage. Everyone was astonished, not expecting the host of this auction to be such a beautiful female cultivator. The crowd was stirred, but a terrifying aura erupted from the beautiful female cultivator, instantly silencing everyone. More than that, there was shock. This female cultivator was actually a foundation establishment true cultivator, while most here were merely Qi refining disciples. To them, a foundation establishment true cultivator was a figure high above, capable of extensive destruction in their fury. The gap between Qi refining and foundation establishment is as vast as the sky and the earth. Everyone immediately suppressed their petty thoughts. In a private box on the 2nd floor, a foundation establishment true cultivator watched the female cultivator with great interest. Indeed, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is impressive, dispatching a foundation establishment true cultivator to host the auction. A disciple beside him asked, "Master, is the Gathering Treasure Pavilion very strong?" The foundation establishment true cultivator nodded. "Yes, it is said that once a nascent soul true monarch sought to target the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, and within a day, that nascent soul true monarch's corpse was auctioned by the pavilion." What? The nascent soul true monarch is an unmatched existence to them. I never expected someone to be hunted and auctioned. How brutal is that? What I said is merely hearsay. The true situation is unknown to anyone. However, one thing is certain: no one has dared to target the Gathering Treasure Pavilion for hundreds of years, which speaks volumes. Our objective this time is that high-grade spirit weapon. I have already seen that madman from the Taishan sect and that monster from Spirit Beast Valley. Their goals are the same as ours. Master, who can compare to our Dan God sect in terms of wealth? A disciple laughed. Yao Chenzi nodded. That's the hope, but the millennium accumulation of the Taishan sect and Spirit Beast Valley should not be underestimated. As the group conversed, the auction below commenced. "I am Yu Miao, and I am honored to host today's auction for the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I know everyone is not here for me, but for the treasures to be auctioned today. I believe this auction will surely bring everyone great rewards." Yu Miao flashed a smile that carried a unique charm, stirring everyone's hearts. Seated in the corner, Lu Qinghe was also astonished. He had not expected the host of the auction to be a foundation establishment true cultivator. It seemed the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's foundation was far deeper than he had imagined. No wonder they dared to auction high-grade spirit weapons, and the high-grade magical tools and techniques he previously purchased could not be found elsewhere, but were available at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. However, while Yu Miao was extremely beautiful, she could not compare to the woman who had previously attended to him. Yu Miao lacked a touch of noble grace. Though Lu Qinghe had doubts in his heart, he did not dwell on them. A voice came from the second-floor box. Yu Miao, we are not here to watch you flaunt your charm. Let's hurry up with the auction. I am still waiting to see your Gathering Treasure Pavilion's high-grade spirit weapon. Yu Miao was not angry. The speaker was also a Foundation establishment true cultivator. Since everyone cannot wait, the auction will now begin. Yu Miao clapped her hands, and a maid brought up a plate covered with a red cloth. Yu Miao lifted the red cloth to reveal a jade slip. This is a yellow-grade mid-tier qi refining technique, a mid-level qi refining method that can increase the Foundation establishment success rate by 10%, a tremendous boon for all qi refiners. With a 10% chance of Foundation establishment, one can attain immortality and live another life. The qi refiners were all excited. Who wouldn't want to establish their foundation and become an immortal? Then not only could they soar through the skies, but they could also extend their lifespan by 100 years. The starting bid is 500 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10 spirit stones. 510 spirit stones. How dare you bid just 10 spirit stones? 550 spirit stones. 560 spirit stones. The bidding price for the mid-tier qi refining technique kept climbing, soon surpassing 600 spirit stones. A mid-tier qi refining technique is sufficient to establish a mid-sized qi refining family, and if luck permits, it could even produce a Foundation establishment expert. Lu Qinghe had no particular thoughts. The technique he practiced, the Yunji qi refining method, is a top-tier qi refining technique that increases the Foundation establishment success rate by 20%. This is why many people are eager to join major sects and clans. Mid-tier qi refining techniques hardly attract the attention of Foundation establishment experts, and in the end, a qi refiner at the 9th level of qi refining acquired it for 1,500 spirit stones, tripling the price. The qi refiner at the 9th level handed the spirit stones to the auction stage, treating the technique as a treasure. The first auction item sold for a pretty good price, and a rich smile appeared on Yu Miao's face. Yu Miao took out the second item, which was the red dragon sword that Lu Qinghe had seen once. The top-tier artifact, the red dragon sword forged from dragon bloodstone, carries the might of a dragon and fierce flames. If it weren't for a slight flaw in the forging technique, it would definitely reach the level of a supreme artifact. Unfortunately, an accident occurred during the forging process, downgrading it to a top-tier artifact. Its true power is not much weaker than that of a supreme artifact. The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be lower than 100 spirit stones. 2,100. 2,200. In the end, the red dragon sword was bought by a Foundation establishment expert for 2,600 spirit stones, leaving it unclear whether it was for personal use or for a disciple. Then one rare treasure after another was presented, broadening Lu Qinghe's horizons. He was tempted by some items, but managed to restrain himself. His goal is the Shisui pill. After several items were auctioned, a vial of pills was finally brought out. A low-grade Xian-tier pill, the Shisui pill. During our cultivation, we accumulate toxins, or we may have residual effects from injuries, or we may suffer from pill poisoning due to excessive consumption of pills. All can be cleansed by this Shisui pill, which also expands our meridians and increases our cultivation speed, especially for qi refiners who are too old to establish their foundations. The Shisui pill is truly an opportunity for you to change your fate. The auction price is 1,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones. 1,050. 1,100 spirit stones. I want this Shisui pill. 1,150 spirit stones. I'm already at the 9th level of qi refining, and I'm on the brink of decay. This is my last chance. The price of the Shisui pill kept rising. In the private box of Taishan sect, Wang Tianyo by Yutong and Sun Hao looked at the Shisui pill below with eager eyes. They desperately needed this pill. It was a Xian-tier pill, and with their status, it was hard for them to obtain. Jinlu Jinren shot a furious glance at Yu Miao. This is utter nonsense. While the Shisui pill does have the effect of refining the essence and expanding the meridians, it is absolutely impossible for a qi refiner who has surpassed the appropriate age to have a chance to break through to Foundation establishment. If that were the case, wouldn't the Dan God sect be filled with Foundation establishment experts? However, if you could obtain the Shisui pill, it could indeed increase your chances of Foundation establishment. The eyes of the three brightened, but by Yutong's expression dimmed. As an outer sect disciple, she only had 5 spirit stones a month, and she earned more spirit stones by completing tasks or refining spiritual talismans. But she had also used those for cultivation, and now her total assets did not exceed 200 spirit stones. Wang Tianyu then asked Jinlu Jinren, please bid for the Shisui pill for me. Jinlu Jinren looked at Wang Tianyu in surprise. You can come up with so many spirit stones. Wang Tianyu replied. Reporting to master this time, I went out. My grandfather prepared 2,500 spirit stones for me, specifically for me, to find a way to break through the late stage of qi refining. Jinlu Jinren was not surprised upon hearing this. Wang Tianyu's grandfather was also a foundation establishment expert in Taishan sect. Jinlu Jinren nodded. He'll give it a try. Hearing the price below had risen to 1,500 spirit stones, he shouted, 2,000 spirit stones. His words caused a moment of silence in the entire hall. No one expected that someone from the second floor would bid and raise the price to 2,000. In another private box, Dan God Sex, Yao Qinzi laughed heartily. It's Jinlu, that old madman. I didn't expect him to take out a pill and entrust Zhu Bao Pavilion to auction it. That old madman Jinlu would actually buy it. I heard he took in a disciple with good aptitude. If he obtains this Shisui pill, that disciple might really be able to establish a foundation in a few years. 2,000 spirit stones are already beyond what ordinary cultivators can afford, and it exceeds the price of the Shisui pill itself. After waiting for a moment, Miao Yu asked, is there anyone else who wants to bid? If no one, then it will be sold. 2,100 spirit stones. A leisurely voice came from the corner, and everyone turned their attention. They're not expecting someone would still dare to continue bidding. At 2,100 spirit stones, it was still a qi refiner in the hall. Everyone's expressions varied. Jinlu Jinren in the box looked curiously and sent his spiritual sense toward Lu King's location. However, a much more powerful divine sense swept over, accompanied by a secret message. Friend, the rules of Zhu Bao Pavilion do not allow disruption. Jinlu Jinren's expression changed in shock, hurriedly retracting his divine sense, nodding slightly at the air as if signaling to someone. He opened his mouth. 2,500 spirit stones. 2,600 spirit stones. Lu Qinghe raised the bid by 100 spirit stones again. He cursed inwardly at whoever it was that made him spend at least 600 spirit stones more. He initially estimated that he could acquire the Shisui pill for 2,000 spirit stones. But now it was forcibly raised to 2,600 spirit stones, leaving him quite helpless. Jinlu Jinren was momentarily stunned, but did not raise his bid, while Wang Tianyu's expression soured, not expecting someone could bid 2,500 spirit stones. If he obtained this pill, he was confident he wouldn't need even one to break through the late stage of qi refining, and establishing a foundation later on was also a possibility. He didn't expect that there would still be someone willing to bid after 2,500 spirit stones. Jinlu Jinren looked at the conflicted Wang Tianyu and said, 2,600 spirit stones have completely exceeded the value of the Shisui pill. There's no need to continue bidding. Wang Tianyu took a deep breath. Yes, master, I can't bid higher than this. In the hall above, Miao Yu also cast her gaze toward Lu Qinghe. Beyond 2,000 spirit stones, only the esteemed guests in the second-floor boxes could afford such prices. Unexpectedly, it was bought at a high price by a qi refiner in the hall. No one else bids at 2,600 spirit stones sold. Lu Qinghe handed 2,600 spirit stones to the collecting maid and tossed the Shisui pill into his storage bag. Then, without caring about the ongoing auction behind him, he quietly found an opportunity to leave the auction hall. He was equally curious about the high-grade spiritual weapon, but he knew it was beyond his reach. Once his strength was sufficient, and he had cultivated 1,000-year or 10th-sandier spiritual herbs in the Black Earth space, he could then personally purchase a spiritual weapon of his own. Lu Qinghe directly left the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, intending to return to the Taishan sect as quickly as possible for safety. He knew that after the auction ended, nothing would likely happen in the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, but once he left, some ill-intentioned individuals would definitely take action. Whether for the items other cultivators obtained at the auction, or even for the possibility of plotting to seize high-grade spiritual weapons. If he did not leave now, it would become difficult later, and he would be caught up in various disputes. Cultivation is a contest of time and resources. However, Lu Qinghe lacked nothing but resources. His wealth was no less than that of a foundation establishment cultivator. What he lacked was time. As long as he had enough time, foundation establishment would not be too difficult for him. As soon as Lu Qinghe left the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, a shadow followed closely behind him. After traveling several dozen miles, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he summoned the fire scale armor to protect himself. A centipede-like long whip appeared ominously behind Lu Qinghe, striking against the fire scale armor. Lu Qinghe lost his balance and fell from the sky. He looked up with sharp eyes at the sky, where a cultivator with a centipede-like face was greedily gazing at him, particularly at the fire scale armor he wore. Suppressing his anger, Lu Qinghe realized this person was a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator and not merely at the 7th layer. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack would not be possible. Lu Qinghe expressed his fear and confusion. I seem to not recognize you, fellow Taoist. Why do you want to ambush me? The centipede-faced cultivator laughed heartily. You have not offended me, but you took my belongings. Kid, hand over the cleansing marrow pill and your defensive artifact, and I may spare your life. A sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator could withstand his ambush. The artifacts he possessed must be of high-grade defense. He did not expect that he would gain such a significant unexpected reward just for the cleansing marrow pill. Qinghe understood that this person had followed him from the treasure-gathering pavilion of the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, aiming solely for the cleansing marrow pill. He just didn't expect such shamelessness, boldly claiming righteous justification for his robbery. Qinghe replied truthfully, "I do not understand what you are talking about. The cleansing marrow pill was obtained through legitimate transactions at the auction, and my artifact was also purchased by me." The centipede-faced cultivator smirked cunningly. "What I desire is mine. The cleansing marrow pill can lead me to my supreme path. High-grade defensive artifacts are wasted in the hands of a mid-stage Qi refinement scum like you. Only I can truly bring out their potential. Kid, I am a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. However, I do not wish to create more slaughter. Hand over the cleansing marrow pill and the defensive artifact, and I will let you go." If it weren't for the trouble of breaking through high-grade defensive artifacts, he wouldn't be so verbose. Even a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator would find it difficult to breach a high-grade defensive artifact without one of their own. The long whip in his hand was merely a mid-grade attacking artifact. This was also why cultivators were keen on acquiring powerful artifacts. While speaking, he displayed the pressure of his latest-stage Qi refinement cultivation to intimidate Qinghe. Feeling the pressure of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, Liu Qinghe's face turned pale, and he fearfully said, "Fellow Taoist, please do not kill me. I will give you the cleansing marrow pill and the artifact. I only hope you will keep your word and spare my life." Quickly, Qinghe took off the storage bag from his waist and threw it towards the centipede-faced man. The man was momentarily stunned, catching the storage bag, not expecting Qinghe to be so easily intimidated. He sneered inwardly, realizing that his guess was correct. Qinghe was a second-generation heir with a substantial background. However, the more this was the case, the less he could allow him to live. As long as he handed over the high-grade defensive artifact, he would immediately strike to kill. Yet his smile had not yet fully blossomed. Ice symbol. The high-grade ice symbol he had originally prepared for self-defense against Zhou Tong unexpectedly came in handy now. Under the astonished gaze of the centipede-faced man, he was completely frozen. Qinghe seized this opportunity. With his spiritual sense greatly enhanced after the transformation of the latest-stage Qi refinement, he would definitely be detected if he acted carelessly. His earlier actions were to create an opportunity that would relax the enemy's vigilance, allowing him to deliver a fatal strike. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying mana of the latest-stage Qi refinement surged, and the high-grade ice symbol exploded. Liu Qinghe's attack was fully prepared. Qinghe sword art. The high-grade Lingfeng sword emitted a golden sword intent, slashing towards the frozen centipede-faced man. Sensing the threat of death, the centipede-faced man's face turned pale with horror. High-grade attacking artifact. You dare, scoundrel. He burned his own vital blood, exploding the ice prison with a bang, or he would be doomed beneath the high-grade artifact. At that moment, the Lingfeng sword also struck the centipede-faced man. He was sent flying like a drifting feather, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Qinghe quickly flew down to the ground, seeing the centipede-faced man severely injured, bloodied, half-laying on the ground, unable to move, looking at Qinghe with a face full of terror. He did not expect Qinghe to be so insidious, launching an attack when he had relaxed his vigilance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator to inflict such a miserable state on him. What shocked him most was that Qinghe not only mastered formidable swordsmanship, but also wielded a high-grade attacking artifact. Qinghe was equally astonished by the power of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, realizing that he had not been killed, but only incapacitated. The centipede-faced man saw the killing intent in Liu Qinghe's eyes. "Fellow Taoist, I understand my mistake. You cannot kill me. I am a centipede disciple, a direct disciple of the Tong So Junren of Wulong Mountain. If you kill me, my master will definitely seek revenge for me." Qinghe sneered. "With you like this, do you think if I let you go, you would drop the grudge against me?" Qinghe believed that if he was merciful and let this scoundrel go, he would surely come back to seize the cleansing marrow pill and his artifact once he regained his strength. "I swear I can take a great oath and will not seek revenge against you." Qinghe shook his head. "I only trust the dead." He dared not give the centipede-faced man any time to recover. Who knows what secret techniques he might have to deal with him once he regains his power. Qinghe sword art. Qinghe slashed down at the pit with the Lingfeng sword. The centipede-faced man desperately cried out, "Little beast, you are so ruthless. My master will definitely seek revenge for me. I will be waiting for you underground." With a single sword stroke, the centipede-faced man was directly slain. A latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator was thus killed by Qinghe. Lu Qinghe threw a few fireball spells to reduce the centipede-faced man to ashes, then grabbed his storage bag, mounted the high-grade Lingfeng sword, and swiftly left the area. At the moment when the centipede was slain deep within a cave at Wulong Mountain, an old man with a youthful face and white hair dressed in a blood-red Taoist robe twisted his face in anger. The terrifying magical power radiating from him exploded the entire cave, and a thunderous roar echoed from above. He had just sensed the disappearance of the centipede's soul fire, indicating that it had been killed. This filled him with rage. In this vast area, who did not know the name of Tong Sojinren? Who dared to lay a hand on a disciple of his? He soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the centipede's vanishing aura. But moments later he flew back. A figure appeared in the air, bowing to Tong Sojinren. "I pay my respects to Master. May I ask what orders you have?" He had just witnessed Tong Sojinren's fury, but did not understand why the master was so enraged. Tong Sojinren glanced at the figure. "The scorpion, your junior brother, the centipede, has been killed. You must go find the murderer, capture them, and extract their soul to relieve my resentment." When the centipede died, it left a true spirit mark. The information returned from the mark indicates that the assailant is merely at the Qi refining stage. However, this person was able to kill the centipede, indicating they are not weak. "I shall lend you the supreme magical artifact, the soul-capturing bell, temporarily. Return it upon your return." Tong Sojinren handed a golden bell to the scorpion. The scorpion took the golden bell and examined it closely. Despite being at the 9th level of Qi refining, it was his first encounter with a supreme magical artifact. Moreover, the soul-capturing bell is a unique supreme magical artifact capable of capturing souls, exceedingly rare and more precious than ordinary supreme artifacts. "I obey your command, Master." Tong Sojinren waved his hand. "Go quickly and return swiftly." Were it not for some troubles in his cultivation, he would have acted personally. Yes. The scorpion disappeared in a flash of bloodlight from Wulong Mountain. Tong Sojinren cast a dark glance into the distance before returning angrily to his cave. Lu Qinghe was unaware that he had already caught the attention of a Foundation Establishment Jinren who had dispatched a Qi refining 9th level cultivator with a supreme artifact to kill him. He also understood that he might have inadvertently offended a Foundation Establishment Jinren, and he hurriedly rushed toward the Taishan sect without pause. Days later, he finally returned safely to the Taishan sect. Only after exchanging for the outer sect disciples' equipment did Lu Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. Lu Qinghe immediately returned to his cave for seclusion. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he reflected on his trip to Hongfeng Xianfang. Despite facing a crisis, he had also gained much. Not only had he successfully refined pills, but he had also purchased a washing marrow pill to resolve the Dan poison issue in a short time. He also acquired a high-grade magical artifact, the Lingfeng sword, and the formula for the Huanglong pill, leaving him with over 7,000 spirit stones. Such a wealth of spirit stones would be hard for even a Foundation Establishment Jinren to gather. He had already cultivated several batches of the Huanglong pill and could attempt its refinement whenever he had time. He no longer needed to risk going to the Xianfang to purchase pills in bulk. The gathering spirit pill was manageable, but the Huanglong pill was scarce. Even in the Xianfang, and large-scale purchases could easily draw attention. Moreover, for Lu Qinghe, medium-grade pills like the Huanglong pill could only satisfy his cultivation at the Qi refining stage. Later, he would need high-grade and profound-grade pills, and having spirit stones would not guarantee he could buy them. And just like this time, even a low-grade washing marrow pill could lead to being hunted. Lu Qinghe took out a storage bag, the one belonging to the slain centipede. A medium-grade magical artifact whip, which Lu Qinghe had no use for. He could sell it later for 1 or 200 spirit stones. A medium-grade defensive artifact, though shattered by Lu Qing's Lingfeng sword, could only be sold for the value of a low-grade artifact. There were also 835 spirit stones. No wonder he did not participate in the auction for the washing marrow pill. Additionally, there were 3 bottles of low-grade gathering spirit pills and some spirit herbs, but their levels were low, only low-grade yellow spirit herbs. What surprised Lu Qinghe the most was that there were also 2 spirit talismans, one high-grade sword talisman that when activated could unleash a sword strike equivalent to a full-powered attack from a sword cultivator. The other was a high-grade diamond talisman, which could block a full-powered attack from a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator. Seeing these 2 talismans, Lu Qinghe inhaled sharply. Fortunately, he had feigned weakness to deceive the centipede, striking it down without warning. Otherwise, had it any ability to counterattack, he would have surely perished. This was also due to the centipede's reluctance to use the high-grade sword talisman, who otherwise a single strike could have breached the defense of his fire scales armor. Finally, there was a jade box which did not contain a spirit herb, but rather a seed. Lu Qinghe examined it for a long time, but could not discern what kind of seed it was. However, since it was kept in the centipede's storage bag, it should be a seed of some spirit herb. He planned to plant it when he had time to see what it would grow into. Lu Qinghe calculated, a Qi refining 8th level cultivator at full capacity had barely 2,000 spirit stones. Lu Qinghe was surprised that a qi refining 8th level cultivator could be so poor with only this little wealth. He was unaware that every cultivator spent a majority of their resources on improving their cultivation. Having over 2,000 spirit stones was considered quite affluent for a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Lu Qinghe tossed the seed into the corner of the black soil space. He did not know if it would survive and did not pay it any mind. Instead, he took out the medium-grade gathering spirit pill he had refined and began his cultivation. Lu Qinghe did not plan to consume the washing marrow pill just yet, as it would not maximize its effects. He intended to use it when he reached perfection at the 6th level of qi refining, pushing for the 7th level. Initially, he thought he could break through the 7th level with just the Huanglong pill, but now he realized he had been overly optimistic. Breaking through the late stage of qi refining was not that simple. If he relied on the Huanglong pill, he would need far more than just one bottle. Additionally, he would require a considerable amount of time to find the right opportunity for the breakthrough. However, with the washing marrow pill, although it was not meant for breakthroughs, it was still a profound grade pill, so overcoming the bottleneck would not be a major issue. Now with the washing marrow pill, he was no longer afraid of Dan poison. As long as he did not suffer an immediate fatality, he could consume pills without restriction. Lu Qinghe consumed one medium-grade gathering spirit pill each day, and the ones he refined were made from 50-year-old gathering spirit grass. The effects far exceeded those of other normal gathering spirit pills. In just half a month, Lu Qinghe felt his cultivation nearing perfection. However, at this point, Lu Qinghe knew he could no longer use medium-grade gathering spirit pills. Further increases in Dan poison would truly ruin him. He took out 4 high-grade gathering spirit pills, intending to directly break through to the great perfection of qi refining 6th level, and then strive to push through to the late stage of qi refining. Just as he was about to swallow the pill, a sharp voice echoed from outside his cave dwelling. "Where's Lu Qinghe?" Lu Qinghe, in the midst of his cultivation, opened his eyes, wondering who else had come to cause trouble. He rarely sought trouble. Even among the outer disciples, he had few acquaintances. Yet trouble always seemed to find him. Lu Qinghe initially thought to ignore it. After all, even inner disciples wouldn't directly break into his cave. However, at that moment, the token at his waist suddenly emitted a glow, startling Lu Qinghe. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Lu Qinghe glanced at the token, but couldn't discern the reason. He knew it must be related to the person outside the cave. He tidied himself and stepped outside. He saw a person standing outside the cave. Although dressed in the outer disciple's garb, there were 2 additional words on his clothing: law enforcement. It was actually an outer law enforcement disciple. Lu Qinghe was puzzled. He believed he hadn't done anything against the sect's regulations and didn't understand why a law enforcement disciple was looking for him. Lu Qinghe greeted, "Greetings, senior brother. May I ask why you seek me?" The law enforcement disciple sized up Lu Qinghe, then asked, "Are you Lu Qinghe?" Lu Qinghe nodded. "Indeed, I am Lu Qinghe." The law enforcement disciple confirmed Lu Qinghe's identity and said with displeasure, "Since you signed up for the Tianling Secret Realm's herb-gathering mission, why have you not set off yet?" Lu Qinghe was taken aback. The Tianling Secret Realm sounded somewhat familiar. He remembered it was the realm mentioned by Yao Liyun, which contained the Qinghe flower. But when had he signed up for the Tianling Secret Realm's herb-gathering mission? Did Yao Liyun take it upon herself to register him? Lu Qinghe was currently aiming to break through to the late stage of qi refinement and had no intention of entering the Tianling Secret Realm. Moreover, he had heard from Yao Liyun that not only was the Taishan sect participating, but 3 sects would also be entering. With more people, there would naturally be more disputes and various confrontations would ensue. As for the Qinghe flower, even if it existed in the secret realm, it wasn't worth the risk. He didn't lack spirit stones. As long as he had spirit stones, obtaining the Qinghe flower would be simple. Lu Qinghe replied, "I must inform you, senior brother, that I did not sign up for the Tianling Secret Realm's herb-gathering mission. I hope you can clarify this." The law enforcement disciple snorted. "Are you implying that I am mistaken, or are you trying to evade the herb-gathering mission? If it weren't for your name being on the list, how could your identity token emit light?" At this moment, Lu Qinghe understood the reason behind the glowing token. It was indeed related to the herb-gathering mission. "I don't care whether you signed up, or if there was some unforeseen circumstance. I was simply ordered to take you away. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I force you?" Lu Qinghe pondered for a moment. Both the law enforcement disciple's words and the reaction of the identity token indicated that he had been selected for the herb-gathering mission. Lu Qinghe did not defy the law enforcement disciple's orders. He could easily deal with an outer law enforcement disciple. However, the law enforcement disciple represented the sect's authority. If he dared to act, he would be suppressed by the Foundation establishment elders in the next moment. "I will go with you, senior brother." The expression of the law enforcement disciple improved considerably. "That's good. Let's hurry. If the ancestor waits too long, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Lu Qinghe followed the law enforcement disciple to a square filled with hundreds of people, including both outer and inner disciples. Lu Qinghe took a glance and quietly stood at the back of the crowd. Suddenly, he felt a gaze locking onto him. To his surprise, it was Zhou Tong standing next to an inner disciple looking at him with a strange expression. Lu Qinghe's heart sank. He guessed a possibility. It wasn't Yao Liyun who had signed him up. Instead, Zhou Tong must have used some means to register him, intending to seize the secret he possessed. In the Taishan sect, he dared not act openly, and had not had the opportunity to do so. The Tianling secret realm was an excellent choice. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Lu Qinghe's eyes. Since Zhou Tong sought death, he would fulfill that wish. This was also a perfect opportunity for him to eliminate the nuisance that was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong wanted to kill him to seize the secret he held, and Lu Qinghe felt the same. He had not forgotten how Zhou Tong had taken his spirit stones and attempted to kill him multiple times. He too had not had the opportunity, though otherwise Zhou Tong would have long been dealt with. Just as Lu Qinghe was lost in thought, an overwhelming aura enveloped the square. Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the air, having appeared there without anyone noticing. Although Foundation establishment cultivators could fly in the air without needing artifacts, Lu Qinghe could clearly feel that the aura this person radiated was completely different from that of a typical Foundation establishment cultivator. This was a Golden Core Elder. Lu Qinghe was certain of his assumption. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone shouted, "We pay our respects to Ancestor Ouyang." Ancestor Ouyang's expression was broad. Once again, the Tianling secret realm opens every 50 years. This time, I will lead a team of 100 inner disciples and 200 outer disciples. Your task is to gather the spiritual herbs from the Tianling secret realm. The herbs you obtain will earn you significant merit, allowing you to exchange for ample cultivation resources within the sect. Among them, the most important is the Tianling fruit. The reason the three sects agreed to open the Tianling secret realm every 50 years is to wait for the Tianling fruit to mature. The Tianling fruit is a primary spiritual herb for the Foundation establishment pill. As long as a disciple can bring back the Tianling fruit, they will be rewarded with a top-grade artifact and a Foundation establishment pill. Everyone looked at Ancestor Ouyang in shock. A top-grade artifact was something even inner disciples rarely possessed. The Foundation establishment pill was an invaluable treasure. It was a high-grade spiritual herb that could increase the chance of Foundation establishment by 50%. How outrageous was that? Foundation establishment was exceedingly difficult. Among 100,000 Qi refinement cultivators, there might only be one Foundation establishment cultivator. This meant that with the disciples of the Taishan sect combined with the chance of Foundation establishment from high-grade cultivation techniques, a single Foundation establishment pill could assist them in succeeding if they were well-prepared and lucky. Last month, a Foundation establishment pill was auctioned at the Red Maple Auction House, fetching a staggering 30,000 spirit stones. This price was already equivalent to that of an Earth-grade pill. Lu Qinghe had left early and was unaware that a Foundation establishment pill had also been auctioned at the auction. Lu Qinghe was equally astonished to learn that there were rewards for the Foundation establishment pill. The Red Maple Immortal Workshops auction had even featured the auction of a Foundation establishment pill. He wondered who had managed to bid for it, and who would ultimately claim the top-grade spirit artifact. The Tianling fruit, which Lu Qinghe had also seen in the herbal compendium given to him by Yao Liyun, was a high-grade spiritual herb that could be harvested after 100 years of potency. He wondered why it could be harvested every 50 years. Now Lu Qinghe understood why such a grand operation was undertaken to gather herbs in the Tianling secret realm. The competition for the Tianling fruit could significantly determine the number of Foundation establishment experts from each sect over the next 50 years. After all, a Foundation establishment true person can only live for about 200 years in a second life, with 100 years spent on Foundation establishment and another 100 years spent on striving for the Golden Core. If one cannot have the Golden Core within defying the heavens to change one's fate, they will eventually turn to dust when time is up. Of course, not everyone requires the assistance of a Foundation establishment pill to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. For instance, disciples with heavenly spiritual roots do not need it at all. They face no bottlenecks before reaching the Golden Core, and breaking through Foundation establishment is as easy as drinking water. Those with dual spiritual roots have a 50% chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment if they reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 50. For those with triple spiritual roots, the chance drops to less than 10%, and more importantly, very few practitioners with triple spiritual roots can reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement before 50. Missing the optimal time for Foundation establishment makes it doubly difficult to establish the Foundation again. For someone like Lu Qinghe, who possesses 5 spiritual roots aside from the Foundation establishment pill, he can't think of any other way to break through. In fact, apart from a few individuals, he is unaware of any other 5 spiritual root practitioners in the Taishan sect who have managed to cultivate to the late stage of Qi refinement. It is rare for anyone to reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Fortunately, aside from a few individuals, no one knows about his 5 spiritual roots. Lu Qinghe was equally tempted by the foundation establishment pill. Although he was still far from foundation establishment, being prepared is better than being caught off guard. If he could obtain a foundation establishment pill, his chances of succeeding in foundation establishment would greatly increase. However, Lu Qinghe wasn't sure if a single foundation establishment pill would guarantee his success, so he decided to try to acquire a few more foundation establishment pills whenever possible. If he couldn't obtain them, he would refine them himself. Just as Lu Qinghe was lost in thought, a massive flying boat appeared in the sky. Lu Qinghe stared in shock at the flying boat. It was unlike any he had seen before. It emanated a terrifying aura. This was not a magical flying boat, but a true spiritual artifact flying boat. Before Lu Qinghe could react, the identity tokens on him began to glow. Not only his token, but all the identity tokens of the disciples in the square were shining. Next, figures were drawn up onto the flying boat. Standing on the flying boat, Lu Qinghe was filled with shock. He did not know whether this was the divine power of a golden core ancestor or the magic of the spiritual artifact. Ancestor Ouyang appeared on the flying boat and shouted, "Let's go." The flying boat burst out of the Taishan sect's great formation, flying deep into the mountains, instantly appearing dozens of miles away. On the flying boat, outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples were clearly distinguished. Aside from a few outer sect disciples who had good relationships with inner sect disciples, most outer sect disciples kept their distance from the inner sect disciples, fearing being held in contempt. Lu Qinghe sat cross-legged at the edge of the spiritual boat, suppressing the pill poison within his body. Lu Qinghe also sensed a vague gaze upon him. Without needing to think, he knew it was Zhou Tong, but he chose to ignore it. After a moment, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Lu Qinghe opened his eyes in confusion and saw Bai Yutong appearing next to him. Lu Qinghe had noticed Bai Yutong earlier, but he hadn't greeted her. After all, aside from what happened last time, he wasn't very familiar with Bai Yutong. Lu Qinghe greeted her junior sister Bai. Bai Yutong hesitated for a moment, and then apologized to Lu Qinghe. "Last time, it was my fault. I never expected senior sister Long would act that way. I originally intended to find you personally, but the sect had a mission and I had to leave." She had not anticipated that she merely asked an inner sect senior sister for a solution for the pill poison. She did not expect that senior sister to issue a warning to Lu Qinghe, and by the time she found out, it was too late, which left her feeling guilty. Lu Qinghe understood. The overbearing inner sect female disciple was surnamed Long. Lu Qinghe shook his head. "I should thank you, senior sister, for telling me how to resolve the pill poison. I even went to the miscellaneous peak to find you, but I did not see you." Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's words, Bai Yutong felt quite relieved and asked with concern, "Have you resolved your pill poison? I saw that you had cultivated from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the 5th layer, breaking through a layer in just 2 years. With such a cultivation speed, I don't understand how you ended up at the miscellaneous peak. Such a cultivation speed is not just stronger than the outer sect disciples, it is indeed remarkable." Lu Qinghe shook his head. "It's only a temporary suppression. To completely eradicate it requires a spiritual herb, the firefox flower. I heard from senior brother Yao of the spiritual herb peak that there are firefox flowers in the Tianling secret realm, which is why I came here. I am not deliberately lying. Some things are better left unknown to others." This surprised Bai Yutong. "Junior brother Lu, have you joined the spiritual herb peak?" Lu Qinghe nodded and took out his token. "I have a good talent in planting, and since I have ties with senior brother Yao, I was granted permission to join the spiritual herb peak." He indeed had a connection with Yao Liyun that involved 10 spirit stones. Bai Yutong did not expect Lu Qinghe to possess such talent. "Junior brother, your talent is quite impressive. Joining the spiritual herb peak will make it much easier for you to gain sect merits and spirit stones in the future. However, you should not have signed up for this herb gathering mission." Lu Qinghe looked at Bai Yutong in confusion. "Could you please enlighten me?" Seeing that Lu Qinghe really knew nothing, Bai Yutong began to explain to him. "In the Tianling secret realm, not only are there spiritual herbs, but these herbs are also guarded by powerful demon beasts. One might encounter formidable demon beasts if they are not careful. Moreover, the other 2 sects often initiate attacks in the secret realm. Although there are opportunities within it, is undoubtedly fraught with danger. Every time herbs are harvested, many disciples meet their demise in the Tianling secret realm. Only those who encounter bottlenecks and cannot break through normal means would take the risk to sign up. Of course, some disciples are there for the foundation establishment pill, but each of them is a powerful inner sect brother at the 9th layer of Qi refinement." Lu Qinghe had already guessed that only those who could not continue to break through would take risks. Among them, some are seeking hidden opportunities like Zhou Tong and others. Lu Qinghe asked senior sister, "Why are you participating in this herb gathering mission?" Bai Yutong replied, "Of course, it's to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. I have been stuck at the 6th layer for 4 years, and if I don't break through to the late stage of Qi refinement soon, it will be very difficult to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement before 50. By that time, there will truly be no opportunity for foundation establishment. I just hope to obtain spiritual herbs worth 1,000 merits inside, then I can purchase the pills I need to break through." By the way, once we enter the secret realm, stick with me. If there's really a firefox flower as you said, I will help you find it. As long as we do not encounter latest stage Qi refinement demon beasts or disciples from the other two sects at the late stage of Qi refinement, I can ensure your safety. The Tianling fruit and such have nothing to do with ordinary disciples like them. Those competing for the Tianling fruit are all cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and they cannot get involved. However, she can still ensure Lu Qinghe's safety. Seeing Bai Yutong's serious expression, Lu Qinghe felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. His true cultivation level was on par with Bai Yutong, yet his actual combat strength was far beyond her imagination. 4 mid-tier spells, 1 high-tier offensive magic weapon, 1 high-tier defensive magic weapon, along with several powerful talismans in hand. A sneak attack from him would cause even a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator to regret it instantly. Thank you, senior sister. It was impossible for him to follow Bai Yutong. He had other matters to attend to. Not to mention that Zhou Tong might strike at any moment. Even if he planned to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement in the Tianling secret realm, he would not let Bai Yutong accompany him. However, Lu Qinghe still expressed his gratitude to Bai Yutong, as she was the only one he could consider a friend in the Taishan sect aside from Wang Shan. Bai Yutong smiled, slightly feeling relieved. She was worried that Lu Qinghe might refuse. Although she did not know him, well, she was aware of his strong sense of pride. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the Spirit Talisman Peak relying on his own merits rather than her connections. Senior sister, are you still working at the Miscellaneous Peak? He did not know if Bai Yutong had resigned from her duties at the Miscellaneous Peak. Bai Yutong nodded. That's right. I will continue to guard the Miscellaneous Peak until I break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and enter the inner sect. The Miscellaneous Peak is actually a position set up for outer disciples who have the opportunity to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement. It is not only leisurely, but also offers decent compensation. Zhou Tong was in a similar situation back then, however his ambitions were too great, and he failed to break through in the allotted time, which led to severe punishment. If he had smoothly broken through, he would not have faced any punishment, at most receiving a few scoldings. Of course, being able to serve at various peaks indicates a significant background. Such opportunities are rarely afforded to ordinary disciples. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, senior sister. I have a friend who entered the Taishan sect and joined the Miscellaneous Institute with me. After successfully drawing Qi into his body, he went to complete his miscellaneous tasks, and subsequently went missing, only known to have taken a task from the refining peak. Lu Qinghe briefly introduced Wang Shan's situation to Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong pondered, a miscellaneous disciple from 5 years ago. That's quite some time. There are 2 possible scenarios. One is that he encountered an accident while cultivating or completing tasks. But if he went to the refining peak, another scenario is that he went to the mine to dig. Generally, one does not leave the mine unless they are at least at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Seeing Lu Qinghe's worried expression, Bai Yutong said, "Junior brother, don't worry. It's highly likely to be the latter. Although the mining is tough, it offers plenty of cultivation resources, and safety is generally not a major concern. Once the Tianling secret realm task concludes, I will help you look into it." Lu Qinghe knew this was the only way. "Then I will trouble you, senior sister." Bai Yutong nodded. "It's a small matter." Of course, the sight of Bai Yutong sitting with Lu Qinghe attracted considerable attention. After all, Bai Yutong was renowned as a beauty among the outer sect, yet few had seen Lu Qinghe. An inner disciple curiously asked, "Who is this outer disciple sitting with junior sister Bai?" Another replied, "I don't know, but I finally understand why junior sister Bai rejected the Wang family's marriage proposal." Bai Yutong was famous in the inner sect for her beauty and considerable talent. Breaking through to the late stage of Qi refinement and entering the inner sect was merely a matter of time. If one could marry her, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. However, no one dared to force her, as Bai Yutong held significant backing within the inner sect. Most critically, Bai Yutong had caught the eye of Wang Tianyu from the Wang family, which involved a foundation establishment expert. These inner disciples did not dare to offend a true foundation establishment master. Originally, it was expected that Bai Yutong would marry into the Wang family after breaking through to the late stage of Qi refinement, but she had rejected the offer. It is rumored that because of this incident, she has been abandoned by the inner sect. No wonder she came to participate in the herb-gathering task of the Tianling secret realm. An inner disciple scoffed, "How foolish. With the vast resources of the Wang family at her disposal, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement, let alone cultivate for foundation establishment. When the opportunity arises, obtaining a foundation establishment pill is not impossible. What future does she see with an outer disciple who has no background? Moreover, this fellow wants to break into the Tianling secret realm at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, indicating that even breaking through to the late stage of Qi refinement is beyond his reach. In the late stage of Qi refinement, one can already perceive the cultivation levels of others. I hope he can break through, or he may not know how he dies. The inner disciples chatted quietly for a while before losing interest. To them, this was all irrelevant. Meanwhile, among the outer disciples there were a few female disciples. One female disciple at the 4th layer of Qi refinement curiously asked her senior sister at the 6th layer, "Senior Mei, who is that person with junior sister Bai?" Senior Mei furrowed her brow, as she also did not know who Lu Qinghe was. "I don't know." Bai Yutong never mentioned knowing such an outer disciple before. The 4th layer female disciple asked, "Could he be junior sister Bai's love interest?" Senior Mei's expression fluctuated. She deemed that possibility highly likely given recent events. She sighed, "Yutong is being foolish." However, the 4th layer female disciple felt that Lu Qinghe looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Lu Qinghe sensed countless divine senses falling upon him, a portion of which came from inner disciples. Lu Qinghe would not think he was so popular. It was clear that Bai Yutong's actions had drawn their attention. He could only desperately operate the thousand-faced phantom technique to avoid revealing any abnormalities. Bai Yutong seemed to have sensed the probing from these individuals. She realized this could cause trouble for Lu Qinghe. Currently, she was facing numerous troubles. She said to Lu Qinghe, "Junior brother, I will head to the Spirit Talisman Peak first. Wait for me, and we will take the spirit boat down together." "All right." At the very front of the spirit boat, old ancestor Ouyang opened his eyes. He glanced in Lu Qinghe's direction. Lu Qinghe suddenly felt alert, as if being stared at by a ferocious beast, and the hair all over his body stood on end. However, just as he wanted to investigate, that feeling vanished without a trace. Thousand-faced phantom technique's 6th layer of Qi refinement, all his cultivation relies entirely on piled-up pills without any foundation. Even if the pill poison is resolved, there is fundamentally no opportunity for foundation establishment. Old ancestor Ouyang closed his eyes and continued to rest. He merely saw everyone's divine senses probing a single location, thinking something had happened, and took a glance. After that glance, he lost interest. Lu Qinghe had no idea that he had been targeted by a golden core ancestor because of Bai Yutong, who had seen through his situation almost entirely. If he knew, he would be terrified. He was not worried about his secrets being exposed. Rather, he feared that the secret of his dantian would be discovered. Only one person frowned as Zhou Tong did not expect that Bai Yutong had such a close relationship with Lu Qinghe. He did not believe that a talented outer disciple like Bai Yutong would take a liking to Lu Qinghe. His concern was that Bai Yutong might discover the secret that Lu Qinghe held. He secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he must suppress Lu Qinghe and uncover the secret that Lu Qinghe possessed. Originally, he could have opted out of the Tianling Secret Realms mission. He only needed to seclude himself for a few days to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and enter the inner sect. However, he remained unsatisfied without obtaining Lu Qinghe's secret, as it took just 5 years for a lowly disciple with 5 spiritual roots to reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement. If he could obtain such a secret, establishing a foundation would be entirely feasible. For Qi refinement cultivators, anything pales in comparison to the prospect of foundation establishment. In pursuit of this hope, he previously bribed the disciples stationed at the mountain gate. He had Lu Qinghe send a message as he went out, but lost track of Lu Qinghe almost immediately. Thus, he paid a hefty price to have someone from the inner sect ensure that Lu Qinghe was included in the roster for this Tianling secret realm. Lu Qinghe learned some information about the Tianling secret realm from various sources. The Tianling secret realm was jointly discovered by the 3 sects, which is why it is jointly controlled by them. A significant reason the 3 sects could become the most powerful immortal sects in Zhao country is closely tied to the Tianling secret realm. The resources of spiritual herbs inside the realm have allowed the 3 sects to thrive for hundreds of years and also provide a timely influx of fresh blood for foundation establishment. He also understood why the Tianling secret realm only selects disciples in the Qi refinement stage. The Tianling secret realm has powerful restrictions that only allow Qi refinement disciples to enter. If one were to forcefully break into the secret realm, it would collapse, making it impossible to continue harvesting the spiritual herbs within. The 3 sects would not be foolish enough to engage in such a self-destructive act, which is why they decided to conduct a harvest every 50 years, sending 300 Qi refinement disciples from each sect. As for why it is every 50 years, it is naturally related to the fact that it takes 50 years to refine the foundation establishment pill from the Tianling fruit, which is also the source of the Tianling secret realm. The spiritual ship crossed hundreds of kilometers in half a day's time, appearing above a great mountain. Just as the spiritual ship came to a halt, a mountain-like alchemy furnace appeared in the sky. Old ancestor Ouyang's eyes swept toward the alchemy furnace, and he saw a redrobed elder in focus with disciples clad in alchemy robes around the furnace. This alchemy furnace is a true spiritual artifact only manageable by golden core ancestors. Everyone looked over and realized that the people from the alchemy god sect had arrived. Lu Qinghe gazed intently at the alchemy furnace. A spiritual artifact alchemy furnace was immensely important to him. During the time he returned, he attempted alchemy, but the results were unsatisfactory. Although he had some successes, the success rate was far inferior to that of the Huofeng at Red Maple Immortal Workshop. However, if he could obtain a spiritual artifact-level alchemy furnace, it would automatically activate the spiritual fire inside, and its effects would not be inferior to that of earthly fire. If it were a high-quality spiritual artifact alchemy furnace, its effects would far surpass those of earthly fire in alchemy. Old Ancestor Ouyang stood up and respectfully saluted, saying, "Senior Dan Su." The red-robed elder looked at Old Ancestor Ouyang with a smile. "Ouyang, yin little boy, I remember seeing you 100 years ago when you were just a Foundation Establishment 8th layer child. I didn't expect that 100 years have passed, and you have already reached the 2nd layer of Golden Core, truly exceptional talent. Unlike me, who has been cultivating for hundreds of years, and is still stuck at the 3rd layer of Golden Core." Old Ancestor Ouyang did not dare to underestimate Old Ancestor Dan Su, not only because Old Ancestor Dan Su achieved Golden Core 200 years before him, but also because he was one of the few alchemists in this domain capable of refining earth-grade pills. "You flatter me, Senior. If it weren't for your deep commitment to alchemy, you would have long since broken through to your current realm. Moreover, last month the Alchemy God Sect spent a sky-high price of 2,500 spirit stones to purchase a high-quality spiritual artifact. I believe it won't be long before the Alchemy God Sect produces another Golden Core ancestor." The last high-quality spiritual artifact was bought by the Alchemy God Sect for 2,500 spirit stones, which already exceeded the true value of a high-quality spiritual artifact. The Alchemy God Sect's willingness to pay such a high price for a spiritual artifact likely indicates that they have someone who intends to break through to Golden Core, using it as support. Old Ancestor Dan Su saw through Old Ancestor Ouyang's thoughts. "Little Ouyang, you need not test me. I believe you and the Taishan sect are better aware of the situation within the Alchemy God Sect than we are ourselves. Whether or not a Golden Core appears is a matter for our Alchemy God Sect alone." "Ha, what a matter for your Alchemy God Sect alone. If you produce another Golden Core, wouldn't you be able to wipe out our 2 sects?" A delicate voice rang out, and a dark cloud obscured the sky. Everyone looked up in terror, only to see a flying beast dozens of meters long diving toward them. "It's a beast, a silver feather thunderbird of the Foundation Establishment stage." "No, it's not a beast. It's a spirit beast from the Spirit Beast Valley, and the people from the Spirit Beast Valley are riding on its back." Lu Qinghe was equally shocked. He knew that some people could tame beasts to become their mounts, and he had heard that the Spirit Beast Valley used special methods to subdue beasts to increase their power. Seeing it with his own eyes was still incredibly shocking. The Silver Feather Thunderbird of the Foundation Establishment stage could move with lightning speed and unleash thunder attacks. This dominant creature of the sky was actually tamed by the people of the Spirit Beast Valley. Old Ancestor Ouyang and Old Ancestor Dan Su waved their hands, creating a shield to protect their disciples and blocking the violent pressure brought by the Silver Feather Thunderbird. As the people from the Spirit Beast Valley landed, a charming woman appeared with the disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley. Old Ancestor Dan Su mocked Heavenly Phoenix Demonis. "Be careful with your words. Our Alchemy God Sect is not as ambitious as your Spirit Beast Valley. We are simply focused on alchemy, unlike you who secretly hides countless spirit beasts to deal with us." Old Ancestor Tianfeng was entirely unbothered by Old Ancestor Dan Zu's ridicule, boldly stating, "Our Spirit Beast Valley is not as hypocritical as your Alchemy God Sect and Taishan sect. If we had the strength, we would definitely wipe out both of your sects and monopolize the resources within 1,000 miles. Old Ancestor Dan Su snorted coldly. "I fear your Spirit Beast Valley does not yet possess such strength." Old Ancestor Tianfeng's beautiful eyes turned toward Old Ancestor Ouyang. "Taoist Ouyang, why don't we join forces to eliminate this old fellow and split the treasures of the Tianling secret realm? You are not worried about a new Golden Core appearing in the Alchemy God Sect. Instead, you might as well seize this opportunity to work together to eliminate one." Old Ancestor Dan Su was furious. "Tianfeng, you are seeking death." Old Ancestor Tianfeng said nothing, merely watching Old Ancestor Ouyang with a smile. Old Ancestor Ouyang maintained a calm demeanor. "Taoist Tianfeng is jesting. Our Taishan sect and Alchemy God Sect have a rather good relationship. If we were to ally with the Alchemy God Sect to eliminate your Spirit Beast Valley, I would be willing." Old Ancestor Tianfeng did not pursue the matter further. She was merely speaking casually, not to mention that she and Old Ancestor Ouyang were only at the 2nd layer of Golden Core cultivation. Even at the same cultivation level, it would be impossible to eliminate another Golden Core ancestor. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Since the 3 sects are here, let us activate the Heavenly Spirit Secret Realm. Ouyang Laozu took out a token, and so did Dan Su Laozu and Tianfeng Laozu. The 3 tokens shot into the depths of the Great Mountain, and then a portal appeared before everyone. Ouyang Laozu shouted loudly, "All disciples hurry inside. You only have 1 month. After 1 month the passage will be closed." The disciples of the 3 sects quickly rushed toward the passage, one by one disappearing into the portal. Once all the disciples of the 3 sects had entered, Tianfeng Laozu looked at the two and curiously asked, "What do you both think? How many heavenly spirit fruits will appear in this secret realm?" Ouyang Laozu replied, "Last time there were 8 fruits. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is diminishing. The heavenly spirit secret realm is the same, and it becomes increasingly difficult for spiritual herbs to grow. If we can find 5 or 6 this time, it would be quite good. Resource scarcity is the biggest issue currently facing the cultivation world." Dansu Laozu agreed with Ouyang Laozu's assessment, saying, "My thoughts align with Ouyang's 5 to 6 fruits. But I wonder how many each sect will be able to obtain. 5 to 6 heavenly spirit fruits could provide the 3 sects with over 30 foundation establishment experts. However, which sect has more or less will depend solely on the number of heavenly spirit fruits their disciples bring back. It is not simple for any sect to produce a golden core, so the gap in strength among the 3 sects is reflected in the number of foundation establishment disciples." Tianfeng Laozu smiled and said, "Naturally, it will be Taishian's sect. I just checked, and Taishian's sect has dispatched 2 disciples at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Their auras and foundations are very stable. It seems that Taishian's sect is determined to obtain the heavenly spirit fruits this time. However, if such disciples were to encounter an accident inside, it might mean that Taishian's sect would lose 2 foundation establishment experts in the future." Ouyang Laozu maintained a calm demeanor. "Both of you have also arranged measures, and there are outstanding disciples among you, so there is no need to dwell on this. Everyone should consider the current situation in the Zhao State's cultivation world. Recently, many sect disciples have encountered misfortunes. It has been discovered that the Blood Demon sect is behind it. They may invade our Zhao State cultivation world." The two were not surprised, as similar situations had occurred in the areas they governed as well. Dansu Laozu nodded. "Indeed, we have also discovered such matters. These occurrences have emerged in the recent 3 years. These demonic brats truly believe that there are no capable cultivators in our Zhao State." Tianfeng Laozu also retracted her previous charm and said seriously, "It is rumored that the ancestor of the Blood Demon sect has broken through to the true monarch realm and urgently needs resources to stabilize his power, which is why he is targeting these surrounding cultivation sects." True monarch. Dansu Laozu and Ouyang Laozu's faces turned pale. The emergence of a true monarch could undoubtedly lead to tremendous upheaval in this realm. Danzu's expression grew serious. "Tianfeng, are you serious?" Tianfeng nodded. "Would I joke with you about such a matter?" The two were helpless in Zhao State. They were supreme golden core ancestors, but before a true monarch, they might be easily wiped out. Ouyang Laozu said, "When we return, I will report this matter to the sect master. The sect master will have his own decisions to make." Dansu Laozu agreed. "That should be the case. I will also report this to the sect master." Tianfeng smiled, but did not speak. She only conveyed this information to the 2 sects. If extraordinary situations truly arose, it would be good to have mutual support. Although the 3 sects contended fiercely on their own territory, they would unite in the face of crisis, especially against a demonic sect like the Blood Demon sect. However, each sect has its own calculations. This is their own business, and it cannot be put on the table for discussion. In the heavenly spirit secret realm, Qinghe found himself in an unfamiliar environment, a unique little world with disciples from several other sects around. Qinghe did not wait for Bai Yutong and quickly chose a direction to leave. Although Qinghe was also interested in the spiritual herbs of the heavenly spirit secret realm, after all, finding any spiritual herb would be of limitless benefit to him. Moreover, there were likely numerous Xian-level spiritual herbs in the secret realm, those that could not be bought outside. However, his situation was somewhat urgent. If he did not clear the pill poison soon, he might truly die from poisoning. The heavenly spirit tree is located in the very center of the secret realm, and Qinghe went against the current, flying toward the outermost area. After flying for half a day, no other presence could be felt. Qinghe found a desolate little mountain, which just happened to have a cave in front. Qinghe flew inside and discovered that there was a cave dwelling of a 3rd-level Qi refinement fire pig demon. The resting fire pig demon was startled by the sudden appearance of Qinghe, then became furious, roaring at the audacity of an outsider daring to invade its cave. Roar! It was engulfed in flames, charging at Qinghe with its long tusks bared. There was no need for any sword techniques. The Lingfeng sword flew out and cleaved the fire pig in half. Qinghe did not even glance at the corpse of the fire pig on the ground. Finding a spot, he sat down cross-legged, slowly disappearing from the original spot. By the time Qinghe reappeared, he had entered the black earth space. In a month's time, he had planted countless of the main spiritual herbs for the Huanglong pill, along with 2 other inferior spiritual herbs. Now over half of the black soil has been used by Qinghe to cultivate dragon blood grass. After some more time, these dragon blood grasses will reach 10 years of medicinal potency, allowing for the refinement of Huanglong pill. What intrigued Qinghe most was another tender sprout, which was a spiritual item grown from the seed he took from the centipede. In the black earth space, a month equated to nearly 10 years of time, and it had only grown this much, leaving Qinghe at a loss as to what it truly was. Additionally, there was the blood ginseng. He had only planted 10 stalks, and in a few months these would reach 500 years of medicinal potency, leading to a significant increase in value comparable to high-grade Xian-level spiritual herbs. In the cultivation world, it was undoubtedly a rare commodity. Qinghe found a spot, sat cross-legged, and took out 4 upper-grade gathering spirit pills to begin refining. 4 days flew by, and Qinghe finally refined the 4 upper-grade gathering spirit pills. His cultivation had indeed reached the peak of the 6th level of qi refinement, as expected. However, his entire body had already been corroded by pill poison, and his complexion had turned a dark hue. Next comes the breakthrough. Qinghe took out 2 bottles. One contained 5 huanglong pills, while the other held the shisui pill he purchased for 2,600 spirit stones. Qinghe picked up the shisui pill and swallowed it. The medicinal power of the shisui pill spread throughout his body. Qinghe began to circulate his energy, layers of black filth expelled from his body, accompanied by blood. At the same time, Qinghe felt as if his meridians were being torn apart. He knew this was not tearing, but the shisui pill widening his meridians. He just needed to control the potency of the medicine, ensuring it did not become too violent and damage his meridians. After 2 days, Qinghe finally refined the cleansing pill. A sense of indescribable comfort enveloped his entire being, and the feeling of being unable to break through due to the suppression of the pill disappeared completely. The original black color vanished entirely, and the spiritual energy was further purified, eliminating the instability and superficiality he previously experienced. Qinghe even felt clearly that the barrier between the 6th and 7th levels of qi refinement was merely a thin membrane that could be easily broken with a gentle push. Qinghe detected a foul and bloody odor. His body was already covered in a layer of impurities he had expelled. With a sudden shake, Qinghe shook off all the filth, then used a fireball technique to incinerate it. Only then did he take out a huanglong pill and swallow it. Open. As the medicinal power unfolded, the barrier of the 7th level of qi refinement shattered, allowing Qinghe to easily step into the 7th level. It was even simpler than his previous breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th level. All of this was thanks to the low-grade cleansing pill. Such a profound pill is rarely consumed even by foundation establishment practitioners, making it extraordinarily effective for Qinghe, a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. At the 7th level of qi refinement, the cultivated spiritual energy began to reveal its attributes, enabling him to cast attribute-based spells and use magical treasures with greatly enhanced power. Moreover, his divine sense expanded significantly, allowing him to probe the cultivation levels of others. Qinghe stabilized his energy. Reaching the late stage of qi refinement was the endpoint for many cultivators, bringing him closer to the realm of foundation establishment. Within the Taishan sect, he could become an inner disciple holding a high status and authority. Simultaneously, Qinghe felt that under the transformation brought by the cleansing pill, his meridians had expanded and his dantian had become more stable. This indicated that he could utilize more powerful magic, enhancing the potency of spells and magical artifacts. Previously, he could only cast mid-level spells a few times before his energy was depleted, but now he could cast dozens of times without issue. When using high-grade magical artifacts, he could only unleash their full power 3 times at most before, but now he felt he could fully exert the power of high-grade artifacts. Qinghe stood up with a confident smile. After 5 years of meticulous training as a 5-element root cultivator, he had reached the late stage of qi refinement. He wondered if anyone would believe him. Many disciples who entered the servant hall with him might not have even reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. He placed the 4 huanglong pills back into the bottle. If he couldn't find the firefox flower, he didn't plan on using these low-grade pills. From the 7th to the 9th level of qi refinement, Qinghe estimated that the number of pills he would need would far exceed the total amount required for his previous breakthroughs from the 1st to the 7th level. By then, the cleansing pill would no longer be effective for him, and even if it were one of its main ingredients was the firefox flower, achieving foundation establishment would become nearly impossible. He even planned not to use mid-grade pills. Instead, he intended to return to the Red Maple Immortal Workshop to rent their fire room and refine countless high-grade gathering spirit pills. Ideally, he could obtain the recipe for high-grade huanglong pills. Qinghe looked ahead. The previously 2-acre patch of black soil had now expanded to 5 acres. Just as he had anticipated with his cultivation improvement, the black soil space would continue to grow. The next expansion would wait until he achieved foundation establishment. However, 5 acres of black soil was sufficient for his needs. Qinghe devised a plan for this 5 acres of spiritual field, allocating one section for planting blood ginseng, as many alchemical processes required blood ginseng as an aid. He also planned to plant gathering spirit grass over an acre. After selling a portion, the rest had been wasted in alchemical processes, leaving him with little storage. Another acre would be used to plant dragon blood grass, while the remaining acre would be for other auxiliary herbs. As for the leftover acre, Lu Qinghe intended to see if he could find a low-grade spiritual herb in this secret realm to plant. At the very least, he aimed to find a top-grade spiritual herb. Lu Qinghe harvested half of the mature dragon blood grass, leaving the other half untouched. The older the herb, the stronger its medicinal properties, thus the better the effects of the pills refined from it. After completing everything, Lu Qinghe appeared in the lair of the fiery pig. The body of the fiery pig, which Lu Qinghe had split in two, had long since disappeared, likely dragged away and consumed by some beast. Only 7 or 8 days had passed, and there was still a long time before he left the secret realm. Lu Qinghe planned to venture out for a stroke of luck, hoping to find the firefox flower. He was also quite interested in the heavenly spirit fruit. His interest lay not in the heavenly spirit fruit itself, but in the heavenly spirit fruit tree. If he could transplant it, he would have a continuous supply of heavenly spirit fruits. Then, as long as he found the recipe for the foundation establishment pill, he could refine it himself. Otherwise, obtaining the foundation establishment pill through normal means in the Qinghe sect would be nearly impossible. Lu Qinghe erased his traces and displayed his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement before stepping out of the cave. As he exited, Zhou Tong, dozens of miles away, wore a look of delight. He held a star plate in his hand, a high-grade magical artifact he had borrowed at great cost from an inner sect senior brother to track Lu Qinghe's whereabouts. This was a lesson learned from the last time Lu Qinghe left the Qinghe sect without being pursued. Upon entering the heavenly spirit secret realm, the star plate could locate Lu Qinghe's position. However, by the time he wanted to pursue, he did not know what method Lu Qinghe used to disappear for a whole 7 days. He had searched the surrounding area for 7 days. Just as he was about to lose hope, the star plate once again revealed Lu Qinghe's location. Little waste this time, I'll see how you die. He mounted his flying sword and flew toward Lu Qinghe's location. In just a brief moment, he appeared above Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe had long sensed Zhou Tong's arrival. He knew Zhou Tong would come looking for him, but was unclear about what method Zhou Tong used to pinpoint his location. Junior brother Lu, you really made it difficult for me to find you, Zhou Tong said, standing a few meters away looking at Lu Qinghe with a sinister expression. Lu Qinghe calmly regarded Zhou Tong. Regardless of Zhou Tong's methods, unless he produced a spiritual artifact, he would not be taken seriously by Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe also noticed the disc in Zhou Tong's hand and speculated that he might have used this artifact to track him. Senior brother Zhou, why are you not properly searching for spiritual herbs and instead coming to find your junior brother? What for? Zhou Tong's face twisted. Little beast, because of you, I failed my breakthrough to the late stage of qi refinement, faced punishment from the sect, and was sent to guard the cold pool for 2 years. I wasted 3 years for nothing. I should have broken through to the late stage of qi refinement 3 years ago, becoming a high-ranking inner disciple. Then the sect wouldn't have punished me and would have cultivated me as a core disciple. But you changed all that, making me lose a fantastic opportunity. Zhou Tong's hatred for Lu Qinghe had reached a point of no return merely because Lu Qinghe successfully cultivated spiritual rice, causing a significant change in his plans. He believed that if it weren't for Lu Qinghe growing spiritual rice, none of this would have happened. Lu Qinghe asked, have you ever considered, senior brother, that if a mere servant disciple fails to grow spiritual rice and damages the spiritual field, what consequences would arise from such a crime? Zhou Tong looked at Lu Qinghe in astonishment. So you know everything. Lu Qinghe chuckled lightly. Did you forget that I later joined the spirit medicine peak? I could also guess that you were cultivating spiritual herbs in a second-rate spiritual field, which led to the depletion of the spiritual energy in the field, making it impossible to grow spiritual rice. That's right, I used a gathering spirit array to absorb the spiritual energy from a piece of spiritual field to cultivate a transformation grass in order to refine a transformation pill. Zhou Tong did not deny it. In his eyes, Lu Qinghe was already a dead man. Knowing this was of no concern. Lu Qinghe asked, have you ever thought, senior brother, that if I had not grown spiritual rice at that time, I would have to bear the responsibility for the loss of the spiritual field and would be expelled from the Qinghe sect? Lu Qinghe's tone was quite severe. Had it not been for the emergence of the black soil space, he would not have discovered its miraculous uses. At that time, the sect would not send anyone to investigate. Lu Qinghe would be immediately regarded as the culprit, having his cultivation abolished and being expelled from the sect, leaving him with no possibility of further cultivation. Zhou Tong laughed heartily. You, a waste with 5 spirit roots, should not complain about being my stepping stone to break through to the late stage of qi refining. This is actually your honor. Even if Lu Qinghe had a good attitude and temper, he was now extremely angry inside, yet he did not strike. He still needed to clarify some matters. But now I have become an outer sect disciple. My status is the same as yours. Zhou Tong dismissed Lu Qinghe's status as an outer sect disciple. This was not within the Qinghe sect. So I'm very curious, what treasure did you obtain that allowed you to reach the 5th layer of qi refining in just 5 years? If you hand over the treasure to me, perhaps I will let you go. Lu Qinghe shook his head. I have no treasures. My current cultivation is all the result of my hard work and training. Nonsense. Do you think I haven't trained, or do you take me for a fool? A 5-spirit root could never reach the 5th layer of Qi refining in just 5 years, no matter how extraordinary. In the cultivation world, 5-spirit roots were rare, but certainly not exclusive to Lu Qinghe. Even among the servant disciples of the Taishin sect, many could be found. Such spirit roots could at best reach the mid-stage of Qi refining in a lifetime, and it would still take at least several decades of training to achieve that. Thus, cultivation sects were unwilling to recruit disciples with 5-spirit roots. Zhou Tong's full strength was revealed. He had actually broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, having the same cultivation level as Lu Qinghe. Junior brother, you should feel it. I am now a cultivator of the 7th layer of Qi refining, not someone you can resist. Hand over the treasure, and I will let you leave. Lu Qinghe asked senior brother, Zhou, aren't you afraid of sect punishment for attacking an outer sect disciple? Zhou Tong sneered coldly, junior brother, this is the heavenly spirit secret realm. No matter what happens here, the outside world will not know. It's fortunate if half of the disciples can survive to leave each year. There are powerful demonic beasts here, and the other 2 sects also compete for the spiritual herbs in our hands. It's quite normal for a few to die, which is why ordinary disciples usually do not sign up. Are you wondering why your name is on the list? It's because I spent a lot of spirit stones to open up connections and added your name. Lu Qinghe took a deep breath. Since senior brother has gone to such lengths, I assume you haven't told anyone about my possessing a treasure. Zhou Tong nodded. Of course, I wouldn't tell anyone. The less people know about such fortune, the better. He had never disclosed any information regarding Lu Qinghe to anyone. You haven't given the treasure to that bitch Bai Yutong, have you? Zhou Tong's expression instantly turned sinister, glaring intently at Lu Qinghe, worried that Lu Qinghe would give the treasure to Bai Yutong, which would be troublesome. Though Zhou Tong had already broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, Bai Yutong not only had a background in the inner sect, but her cultivation was also formidable. Breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining was just a matter of time. Hearing Zhou Tong's secrecy, Lu Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head to deny, I am not familiar with senior sister Bai. But since senior brother is so tight-lipped, I can rest assured. After eliminating Zhou Tong, few would know he had 5 spirit roots and had cultivated so quickly. Now that he walked among the outer disciples, almost everyone would believe he had the aptitude of 3 spirit roots and would speculate that he was a direct disciple of a certain master. Others like Shiro from Stone Village, the 3 outer sect disciples who recruited from Stone Village, and the registered elders also knew. But after such a long time, they had long forgotten about someone like him. He rarely appeared in public, making encounters extremely rare. Moreover, after all these years, he had grown from just over 10 years old to now 17. The chances of them recognizing him were exceedingly slim. The only hidden danger was Bai Yutong, as she was the one who brought him into the outer sect. However, Bai Yutong did not know about his 5 spirit roots. Zhou Tong looked at Lu Qinghe as if he had fulfilled some wish, and asked curiously, what are you so relieved about? Senior brother owes me a spirit stone and a Baichao Dan. I can now send you on your way with peace of mind. Zhou Tong dug in his ears, looking incredulously at Lu Qinghe, then burst into a wild laugh. You want to kill me? Lu Qinghe had no extra words. Would vine entwine? A vine appeared, binding Zhou Tong, whose smile froze his face, turning pale. Is this a middle-grade spell? Fire serpent technique. A fire dragon charged towards Zhou Tong, who was bound by the wood vine. A middle-grade fire technique. Break for me. A radiance emanated from Zhou Tong as he activated his Qi refining 7th layer magical power to summon a low-grade defensive magical artifact to shield. The shield blocked Lu Qinghe's attack. You little beast, how could you possibly master 2 intermediate spells? But now your time to die has come. You don't understand the difference between the mid and late stages of Qi refining at all. Zhou Tong planned to first disable Lu Qinghe before slowly torturing him. He suddenly appeared behind Lu Qinghe like a ghost, swinging his long sword, which was actually a middle-grade magical artifact, towards Lu Qinghe. How could you possess such a powerful magical artifact? Lu Qinghe did not answer, but shouted at Zhou Tong, senior brother, receive my sword. Lu Qinghe grasped the Lingfeng sword, pouring all his power from the 7th layer of Qi refinement into it. Zhou Tong, firmly locked down, went from shock to terror, wearing a ghostly expression as he looked at Lu Qinghe. 7th layer of Qi refinement, a superior quality sword. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to flee as all space was sealed by the sword intent. Junior brother, spare me. You cannot kill me. My brother is a core disciple of the inner sect, a potential foundation establishment candidate. He did not understand why Lu Qinghe was at the late stage of Qi refinement, nor how Lu Qinghe could possess a superior quality defensive artifact or a superior quality offensive artifact. All he wanted now was to survive. Lu Qinghe turned a deaf ear to Zhou Tong's pleas for mercy. He kept a low profile and avoided trouble, but he was not afraid of it. Zhou Tong had attempted to kill him several times. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Metal sword technique. A golden sword intent erupted, shattering Zhou Tong's Qi refinement stage magical shield and defense artifacts, as his entire body was pierced by the sword intent. With one strike, Zhou Tong was slain. Looking at Zhou Tong's mutilated corpse, Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. From the first layer of Qi refinement to now, Zhou Tong had been one of his few enemies. Now that he was killed, it was finally a release of pent-up frustration. This was not Qinghe's first kill, and it certainly would not be his last. In the world of cultivation, human hearts are inscrutable. For the sake of increasing their cultivation and breaking through realms, one could commit any atrocity. The enmity between him and Zhou Tong arose merely because Zhou Tong wanted to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement. Zhou Tong not only destroyed the sect's spiritual fields to forcibly plant spiritual herbs, but also wanted to use a year's resources from the servant peak to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement. Unfortunately, Qinghe's inadvertent actions sabotaged his plans. Coupled with his greed for the treasures on Qinghe, he meticulously plotted only to end up in a dire fate. What worried Qinghe was Zhou Tong's mention of having an older brother who was a core disciple. This made Lu Qing's heart fill with caution. He did not know what a core disciple was, or what a foundation establishment candidate meant, but he knew they were not to be trifled with. He only hoped that no one would ever find out about his killing of Zhou Tong. Qinghe picked up Zhou Tong's medium-quality magical artifact and storage bag, incinerating Zhou Tong's corpse completely with a fireball spell. He turned and walked deeper into the Tianling's secret realm. Along the way, Qinghe also checked Zhou Tong's storage bag: 353 spirit stones, 1 medium-quality sword, and 1 low-quality defensive artifact, which had been destroyed by Qinghe. No one would buy even 1 spirit stone for that. There was also a disc that was a magical artifact, but Qinghe could not figure out its specific function. Because that magical artifact had an owner, Qinghe could not refine it for the time being. To refine it, he would need to find a powerful ritual technique. This made Qinghe realize that the disc magical artifact did not belong to Zhou Tong, otherwise it should have been an unclaimed item after Zhou Tong was slain. The disc was likely a magical artifact belonging to Zhou Tong's older brother, a core disciple. Qinghe tossed the disc into the black soil space to prevent it from being sensed by its owner. There were also 5 spiritual herbs, one of which was a 50-year-old gathering spirit grass, 2 were 20-year-old gathering spirit grasses, and 1 was a 20-year-old clear spirit grass. These were already plentiful in Qinghe's black soil space. In addition, there was a crystal clear spiritual grass, which Qinghe recognized as an immature, transforming spirit grass. A yellow quality superior spiritual herb, it is a main ingredient for refining superior quality pills, the transforming spirit pill. The transforming spirit pill is not only a supreme treasure for Qi refinement cultivators, but also has great benefits for foundation establishment masters. Qinghe did not know whether Zhou Tong had failed to plant the transforming spirit grass, or if he had obtained 2 of them. However, it didn't matter now, everything benefited him. Qinghe planted the transforming spirit grass in the black soil space, hoping to see if it could produce seeds for large-scale cultivation. In a valley, a Qi refinement 6th layer azure water serpent was the ruler here, capable of using water-based techniques and spewing deadly poison. Generally, Qi refinement stage cultivators were reluctant to provoke it. Yet Qinghe killed it with just 1 sword strike. With medium-quality sword techniques combined with a superior quality flying sword, as long as the defensive capabilities did not reach the level of medium-quality artifacts, they would be slain by Qinghe's sword. Qinghe found a yellow zhu fruit in the azure water serpent's lair, a yellow-quality superior spiritual herb. The azure water serpent likely wanted to forcefully metamorphose into a late-stage Qi refinement beast using this zhu fruit, but the medicinal power was not yet sufficient. A 100-year-old zhu fruit could be considered mature, but it still needed a few more years. The lifespan of a demon beast far exceeds that of cultivators. 50 years was not long for a demon beast. Qinghe dug up the zhu fruit and transplanted it into the black soil space. This zhu fruit is a type of spiritual herb that can be directly consumed to increase cultivation without needing to refine it into a pill. Once mature, 1 fruit is equivalent to the efficacy of a huanglong pill. Qinghe did not deliberately seek out spiritual herbs, he simply took what he encountered. Although it was a secret realm, most of what he found were only low-quality spiritual grasses and herbs. Medium-quality ones were rare, and this zhu fruit was the only superior quality one. He even saw disciples from the 3 sects fighting fiercely over spiritual herbs. Upon encountering such a situation, Qinghe quickly distanced himself, not wanting to attract trouble. Qinghe swiftly made his way toward the center, his goal not being the Tianling fruit, but the Tianhu flower. The Tianhu flower is a mysterious quality spiritual herb that cannot possibly appear in the outer regions, only in the core area of the fire spiritual vein. A few days later, Qinghe felt the fire attribute power within him stirring. He He knew he had finally found a fire spiritual vein and quickly flew toward the location where the fire spiritual energy was active. After advancing for several dozen miles, Qinghe saw a fire spiritual vein spanning over a dozen miles with magma continuously erupting from the ground, turning the place into a hellish scene. If he fell into the magma with his cultivation, he would undoubtedly die. Moreover, Qinghe sensed a heart-pounding feeling emanating from the fire's spiritual vein, indicating the presence of a powerful demon beast. Qinghe hesitated, unsure whether to venture into the fire's spiritual vein to explore. In the end, Qinghe deemed it not worth the risk. Regardless of whether there were Qinghe flowers within the fire's spiritual vein, this heart-pounding feeling undoubtedly emanated from a demon beast at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. A demon beast at the 9th layer of Qi refinement in such a dangerous fire spiritual vein would not necessarily yield any benefits even for a foundation establishment master. He could very well face tremendous danger. As for the Qinghe flower, he could think of a way to buy it at a high price outside. Qinghe turned to leave. However, just a few meters after he turned, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky not far from Qinghe. Friend from the Taishan sect, since you are here, why leave so soon? Why not stay? I shall grant you a great fortune. Gazing at the handsome man not far away who was looking at him gently, Qinghe felt no warmth, but instead a profound sense of crisis arose within his heart. He could not see through this man's cultivation level, which was at least the 8th level of Qi refinement, possibly even the 9th level. Qinghe quietly prepared his high-grade Thunder Talisman. Although he had previously ambushed and killed an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner when he was at the 6th level. However, that was when the centipede had been caught off guard, and coupled with the allure of the cleansing marrow pill, he had succeeded in his sneak attack. But the person before him was a disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley. Disciples from their sect not only mastered mid-grade, but also high-grade spells, and they might even possess powerful magical artifacts. What made Qinghe most wary was that every disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley was bonded to a powerful spirit beast, making it difficult to gain an advantage in an unknown fight. Qinghe stepped back a distance and said, "This fellow Taoist, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not disturb you further." The Spirit Beast Valley disciple did not intend to let Qinghe go. He was actually troubled by the lack of a way to investigate the fire spirit vein. However, he did not make a move to stop him, and Qinghe was puzzled as to why this handsome man would so easily allow him to leave. Roar! A terrifying monster beast blocked his path, exuding a fearsome aura. Upon seeing this beast, Qinghe's expression changed dramatically. It was a golden demon lion, with a cultivation level reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. Qinghe knew that this golden demon lion must be the spirit beast of the man behind him. He turned to the man and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" The disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley replied, "I have said I would bestow upon you a tremendous fortune. How could I go back on my word?" His meaning was clear. Qinghe would have to accept this fortune whether he wanted to or not. "I am Gao Zhuo of the Spirit Beast Valley. May I ask how you are addressed?" "Zhou Tong." Qinghe certainly could not reveal his real name, and instead used the name Zhou Tong. Gao Zhuo was slightly surprised, but did not care whether Qinghe spoke the truth. "Fellow Taoist, Zhou, do you know what exists in the Spirit Beast Valley?" Naturally, Qinghe did not know and felt puzzled. "I would be grateful if you could enlighten me." Gao Zhuo's expression grew serious. "A high-grade mystic beast, the Crimson Flame Fire Fox. This was discovered by my senior brothers from the Spirit Beast sect while they were gathering herbs here 50 years ago." Qinghe was shocked. This revelation truly astonished him. He did not know what a Crimson Flame Fire Fox was, but he understood what a high-grade mystic beast represented. As long as it grew, it would become a terrifying beast of at least the 7th level of Foundation establishment. To think that such a terrifying beast existed in the fire spirit vein. Observing Qinghe's astonished expression, Gao Zhuo chuckled, "There is no need for you to be so surprised, although the Crimson Flame Fire Fox is a high-grade mystic beast. This secret realm is very special. It can only accommodate those at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This means that the Crimson Flame Fire Fox's strength remains at the same level it was 50 years ago, still at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and cannot step into the mystic realm or break through to Foundation establishment." Qinghe curiously asked, "Do you wish to slay this Crimson Flame Fire Fox?" Gao Zhuo shook his head. "Of course not. I only wish to take it out. There is no need for other fellow Taoists to know. But as you can see, this fire spirit vein has already been covered by the earth fire. Even a Foundation establishment expert would have no way to deal with that Crimson Flame Fire Fox here. Otherwise, the people from the Spirit Beast Valley would have taken it out 50 years ago. A spirit fox of such high quality is worth far more than the heavenly spirit fruit to the people of the Spirit Beast Valley. Not to mention that taking it out could immediately elevate the Crimson Flame Fire Fox to the late stage of Foundation establishment, providing the Spirit Beast Valley with a powerful combat force. The key is that the Spirit Beast Valley has a method to allow the Crimson Flame Fire Fox to undergo metamorphosis, though the probability is very low. However, once the metamorphosis is complete, the Crimson Flame Fire Fox could become a golden core spirit beast, and spirit beasts live much longer than cultivators. Generally, a golden core elder has a lifespan of 500 years, while spirit beasts can reach over 1,000 years, even 2,000 years. They could guard the Spirit Beast Valley for 1,000 years, or enhance the strength of the golden core elders of the Spirit Beast Valley. Therefore, I need a small favor from you, fellow Taoist Joe. Liu Qinghe's expression turned difficult. Fellow Taoist, as you said, even a foundation establishment expert cannot do anything. A mere 5th level Qi refinement practitioner could be killed in an instant. Fellow Taoist, you should seek someone more capable. This monster beast is so important to you, an accident would not be good. It would be best for you to have a powerful disciple from the Spirit Beast Valley to assist. There were 300 disciples who entered the Spirit Beast Valley, many of whom were profound inner sect disciples, so he did not understand why only Qinghe was here. Qinghe shook his head. Such matters are best kept to as few people as possible. If the half-step foundation establishment practitioners from your Taishan sect and Danshan sect learn of this, do you think they would let us take this beast out? Liu Qinghe believed this. If the other two sects learned of the Spirit Beast Valley's plans, they would undoubtedly sabotage them. No one wanted to see the Spirit Beast sect gain such strong combat power. This made Liu Qinghe's heart sink. It meant that Qinghe would not allow him to leave here alive. He also picked up on the implications of Qinghe's words. He was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, perhaps even at half-step foundation establishment. Liu Qinghe began to ponder and form an idea. He asked Qinghe, I wonder how you need my assistance. Qinghe did not expect Liu Qinghe to be so perceptive. He thought he would have to beat around the bush. This saved him a lot of trouble. I have a thing that can put the Crimson Flame Fire Fox into a brief sleep. All you need to do is sprinkle this vial of potion into the fox's den. Once that is done, it will be a great success. If you succeed, I can promise you a vial of yellow dragon pill and 100 spirit stones as a reward. Qinghe handed Liu Qinghe a vial. He also offered a spirit talisman. This is a high-grade breathing concealment talisman, which will ensure you are not detected when you approach the Crimson Flame Fire Fox. A vial of yellow dragon pill and 100 spirit stones in exchange for his life. Oh, what a high price, Liu Qinghe thought mockingly. All right. Liu Qinghe took the 2 items, pressed the high-grade breathing concealment talisman onto himself, concealing his aura. He then took the vial and said to Qinghe, I hope you keep your word. Qinghe nodded. I have always kept my word. Liu Qinghe did not hesitate, mounting his flying sword and charging into the skies above the fire spirit vein. Watching Liu Qinghe fly into the fire spirit vein, a strange smile flickered on Qinghe's face. I hope the drunken god powder is effective on that Crimson Flame Fire Fox. He was uncertain whether the drunken god powder would be able to incapacitate the Crimson Flame Fire Fox. If he rashly entered and was counterattacked, he would undoubtedly perish. That was why he sought out a scapegoat. Liu Qinghe did not choose to flee. He harbored an even more daring idea in his heart, thinking that perhaps he could obtain the Fire Fox flower without expending any effort. Liu Qinghe moved closer to the location of that heart-palpitating aura. Soon he arrived at a place filled with earth, fire, lava, where a gigantic platform lay atop it, with a long, enormous fox quietly sleeping on it. At the same time, the keen-eyed Liu Qinghe also spotted several fiery red spirit herbs, shaped like foxes on the platform. There truly were fire fox flowers here, and they were not of low age. Before Liu Qinghe could make a move, the Crimson Flame Fox seemed to have sensed something. It opened its blood-red eyes, glancing around in confusion and sniffing the air. Liu Qinghe hurriedly found a place to hide. The Crimson Flame Fox, with a puzzled expression, finally turned its gaze toward the spot where Liu Qinghe was concealed. Seeing this situation, Liu Qinghe was greatly alarmed. Had he been discovered? The high-grade concealment talismans were indeed difficult to mask from the perception of the Crimson Flame Fox. No wonder Qinghe did not dare to enter alone. This Crimson Flame Fox was definitely not just a simple Qi refinement 9th layer beast. Although its power was suppressed by the secret realm, its strength far exceeded that of other Qi refinement 9th layer monsters. Liu Qinghe stopped hiding and walked out from his concealed spot. Fireball Talisman. He directly threw 5 mid-grade fireball talismans from his storage pouch. Woodvine Entanglement. Fire Snake Technique. Stone Spirit Suppression. Bang bang bang. The fireball talismans and techniques quickly smashed toward the Crimson Flame Fox. Finally, Liu Qinghe raised the high-grade Spiritual Wind Sword. Metal Sword Technique. The golden sword intent cut through the void, slashing toward the Crimson Flame Fox. Everything happened in an instant, and the Crimson Flame Fox was enraged by the attack. It had not expected that an outsider would dare to intrude into its territory and launch an assault. Gore! The Crimson Flame Fox roared angrily. Liu Qinghe felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Even the fiery red shield of his fire scale armor dimmed instantly. For Liu Qinghe, who could slay Qi refinement 8th layer cultivators, his attacks were merely like tickling to the Crimson Flame Fox, barely scratching its fur. This is terrifying. This is power that a Qi refinement cultivator cannot possibly wield. Lu Qinghe's face turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a shriek, he was injured. If he were attacked again, there would be no escape. Even the high-grade fire scale armor could not withstand it. Lu Qinghe did not hesitate to unleash his Qi refinement 7th layer cultivation to the utmost, urging the spiritual wind sword to transform into a point of light and fly towards the outside of the fire spirit vein. The crimson flame fox was incredibly fast, leaping and catching up to Lu Qinghe's retreating figure. It raised its paw, preparing to swat at Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe hurriedly activated his fire scale armor to defend, but he could not withstand such terrifying power. He was sent flying like an arrow, and the direction he flew toward was precisely where Qinghe was located. Qinghe sensed that something was wrong upon hearing the enraged cry of the crimson flame fox. It seemed that Lu Qinghe had messed up, or that the drunken god powder had completely no effect. He did not know that Lu Qinghe had not used the drunken god powder at all. He could not see Lu Qinghe. He only saw the crimson flame fox transformed into a massive fiery red figure charging toward him. Clearly, the crimson flame fox had already discovered him. Qinghe did not retreat, but shouted loudly, "You vile creature, you dare to leave the veins today, I shall capture you." He raised a jade bracelet-like artifact and attempted to suppress the crimson flame fox. The fox seemed to greatly fear this jade bracelet, unleashing a stream of crimson flames toward Qinghe. Bang! The jade bracelet collided with the crimson flames of the crimson flame fox, producing a terrifying explosion. Qinghe stepped back a few paces, retracting the bracelet. Looking warily at the crimson flame fox, he thought, "So strong, even a spiritual artifact cannot suppress it. This has already surpassed the strength of a half-step foundation establishment. If it were to undergo the tribulation of heavenly lightning, it would be fully at foundation establishment level." The jade bracelet in his hand was a genuine spiritual artifact. Although he was not its master and could not unleash its full power, his half-step foundation establishment strength was more than enough to deal with a beast that had not yet stepped into foundation establishment. However, he did not expect the spiritual fire of the crimson flame fox to be so strong, capable of matching him. Kill. He knew that he absolutely could not allow the crimson flame fox to escape back into the veins. Fortunately, to suppress the crimson flame fox, the Spirit Beast Valley had prepared many treasures for him. This jade bracelet was just one of them. He also had a beast suppression talisman in hand. As long as he could embed the talisman into the crimson flame fox's body, he could temporarily seal it. Qinghe shouted, "Golden Lion King, cut off its escape route." A golden lion sprang from the beast pouch on Qinghe, roaring as it rushed to block the retreat of the crimson flame fox, unleashing golden blades toward it. Qinghe wielded the jade bracelet to attack the crimson flame fox. Bang, bang, bang. The area within several miles was bombarded by the attacks of the two beasts and one person, leaving it riddled with holes. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner on the ground, Lu Qinghe appeared there at some point. Just now he had hidden in the black soil space to escape a calamity, causing the crimson flame fox to lose track of him. This was also the reason why Lu Qinghe had dared to attack the crimson flame fox. If he couldn't defeat it, he could escape into the black soil space where the crimson flame fox would be unable to find him. Watching the terrifying battle, Lu Qinghe felt his heart race. This was the most terrifying fight he had ever witnessed since entering the cultivation world. It would not be an exaggeration to say each blow could shatter mountains and split peaks. Lu Qinghe was glad he had not attacked Qinghe earlier. With such power, even high-grade offensive and defensive artifacts would be ineffective. High-grade thunder talismans could not harm Qinghe. This also made Lu Qinghe realize that his previous strength had truly relied on luck, having only encountered those who were not formidable. Just like the centipede and Zhou Tong, who had no significant artifacts or powerful techniques, it was easy for him to defeat them. However, someone like Qinghe, even if he succeeded in an attack, the odds of him dying would be significantly higher. Lu Qinghe would no longer underestimate anyone, especially the inner disciples of the Qi refinement 9th layer from the sect. Watching the jade bracelet in Qinghe's hand emitting streams of blue light, he noted that it completely suppressed the crimson flames of the crimson flame fox. A spiritual artifact. Lu Qinghe's eyes narrowed. Taking a deep breath, he realized that a Qi refinement disciple could actually produce a spiritual artifact. It seemed that he was not the only one wealthy. Other Qi refinement disciples also had similar riches. He withdrew his gaze, not bothering with the battle between the crimson flame fox and Qinghe. It would be best if they both suffered injuries and perished together. His high-grade concealment talismans were still effective, and the aerial battle would not reveal Lu Qinghe's whereabouts for the time being. In Qinghe's mind, a Qi refinement 5th layer cultivator had long been eliminated by the crimson flame fox, and the fox believed that its previous attack had dispatched the outsider. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lose all traces of him. Lu Qinghe did not fly with the sword, but carefully made his way toward the fire spirit vein. Only after moving far from the battlefield did he take off and directly arrive at the place where the crimson flame fox had been sleeping. Landing on the platform, Lu Qinghe looked at the 5 firefox flowers before him, one of which was nearly 100 years old. The other 4 also possessed decades of medicinal power. Lu Qinghe was uncertain if he could cultivate firefox flowers in the black soil space, since there was no fire spirit vein there. However, these 5 firefox flowers would be enough for him to use for a long time easily, allowing him to reach foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe took action, shoveling all 5 firefox flowers into the black soil space. Lu Qinghe's face lit up with joy. The firefox flower was finally in his hands. His earlier risks hadn't been in vain. He hurriedly turned to leave, worried about being discovered by the Qinghe firefox. Lu Qinghe's worries were not unfounded. As he was digging up the firefox flower, the Qinghe firefox sensed it. It let out a sharp cry toward the direction of the fire spirit vein and quickly turned to flee. Seeing the Qinghe firefox trying to escape, Gao Zhuo could not let it get away. Once it returned to the underground veins, capturing it would become nearly impossible. "You wretched beast, can you escape?" Gao Zhuo poured all his magical energy into the jade bracelet spirit artifact, which immediately emitted a dazzling light as it pressed down toward the Qinghe firefox. The Qinghe firefox was intercepted. It roared angrily at Gao Zhuo, who ignored it and took out a spirit talisman. Beast suppression talisman. The talisman flew toward the Qinghe firefox. As long as it hit the ceiling of the fox would be complete. The Qinghe firefox also sensed the danger. This talisman posed a deadly threat to it. Kakik. It unleashed a terrifying aura, transforming into a fireball that charged toward the talisman and the jade bracelet. Foundation establishment power. Gao Zhuo's face turned pale as he felt the attack from the Qinghe firefox, which was comparable to foundation establishment strength. He hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. Boom. The flames of the Qinghe fire and the talisman collided with the jade bracelet, creating a deafening explosion. In the distance, Lu Qinghe had just emerged from the fire spirit vein when he was caught in the terrifying aftershocks. Fire scale armor. Lu Qinghe summoned the fire scale armor, managing to block the force. He turned his gaze toward the explosion's location, where the battle between the Qinghe firefox and Gao Zhuo was taking place. Lu Qinghe was stunned, his expression strange. Could it be that the Qinghe firefox and Gao Zhuo perished together? His mind began to race. If that were the case, he might indeed strike it rich. The corpse of the Qinghe firefox would be immensely valuable, whether for sale or crafting artifacts. Moreover, that spirit artifact in Gao Zhuo's possession would significantly enhance his own combat power. With such an artifact, he could stand invincible against any qi refining cultivator. Without hesitation, Lu Qinghe mounted his flying sword and soared toward the explosion. He was uncertain if anyone else would hear the commotion and arrive first. If he guessed wrong, he would flee immediately. The closer he got, the more cautious he became. Upon nearing, he was astounded by the enormous pit before him. Such power was terrifying. He also saw Gao Zhuo at the edge of the pit, battered and bloodied, with the jade bracelet emitting a faint glow around him. Had it not been for the jade bracelet spirit artifact, he might have died just now. In the distance lay the golden demon lion, sprawled on the ground, uncertain if alive or dead. However, the Qinghe firefox was nowhere to be seen. Lu Qinghe's expression fluctuated as he observed Gao Zhuo, who was meditating to recover. He wondered if he could eliminate him directly. He felt no moral burden in killing Gao Zhuo, as the latter had sent him to test the Qinghe firefox to his doom. After a moment's thought, Lu Qinghe took out a superior lightning talisman. With a surge of magical energy infused into the talisman, he approached Gao Zhuo, who remained unaware of Lu Qinghe's advance. When the distance was just right, Lu Qinghe summoned the talisman, superior lightning talisman. Gao Zhuo was startled awake by the force of the lightning technique, his eyes wide with fury. "You little thief, how dare you!" But he could not muster any magical energy and could only watch helplessly as the talisman struck him. With a loud bang, the lightning talisman struck the jade bracelet, sending it flying. Gung metal sword technique. Lu Qinghe cleaved Gao Zhuo in two, ending his life. "I did it." Lu Qinghe's face was filled with joy. He had not expected to slay Gao Zhuo so easily. He hurried toward the jade bracelet. At that moment, the jade bracelet began to tremble, attempting to escape Lu Qinghe's grasp. A delicate voice echoed from within. "Who is it?" Such audacity. Hearing this voice sent chills through Lu Qinghe's soul. He recognized it as the voice of the Tianfeng ancestor from the Spirit Beast Valley. Could it be that this jade bracelet spirit artifact belongs to the Tianfeng ancestor? He considered this possibility. After all, how could a qi refining cultivator possess a spirit artifact? Without hesitation, Lu Qinghe tossed the jade bracelet into the black earth space. If a golden core ancestor were to take notice of him, he could think of no way to escape. After throwing the jade bracelet into the black earth space, he immediately ran to Gao Zhuo's side and retrieved 2 cloth bags, incinerating Gao Zhuo with a fireball. He then swept up the corpse of the golden demon lion and tossed it into the black earth space, leaving as quickly as possible. He was unsure how much time had passed when Lu Qinghe found a hidden spot before entering the black earth space. He looked at the jade bracelet lying motionless on the ground, cursing himself for his greed. Fortunately, once the jade bracelet entered the black earth space, it became completely still, severing all ties with the outside world. Qinghe dared not take the jade bracelet out to discard it, fearing other unforeseen circumstances. Until he had sufficient power, he decided not to disturb this jade bracelet spirit artifact. He only hoped that the Tianfeng ancestor from the Spirit Beast Valley would not notice this black earth space. Qinghe sorted through Gao Zhuo's storage bags. One contained a spirit beast bag, a special space for housing spirit beasts, which was of no use to him. There was also the corpse of the golden lion, a 9th-level Qi refining beast, which could at least be used to refine 2 superior artifacts, along with demon cores that could be used to craft a special superior pill, valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. There were not many spirit stones, only 1,300, along with 3rd-grade gathering spirit pills, a bottle of Huanglong pills, and the cultivation technique from the Spirit Beast Valley, the Spirit Beast Scripture, which was also a superior Qi refining technique. Additionally, there was a superior artifact, the Qinghe flying blade, as thin as a cicada's wing. This must have been Gao Zhuo's regular artifact. What a huge loss. Qinghe felt that he had suffered a significant loss. Adding it all up, the total value was only a few thousand spirit stones, and he might still attract the attention of a golden core ancestor. It was his first time finding a windfall, yet he ended up losing. Had he known, he would have never let greed take hold. Qinghe took a moment to adjust his breathing, shaking off the complicated thoughts, and turned his gaze to a patch of black earth. There he attempted to plant a firefox flower. To his surprise, the firefox flower did not require the fire spirit vein. It could thrive here and was growing well. Although only half a day had passed, the medicinal potency within the black earth space had already increased by several months. This lifted Qinghe's spirits considerably. With a continuous supply of firefox flowers, he no longer needed to worry about the risks of pill poisoning from consuming pills. In the future, if the firefox flower from 100 years was insufficient, he could use one from 1,000 or even 10,000 years, which would be enough for him to cultivate to a very high level. In the external world, the ancient ancestor of the Tianfeng sect sat in the void, seemingly practicing some mysterious technique. Suddenly her eyes snapped open and her beautiful gaze turned towards the barrier of the Tianling's secret realm. She found that she had lost contact with the 9 mystic phoenix bracelet. Even from within the Tianling's secret realm, she could sense a faint connection before. Now it had vanished. Could it be that the disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley encountered some unexpected incident while subduing the red flame fox? The ancient ancestor of the Tianfeng sect cast her divine sense to penetrate the passage of the Tianling's secret realm. This sparked the furious wrath of the ancient ancestor of the Danshu sect, Tianfeng Demonis. What are you plotting? Even Ouyang Yun directed a piercing gaze towards the ancient ancestor of the Tianfeng sect, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Startled, the ancient ancestor of the Tianfeng sect withdrew her divine sense and chuckled awkwardly. I was merely curious about the Tianling's secret realm and wanted to take a look. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who dares to disrupt the Tianling's secret realm will face the wrath of the Dan-God sect. Tianfeng, I hope you do not bring harm upon yourself. The Tianling's secret realm concerns the fate of the 3 sects. If it is destroyed, the number of Foundation establishment experts in the 3 sects will significantly decrease after 50 years, and no one can bear that loss. Ouyang Yun stood beside the ancient ancestor of the Danshu sect, saying, Elder Danshu is correct. No one should destroy the Tianling's secret realm. The ancient ancestor of the Tianfeng sect felt helpless and anxious. The 9 mystic phoenix bracelet was extremely important to her, not just a low-grade spirit artifact, but a mid-grade one. If she lost it in the Tianling's secret realm, the cost would be unbearable for her. However, she could not let anyone know that she had sent a spirit artifact into the Tianling's secret realm using special means. Of course, I will not destroy the Tianling's secret realm. I am merely curious for the moment. After saying this, she closed her eyes and fell silent. Ouyang Yun and the ancient ancestor of the Danshu sect exchanged glances with their divine senses, realizing that things were not as simple as the Tianfeng claimed. Something must have occurred that alarmed the Tianfeng. However, they could not discern anything from her, and both shook their heads, helplessly continuing to guard the entrance to the Tianling's secret realm. Within the Tianling's secret realm, Qinghe was unaware that the bracelet was a mid-grade spirit artifact. He took a moment to adjust his breathing and consumed a first-grade Qi blood pill he had previously acquired, restoring his condition. He had sustained severe injuries from both the attack by the red flame fox and the subsequent explosion. Qinghe calculated the time. There were only a few days left before the Tianling's secret realm would close. He needed to return to the entrance as quickly as possible. Although he wanted the Tianling fruit, he knew time was not on his side. Qinghe's figure appeared in the cave, and he felt as if he had touched something. Looking down, Qinghe discovered a fiery red fox at his feet. This made his hair stand on end. Could it be the red flame fox? Upon closer inspection, it did not resemble the red flame fox. Although it looked somewhat similar, this fox was far smaller, not even 1/10 of its size, and it lacked any terrifying aura or demonic power, appearing entirely like an ordinary fox. Moreover, it was injured. Qinghe picked up his Lingfang sword, intending to slay the little fox with one strike. The little fox sensed danger, opened its eyes, and looked at Qinghe with disbelief. It had not expected to find another being here. It had previously searched the area and found no signs of life. Glancing at Qinghe, the little fox ultimately closed its eyes, awaiting its fate. Seeing such a sentient-looking fox, Qinghe rubbed his nose, and for a moment he felt a pang of compassion. Qinghe thought of something: the Black Earth space. He had never tried bringing a living creature into the Black Earth space. Aside from himself, he was unsure if any beings could survive there. Qinghe looked at the little fox and said, "Whether you can survive depends on your fortune. If you do, having a pet would not be a bad choice." Over the past 5 years, Qinghe had been too lonely. Raising a pet was indeed a good option, and for some reason this fox gave him a special feeling. It would be a shame to just kill it. He grabbed the little fox and tossed it into the Black Earth space, not bothering with it further, and quickly left the cave. As the month drew near, the disciples of the 3 sects in the Tianling's secret realm transitioned from searching for spirit herbs to engaging in fierce battles, seizing the spirit herbs from each other. Although the spirit herbs had to be handed over to the sect, they would receive various rewards. The more spirit herbs they obtained, the more generous the rewards. At the very least, they could use them to break through their current realm. At most, they might not need to accumulate resources for several years and could enter seclusion for a few years, breaking through several realms. Of course, the fiercest competition was for the Tianling fruit. With only 5 days left before the secret realm closed, the Tianling fruit finally ripened. Disciples at the 9th layer of Qi refinement from all 3 sects sprang into action to seize it. The most frightening part was that each sect dispatched at least 2 terrifying true disciples who were half a step into Foundation establishment. Armed with top-tier artifacts, they fought fiercely, causing chaos and forcing ordinary disciples to flee far from the core area. Qinghe was now not far from the core location. He had no intention of advancing further. Instead, he suppressed his cultivation to the 5th layer of Qi refinement and flew towards the passage. Suddenly, Qinghe sensed a battle occurring ahead. In such situations, he usually retreated at a distance. However, he sensed a familiar aura. Qinghe stealthily approached and saw 5 disciples of the Dan God sect attacking 4 female disciples of the Taishan sect. Among them was Bai Yutong, someone Qinghe recognized. He wondered how Bai Yutong and her companions had offended these disciples of the Dan God sect. The disciples of the Dan God sect included 1 at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and 4 at the 6th layer, while Bai Yutong's group included 4 members. He did not know what kind of fortune Bai Yutong had encountered to break through to the 7th layer. There was also 1 at the 6th layer, another at the 5th layer, and 1 dragging them down at the 4th layer. Bai Yutong had just broken through, and facing an opponent at the 7th layer, she was somewhat outmatched while also needing to protect the others, making her defeat imminent. Seeing her companions injured, Bai Yutong's face turned anxious as she shouted, "Friends of the Dan God sect, do you really want to fight to the death?" The disciple of the Dan God sect at the 7th layer laughed heartily. "In the Tianling secret realm, each takes their own fate. Hand over your storage bags and stay with us for a few days, and we might consider letting you go." A female disciple retorted angrily, "Shameless scoundrels. Even if we have to fight to the death today, we will not let you succeed. You have no chances, your strength is too weak." Here, aside from Bai Yutong, he did not regard the others at all. He commanded the other 4 disciples at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, "You 4 subdue them, but do not harm them. The fairies of the Taishan sect are a once in a thousand-year opportunity." The 4 disciples at the 6th layer no longer held back, summoning their artifacts and techniques to launch a joint attack against the 3 women. Bai Yutong angrily exclaimed, "Aren't you afraid of the Taishan sect's senior brothers and sisters coming to slay you?" The 7th layer Qi refinement disciple laughed heartily. "The disciples at the 9th layer of Qi refinement from the Taishan sect are too busy fighting for the heavenly spirit fruit to care about you. Compared to the heavenly spirit fruit, what does losing a few disciples matter? Besides, you have senior brothers and sisters at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, but do we not have any? Are you not sheltered flowers, unaware of the dangers outside?" The 7th layer disciple from the Danshin sect laughed as he picked up a Dan furnace artifact and hurled it at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong could only raise her mid-grade long sword artifact to block the attack from the Dan furnace. For a moment, it was a fierce exchange of blows. The 3 female disciples on the ground were soon in trouble as they were quickly suppressed by 4 disciples of the Danshin sect at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The 6th layer female disciple shouted, "Yutong, hurry and escape. Go find senior sister Rui and let her avenge us." She knew that if Bai Yutong did not escape, none of them would survive. Bai Yutong's expression changed drastically upon seeing the 3 disciples captured. Before Bai Yutong could act, the other 2 disciples at the 6th layer of Qi refinement had already soared into the air to block her path. They were also worried that Bai Yutong would escape, as it was relatively easy for a 7th-layer cultivator to flee. Bai Yutong was surrounded, and a 7th-layer disciple from the Danshin sect declared, "You cannot escape. Submit to our suppression to avoid suffering." "No way." Bai Yutong raised her flying sword and charged at the three of them. Just as she was falling into a disadvantage, a cold voice rang out. "Are you really so bold as to bully the Taishan sect?" Vine Entanglement. Metal Sword Technique. Lu Qinghe used the Vine Entanglement to instantly ensnare the two 6th-layer disciples of the Danshin sect in midair, while the Metal Sword Technique shot out, catching the two 6th-layer disciples completely off guard. They were instantly slain by Lu Qinghe's Metal Sword Technique, their bodies falling to the ground. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, as they had not even seen who had arrived. Vine Entanglement. Metal Sword Technique. Lu Qinghe struck again, this time targeting the other two 6th-layer disciples of the Danshin sect. The two sensed danger and summoned their artifacts to defend themselves. But how could they possibly withstand Lu Qinghe's attack? With mid-grade techniques, mid-grade sword arts along with the Spirit Wind Sword, he could easily slay disciples in the middle stage of Qi refinement who lacked powerful defensive artifacts. Even though Lu Qinghe was only utilizing the strength of a 5th-layer cultivator under his sword, the two 6th-layer disciples of the Danshin sect had no chance to escape and were slain on the spot. Everyone was stunned, staring at Lu Qinghe's appearance. The three female disciples recognized him. Having been together with Bai Yutong, they naturally witnessed everything on the spirit vessel. However, they had not expected Lu Qinghe to be so formidable, effortlessly slaying 4 6th-layer cultivators. Bai Yutong was also dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that just when they were in danger, Lu Qinghe would descend like a divine being, slaying 4 6th-layer disciples. Bai Yutong shouted, "Junior brother Lu." Lu Qinghe touched his nose. Had he not seen Bai Yutong in danger, he would not have intervened at all. Entering the heavenly spirit secret realm was all about seizing opportunities, and one must be prepared for death. Lu Qinghe reminded Bai Yutong, "Senior sister Bai Yu should find a way to slay the strong enemies." Lu Qinghe did not plan to reveal too much of his strength. After all, he could not slay Bai Yutong and the others. The 7th-layer disciple of the Danshin sect had also reacted, glaring at Lu Qinghe with rage. "You seek death." He had not expected such a turn of events. In an instant, 6 6th-layer disciples were slain by a 5th-layer disciple of the Taishan sect. This was completely abnormal and unreasonable, but he had to kill Lu Qinghe. He picked up the Dan furnace and hurled it at Lu Qinghe. "You dare!" Bai Yutong raised her mid-grade flying sword to block the attack from the disciple of the Danshin sect. At this moment, Bai Yutong had no worries and focused solely on battling the 7th-layer disciple, resulting in a fierce clash. The other 3 female disciples looked at Lu Qinghe with awe. Although he only displayed the cultivation of a 5th layer, his recent exploits suggested he was more akin to a latest-stage cultivator of Qi refinement, even to the 6th-layer female disciple. Lu Qinghe paid little mind to the 3 female disciples, as he rarely interacted with others. He approached the 4 6th-layer disciples of the Danshin sect and collected their storage bags. Seeing Lu Qinghe's actions, the 3 female disciples did not dare to speak out or show any dissatisfaction. Everyone focused on the battle in the sky. After all, Bai Yutong had just broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Despite her solid foundation, she had no way to deal with the 7th-layer cultivator of the Danshin sect. The 3 female disciples of the Taishan sect glanced at Lu Qinghe, noticing he had no intention of making another move. The 6th-layer female cultivator turned to Lu Qinghe and pleaded, "Junior brother, our cultivation is suppressed. Please help Yutong slay the enemy. Otherwise, if he escapes, it will spell endless trouble." Lu Qinghe nodded, and then cast a spell, Vine Entanglement. Mid-grade techniques posed a significant threat even to latest-stage cultivators. A vine appeared, and the Danshin sect disciple shouted angrily, "You dare thief!" He had a low-grade defensive artifact, and his Dan furnace was somewhat unique, capable of spewing flames. Though it was a mid-grade artifact, its power was considerable. It perfectly countered Lu Qinghe's wood-based techniques. Lu Qinghe was not concerned. He did not plan to exert his full strength, but only needed to continuously harass the Danshin sect disciple until Bai Yutong could slay him. Vine Entanglement, Vine Entanglement, Vine Entanglement. Each time he cast the spell, it created an opportunity for Bai Yutong to strike at the Danshin sect disciple with her sword. However, the greatest strength of the Danshin sect was its elixirs. Using an elixir allowed the disciple to instantly recover his injuries and spiritual energy. This left Lu Qinghe speechless, as it was a completely unfair way to fight. In terms of equal strength, no one could match the Danshin sect. They could wear their opponents down without difficulty. He just did not know that the Danshin sect disciple was feeling fearful. While he had elixirs to sustain his combat, they were not infinite. He knew that if this continued, he would surely meet his demise here. He glared at Lu Qinghe with resentment, planning to escape. He roared at Bai Yutong, "You force me." Saying this, he took out a blood-red elixir and swallowed it. Instantly, his cultivation aura surged from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the 8th layer, becoming incredibly violent. Bai Yutong was shocked, as she had not expected this disciple of the Danshin sect to have such a trump card. The disciple of the Danshin sect did not attack Bai Yutong, but instead flew towards Lu Qinghe's position at top speed. He loathed the person who had disrupted his plans and slain 4 disciples of the Danshin sect. Bai Yutong exclaimed in alarm, "Junior brother, be careful." She never expected that the disciple of the Dan God sect would abandon his attack on her and turn to kill Lu Qinghe. She hurriedly dove down, trying to stop the disciple of the Dan God sect, but her speed was no match for the now 8th layer refinement Qi disciple. Lu Qinghe narrowed his eyes, surprised that the Dan God sect disciple would actually turn to attack him. In an instant, the disciple appeared above Lu Qinghe. The mid-grade magical artifact, the Dan Furnace, was smashed down at Lu Qinghe, revealing a cruel expression. Die! Lu Qinghe was already prepared, and a spiritual talisman appeared, erupting into a long sword several zhang long. He swung the sword at the descending Dan Furnace. This was a high-grade sword talisman obtained from a centipede storage bag, and he hadn't expected it to be wasted here. Lu Qinghe did not want to expose his cultivation level, nor did he want to enter the inner sect now, or it would lead to enormous trouble. He had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, wasting a sword talisman worth less than 100 spirit stones, which was negligible for Lu Qinghe, like a drop in the ocean. The sword talisman directly cleaved the Dan Furnace and continued its momentum toward the disciple of the Dan God sect. The disciple's face was filled with horror. How do you have a high-grade sword talisman? He hurriedly blocked the sword talisman's attack, and his low-grade defensive magical artifact shattered, allowing him to finally withstand the assault. However, before he could rejoice, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He turned his head to see Bai Yutong right beside him. The flying sword in Bai Yutong's hand had pierced through his dantian. He wanted to say something, but ultimately closed his eyes in regret, falling from the sky. Bai Yutong landed and stared fixedly at Lu Qinghe, as his sudden appearance had taken her by surprise. She was further shocked by Lu Qinghe's strength, as he effortlessly killed 4 disciples at the 6th layer of refinement Qi. Bai Yutong noticed that the magical artifact in Lu Qinghe's hand was of no low grade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily cleave through the defenses of the 6th layer refinement Qi disciples, and he had mastered at least 2 mid-grade spells. Adding to that the high-grade sword talisman worth 100 spirit stones, it turned out that Lu Qinghe was even wealthier than her. Junior brother, you have truly exceeded my expectations. No wonder you left the Tianling secret realm alone. She had searched for Lu Qinghe for a long time, but had not seen him. Lu Qinghe had downplayed. If it weren't for senior sister attracting their attention, I would have never succeeded in the sneak attack to kill them. Bai Yutong knew Lu Qinghe had secrets. Back at the outer sect peak, Lu Qinghe had been able to find a century-old blood ginseng, which was quite unusual. Looking back on what had just happened, if Lu Qinghe had no secrets, she wouldn't believe it, even if she were beaten to death. However, since Lu Qinghe did not speak, she pretended not to know to avoid further troubles. Bai Yutong thanked Lu Qinghe, saying, "Thank you so much, junior brother. If it weren't for you, we would have perished here. If senior sister is in trouble, I will naturally do my utmost to help." Bai Yutong smiled, though she couldn't tell why. She asked Lu Qinghe, "Did you find the Tianhu flower?" Lu Qinghe revealed a hint of regret. "No, perhaps there are no firefox flowers in this Tianling secret realm, or maybe I just have bad luck and can't find any." He did not intend to tell Bai Yutong about finding the firefox flower, as it involved the golden core ancestor, and mentioning it would not benefit either him or Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong furrowed her brows. "Don't worry, junior brother. After I exit and enter the inner sect, I will inquire about it at the Dan Peak for you." Lu Qinghe nodded. That would trouble senior sister greatly. Senior sister should leave here as soon as possible. After exiting the Tianling secret realm, I have matters to attend to and must leave first. Lu Qinghe turned and vanished into the vast mountains, leaving Bai Yutong unable to call out to him in time. Lu Qinghe did not take the storage bag of the 7th layer refinement Qi disciple from the Dan God sect, considering it a way to repay Bai Yutong for her previous kindness. Bai Yutong watched Lu Qinghe's retreating figure, wondering what he was thinking. The 6th layer female disciple asked, "Yutong, who is this junior brother? I haven't seen him in the outer sect before." Bai Yutong withdrew her gaze. "He is a junior brother I know from the outer sect." She did not mention that Lu Qinghe was from the miscellaneous peak, knowing that it would bring trouble to him. Seeing Bai Yutong's attitude, the female disciple spoke. "This person is not simple. Whether it is his magical artifacts or spells, they are all top-notch, and he even possesses high-grade sword talismans. Such things are not something an outer sect disciple could possess." Bai Yutong frowned slightly and instructed the 3, "Sister Mei, and you 2 junior sisters, I hope what happened just now does not spread." The 3 had no objections. Sister Mei said, "Of course, we won't, as if it weren't for him, we would have been in grave danger just now. But Yutong, I must remind you that the Wang family has a foundation establishment elder. If things become too rigid, it would not be good for you or the others. Lu Qing's performance was astonishing, but it paled in comparison to the Wang family, which had a foundation establishment elder. Bai Yutong felt displeased. Sister May, after I return and enter the inner sect, it won't be easy for the foundation establishment elder to find trouble with me. Moreover, Sister May, are you misunderstanding something? My rejection of the Wang family has nothing to do with junior brother Lu. Seeing Bai Yutong's resolute attitude, Sister May said no more. Previously, she was Bai Yutong's senior sister, but now that Bai Yutong was already at the 7th layer of refinement Qi and about to enter the inner sect, she would have to call Bai Yutong's sister. Bai Yutong noticed that Lu Qinghe had not taken the storage bag of the 7th layer refinement Qi disciple from the Dan God sect, nor had he taken the mid-grade magical artifact, the Dan furnace. She walked over to collect them. She didn't know whether Lu Qinghe had forgotten them or if there was another reason. She planned to take the items out and hand them over to Lu Qinghe. However, the spiritual herbs could not be taken out, as the sect elders would inspect their storage bags one by one and confiscate the spiritual herbs. She refined the storage bag and took out over 100 spiritual herbs from it. The items inside should belong to junior brother Lu. Senior sister and junior sisters, please share them. The three thanked Bai Yutong, saying, "Thank you, senior sister Yutong." The female disciple at the 4th layer of refinement Qi asked, "Senior sister, by what was that senior brother's name just now?" Seeing the curious gaze of the 4th layer female disciple, Bai Yutong asked, "Sister, sure, do you know him?" Sister sure shook her head. "I don't know him. He just looks somewhat similar to an acquaintance, but it's been many years since I've seen him, so I can't tell. However, I must have been overthinking it. The person I know is a miscellaneous disciple whose cultivation level is at most no higher than the 3rd layer of refinement Qi. Senior sister is stationed at the miscellaneous peak. Please help me find a few people. They are from the same village as I am, Lu Qinghe, Wang Shan, and Zhao Xiaowu." If Lu Qinghe were present, he would certainly recognize that this girl is Shiro, a 3-spirit root genius, who entered the Tai Xian sect together from Shur village. This left Bai Yutong astonished, as she speculated that Lu Qinghe might indeed come from the same place as this little junior sister. Bai Yutong did not elaborate. For some reason, she did not wish to tell Shiro. Bai Yutong replied nonchalantly, "Once I return, I will help my junior sister take a look." Shur junior sister expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister Bai. Alright, now let's leave quickly. The spiritual herbs we obtained this time are enough to secure quite a few resources. The 2 junior sisters need not worry about resource matters before reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. Senior sister May can also close herself off to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement, at which point the Tai Xian sect will have one more inner disciple." Bai Yutong did not seek out Lu Qinghe, for the strength Lu Qinghe had just displayed was sufficient to ensure her safety. She listened to Lu Qinghe and swiftly led the 4 away toward the secret realm passage. Lu Qinghe stood far away on a peak, observing the fierce battle ahead, where the combatants were on par with Gao Zhua and the Crimson Flame Firefox. Lu Qinghe understood that these individuals possessed terrifying cultivation comparable to Gao Zhua's. Although they were still at the Qi refinement stage, their magical power techniques and artifacts far surpassed those of ordinary 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners. Lu Qinghe finally realized that there were always stronger individuals beyond his own realm. In the past, he could easily contend with foes relying on pills and powerful artifacts, but facing opponents with equal artifacts proved to be quite challenging. This served as a warning to him to be cautious when encountering enemies in the future, especially those from sects like the 3 sects, which boasted profound foundations and countless talented disciples. Lu Qinghe even suspected that the disciples involved in these fierce battles might not be the strongest Qi refinement disciples of the 3 sects. It was unlikely that the most talented disciples would be sent here. If he were to fall here, it would undoubtedly be an irreparable loss. Fortunately, these talented disciples would not appear in the outer sect, let alone in places like the Disciples' Peak. A disciple from the Dan sect was enveloped in green flames, having refined a spiritual fire for his own use, leaving a scorched earth in his wake. He shouted loudly, "Yulinfeng, you are just 1 step away from reaching foundation establishment. You don't even need foundation establishment pills. Why enter the Tianling secret realm to seize opportunities?" Yulinfeng replied with an elegant smile, "Yun Qinglan, instead of diligently refining pills in the Dan God sect, aren't you also here to join the fun?" He wielded a long sword, its aura tearing through the air, as if it possessed the power to cleave the heavens. Yun Qinglan laughed heartily. "You know, we are alchemists who love various spiritual herbs and elixirs. Wouldn't it be a pity not to come?" Then he shifted his gaze to a woman on the other side. The one who commanded the most caution was the Xian bird Qingwan at her feet, with azure feathers and a tail adorned with flickering flames. "Fairy, by this is a personal grievance between you, Linfeng, and me. I kindly ask you to leave quickly." The woman with a cold demeanor replied, "Hand over the extra Tianling fruit to me, and I will leave immediately." She furrowed her brow, not understanding why Gao Zhua had not appeared after such a long time. Logically, he should not have delayed, especially with his spirit tools Ishin San and the beast suppression talisman. Even if the Crimson Flame Fire Fox had broken through to Foundation establishment, it should have been able to suppress them. Yet why had he not returned after such a long time? Yun Qinglan felt helpless. A total of 7 Tianling fruits had appeared in this Tianling secret realm. The other 2 had snatched 2, while he had taken 3. However, because of this, the 2 were relentlessly pursuing him. Why are you 2 doing this? You have already obtained 2 Tianling fruits. Even if you defeat me, who should I give the extra 1 to? Yu Linfeng had a different opinion. Whether it's the Taishan sect or the Spirit Beast Valley, having 1 more Tianling fruit is beneficial, but your Dan God sect cannot allow that. With the same materials, the Foundation establishment pills you refine would yield several more. If you were to receive 1 more Tianling fruit in a few years, the number of Foundation establishment true people in your sect would far exceed that of our 2 sects. This was also the reason why they pursued Yun Qinglan even after obtaining the Tianling fruits. Under normal circumstances, 1 Tianling fruit could refine 3 to 5 Foundation establishment pills, but the Dan God sect had secret methods to refine at least 5 or even 6 Foundation establishment pills. With the same Tianling fruits, each could potentially yield 3 more Foundation establishment true people for the Dan God sect. If they had 1 more, that would be 5 or 6 more Foundation establishment true people, which the other 2 sects would never agree to. Yun Qinglan sighed. Is there really no room for negotiation? Yu Linfeng, the Spirit Beast Valley, and our 2 sects are at odds. How about we join forces to eliminate Bai Jixin, and then you can have all the Tianling fruits she holds. Yu Linfeng did not waste words and said to the woman from the Spirit Beast Valley, Fairy, by today we will slay Yun Qinglan and then divide the Tianling fruits. Bai Jixin nodded, agreed. The 2 launched an attack on Yun Qinglan, who was furious, shouting, You shameless bastards. He had not expected Yu Linfeng to join forces with someone from the Spirit Beast Valley who was usually at odds with the 2 sects to attack him. He summoned his spiritual fire to block their assault. However, how could he alone contend against 2? He possessed spiritual fire and a high-grade defensive artifact. Yet the 2 opponents were formidable as well. Yu Linfeng wielded high-grade sword techniques and possessed a top-tier artifact, while Bai Jixin commanded the Xian bird at the peak of Qi refinement to attack. He was effectively fighting against 3 forced to retreat continuously while consuming pills to maintain his peak combat strength. Lu Qinghe did not wish to be caught in the crossfire and glanced away, hastily sneaking off. Though he too desired the Tianling fruit, his own life was far more important than seizing it. After all, he had plenty of time before reaching Foundation establishment, and there were Foundation establishment pills outside with Tianling fruits available for purchase elsewhere. For him, the effects of the Tian Hu flower far outweighed those of the Tianling fruit. Lu Qinghe found a safe place and tossed most of his possessions into the black soil space. He left only a few bottles of 100 herb pills and a low-grade gathering spirit pill in his waist storage bag, along with a mid-grade spiritual sword, the Lingfeng sword, which he had hardly used. He had also gathered over 100 spiritual herbs and elixirs from the storage bags of several disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement in the Dan God sect. He only kept 1 of each type to turn in the rest, not because he wanted to submit all these elixirs. If possible, he would only turn in 10 spiritual herbs to the Taishan sect. However, that was impossible. It wasn't that the Golden Core ancestor could detect the black soil space. Rather, several outer disciples had seen him slay 4 Dan God sect disciples, and even Bai Yutong would not fully believe it. If he brought out several spiritual herbs, it would definitely raise suspicions and prompt speculation on how he could hide them. Thus, Lu Qinghe could only surrender over 100 spiritual herbs. Compared to the exposure of the black soil space, these herbs were hardly worth mentioning. After organizing everything and ensuring there were no omissions, Lu Qinghe walked toward the passage entrance, soon arriving at the exit, stepping out and leaving the Tianling secret realm. Upon stepping outside, many disciples from the 3 sects had already emerged, including Bai Yutong and her 3 female peers. Lu Qinghe approached Ancestor Ouyang, respectfully bowing and saying, Greetings, Ancestor. Ancestor Ouyang surveyed Lu Qinghe with a look of surprise, as he usually wouldn't pay attention to ordinary disciples. However, he had noticed Lu Qinghe before he entered the Heavenly Spirit secret realm. At that time, Lu Qinghe was overwhelmed with Dan poison on the verge of death, yet now he had not only eliminated all the poison, but also made a breakthrough to the late stage of Qi refinement. Facing the scrutiny of the Golden Core ancestor, Lu Qinghe felt a deep sense of anxiety, fearing that the Golden Core ancestor might detect something unusual. Particularly with Ancestor Tianfeng, he worried whether she could sense the spiritual artifact from the Black Earth space. Ancestor Ouyang seemed to want to ask something, but seeing the crowd around, he refrained and instead inquired, Did you obtain the Heavenly Spirit Fruit? Lu Qinghe honestly replied, reporting to Ancestor, My abilities are limited. I did not dare to compete for the Heavenly Spirit Fruit and was merely searching for other spiritual herbs. The highest quality spiritual herb in his storage bag was only of low and medium grade, with high grade ones being few. Ancestor Ouyang nodded, not sure whether he agreed with Lu Qinghe's words or had other thoughts. "Hand me your storage bag." "Yes." Lu Qinghe respectfully handed his storage bag to Ancestor Ouyang, who opened it and found over 100 spiritual herbs inside, wearing an odd expression. After a moment of composure, Ancestor Ouyang remarked, "The spiritual herbs you've gathered this time are quite good. Shall we consider them worth 2,000 merits?" The other disciples from Taishan sect looked at Lu Qinghe in shock, unable to believe that a Qi refinement stage 5 cultivator could acquire spiritual herbs worth 2,000 merits. Among them were not a few inner sect disciples at the late stage of Qi refinement, yet most had merits of barely 1,000. Only Bai Yutong and a few others were unfazed, as it was entirely normal for Lu Qinghe to produce so many spiritual herbs from the 4 storage bags he obtained. Lu Qinghe had no objections. "I leave it to Ancestor's discretion." Ancestor Ouyang collected all the spiritual herbs and marked 2,000 merits on Lu Qinghe's token. Ancestor Ouyang praised Lu Qinghe, saying, "You did well." Lu Qinghe was startled again, unsure what Ancestor Ouyang meant, and hurriedly responded, "Thank you, Ancestor." Others were equally astonished that Lu Qinghe received praise from the Ancestor. Lu Qinghe stepped back, and Bai Yutong waved junior brother Lu over here. Seeing the surprised expressions around, Lu Qinghe could only helplessly walk toward Bai Yutong. Ancestor Tianfeng's gaze swept over Lu Qinghe, piercing through his disguise. A cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement posed no threat to someone at the half-step foundation establishment stage. Ancestor Ouyang also sensed Tianfeng's divine sense and frowned, saying, "Friend Tianfeng, what is your intention in scanning my Taishan sect disciples with your divine sense?" Tianfeng huffed coldly. "Ancestor Ouyang, one person acquiring spiritual herbs worth 2,000 merits certainly indicates that many disciples from the Danshan sect and Spirit Beast Valley have suffered at his hands." Without Tianfeng stating it, Ancestor Ouyang was already aware. He believed that Lu Qinghe had disguised himself at the 5th layer of Qi refinement to hunt other cultivators at the 5th, 6th, or even 7th layers, resulting in such a bounty of spiritual herbs. Entering the Heavenly Spirit sect relies on one's own abilities. It is not just about the spiritual herbs inside, but also a test of the strength of the Qi refinement disciples from the 3 sects. In cultivation, one competes for fortune and resources, otherwise why cultivate at all? The fact that Taishan sect disciples have returned alive signifies that they deserve such fortune. Or do you dare to guarantee that your Spirit Beast Valley disciples have not harmed any of my Taishan sect disciples? Tianfeng was momentarily at a loss for words, knowing that Ancestor Ouyang spoke the truth. These disciples entering the Heavenly Spirit secret realm were originally there to contend for the fortunes and opportunities that would lead to rapid advancement in the coming years. Otherwise, who among the sect disciples would sign up to venture into the Heavenly Spirit secret realm to harvest the Heavenly Spirit fruit? Ancestor Dan Su interjected, "The two of you should cease the quarrel. The Heavenly Spirit secret realm is about to close, and there are still disciples who have yet to emerge with the Heavenly Spirit fruit." The two fell silent, anxiously gazing toward the exit of the passage. Lu Qinghe approached Bai Yutong, his back drenched in cold sweat, having sensed a powerful divine sense undoubtedly emanating from Ancestor Tianfeng. It could now be confirmed that the Golden Core Ancestor could not see through the secret of his Dantian. Bai Yutong congratulated Lu Qinghe. "Congratulations, junior brother Lu. 2,000 merits is enough for you to cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refinement." Lu Qinghe echoed, "Senior sister has also gained quite a bit." Bai Yutong nodded, saying, "Thanks to your luck, I obtained many spiritual herbs, but those must be submitted. The rest I will leave for junior brother Lu to handle." Bai Yutong handed a storage bag to Lu Qinghe, which belonged to a Qi refinement stage 7 disciple from the Danshan sect. Aside from the spiritual herbs she had taken out to submit, she had not touched anything else. Lu Qinghe was astonished. These items were originally meant for Bai Yutong, and he did not expect her to return them. This was a storage bag belonging to a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator who had likely seized many storage bags from disciples of the other 2 sects within the Heavenly Spirit secret realm. The resources inside were certainly not few, yet Bai Yutong actually brought it back to him. Lu Qinghe did not take it, saying, "If senior sister has obtained it, it naturally belongs to you." Bai Yutong had her own thoughts. "Junior brother, you are mistaken. If it weren't for you not to mention the storage bag, our lives would be hard to guarantee. Ultimately, we owe you, and you need these things even more than I do. Junior brother is still young. If you can break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement before 30 and reach the great perfection of Qi refinement before 50, you can contend for the opportunity to attain the Tao." She was unaware of Lu Qinghe's spiritual roots and speculated that he must have 4 spiritual roots or else he wouldn't be at the servant peak. Such qualifications to reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement are already remarkable. Reaching the late stage of Qi refinement would be countless times more difficult for him than for her, not to mention attaining foundation establishment. She still hoped Lu Qinghe could enter the inner sect. Or do you think him a person who forgets loyalty for profit? Bai Yutong gazed steadily at Lu Qinghe, her eyes clear. With the discussion reaching this point, Lu Qinghe could only accept the storage bag. Then I will take it. If senior sister has any instructions, just let me know. Seeing Lu Qinghe accept it, Bai Yutong revealed a hint of a smile. We'll talk again after junior brother enters the inner sect. I will return to the inner sect this time. Lu Qinghe congratulated her, saying congratulations senior sister. Entering the inner sect was a whole new world. For the outer sect, the inner sect was the true sacred ground for cultivation. As the two conversed, many disciples at the late stage of Qi refinement from the three sects emerged from the passage. They were all drenched in killing intent, looking disheveled, clearly having endured numerous battles, and they hurriedly handed their storage bags to their respective golden core ancestors. Lu Qinghe emerged on the day the passage was about to close, but after waiting for a long time, the light from the passage had dimmed significantly. However, the three talented disciples had yet to come out. Even the three golden core elders frowned, unsure of what was happening. If they did not come out before the passage closed, it was highly likely they had perished inside. Even if they were still alive, it was impossible for them to endure 50 years until the next opening of the passage, as there were numerous ninth-layer Qi beasts within the entire secret realm. Moreover, forcefully breaking through to foundation establishment within would invoke heavenly tribulations leading to certain death. The most critical issue was that none of the disciples who emerged had brought out the heavenly spirit fruit. They knew that it had been taken by the three half-step foundation establishment disciples. They were unaware of the specific circumstances, only knowing that the three had erupted into a shocking battle, and they had no way to participate. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the entrance of the secret realm. Seeking death, you Linfeng Bai Jixin, you have forced my hand. Boom. Without knowing what had occurred, the entire passage was suddenly filled with the roar of thunder. This caused the faces of the three golden core elders to change drastically. Wretched spawn. The three golden core elders immediately acted, grasping towards the passage. Three disheveled figures were captured in their hands. Elder Danqiu looked at the figure of Yun Qinglan before him and said calmly, Qinglan, what has happened? Yun Qinglan reported to Elder Danqiu, Elder, it is a conspiracy by the people of the Taishan sect and the Spirit Beast Valley against the heavenly spirit fruit in the hands of the disciples. Left with no choice, the disciples could only risk using a foundation establishment pill to break through within the passage. After speaking, he cast a resentful glance at the other two sects, Yu Linfeng and Bai Jixin. If he hadn't managed to break through to foundation establishment at the last moment, these two would have sent him back to the heavenly spirit secret realm before the passage closed. He had also placed all his bets on this, hoping to drag the two down with him, but unexpectedly the three golden core elders intervened and pulled them out from the passage. Elder Danqiu inquired, did you obtain the heavenly spirit fruit? Yun Qinglan replied, I was fortunate enough to acquire 3 pieces. This made Elder Danx's face brighten with joy as he praised Yun Qinglan, saying, you have done well, I'll rest assured I will take care of you. Elder Danqiu then cast a dangerous gaze at Elder Ouyang and Elder Tianfeng. Ladies, shouldn't you provide an explanation to me? Elder Ouyang and Elder Tianfeng were also aware of the specifics. Although they had obtained the heavenly spirit fruit, their expressions were not good. For the other two sects, having one more or one less heavenly spirit fruit didn't matter much, but for the Danshan sect, it was a different case. Elder Tianfeng was the first to voice her displeasure. Danqiu, you unkillable one, how dare you ask us for an explanation? It was your Danshan sect's people who nearly blew up the passage. Do you wish to sever the roots of the 3 sects? Her mood was quite poor. The passage had closed and Gao Zhua had yet to emerge, which implied that something had gone wrong. Gao Zhua not only failed to subdue the Crimson Flame Fire Fox, but also left his spirit tool behind in the heavenly spirit secret realm. Elder Danqiu did not understand why Elder Tianfeng was so enraged. If it weren't for your 2 sects teaming up against the disciples of my Danshan sect, how would Qinglan have had to risk a breakthrough attracting the heavenly tribulations of the secret realm? Elder Tianfeng stood up, a massive phantom of a fire phoenix appearing behind her. Danqiu, if you wish to fight, come and try it. Elder Ouyang glanced at the two and chose not to get involved. Ladies, I shall take my leave for now. Although he also wished to trouble Elder Danqiu, engaging in a confrontation with Golden Core cultivators brought no benefits. He needed to report the matters of the heavenly spirit secret realm and the blood demon sect to his sect master. He knew that the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world would not remain peaceful afterward. Firstly, the blood demon sect might invade the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world to plunder cultivation resources, leading to a bloody storm of life and death. Secondly, the Danshan sect, having obtained 3 heavenly spirit fruits, this time combined with their previous accumulation, while the Taishan sect recruited many disciples each year with good spiritual roots who could break through to foundation establishment without using foundation establishment pills. However, compared to the several hundred years of accumulation of the Danshan sect, it was far from comparable, especially with the heavenly spirit fruits from this secret realm and the previous high-grade spirit tools. The Danshin sect posed an unimaginable threat to the Taishan sect. Elder Ouyang took out a flying boat and flew towards the Taishan sect with the disciples. Qinghe sat on the flying boat observing the disciples aboard. When they arrived, there were 300 disciples, 100 inner sect, and 200 outer sect. Now the inner sect had lost a portion, which did not matter much, but the outer sect had lost at least half, with only over 100 safely leaving the heavenly spirit secret realm. Moreover, just now Yun Qinglan from the Danshin sect unexpectedly broke through to Foundation Establishment, becoming a lofty Foundation Establishment true person. When would he be able to attain the Foundation Establishment himself? Qinghe was uncertain, but he knew that his own path to Foundation Establishment would not be as simple as Yun Qinglan's. It would surely be fraught with difficulties. He had originally intended to go into the Heavenly Spirit secret realm and dig up the Heavenly Spirit tree, but ultimately gave up. One reason was that he did not have enough time to reach the Heavenly Spirit fruit tree, and secondly, if he dared to do so, the disciples of the three sects would definitely unite to hunt him down. This would be tantamount to severing the roots of the three sects. The three Golden Core elders might completely disregard whether the secret realm would be destroyed and charge straight in to seize him. Watching the people of the Taishan sect leave, Elder Danshu snorted coldly and led the people of the Danshin sect away. He did not wish to battle with the madwoman Tianfeng, as a Golden Core conflict could drag on for days and nights without a victor. Elder Tianfeng retracted her gaze and asked Bai Jixin, "Jixin, have you encountered Gao Zhui?" Bai Jixin shook her head, reporting to Elder, "I have not encountered Senior Brother Gao." Is there a possibility that the two half-step Foundation Establishment disciples from the Danshin sect and the Taishan sect might act against Gao Zhui? Bai Jixin thought for a moment. It is unlikely their goal is the Heavenly Spirit fruit to be among the fastest to reach it, and then wait at the Heavenly Spirit fruit tree for the fruit to mature. They have no time to search for Senior Brother Gao. Elder Tianfeng contemplated for a moment. She scanned every cultivator that emerged with her divine sense, but sensed no trace of the 9 Shen Phoenix bracelet. It seems we have underestimated the strength of that Crimson Flame Fire Fox. All right, let's return for now. Yes. Elder Tianfeng could only lead the people of the Spirit Beast Valley away, as the 9 Shen Phoenix bracelet could only be recovered by other disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley after 50 years. The flying boat of the Taishan sect sliced through the clouds when suddenly the spiritual energy in the air became chaotic. The spirit boat seemed to have collided with something, unable to move forward. Elder Ouyang opened his eyes, stood up, and shouted loudly, "Who is it playing tricks? Come out." A rolling blood cloud appeared, and the entire world changed. The people of the Taishan sect were horrified to find themselves in a strange environment. This was a completely blood-red world. GGG. All friends from the Taishan sect, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. A shadowy old man clad in blood-red garments appeared in the crimson world, looking down from a height at the members of the Taishan sect. Only a Golden Core elder can manifest divine powers. The fiery phantom of the phoenix from before and the shadowy old man's blood sea behind him are both manifestations of Golden Core magic. Ouyang Yun had already seen through this person's identity. You are a demon from the Blood Demon sect. Both the blood-red formation and this person's aura of bloodshed indicate he is from the Blood Demon sect. Only those from the Blood Demon sect would practice the blood sea and bloodshed techniques. The shadowy old man admitted, "Correct, I am Shui Yu, the supreme elder of the Blood Demon sect. I know you, Ouyang Yun of the Taishan sect Sword sect. Today I have set up the Blood Demon formation to welcome you into my realm." This caused Ouyang Yun's expression to change dramatically. The Blood Sea formation is a ground-level formation. No wonder it possesses the ability to alter the heavens and the earth. Ouyang Yun shouted, "Does your Blood Demon sect really intend to become our enemy from such a great distance?" This Shui Yu definitely did not appear by chance. He must have known that the three sects were entering the Tianling secret realm and had been waiting here for an ambush. Shui Yu cackled, "You are mistaken, it is not about opposing you, but about devouring you. In this area we do not need the existence of any other sects. Today I will transform you into a blood god puppet, and then you will become an internal accomplice, easily dismantling the strength of the Taishan sect." What grandiose words and schemes to think of turning a Golden Core elder into a puppet. Ouyang Yun sneered, "I fear you may not have such capability. You are merely at the 3rd level of Golden Core." Although he was only at the 2nd level of Golden Core, he was confident he could fight as long as he was not up against someone in the mid-Golden Core stage. However, now within this ground-level formation, he worried for the safety of his disciples behind him. "You are committing crimes here. Reinforcements from the three sects will arrive soon. I advise you to leave quickly." Shui Yu already had a foolproof plan. "Ouyang Yun, I know what you are thinking. The Blood Demon formation I have set up ensures no energy leaks out. By the time the three sects realize you will have already been transformed into a blood god puppet by me. I advise you to give up resistance and obediently become my blood god puppet. Of course we blood god sect will not be biased. We have also set our sights on members of the other two sects and have set traps for them. Ouyang Yun's heart sank. He instructed his disciples behind him, "Everyone assist me in exterminating this demon and breaking the formation." The Taishan sect responded, "We obey the elder's order." Shui Yu cackled ominously. "Children, by consuming the essence blood of these Taishan sect disciples, your cultivations will surely advance to the next level." As Shui Yu's words fell, 10 figures appeared within the blood demon formation. These figures were completely different from ordinary people, their gazes vacant and devoid of expression. They were the blood god puppets created by Shui Yu. This made Ouyang Yun both shocked and furious. His long sword flew out, slashing towards the disciples of the blood demon sect. "Your opponent is me." Shui Yu intercepted Ouyang Yun's attack, and the two of them immediately began to battle fiercely in the air above the blood demon formation. The sky was completely enveloped by the phantom of the blood sea and the intent of the sword, making it impossible for Qi refining disciples to participate. Anyone caught in the aftermath would certainly be crushed to pieces in an instant. They had yet to recover from the terrifying pressure of the Golden Core battle. The blood god puppets charged towards the spiritual boat as if they had spotted the most delicious food. "Kill!" Yu Linfeng shouted loudly, leading the disciples of the Taishan sect into battle. However, these blood god puppets were exceptionally powerful, with one at the foundation establishment level and the others at half-step foundation establishment strength. Yu Linfeng was sent flying by one of the blood god puppets with a single palm strike. He managed to stand up in a disheveled state. Even wielding a top-tier artifact, he was no match for the foundation establishment blood god. There was only one way out to break through into foundation establishment. He took out a foundation establishment pill, a reward from his sect for entering the Tianling secret realm and seizing the Tianling fruit. He had originally planned to go back and break through quietly. Now he could only learn from Yun Qinglan of the Pill God sect and forcibly break through to foundation establishment. He shouted loudly, "All disciples protect me. I am going to forcefully break through to foundation establishment." Yes. A few disciples at the 9th level of Qi refining hurried over to protect Yu Linfeng. Lu Qinghe did not expect to encounter an ambush from a Golden Core elder. He stood beside by Yu Tong, who was pale. She said to Lu Qinghe, "I previously mentioned to my junior brother about investigating the demons. It was the work of the blood demon sect. They were thousands of miles away from the Taishan sect, and it was unclear why they had appeared in the territory of the Taishan sect in recent years." During the time at the miscellaneous peak, Bai Yutong had mentioned a demon task to Lu Qinghe, and after investigating they found it related to the blood demon sect. However, apart from the relevant disciples, others were unaware. "Junior brother, be careful. If the opportunity arises, flee immediately. As long as you escape back to the sect, our sect will surely send powerful experts to slay the devil cultivators of the blood demon sect." After Bai Yutong finished speaking, she charged towards the blood god puppet, and Lu Qinghe couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. Lu Qinghe retreated to a position where no one was paying attention. He had already decided that if things went awry, he would hide in the black earth space. He fixed his gaze on Bai Yutong's position. The only person he cared about here was her. Suddenly, he did not notice that a blood god puppet had inexplicably detached from the front lines of battle and appeared behind him. Lu Qinghe sensed the danger from behind and hurriedly drew out his Lingfeng sword to block the attack of the blood god puppet. So strong. With a single strike, Lu Qinghe was sent flying dozens of meters away. The Lingfeng sword had dissipated most of the power, and with the protection of the fire scale armor, he was close to being unable to withstand it. Seeing that the blood god puppet did not kill him with one strike, it reappeared above Lu Qinghe and charged at him. Lu Qinghe was enraged. Did they really think he was made of clay? Looking around and seeing no one, he took a deep breath. There was only one way to deal with this blood god puppet: to use a spiritual artifact. He indeed had a spiritual artifact, but he did not know if it would be useful. However, it was worth a try. He looked up to the sky and saw two Golden Core elders battling fiercely. Although Elder Ouyang possessed divine sword techniques, within Shui Yu's Blood Sea Phantom, there was also a terrifying blood god puppet. They could not afford to divert their attention to assess the situation below, and naturally did not notice what was happening here. Even if the distant Taishan sect cultivators discovered the situation here, they would not be able to arrive in time, giving him ample opportunity. His divine sense reached into the black earth space, and he took out the jade bracelet that was quietly lying on the ground. The jade bracelet appeared in his hand, and as Lu Qinghe infused his mana into it, the bracelet surprisingly emitted a faint glow. "It's useful." Lu Qing's face lit up with joy. He picked up the jade bracelet and channeled all his mana into it, striking down at the charging blood god puppet. With a loud bang, the blood god puppet was struck down to the ground by Lu Qinghe. However, using the spiritual artifact for that strike caused him to expend over half of the mana in his dantian. As the blood god puppet came flying again, Lu Qinghe did not hesitate this time. He took up the jade bracelet and suppressed the blood god puppet. Would vines entwine? Under the suppression of the spiritual artifact, the blood god puppet was ensnared and trapped by the wood vines. Qinghe once again recognized the power of the spiritual artifact, yet he was unable to fully control its might. If he could unleash the full potential of this spiritual artifact, not even the half-step Foundation Establishment Blood God would stand a chance against him, let alone a true Foundation Establishment Master. He now understood why Gao Zhuo and the Scarlet Flame Fox had both suffered serious injuries. He too was unable to harness the true power of this spiritual artifact. Looking at the trapped blood god puppet, Qinghe felt no joy. His magical energy was nearly depleted. Once it was exhausted, he would be unable to activate the spiritual artifact and would have to retreat to the Black Earth space. Suddenly, Qinghe had a thought. He directed his divine sense towards the blood god puppet, and surprisingly, both the jade bracelet and the blood god puppet were easily drawn into the Black Earth space. Qinghe was taken aback. Could it really be done this way? He dared not show any unusual behavior and hurriedly left the area, thankful that the blood demon array covered several miles, otherwise he might have been discovered. Qinghe quickly found a secluded corner and took out a few qi recovery pills which he had obtained from the storage bags of several disciples from the Dan-God sect. This was a type of low-grade yellow pill specifically designed to restore magical energy. Having restored a significant amount of magical energy, Qinghe took a hurried glance at the blood god puppet in the Black Earth space and found it unresponsive like a lifeless corpse, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. What Qinghe did not know was that in the sky, as he retrieved the blood god puppet, Blood Shadow's expression dramatically changed while battling Ouyang Yun. The 10 blood god puppets were not only connected to his mind, but more importantly, the blood demon array relied on the blood god puppets to function. With one blood god puppet disappearing, the power of the blood demon array weakened, and gaps could appear which might lead to its collapse. He quickly extended his divine sense to investigate, but found no trace at all, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. To remove a blood god puppet so silently, could it be that there was a golden core ancestor among the people of the Taishan sect? Qinghe's magical energy had recovered considerably, and he turned his gaze to the battlefield, particularly focused on the blood god puppets. Although the Taishan sect had numerous members, they were actually being overwhelmed by 9 blood god puppets. Even if Yu Linfeng had just successfully broken through to Foundation Establishment, wielding a top-tier artifact against the Foundation Establishment blood god was still a losing battle. Qinghe finally recognized that against higher-level cultivators, even a multitude of low-level cultivators was useless. If a true Foundation Establishment master wielded a genuine spiritual artifact, they could easily slay dozens of Qi Refinement 9th layer cultivators in a single strike. If it weren't for Yu Linfeng's forced breakthrough, holding the Foundation Establishment blood god back, most of the Qi Refinement cultivators here would have already been slain. This strengthened Qinghe's resolve to quickly break through to Foundation Establishment. As he retrieved another blood god puppet, Qinghe's thoughts began to race. He did not know how the blood god puppet was made, but the blood god sect members could control it, which meant he might be able to control it as well. If he could gain the method to control the blood god puppets, wouldn't he essentially have an additional Qi Refinement 9th layer expert at his disposal? Qinghe concealed himself, searching for the right opportunity, but found none. If he used the spiritual artifact again, the risk of exposure would be too great. Suddenly, he spotted a corpse. These powerful blood god puppets had already caused numerous disciples to fall. Qinghe stealthily approached and collected the corpse. When he reappeared, he was dressed in blue with a cultivation level of Qi Refinement 7th layer, transformed into a genuine inner sect disciple. Qinghe disguised his face. His gaze fell upon a blood god puppet that was being besieged not far away, and he joined the fray. As everyone was attacking, he quietly took out the jade bracelet, and in an instant the blood god puppet vanished from sight. Everyone was momentarily stunned, not understanding why the blood god puppet had suddenly disappeared, wondering if it had escaped due to danger. Just as everyone was still in doubt, a tremendous explosion echoed throughout the blood-red world. The blood demon array had actually been shattered by the battle between 2 golden core ancestors. A large flag flew into Blood Shadow's hand. At the core of the blood demon array was this blood-red flag. His gaze swept over the disciples of the Taishan sect, trying to discern who could have silently removed 2 blood god puppets right under his nose. This led to the collapse of the blood demon array. Everyone looked up in shock at the sky, and one person exclaimed joyfully, "The blood demon array has been broken by ancestor Ouyang." Ouyang Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to break such a formidable ground-level array. His eyes filled with killing intent, he declared, "Blood Shadow, your end is near." Blood Shadow withdrew his gaze, saying, "Well done, Taishan sect. One day when my blood demon sect flattens your sect, we shall battle again." With the blood demon array broken, reinforcements from the Taishan sect would arrive immediately. If he were surrounded, escaping would be impossible. Blood Shadow summoned a cloud of blood and fled. Ouyang Yun did not pursue. He could not hope to stop a demonic cultivator at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. He looked at the devastated land, waved his hand, and a spirit boat appeared in his grasp. He sat on the spirit boat to recover his magical energy, having expended quite a bit during the recent battle. Once he had restored a substantial amount, Ouyang Yun turned to Yu Linfeng and asked Linfeng, how many disciples did we lose? Yu Linfeng's tone was somber as he replied, reporting to Ancestor, we lost 40 junior brothers and sisters. I have already collected their bodies. A killing intent surfaced on Ouyang Yun's face. Just wait. One day, I will surely slay Blood Shadow to avenge our fallen disciples. Everyone chimed in, thank you, Ancestor. Now return to the sect with me. On the way, Ouyang Yun asked Yu Linfeng, did anything unusual happen during the Blood Demon array? Blood Shadow had sensed 2 abnormal divine sense probes, but at that time, he hadn't thought much of it, nor did he have the time to reflect. Otherwise, he could have truly perished here. Now it seemed that a special incident in the Blood Demon array must have caused its collapse. Yu Linfeng recalled, I forcibly broke through to Foundation Establishment earlier, engaging the Foundation Establishment Blood God puppet alongside several Qi, Refinement 9th layer junior brothers, and did not pay attention to other matters. Although Yu Linfeng had successfully broken through to Foundation Establishment and became a revered master, he felt resentful deep down. However, he was a prodigy disciple, and such a forced breakthrough would greatly affect his foundation, making future progress more difficult. If given a choice, he would never have forcibly broken through to Foundation Establishment. However, from what the junior brothers and sisters reported, it seems 2 blood god puppets are missing, but the reason is unknown. Ouyang Yun's eyes glimmered with insight, pondering, yet ultimately found no clues. He told Yu Linfeng, your contributions this time are invaluable. Upon returning to the sect, come to my Sword Peak. Yu Linfeng was overjoyed, thank you, Ancestor. Entering Sword Peak meant hope of receiving guidance from a golden core ancestor, which was crucial for his future cultivation, completely compensating for the after effects of his forced breakthrough. Ouyang Yun said, the reason I invited you to Sword Peak is just one part of it. Your swordsmanship has also progressed well. I understand, disciple. Ouyang Yun drove the spirit boat at its maximum speed this time. Qinghe sat on the flying vessel, having quietly changed back into the attire of an outer sect disciple. Even if someone noticed the anomaly, they would likely focus on investigating the inner sect disciples. Looking at the originally 300 disciples, over 100 had fallen in the Tianling secret realm, and here, they had lost several more, with only half of them able to safely return to the Taishan sect. This was still under the protection of the sect, otherwise the outside world of the cultivation realm was even more brutal. Even for the resources contended for a small breakthrough, the outcomes were often life and death. He had experienced quite a lot. Countless disciples from the miscellaneous peak had worked hard for years just to compete for the opportunity to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. As for the outer sect, with so many outer sect disciples here, including his acquaintance Zhou Tong, it was the same, as they would stop at nothing to break through to the peak stage of Qi refinement, fighting for their lives. Even the inner sect disciples here were striving for stronger cultivation, and those at the 9th level of Qi refinement were also here for the Foundation Establishment pill. In the Taishan sect, even the inner sect was not like Yu Linfeng, who had both top-grade magic weapons in hand and Foundation Establishment pills on him. Watching the contention for the Tianling fruit, obtaining a Foundation Establishment pill in the Taishan sect was definitely not simple. Fortunately, both he and Bai Yutong were still alive, and soon the spirit boat flew back to the Taishan sect. Ancestor Ouyang went directly to the main peak. The inner sect disciples returned to the inner sect, and the outer sect disciples went back to the outer sect. Qinghe returned to his cave abode and closed the door, beginning his retreat. Unbeknownst to Qinghe, in the place where Blood Ghost had trapped the Taishan sect, a bewitching figure appeared in the void. She was the Tianfeng ancestor who had just escaped from the ambush of the Blood Demon sect, and the Spirit Beast Valley had also suffered a heavy loss from the Golden Core ambush of the Blood Demon sect. In the end, for some unknown reason, the Golden Core of the Blood Demon sect had retreated. She arrived here because she sensed the aura of the 9 Xian Phoenix bracelet. Though it was faint as its master, she felt its presence, although it completely disappeared again afterward. This meant that the 9 Xian Phoenix bracelet had not been left in the Tianling secret realm, but had been taken out by someone, and it was possible that someone had sabotaged Gao Zhuo's capture of the Scarlet Flame Fire Fox. Looking at the traces of battle here, her expression turned icy. Taishan sect. She gazed in the direction of the Taishan sect, but she did not go to demand an explanation. Not to mention that the Taishan sect would not admit it. If they knew she had sent the spirit artifact into the Tianling secret realm, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. No matter who it is, I will find you. As long as the 9 Xian Phoenix bracelet reappeared, she would be able to sense it once more. She turned and vanished into the void. Everything returned to calm. Apart from the 3 sects, no one else knew that the medicinal gathering teams of the 3 sects had been ambushed. The 3 sects also did not disclose the matter, but they seemed to be plotting something, and a sense of oppression enveloped the cultivation world of the Zhao Kingdom. After all, in the Zhao Kingdom, the 3 sects were the true heavens. Even a slight movement would cause tremendous upheaval. In the cave abode after recovering for a few days, Qinghe finally dared to enter his black soil space. However, what darkened his gaze was that half of the blood ginseng he had grown for 500 years had disappeared, and the dragon blood grass had also been significantly damaged. Only a few Qinghe flowers remained unharmed, which surprised Qinghe. Could it be that the blood god puppet had not been suppressed? Or did the blood god puppet possess its own consciousness? He looked over and saw two blood ginseng puppets lying quietly on the ground, showing no signs of movement. Suddenly, he sensed a breath of intense flames and turned his gaze to a spot in the black soil space where a fox was looking at him vigilantly. This was a fox that Qinghe had carelessly thrown into the black soil space, and he had almost forgotten about it. Seeing that there was a 500-year-old blood ginseng beneath it, Qinghe knew who the culprit was. Qinghe took out the Lingfeng sword. "You little monster, I will slay you." He swung the sword at the little fox. That blood ginseng was worth at least several thousand spirit stones, and 3 had already disappeared. What Qinghe did not notice was that his spirit stones had also decreased significantly. Clang! The little fox surprisingly blocked Lu King's attack. This left Qinghe astonished. Although he had not used any magic power, the attack of a top-grade magic weapon could not even be withstood by a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The fact that this fox had actually blocked it made Qinghe realize that the fox had somehow reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Qinghe thought he must have seen it wrong. Even if this fox was gifted, it was impossible for it to go from having no cultivation to the 5th level of Qi refinement in just a few days. Moreover, while demon beasts have long lifespans, their cultivation speed is far slower than that of human cultivators. Qinghe considered a possibility this fox did not lack cultivation, but had lost it, and it was highly likely that it was that scarlet flamefire fox. Qinghe looked at the little fox with a changing expression. He was contemplating whether to slay it directly. He had the ability to slay the scarlet flamefire fox now, but what if it regained its peak strength? Even if he used the Jade Bracelet Spirit artifact, it might not be able to suppress it. Qinghe from the Spirit Beast Valley was a living example. The fox was very perceptive, and surprisingly sensed Lu King's killing intent. Its eyes turned blood red, watching Qinghe with a fierce glare. Qinghe thought for a moment and did not strike. He instead retracted the Lingfeng sword. As long as they were in the black soil space, the little fox would have no way to escape. He warned the little fox, "If you dare to destroy the spirit herbs here again, I will slay you directly." Regardless of whether the little fox could understand, Qinghe began to organize his gains from this trip. The little fox chirped at Qinghe a few times and then began to consume the blood ginseng again. One could say this trip to the Tianling secret realm was a mix of joy and sorrow. First, he resolved the problem of pill poisoning, raised his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi refinement, and eliminated his deep-seated grudge against Zhou Tong. At the same time, he collected a total of 6 storage bags, including those of 5 disciples from the Dan God sect and Qinghe from the Spirit Beast Valley. The spirit stones inside totaled over 3,000, bringing his total to over 10,000. There were also 6 low-grade magic weapons, 3 mid-grade magic weapons, 1 top-grade magic weapon, and 1 mid-grade Dan furnace. These would also fetch several thousand spirit stones if sold. What delighted Qinghe the most was the storage bag from the disciple of the Dan God sect, which Bai Yutong had given him. Inside it was a jade slip for alchemy containing records of 6 pill formulas. Gathering spirit pill formula, returning Qi pill formula, Huanglong pill formula, Xin, Yuan pill formula, transforming spirit pill formula, and refining God pill formula. The gathering spirit pill and returning Qi pill belong to low-grade pills, while Huanglong pill and Xin Yuan pill are mid-grade pills, and transforming spirit pill and refining God pill are top-grade pills. However, all 6 are low-grade pill formulas. Yet to Qinghe this was a priceless treasure. He could not understand how a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement possessed such precious pill formulas. If he were to refine all these pills, it would be enough for him to reach the perfect state of the 9th level of Qi refinement within a few years. Of course, the greatest gain is the Qinghe flower. Not only did I find it, but I can also cultivate it in the highest space, so I need not worry about consuming as many elixirs as I want for the time being. At least I need not worry about consuming yellow-grade elixirs. There are also a few ominous items. One is the disc obtained by Zhou Tong, which is a possession with an owner. Zhou Tong mentioned that his brother is a core disciple of the inner sect. Previously, Qinghe had no concept of core disciples. But now he speculates that core disciples should be those like Yu Linfeng, who can break through foundation establishment at any time. Disciples at the half-step foundation establishment stage. Once they learn that Zhou Tong was killed by him, they certainly will not let him off, meaning he might have a potential enemy at half-step foundation establishment in the inner sect. Secondly, there are 2 blood god puppets. Although they possess the strength of perfected Qi refinement at half-step foundation establishment, he currently has no means to control them. Moreover, if discovered by the blood demon sect, his fate is obvious. He will be hunted down by the people of the blood demon sect. The most troublesome is the Jade Bracelet Spirit Tool. This spirit tool is incredibly powerful, but if discovered, even several lives would not be enough. Other than that, there are some miscellaneous elixirs and a corpse of a golden demon beast at the 9th level of Qi refinement, which is not very useful to him. Qinghe plans to find an opportunity to sell all these useless items, of course, without being discovered by the 3 sects. The Red Maple Immortal Workshop is a good place. It can be said that Qinghe became immensely wealthy from this trip to the Heavenly Spirit Secret Realm, totaling over tens of thousands of fortune that even Foundation establishment real beings wouldn't possess. Qinghe took out a scroll of cultivation method, the Spirit Beast Valley's cultivation method, the Spirit Beast Scripture. Of course, Qinghe would not switch cultivation methods to practice the Spirit Beast Scripture. Although it has its extraordinary aspects, allowing one to harness the power of spirit beasts to enhance their cultivation. However, it also has significant limitations. Without high-quality spirit beasts, the cultivation process will be much slower. What he values is a method recorded in the Spirit Beast Scripture, the Blood Contract Spirit Beast Method. He had curiously glanced at it during his time in the Heavenly Spirit Secret Realm and memorized this peculiar method. It is a means to contract spirit beasts, but it carries great risks. If the spirit beast's strength and soul power are too strong, there is the risk of backlash. However, Qinghe wants to give it a try. If successful, he could at least obtain a helper at the 9th level of Qi refinement that he can use at any time and who would not betray him. Qinghe studied it for a while and quickly grasped the secret of the blood contract, using his own essence blood as a guide and his soul as a contract to bind the monster. If the soul power is not strong enough, the contract must be made while the spirit beast does not resist. Qinghe picked up the Jade Bracelet Spirit Tool and approached the little fox. The little fox saw Qinghe approaching and took an aggressive stance, hiding the blood ginseng beneath its body. Qinghe addressed the little fox, saying, "I don't know if you are the Scarlet Flamefire Fox, but having consumed my spirit medicine, you must pay the price. That is to become my protective spirit beast, allowing you to freely use the spirit medicines here to enhance your cultivation. Of course, you can also resist, but don't blame me for being ruthless and directly slaying you." Qinghe observed that the fox appeared very intelligent, uncertain if it could understand his words. The little fox looked at Qinghe with some fear, especially at the jade bracelet in his hand, which it remembered vividly. It was this jade bracelet that had beaten it into such a state. Essence blood as a guide, soul as a contract. Qinghe activated the method, spitting out a mouthful of heart's blood, then severing a part of his own soul to merge into the essence blood. A blood contract appeared on Liu Qinghe's palm. He approached the little fox, which only curiously examined him and did not flee, seemingly understanding what Qinghe had just said. Qinghe was also observing the little fox's reaction. If it dared to resist, he would immediately subdue it with the spirit tool. Even if it were the Scarlet Flamefire Fox, it was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement now and could not escape the spirit tool's onslaught. Qinghe used the method to imprint the blood contract onto the little fox's forehead. The little fox attempted to struggle, but seeing the jade bracelet in Liu Qinghe's hand, ultimately gave up. The blood contract entered its forehead, and Qinghe felt a faint connection with the little fox. This indicated that he had successfully made the contract. Was it that simple? Qinghe was quite skeptical. However, after checking, he found that the blood contract had indeed been completed. Qinghe looked at the little fox lying on the blood ginseng, utterly disheartened. He finally realized that this fox was indeed the Scarlet Flamefire Fox. He hadn't expected that Gao Zhua hadn't subdued it, and he had unexpectedly reaped the benefits. With the blood contract completed, the Scarlet Flamefire Fox could no longer pose a threat to him. He decided not to bother with it. It could consume the spirit medicines in the spirit medicine space as it wished, and it was best to restore its cultivation as quickly as possible. Qinghe replanned the 5 acres of spirit fields, with 1 acre continuing to cultivate blood ginseng, as the primary ingredient for the Xianyuan pill is actually 100-year-old blood ginseng. Then 1 acre would be planted with dragon blood grass, as he plans to refine the Huanglong pill next. Another acre will be used to plant transforming spirit grass and firefox flowers, as there are only a few of each spirit medicine. He not only needs to expand their growth, but also to continuously enhance their medicinal properties. Another acre will be dedicated to planting gathering spirit pills. Although Qinghe does not plan to consume gathering spirit pills, he needs external resources. Compared to directly selling spirit medicines, selling elixirs is much more profitable. Moreover, he has now obtained the recipe for low-grade gathering spirit pills. He plans to refine large batches of gathering spirit pills for sale, which will not only increase sales, but also lower risks. Additionally, Qinghe has only a 30% success rate for refining high-grade gathering spirit pills, but for low-grade gathering spirit pills, his success rate is at least 70 to 80. A spirit grass has a market price of 2 spirit stones, but a furnace of gathering spirit grass along with auxiliary herbs only costs 3 spirit stones. However, it can produce 5 gathering spirit pills, which sell for 10 spirit stones. This means that as long as his alchemy ability is above 30, it will be profitable. With the planning done, Lu Qinghe finally had time to observe the 2 lifelike blood god puppets. These are truly worth the presence of 2 beings at Half-Step Foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe pondered whether he could use the blood contract to control the blood god puppets. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Although the blood god puppets were created by cultivators, their souls had long since vanished, making it impossible to complete a blood contract. Moreover, he had already consumed a portion of his essence, blood, and soul power when contracting the little fox. His soul power was insufficient to divide again. Even if he wanted to recover now, it might take several years. Unless he could refine the high-grade Dan Shin Dan, which is a special elixir to enhance the soul. But now he only has the recipe and lacks the high-grade spirit herb needed for Dan Shin Dan. This means that the blood god puppets he obtained at great cost and risk can only be looked at, but not used. Lu Qinghe took a moment to adjust his breathing before exiting the black soil space and entering the cave dwelling. At that moment, he sensed a fluctuation coming from outside the cave. Someone was touching the cave's restrictions. Lu Qinghe was puzzled. Could it be Bai Yutong? At this time, the only one who could come to find him was likely Bai Yutong. As he stepped outside, he discovered it was not Bai Yutong, but a somewhat familiar cultivator with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Seeing Lu Qinghe, the person's face brightened, and he greeted first, "Junior brother Lu." Lu Qinghe recalled the person's identity. He was the neighbor who had invited him to hunt monsters 2 years ago when he had just entered the outer sect. His name seemed to be Lu Yinchuan. Cultivators possess terrifying memories. As long as they have seen someone once, they will remember the other's aura. Lu Qinghe nodded. "Senior brother Lu, may I ask what brings you here?" Lu Yinchuan smiled slightly. "I didn't expect junior brother to remember me. I see you have been quite busy. I tried to visit a few times, but couldn't find you." Over the past 2 years, he had sought out Lu Qinghe several times, but each time he found the cave dwelling sealed, unsure of what Lu Qinghe was up to. Lu Qinghe explained, "I have a talent for planting and joined the spirit herb peak. For the past 2 years, I have been cultivating spirit herbs there, hardly having time to return." This left Lu Yinchuan momentarily stunned, as he had intended to invite Lu Qinghe to hunt monsters for spirit stones. He never expected Lu Qinghe to join the spirit herb peak and become a spirit planter, one of the disciples least in need of spirit stones in the sect. Lu Yinchuan swallowed back the invitation and congratulated Lu Qinghe. "I didn't know junior brother had such a talent. Congratulations. You don't have to complete other tasks like us who lack any special skills to earn spirit stones and medicinal pills. Just planting spirit herbs can yield quite a bit of spirit stones." Lu Qinghe did not feel self-satisfied but replied, "It's thanks to senior brother Yao's regard at the spirit herb peak." He had a close relationship with Yao Liyun, and each time he could rely on him for support. "Does senior brother have something to discuss?" Lu Qinghe asked again. Lu Yinchuan looked a bit awkward. Since Lu Qinghe could plant spirit herbs, he certainly wouldn't venture out with them to hunt monsters. "Since junior brother has found a way to make a living, I won't disturb you further. I hope that in the future when you need help you can give me a hand. Will you come and visit my cave dwelling more often?" "Certainly." Lu Yinchuan did not linger any longer. Farewell. He left Lu Qing's cave dwelling with a hint of disappointment. Lu Qinghe watched Lu Yinchuan's retreating figure and shook his head. He was too lazy to consider Lu Yinchuan's intentions. For him, he did not wish to interact with anyone outside of necessity. Although he did not plan to enter the inner sect now, he would hardly have any interaction with these outer sect disciples. Thinking of the planting at the spirit herb peak, Lu Qinghe suddenly remembered the acre of spirit field he had planted. The gathering spirit grass was almost ripe, and he intended to go and harvest it. Lu Qinghe picked up the mid-grade Lingfeng sword, soared into the sky, and hurried toward the location of the spirit field. However, as he approached, he noticed several unfamiliar auras lingering within his spirit field. Lu Qinghe was suspicious. Who could be appearing in his spirit field? He descended, and 3 outer sect disciples in white robes also noticed the sudden arrival of Lu Qinghe. The leader was a disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe, he asked, "Junior brother, may I ask what brings you here?" Lu Qing's eyes carried a dangerous aura as he replied, "That question should be directed at you 3. Why are you trespassing in my spirit field without my permission?" The 3 were taken aback, looking at Lu Qinghe with uncertainty. One of the Qi refinement 5th layer cultivators shouted, "Nonsense. This spirit field is clearly unowned. How dare you claim it as yours?" Another Qi refinement 5th layer cultivator echoed, "Exactly. We have been observing this place for quite some time, and there has been no one managing it." Lu Qinghe did not expect that entering the outer sect would lead to such a forceful encounter. He was too lazy to explain and asked the 3, "Will you leave on your own, or should I call the enforcement team to drive you out?" The Qi refinement 6th layer cultivator's expression darkened. "Junior brother, your words are too much. Clearly no one is managing this area. How could it possibly be your spirit field? Even if we concede it is yours, we have helped take care of it for quite some time, and part of the gathering spirit grass belongs to us. Get lost. Lu Qinghe was truly enraged, not expecting that several outer sect disciples would have the audacity to covet his spirit field's herbs. Seeing Lu Qinghe's refusal to back down, the three were momentarily unsure if Lu Qinghe had a powerful background. Ultimately, the Qi Refinement's 6th layer cultivator decided to endure for now and investigate whether this spirit field had an owner as well as the identity of this person. Junior brother, we apologize for the disturbance. Since you claim it is yours, we will go to the Spirit Herb Peak's guard to verify it. The three took one last look at the spirit field, reluctantly leaving. They did not have the courage to act against Lu Qinghe. If they alerted the enforcement team, they would not escape unscathed. They had previously seen that no one was managing it and had developed the intention to claim it for themselves. After the three left, Lu Qinghe's mood calmed down significantly. Although he did not care much for those three, it was not something others could seize at will. Lu Qinghe looked at the gathering spirit grass in the spirit field, which was nearly ripe. He cast a mid-level rain technique, and a mid-level spiritual rain poured down, causing the gathering spirit grass to emit a fragrant medicinal scent, indicating its maturity. Lu Qinghe immediately harvested all the gathering spirit grass, a total of 60 stalks. Then he muttered to himself, "It seems I need to find someone to guard the spirit herbs here." As the three walked out of Lu Qinghe's spirit field, one of them asked the Qi Refinement 6th layer disciple, "Lu senior brother, are we really going to give up just like this?" That is 60 excellent gathering spirit grass. Although Lu Qinghe lacked management, they had all been watered using the mid-level rain technique, ensuring high quality. Lu senior brother questioned the others, "If this spirit field truly belongs to this person, do you still wish to forcibly take it? Let's first visit senior brother Yao at the Spirit Herb Peak and see the specifics." Alright. Lu Qinghe harvested the spirit herbs and went directly to the guard at the Spirit Herb Peak. Yao Liyun spotted Lu Qinghe from afar and greeted him. "What brings junior brother Lu here today?" Yao Liyun was particularly enthusiastic. As the guard of the Spirit Herb Peak, he had more information about the Spirit Herb Peak than others. He knew that Lu Qinghe had participated in the herb gathering team, returned safely, and heard that he had harvested quite a few spirit herbs, even receiving praise from old ancestor Ouyang. This was no small feat. Usually, even a foundation establishment expert might not get to meet a golden core ancestor, let alone receive praise. This indicated that Lu Qinghe had immense potential. Additionally, he had received a small piece of news that Lu Qinghe had an unusual relationship with Bai Xianzi of the Formation Symbol Peak. Bai Xianzi had already broken through to the late stage of Qi refinement and would soon enter the inner sect. With such a backing, Lu Qinghe was not far from rising to prominence. Lu Qinghe did not understand why Yao Liyun was so enthusiastic, thinking that their friendship was quite good, unaware that Yao Liyun regarded him as a gigolo. He took out 50 gathering spirit grass and handed it to Yao Liyun. "My spiritual field has matured, and I came to submit these spirit herbs, 50 in total." Lu Qinghe kept 10 for himself, as it was customary in the Spirit Herb Peak that whoever planted the spirit herbs would submit only a portion. Yao Liyun examined the 50 spirit herbs with a smile, praising junior brother, "The quality of your gathering spirit grass is excellent, truly remarkable. It seems you are a natural talent for cultivation. I will give you 100 spirit stones and 100 merits. You have no objections, right?" Lu Qinghe responded seriously, "I leave it all to you, senior brother." Yao Liyun put away the spirit grass, took out 100 spirit stones, and added another 100 points of merit to his token. After storing the spirit stones, Lu Qinghe asked, "I wonder if you have any seeds for the divine spirit grass." Lu Qinghe wanted to refine a divine spirit pill to restore his soul's power. Yao Liyun looked at Lu Qinghe in surprise. He actually wanted to plant divine spirit grass. He shook his head and said, "No, divine spirit grass is a high-grade spirit herb, and it's a top-tier one at that. You won't find such seeds in the outer sect. I only have low-grade spirit herb seeds and a few medium-grade spirit herb seeds. To obtain high-grade spirit herb seeds, one must enter the inner sect. Moreover, if you want to plant high-grade spirit herbs, you will need a high-grade spiritual field and the high-grade cloud and rain technique." Lu Qinghe did not expect that there were no seeds for divine spirit grass here. "Do you want to continue renting the spiritual field?" "No, junior brother recently participated in the herb gathering team and was injured quite a bit. I need some time to recover and won't have time to tend to the spiritual field." Previously, Lu Qinghe wanted to rent the spiritual field for 2 reasons: to gain sect merits and to provide cover. However, what had just happened made Lu Qinghe change his mind about renting the spiritual field in the outer sect. He no longer intended to continue. Yao Liyun understood, acknowledging that it was already fortunate for Lu Qinghe to return alive. "Then junior brother should recover from your injuries as soon as possible. When you are ready to rent the spiritual field, I will definitely offer you a favorable price." "Thank you, senior brother. Then I will take my leave." Lu Qinghe departed from the affairs hall of the Spirit Herb Peak. This time he arrived at another place, the Technique Pavilion, intending to seek formidable techniques within the sect. An old man guarded the entrance of the technique pavilion, and Qinghe did not dare to underestimate him. The technique pavilion was a crucial location of the Taishan sect, and the guard was not an ordinary disciple, but a true foundation establishment elder. Qinghe greeted the elder. Greetings, elder. I wish to exchange for 2 techniques. The elder opened his eyes and glanced at Qinghe, but he could not see through Lu Qing's cultivation level. Your token. Qinghe handed over his identity token, and after the elder confirmed it was correct, he returned it to Qinghe. You can enter the technique hall to browse the techniques, but remember you must have enough merit to take any technique away. Qinghe nodded. I understand, elder. The elder cast a technique, and a large door appeared behind him. Qinghe walked inside. Inside the technique hall there were countless glowing circles in the air, each containing a jade slip. By touching them one could learn the basic introductions to the techniques within. Qinghe was not interested in low-grade or medium-grade techniques. He was looking for high-grade techniques. He certainly desired a mystic-level technique, but a scroll of mystic-level technique required at least 10,000 merits, which was beyond his reach. Qinghe walked to the innermost area where only 10 scrolls of techniques were displayed, all of which were high-grade. Among them were the fire-based technique Celestial Flame, the water-based technique Mystic Water Shield, the wood-based technique Verdant Rejuvenation technique, and the metal-based technique Sharp Metal Armor Breaker. Additionally, there was a sword technique 10,000 Swords technique, a Divine Spirit Refinement method Divine Spirit Art, and a Body Refinement method Golden Body Art. All of these were suitable for Qinghe, who had 5 elemental roots, but he simply did not have enough merits. His first choice was Divine Spirit Art, which could enhance the power of the soul. This was incredibly precious and would have the greatest effect on Qinghe. He had just contracted the spirit of the Crimson Flame Fox, which had torn his soul apart, and could precisely use the Divine Spirit Art to restore it. Moreover, the stronger the soul, the stronger the spiritual sense, leading to a heightened awareness of danger, allowing early detection, and ensuring safety. Secondly, refining pills with a stronger spiritual sense would provide better control during the refining process, indirectly enhancing pill refining talent. The next choice was Verdant Rejuvenation technique, which was not very useful for others since it was merely an auxiliary technique. It could temporarily restore depleted spiritual power by absorbing the spiritual energy from spiritual plants, which was entirely useless for many cultivators. Not to mention who would waste spirit herbs to restore spiritual power. Even normal cultivators would not find so many powerful spirit herbs. For them, this technique could not compare to restorative pills like the Xianyuan pill. However, for Qinghe, this technique was comparable to mystic-level techniques, or even more advantageous than them. Compared to others who found it difficult to obtain spirit herbs, he had no such worries and could absorb the spirit herbs he had collected over hundreds of years. Not to mention the power of Qi, he could probably restore the power of foundation establishment and golden core in an instant. This was far more useful and extraordinary than any pill. If he had this method earlier, activating the spiritual tool of the jade bracelet would have been much simpler and could unleash even greater power. Both techniques were well within his capacity to bear. Qinghe took out his identity token, and as it touched the Divine Spirit Art, a flash of light passed, and he was deducted 1,200 merits. The jade slip for Divine Spirit Art appeared in Qinghe's hand. With the same operation, another 1,000 merits disappeared, and Qinghe obtained Verdant Rejuvenation technique. Now Qinghe had completely exhausted all his merits. However, he was satisfied with this exchange of techniques, as it marked the greatest gain he had made since joining the sect. Qinghe stored the 2 jade slips and exited the technique pavilion, greeting the elder. Elder, I have made my selection. The elder did not even open his eyes, saying, if you are done selecting, leave quickly and do not disturb my time. Yes. Qinghe hurriedly left, having witnessed the terrifying power of a foundation establishment true person, knowing he could not offend such an individual. Qinghe ultimately decided to leave the Taishan sect. Although the Taishan sect had a fire refining room, he was not a disciple of the pill refining peak and had no connections, making it quite troublesome to use. It was better to go to the Maple Fairy workshop, where he could not only sell some materials, but also purchase items he needed. Qinghe silently departed from the Taishan sect. Although his cultivation had greatly improved, Qinghe remained exceptionally cautious. He was not only worried about the powerful robbers, but also concerned about the people from the Blood Demon sect. Attacked by a Golden Core practitioner from the Blood Demon sect, he was inexplicably suppressed by the sect. However, through the information provided by Yutong, he knew that this matter would definitely not end quietly. Years ago, the Blood Demon sect had infiltrated Zhao Kingdom using special methods, and they would not give up on attacking the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world after a single failed assault. Likewise, the 3 sects would not be content to be attacked without retaliation. They were certainly plotting something significant. Qinghe was unconcerned about these matters. The life and death issues of the sect were beyond the control of a mere Qi refining practitioner. What he needed to do now was to survive safely and quickly enhance his cultivation. In the face of a golden core, even a foundation establishment practitioner was like an ant only those at the golden core level were truly secure. Shortly after Lu Qinghe left the sect, a tail began to follow him. The scorpion, cursing under his breath, said, "After lying in ambush here for so long, the murderer of that useless centipede has finally left the Taishan sect. He was sent by his master Tong Su to take revenge for the centipede. If it weren't for Master Tong's orders, the centipede's death would have meant nothing to him." However, even though the centipede had poor spiritual root cultivation qualifications, he was greatly valued by Master Tong. Otherwise, he would not have reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. He had always looked down upon this useless junior brother. If he could slay the centipede's enemy, Master Tong would be in a good mood and bestow treasures upon him, potentially granting him a chance to establish his foundation. Therefore, even knowing that his enemy was a disciple of the Taishan sect, he did not leave, but lay in ambush several dozen miles away, waiting for someone marked by the centipede's true spirit imprint to appear. Previously, the true spirit imprint had left the Taishan sect once, and he followed it only to see a spiritual vessel fly into the sky and disappear. He also felt a pressure like heavenly might that made his soul tremble, causing him to flee far away. Such divine might could only be emitted by a golden core ancestor. The golden core ancestor was a being akin to a god within this 10th mile radius. Now he sensed that only one person had left with the true spirit imprint. He knew he could not miss this opportunity, otherwise if the Taishan sect discovered him, not only would a Qi refining 9th level disciple be in danger, but even 5 Dragon Mountain would be razed to the ground. He quietly trailed the true spirit imprint. After disguising himself, Lu Qinghe for safety directly used a high-quality spirit wind sword for sword flight. He was now at the late stage of Qi refinement and had several Qi recovery pills on him. He did not need to worry about running out of mana, and his speed was at its peak, reaching Hafeng Xianfang, which originally took 10 days to arrive, in just over 3 days. Lu Qinghe wanted to go further to another Xianfang, but other places were even less safe, with demonic cultivators and robbers rampant alongside some stronger cultivation sects. The likelihood of encountering danger was much greater. Lu Qinghe smoothly paid 5 spirit stones to enter Hafeng Xianfang. This made the scorpion's face turn grim. He had just caught up to Lu Qinghe and did not have time to act before they reached Hafeng Xianfang. He hated it in his heart. He did not expect Lu Qinghe to possess a high-quality flying sword. Fortunately, Master Tong had bestowed upon him the supreme magic tool, the soul-capturing bell. Otherwise, against someone wielding a high-quality flying sword, he would not dare to act recklessly. With such speed and able to arrive at Hafeng Xianfang without a moment's pause, the scorpion believed that Lu Qinghe must be at the same level of Qi refinement as the 9th layer. He could not act recklessly in Hafeng Xianfang, so he thought for a moment and also paid 5 spirit stones to enter, just in time to purchase some items. Lu Qinghe was unaware that he was being followed. This time he did not sell any materials, but headed straight to the place where he rented a fire room. His spiritual herbs in the black soil space had already piled up like a mountain, and he needed to refine them into pills as soon as possible. The receptionist warmly greeted Lu Qinghe, saying, "This fellow cultivator, what kind of fire room do you need to rent? We have fire rooms divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Heaven level fire room, 100 spirit stones per day. Earth level fire room, 50 spirit stones per day. Profound level fire room, 10 spirit stones per day. Yellow level fire room, 1 spirit stone per day." The prices remained as exorbitant as ever. Lu Qinghe secretly decided that once his cultivation improved, he would find a way to acquire a spirit flame or a spirit artifact level alchemy furnace. At that point, he would not need to rent a fire room at all. This time, Lu Qinghe planned to refine the Huanglong pill, a medium-grade pill. Although the yellow level fire room would suffice, he wanted to reduce time and increase the success rate. Lu Qinghe decided to rent a profound level fire room. He was not short of spirit stones. He took out 300 spirit stones and said, "I want to rent a profound level fire room for a month." The receptionist was taken aback and glanced at Lu Qinghe in astonishment. He did not expect a Qi refining 5th layer loose cultivator to produce 300 spirit stones. He speculated that Lu Qinghe might be a disciple from some family. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." The receptionist led Lu Qinghe to a profound level fire room. Upon entering the profound level fire room, Lu Qinghe found it more spacious and luxurious than the yellow level fire room, resembling a palace. Lu Qinghe did not enter the black soil space. He increasingly did not wish to enter without complete assurance. Taking items out of the black soil space was not an issue. It would only make people think they were taken from a storage pouch, as long as he did not retrieve living creatures. Currently, in the black soil space, the dragon blood grass had been harvested twice. The 10-year-old dragon blood grass could already be used for pill refining, and the oldest had reached 30 years of potency. Lu Qinghe took out the formula for the Huanglong pill and carefully studied it, also comparing it with the ones purchased from Danshan sect and Zhubao Pavilion. Though the spiritual herbs used were nearly the same, there were subtle differences in quantity and refining methods. Everything else was almost identical. However, Qinghe ultimately decided to use the formula from Danshin sect, as it not only had slightly better effects, but was also relatively easier to refine. At the same time, he was curious about the differences between low-grade and high-grade formulas, so he took out the low-grade gathering spirit pill formula from Danshin sect and compared it with the high-grade gathering spirit pill formula in his hand. He discovered that the low-grade gathering spirit pill was composed of only a few types of herbs with a quantity only 1/3 of that required for the high-grade formula, and the refining techniques were not perfect. No wonder it contained a lot of impurities. Qinghe was unsure what a perfect formula would look like. He dismissed these thoughts and picked up the Huanglong pills formula to begin studying. As the saying goes, one understanding leads to all understandings. With his experience in refining high-grade gathering spirit pills, he found the Huanglong pills formula simple and easy to comprehend. In just a moment, he memorized the refining method of the Huanglong pill. Qinghe took out the materials for the Huanglong pill and began refining according to the method described in the formula. However, the Huanglong pill is a mid-grade yellow pill, and it is not as simple to refine as one might think. After spending 5 days and wasting over 100 herbal materials, Qinghe finally succeeded in refining the first batch of 5 Huanglong pills without any waste. Indeed, the formula from the Pill God sect is impressive. Although it does not reach the point of producing 6 or even 7 pills in one batch, the quality is significantly better than those sold on the market. After storing the 5 Huanglong pills, the next step is to improve the pill yield. Qinghe can refine about 10 batches of Huanglong pills in a day, but initially only less than 3 batches would yield pills. A month quickly passed, and Qinghe grasped the essence of refining Huanglong pills, achieving a pill yield rate of 90%. To guarantee that only 1 batch out of 10 would go wrong is absolutely astonishing. Achieving a 90% success rate in pill refinement surely marks him as a master alchemist. Of course, all of this was accomplished by investing in spiritual herbs. The materials for 1 batch of Huanglong pills cost nearly 20 spirit stones, resulting in a daily expenditure of 200 spirit stones. In just 1 month, this adds up to 6,000 spirit stones, which is an exorbitant consumption. Even if all of that were spent on purchasing Huanglong pills, he could still acquire 60 bottles totaling 300 Huanglong pills, which would be sufficient to elevate 2 cultivators with 3 spiritual roots from the 7th to the 9th layer of Qi refining. There is still time. Without spiritual fire and a spiritual tool pill furnace, with his current cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refining, he would only be able to refine 2 or 3 batches in a day. However, Qinghe's gains are remarkable. Not only has he mastered the refining technique for intermediate pills, but he has also obtained a full 100 bottles of Huanglong pills. Selling them would be worth over 10,000 spirit stones. This is why alchemists are so sought after. Materials costing 20 spirit stones can be refined into pills worth 100 spirit stones, yielding a 5-fold profit. Qinghe also tried the effects of consuming the Huanglong pill. 1 pill requires 2 days to fully absorb, providing a boost equivalent to 1/3 of his Danshin's spiritual power. He needs 30 Huanglong pills to fully elevate his cultivation to the 7th layer of Qi refining, which will take 2 months. Of course, there will be some resistance to the medicine and other factors, but regardless, he is confident that he can reach the peak of the 7th layer of Qi refining within 3 months. Such a cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Even a genius with 2 spiritual roots would need over a year to go from the 7th layer of Qi refining to its peak without sufficient cultivation resources. Reaching the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refining would require over 5 years. This means that following Qinghe's plan, his actual cultivation speed has already surpassed that of the sect's prodigies with 2 spiritual roots. 100 bottles of Huanglong pills are enough for Qinghe to cultivate for a long time. However, he does not plan to leave the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, even though outer disciples of the Taishan sect must complete sect tasks to earn merits. Nevertheless, Qinghe has joined the herb gathering team, which exempts him from sect tasks for 3 years. This means he only needs to report to the Outer Sect's Affairs Hall once a year, leaving the rest of the time for himself. Unless there are special circumstances, Qinghe plans to reside in the Red Maple Immortal Workshop for these 3 years to avoid wasting time traveling back and forth and encountering troublesome situations. Qinghe left the rented fire room and moved to another place of residence for cultivators in the Immortal Workshop. Whether in Qinghe Immortal Workshop or Red Maple Immortal Workshop, there are designated areas for cultivation and living, and various factions and families exist within the Immortal Workshop. Of course, the living conditions vary greatly, and the rental prices differ according to the conditions. For instance, a standard courtyard costs 10 spirit stones per year, while a courtyard arranged with a low-grade spirit gathering formation costs 50 spirit stones per year, a medium-grade formation costs 200 spirit stones per year, and a high-grade formation costs 1,000 spirit stones per year. The concentration of spiritual energy in the environment has little to do with Qinghe. He relies entirely on pills to enhance his power, absorbing and refining the spiritual energy. Even a high-grade formation would not yield much benefit. However, to align with his identity as a fifth-layer Qi refining alchemist, Qinghe still rented a courtyard for 50 spirit stones a year. Feeling the spiritual energy in the environment, it is slightly better than the miscellaneous peak of the Taishan sect, but not by much. It's not that the spirit gathering formation is ineffective, it can gather the surrounding spiritual energy. Although the Immortal Workshop is built on a spiritual vein, it pales in comparison to the Taishan sect. A low-grade spirit gathering formation can gather energy at a rate of 2 to 3 times. Naturally, it would be more effective within the Taishan sect. Moreover, the greatest function of the spirit gathering formation is not to gather spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, but to convert the spiritual power within spirit stones into a gaseous form, making it easier for cultivators to absorb. Spirit stones as the currency of the cultivation world are certainly not just used for simple purchases of materials. Whether for setting formations, refining tools, alchemy, or crafting talismans, spirit stones are essential. The most crucial aspect is that they can absorb the spiritual energy within spirit stones for cultivation. Qinghe has also tried using spirit stones for cultivation, but the effect of low-grade spirit stones is far inferior to that of spirit-gathering pills, which is why he gave up on it. However, the cultivation world is treacherous. Even though Red Maple Immortal Workshop has the deterrent presence of a golden core ancestor, it is not absolutely safe. If disturbed during critical cultivation, it would be a grave matter. Qinghe decided to prepare before commencing his cultivation, leaving his small courtyard and heading to the treasure pavilion. After several visits to purchase magical tools and pills there without encountering any special incidents, he felt relatively assured about the treasure pavilion. A maid received Qinghe. "Dear guest, may I ask what you need to purchase at the treasure pavilion?" Qinghe explained his intention. "I plan to buy a formation. Do you have any available?" This time his goal was to buy a formation. He had witnessed the power of formations firsthand. The Blood Demon sect's Golden Core had set up a formation that directly changed the course of the day, trapping even the Golden Core ancestor. This surprised the maid, as formations are very special treasures in the cultivation world. Even the lowest grade formations sell for over 1,000 spirit stones, comparable to high-grade magical tools. The maid became much more enthusiastic. "Although formations are rare, we still have a few sets at the treasure pavilion. Please, dear guest, follow me to a private box, and someone will come to discuss with you." "Okay. Please, dear guest." The maid led Qinghe to a private box on the second floor. After the maid left, another woman soon entered. To Qinghe's surprise, it was the exquisite beauty he had seen last time, who not only purchased 2 high-grade magical tools, but also a Huanglong pill formula, even trading a blood ginseng with a potency of 400 for her. Qinghe had no doubts. After all, it was this woman who had received him last time, indicating she was a manager at the treasure pavilion. Moreover, this time he appeared differently than the last, so she did not recognize him. However, Qinghe couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, and what shocked him the most was that he could not sense her cultivation level at all. Previously, he was at the mid-stage of Qi refining and could not sense her normally, but now he is at the late stage of Qi refining. Could this woman be at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refining? The woman sitting opposite Qinghe softly said, "Friend, do not hastily use your divine sense to probe into others' cultivation levels. It could lead to misunderstandings." Qinghe's face turned awkward. He hadn't expected to be discovered and hurriedly apologized. "Friend, I was reckless." The woman smiled and did not take offense. "I heard you wish to purchase a formation. May I ask what kind you need?" She was evidently more interested in Qinghe's purchase of formations. Qinghe was no longer a novice in cultivation. Although he had not personally engaged with formations, he understood that they were categorized into several major types. There were those meant for cultivation, such as the Gathering Spirit formation, those for defense-offensive formations, and illusion formations, among others, each more varied than the last. If possible, Qinghe would certainly want a set of every type, but he knew that was simply unrealistic. After some thought, Qinghe said, "I would like a defensive type formation." The woman took out a jade slip, glanced at it, and said to Qinghe, "There aren't many formations available in the treasure pavilion of the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. There are only 5 sets of defensive formations. There are 2 sets of low-grade yellow defensive formations, 2 sets of middle-grade yellow defensive formations, and 1 set of high-grade yellow defensive formations." Qinghe was taken aback. He did not expect the treasure pavilion of such a large immortal workshop to have so few formations. Perhaps sensing Qinghe's confusion, the woman explained, "Although formations are powerful, they are not bestsellers. It is not that formations are poor, rather their prices are exorbitant. A low-grade formation could be exchanged for an ordinary high-grade magical artifact. Who would spend such spirit stones on a formation except for certain families or small sects? There are relatively few personal purchases of formations." Qinghe understood that it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to acquire spirit stones. Back then, at the outer disciple peak, a servant disciple would need at least half a year to obtain a single spirit stone. Even for outer disciples, acquiring spirit stones was not simple. Ordinary outer disciples along with the sect's spirit stone benefits would receive no more than 100 spirit stones in a year. These spirit stones could barely cover daily training expenses. Attempting to buy a mid-grade magical artifact would leave them strapped for resources. Who would spend so many spirit stones on a formation? Most Immortal Workshop members are wandering cultivators, and they are even less likely to purchase formations. Another important reason is that arranging a formation requires spirit stones for support. Qinghe asked how powerful are these formations. The woman introduced the low-grade defensive formation, requires 5 spirit stones for support, and can withstand attacks from early-stage Qi refining cultivators, briefly blocking attacks from mid-stage Qi refining cultivators. The middle-grade defensive formation requires 50 spirit stones for support and can withstand attacks from mid-stage Qi refining cultivators, able to block attacks for half an hour from latest-stage Qi refining cultivators. The high-grade defensive formation is impressive. It can withstand attacks from latest-stage Qi refining cultivators and can block up to 3 attacks from foundation establishment cultivators. However, it requires 100 spirit stones for support. Of course, theoretically, as long as you have enough spirit stones, the low-grade formation can withstand attacks from mid-stage Qi refining cultivators, the middle-grade formation can withstand attacks from latest-stage Qi refining cultivators, and the high-grade defensive formation can withstand attacks from foundation establishment cultivators. Qinghe immediately abandoned the low-grade formation. Such a formation was useless to him. He considered the middle-grade and high-grade formations. The high-grade formation was too costly, but the middle-grade formation could not satisfy him either. Seeing Qinghe deep in thought, the woman reminded him, I recommend that you choose this set of high-grade defensive formation from the treasure pavilion, which also includes a trapping formation. If not for limited materials, this formation could have been upgraded to a mystic-grade formation. Qinghe already had a decision in mind. How many spirit stones is the high-grade defensive formation? It costs 1000 spirit stones. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but gasp. No wonder formations do not sell. Even for foundation establishment cultivators, it's difficult to produce 1000 spirit stones. This is clearly a scheme to extract spirit stones from cultivators with too many to spare. Qinghe shook his head. Too expensive. With 1000 spirit stones, plus a bit more, I could buy a magical artifact. The woman did not refute Qinghe's words, but instead said, you are correct. Over 10,000 spirit stones could purchase an ordinary quality magical artifact. However, for Qi refining cultivators, the utility of magical artifacts is limited and cannot compare to the practicality of a high-grade formation. A 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator can only utilize a magical artifact's power once before exhausting their energy. They would not inflict significant damage on foundation establishment cultivators, but as I mentioned, a high-grade formation can defend against their attacks, as long as you have spirit stones. Furthermore, the area protected by a high-grade defensive formation is considerable, making it the best means for securing a home and preserving life. Qinghe pondered. The woman was right. Qi refining cultivators simply lacked sufficient power to activate magical artifacts. It wasn't that he couldn't produce 10,000 spirit stones. Though many had been consumed by the Qinghe fire fox in the Black Earth space, he still had over 10,000. His primary concern was not wanting to be a fool, and secondly, with such a significant transaction of 10,000 spirit stones, would the treasure pavilion have ulterior motives, putting his safety at risk? Last time he had been worried about not purchasing the recipe for the high-grade Huang Long Dan. However, Qinghe was quite tempted by the high-grade formation. If he obtained a high-grade defensive formation with a trapping formation combined with the stealth of the Black Earth space's magical artifact, he might very well manage to defeat a foundation establishment cultivator. Qinghe proposed a price he could afford. I can only offer 8500 spirit stones. 8500 spirit stones wouldn't even cover the cost price. Qinghe could only display a look of disappointment, but he did not voice it. The woman continued, however, in order to befriend you, I will personally decide to sell this formation to you at a low price. Qinghe completely did not believe this. Seeing how readily the woman agreed, he realized he might be at a disadvantage. The woman clapped her hands, and a maid walked in. The woman instructed, go and fetch that set of 7 stars, Xianjia formation. Yes. The maid quickly brought in an item and respectfully handed it to the woman. The woman waved her hand, signaling the maid to leave. The woman introduced to Qinghe the 7 stars. Xianjia formation consists of 7 formation flags controlled by a formation plate. You only need to refine the formation plate and then place spirit stones on it when the time comes, and the formation will operate automatically. Having made his decision, Qinghe did not hesitate, taking out 8500 spirit stones and handing them to the woman. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the woman smiled and handed the 7 stars, Xianjia formation, to Qinghe. Then she asked, friend, do you need any other items? No, I no longer have spirit stones to purchase anything else. He initially intended to see if there were any high-quality magical artifacts, but given that he was already low on spirit stones, he could not afford even one. Moreover, spending so many spirit stones was already a huge risk. If it weren't for his recent strength improvements, confidence in his abilities, and several hidden cards, he would never dare to act so recklessly. Farewell. Having acquired the formation, Qinghe stood up to take his leave. He merged into the crowd after exiting the treasure pavilion, using the thousand-face illusion technique to change his appearance several times. After wandering around for a day, he returned to his residence. Though this transaction was overly risky, Qinghe did not regret it. The resources in hand were of no use if they could not be converted into something tangible. With risks come opportunities. Now he had acquired a method likely capable of dealing with foundation establishment experts, even in the Qi refining stage. Qinghe took out the 7 stars mystic armor array and began refining it. In the early stages of Qi refining, it took him a month to refine a low-grade magic tool, but now in the late stage of Qi refining, he refined the high-quality 7 stars mystic armor array in less than half a day. He could master the array formation function of the 7 stars mystic armor array. Qinghe infused 100 spirit stones into the array plate, consuming them as the 7 array flags floated up. With a flick of his finger, the 7 array flags vanished into the corners of the small courtyard. The entire courtyard was now protected by the 7 stars mystic armor array, which could last for a year unless it faced an attack. However, if attacked by enemies, the consumption of spirit stones increased with the strength of the attack. If attacked by a foundation establishment expert, 3 strikes could exhaust the 100 spirit stones. He would need to reinvest 100 spirit stones, which was a complete drain on his resources. Finally, Qinghe could cultivate in peace. He took a self-refined Huanglong pill, consumed it, and his cultivation increased at a visible speed. 2 months later, after consuming a total of 30 Huanglong pills, Qinghe's cultivation reached the perfect realm of Qi refining at the 7th level. However, stepping out to reach the 8th level of Qi refining was quite difficult. He knew it was not merely a matter of pills. The main reason was his 5-element root talent. Breaking through would be dozens of times harder than for others, and the further he went, the greater the difficulty. Qinghe had no plans to purchase higher-grade pills for a breakthrough, otherwise he could easily break through with a Xian-grade pill. Just like when he consumed the bone-cleansing pill, which easily pushed him from the mid-Qi refining stage to the late stage. If he took high-grade pills too early, subsequent lower-grade pills would be ineffective. This was a bit counterproductive. With his current abilities, it was impossible to easily obtain many Xian-grade pills, and even if he did, he couldn't keep them. Before reaching foundation establishment, he still preferred Huang-grade pills. Qinghe took out a 50-year-old firefox flower from the black soil space and spent 3 days cleaning all the pill toxins. He began to break through the bottleneck from the 7th level of Qi refining to the 8th level. A month later, Qinghe finally entered the 8th level. The 7th level enhances spiritual sense, while the 8th level compresses magical power in preparation for foundation establishment. Qinghe did not end this closed-door cultivation. After consuming a Huanglong pill, he refined it much faster this time, taking only a day and a half. However, 1 Huanglong pill only increased his cultivation at the 8th level by 1%, indicating that the difficulty of cultivation at the 8th level was more than 3 times that of the 7th level. Qinghe sighed, noting that the further he progressed, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. After half a year, the time was nearly up, and Qinghe had to conclude this closed-door training. His cultivation successfully reached the perfect realm of the 8th level of Qi refining, but he was stuck at the bottleneck of the 9th level. He would need more time and preparation to break through to the 9th level. However, Qinghe was very satisfied with this cultivation. Entering the inner sect of the Taishan sect at the 8th level of Qi refining was considered a middle-tier cultivation. Coupled with his 2 high-quality magic tools and 1 set of high-quality array formations, he did not fear any half-step foundation establishment experts at the 9th level. During this time, Qinghe not only refined pills to enhance his cultivation, but also practiced 2 techniques: spirit refining technique and green wood rejuvenation technique. Green wood rejuvenation technique was already considered successfully practiced, but spirit refining technique was only at the introductory level. Cultivating the soul was a practice only available to nascent soul true monarchs. However, Qi refining cultivators could practice the spirit refining technique, which merely enhanced spiritual sense. The spirit refining technique is divided into 3 layers. The first layer increases the range of spiritual sense by 20%, the second layer increases it by 50%, and the third layer doubles the range of spiritual sense. Qinghe was currently at the first layer. If he wanted to accelerate his cultivation speed, there was a way: to use the spirit refining pill. He had the formula for the spirit refining pill, but had difficulty finding spirit refining grass. During these 6 months, he did not stay indoors all the time. He took opportunities to visit the Hongfeng Immortal Workshop several times, one for selling goods to obtain spirit stones. He once again planted a large number of gathering spirit grass and spirit rice, selling them carefully. His spirit stones in the black soil space had already reached 20,000. At the same time, he was constantly searching for information on spirit refining grass and top-quality magic tools. However, he found no leads on spirit refining grass, having checked almost all the herbal shops in Hongfeng Immortal Workshop. Even the treasure-gathering pavilion had none. Lu Qinghe sat at the stone table in the courtyard sipping spirit tea, a special spiritual plant he discovered in the Hongfeng Immortal Workshop. A cup of 10-year spirit tea is equivalent in spiritual energy to a bowl of spirit rice, while a 100-year spirit tea is equivalent to the spiritual energy of a gathering spirit pill. 300-year spirit tea is comparable to the efficacy of Huanglong pill. 500-year tea reaches the effect of transformation pill, and 1,000-year spirit tea is within the realm of Xian-grade pills. This made Lu Qinghe realize that although resources in the cultivation world are scarce, having enough spirit stones would definitely allow one to obtain many methods to rapidly enhance strength. However, in places like the Hongfeng Immortal Workshop, most spirit teas are of 10 years, while 100-year spirit teas are rare. Thus, he spent several hundred spirit stones to purchase a 10-year tea tree, planting it in the black soil space. It has now accumulated 50 years of efficacy. It was time to leave the Hongfeng Immortal Workshop and return to the sect. After 6 years in Qi refining, reaching the perfect 8th level, I wonder how I compare to those prodigies in the sect. Lu Qinghe chuckled softly. He had been in the sect for a full 6 years, rising from an abandoned 5-element root servant to his current cultivation. Though he encountered numerous risks, his path of cultivation had been relatively smooth. However, before leaving, Lu Qinghe planned to visit 2 places. One was the treasure-gathering pavilion, where he intended to buy some items. The second was the alchemy room, where he intended to refine pills before leaving. This time he would not be refining Huanglong pills, but rather the high-quality transformation pills. After reaching the 9th level of Qi, refining Huanglong pills would likely no longer keep up with his cultivation speed. He must use high-quality transformation pills, which, as the name suggests, are meant to evolve and purify spiritual energy. Cultivating at the 9th level of Qi refining is about purifying spiritual energy. The purer the energy, the greater the chance of foundation establishment. After defeating Zhou Tong, he had obtained a spirit transformation grass, and refining transformation pills requires at least 50 years of spirit transformation grass. Now in the black soil space, a patch of black soil was reserved for planting spirit transformation grass, and some had already reached 50 years of maturity. Having sorted everything out, Lu Qinghe stored the 7 stars mystic armor array and strode out of the small courtyard. This time Lu Qinghe disguised his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the late stage of Qi refinement. He walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion and said to the attending maid, "I want to make a big deal with your pavilion and would like to speak directly with the manager." A top-tier magical artifact costs thousands of spirit stones, which the attending maids cannot decide on. The maid intended to refuse, as the manager of the treasure-gathering pavilion is not someone one can meet easily. However, her expression suddenly changed, pausing for a few seconds, looking at Lu Qinghe with a surprised glance. She did not expect to receive a secret transmission from that person. Then she respectfully invited, "Please follow me, friend." The maid directly took Lu Qinghe to a private room, where he unexpectedly saw the stunning woman from before again. Was it an accident or a coincidence? Lu Qinghe had not thought much about it the previous 2 times, but now he felt a sense of vigilance rising within him. The woman did not show any abnormalities and asked Lu Qinghe, "What does my friend wish to purchase?" Lu Qinghe believed she had not recognized him, as his appearances had varied each time, and he had also used the 1,000-faced illusion technique. "I would like to purchase a top-tier magical artifact." The woman was surprised and said something that took Lu Qinghe aback. "I thought you were going to buy a spiritual weapon." Lu Qinghe's expression stiffened. "You must be joking, friend. A spiritual weapon is far beyond the means of a mere Qi refinement cultivator like me." The woman did not deny it. It wouldn't be too outrageous for a cultivator who had spent over 20,000 spirit stones at the treasure-gathering pavilion to buy a spiritual weapon. "Even if you wanted to buy a spiritual weapon, we do not have any. Except for special auctions, the Maple Fairy Pavilion does not have spiritual weapons, and even resources of the Xian grade are scarce." "What kind of magical artifact does my friend wish to buy?" Lu Qinghe had already thought about it before coming. "I would like to purchase a defensive magical artifact." Originally, Lu Qinghe wanted to buy both a top-tier defensive and a top-tier offensive magical artifact, but the woman's words made him abandon that idea. He wasn't sure if the woman could recognize him, but being cautious was never a mistake. Moreover, defensive magical artifacts were more practical for him, primarily to prevent sudden attacks that could lead to his demise. The woman nodded. "There is only one top-tier magical artifact in the treasure-gathering pavilion, the 8 Wilderness Mirror, which can defend against any attack within the realm of Qi refinement and can also reflect spells." Lu Qinghe was stunned. Such a powerful defensive artifact existed. Wouldn't it mean that during a confrontation, he wouldn't even need to strike and the enemy would defeat themselves? "How many spirit stones?" 5,000 spirit stones. The woman again quoted a price that shocked Lu Qinghe. He replied, "A top-tier magical artifact generally does not exceed 3,000 spirit stones. Are you joking with me?" A superior magical artifact costs over 1,000 spirit stones, even doubling that it shouldn't exceed 3,000 spirit stones. 5,000 spirit stones is simply an outrageous price. The woman showed no surprise at Lu Qinghe's reaction. What you mentioned pertains to ordinary magical artifacts. This 8 wilderness mirror at the treasure-gathering pavilion is in many respects superior to inferior spiritual weapons. A magical artifact that can both attack and defend is rare throughout the cultivation world. Had he not witnessed the power of spiritual weapons, Lu Qinghe might have almost believed the woman's words. The might of spiritual weapons is simply incomparable to that of magical artifacts. However, such magical artifacts are indeed rare in the cultivation world. Lu Qinghe gritted his teeth and offered a price: 3,500 spirit stones, 4,800 spirit stones, 3,600 spirit stones, 4,700 spirit stones. Ultimately, after haggling with the woman, Lu Qinghe purchased the 8 wilderness mirror for 4,100 spirit stones. It was a copper mirror with 8 corners. Confirming it was a top-tier magical artifact, Lu Qinghe handed over the spirit stones to the woman and left in haste. However, before he could exit, the woman called out to him. "Friend, here is an invitation. There will be an auction held in Frostmoon City 3 years from now. If you have time, you can use this invitation to attend. There will definitely be the spiritual weapons you need there." "Thank you." Lu Qinghe had already decided not to return to the treasure-gathering pavilion of the Maple Fairy Pavilion for any transactions in the near future. After Lu Qinghe left, a middle-aged man walked in looking puzzled. "Aoshang, you actually sold the 8 wilderness mirror for 4,000 spirit stones to a Qi refinement cultivator and even gave him an invitation." The woman replied, "This person is not simple. Based on my observations, he is an alchemy master and is qualified to receive an invitation from Frostmoon City." The woman stretched her back. "Fifth brother, am about to leave. From now on, you will handle things here." The middle-aged man reminded, "I understand, but be careful in your duties in Frostmoon City. The current treasure-gathering pavilion is no longer the same as before." The woman nodded. "I know what to do." The middle-aged man understood that his cousin was not simple. Her status in the family was higher than his, so he did not say more. However, the middle-aged man said, "I might have to seek your support in a few years. Please say a few good words for me and the family then." The woman looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression. The middle-aged man explained helplessly, "The blood demon sect's fiend has broken through to the nascent soul stage and urgently needs a large amount of resources. Zhao country has been targeted. It won't be long before the blood demon sect launches a full-scale invasion of Zhao's cultivation world. Although Zhao country has 3 major cultivation sects, without a nascent soul, true monarch guarding it, it will be difficult to defend, which is why the blood demon sect chose Zhao country. At that time, there will be corpses everywhere, and the common people will suffer. The blood demon sect's cultivation method is extremely bloody, requiring fresh blood to break through cultivation. This is the way of the demonic sect." The woman also wore a serious expression. When it involved a nascent soul, true monarch, even the treasure-gathering pavilion dared not intervene lightly. "Fifth brother, just be cautious. They shouldn't be insane enough to dare to attack us at the treasure-gathering pavilion yet." "I hope so. Alright, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Please let me know when you're about to leave." "Sure." In the fire room of the Maple Fairy Pavilion, Lu Qinghe has stayed for a month, not only refining superior spirit-clearing pills, but also refining the top-tier magical artifact. He organized his wealth. Lu Qinghe has set up the 7 stars mystic armor array in the fire room. Not fearing others spying on him, he entered the black soil space. In the black soil space, Lu Qinghe had given up planting, gathering spirit grass and spirit rice, except when he needed spirit stones, he would plant some for sale in the market. On an acre of black soil, there was blood ginseng cultivated with the green wood rejuvenation technique, and Lu Qinghe increased the planting of blood ginseng. He planned to absorb the spiritual energy of the blood ginseng to perform the green wood rejuvenation technique, and now the oldest blood ginseng had reached 600 years of medicinal power. This could already be considered a top-grade spiritual herb of the Xian grade. There was also an acre planted with gathering spirit grass, which is the main material for refining spirit-clearing pills. The spirit-clearing pill would be the one he would consume after breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. There is also an acre of firefox flowers, which are essential spiritual herbs for Lu Qinghe's future cultivation. Previously, he consumed a 50-year-old plant to resolve the Dan poison of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and 2 other 50-year-old plants to resolve the Dan poison of the 8th layer. Once he reaches the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he will require firefox flowers that are over 100 years old to resolve the Dan poison. Similar to blood ginseng, the older the firefox flower, the stronger its efficacy. Although it is merely a low-grade, Xian-level spiritual herb, its potency, after several hundred years, can rival that of Earth-level spiritual herbs. There is also a spiritual herb occupying a separate patch of dark soil. This herb was grown from the mysterious seed that Qinghe planted previously, and it has now been over a year since it was planted, achieving the efficacy of over 100 years. However, it has only grown a small section, but Qinghe has already seen its potential. This mysterious seed is very likely the 9 transformation soul returning grass, one of the 10 top-tier heavenly level spiritual herbs, which is the main ingredient for the heavenly level Dan 9 transformation soul returning Dan. The 9 transformation soul returning grass has 9 patterns on its leaves, 1 pattern for every 1,000 years, and it takes 10,000 years to mature. Such a heavenly level spiritual herb is merely a legend left over from ancient times in the cultivation world, since each 9 transformation soul returning grass takes 10,000 years to mature. Even a nascent soul true monarch cannot live for 10,000 years, having a lifespan of only 1,000 years. If this is truly the case for Qinghe, he would have struck gold. Not only is the heavenly level spiritual herb valuable, but its effects are also astonishing. It is rumored that a corpse can be revived if it remains uncorrupted. For cultivators, it can also reshape the divine soul, which is equivalent to having an extra life. However, it remains a mystery why such a seed would appear in the hands of a Qi refinement cultivator. Qinghe suspects that even Centipede does not know the origin of this seed and would not be able to cultivate it, treating it merely as a treasure to collect. If it weren't for the dark soil space, there would likely be no place in the cultivation world where the 9 transformation soul returning grass could be cultivated. Aside from him, it would hold no value in the hands of others, while he only needs 100 years to cultivate the 9 transformation soul returning grass to maturity. Thus, Qinghe allocated an entire acre of dark soil space for it, which is also the reason why its growth is so slow. Another acre is dedicated to various miscellaneous spiritual materials for planting Dan herbs. This way, Qinghe maximized the use of his 5 acres of dark soil spiritual fields. In his storage space, besides various spiritual herbs and medicines, there are spirit stones piled up like a small mountain. Even after purchasing premium spiritual artifacts, he still has over 20,000 spirit stones. He will not have to worry about spirit stones for a long time. Qinghe does not need spirit stones much. He has enough Dan medicines to support his cultivation. However, spirit stones are indispensable, as other cultivation materials besides Dan medicines need to be purchased with spirit stones. Premium artifacts are indeed expensive. In the future, the required spiritual artifacts and better spiritual herbs will also require spirit stones for purchase. Therefore, when given the chance, he will still sell low-grade spiritual herbs to acquire a large number of spirit stones as a precaution. There is also the scarlet flamefire fox, which has consumed countless spiritual herbs over the past year. Qinghe has also thrown it many Dan medicines, and it has now fully restored its strength to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. After accumulating for a while longer, it can break through to become a foundation establishment demon beast, and at that time it will undoubtedly be a powerful trump card in his hands. After a year of companionship, the scarlet flamefire fox is very affectionate towards Qinghe, as nowhere else is like Liu King's place, where high-quality spiritual herbs and hundreds of years-old herbs can be consumed freely. What troubles Qinghe the most are still the 3 ominous items. He has already figured out what the disc is. It is a tracking artifact. A top-grade tracking artifact, the star positioning disc, can find him throughout the Tianling's secret realm, as it is tampered with his identity token, allowing the star positioning disc to locate his position. There is also the jade bracelet artifact. Now that he has learned the greenwood rejuvenation technique, Qinghe wants to see if he can unleash its power. However, he is also worried about being discovered by the heavenly phoenix ancestor and dares not try. The 2 blood god puppets still have no method of control. They have completely become decorations. After organizing all the resources, Qinghe suppressed his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement before leaving the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. Qinghe turned to glance at the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, realizing that he might never return to this place again. He wants to exchange for resources at another Immortal Workshop, but he must admit that without the Red Maple Immortal Workshop, his strength would not have broken through so quickly. Places like the Qinghe Immortal Workshop, whether in terms of cultivation resources or levels, are far inferior to the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. Qinghe glanced at the flying sword and vanished into the void, while behind him was a shadow wrapped in black mist. After flying for over 100 kilometers, Qinghe stopped in the void, having sensed someone pursuing him from behind. He did not know if it was someone from the Red Maple Immortal Workshop or the treasure-gathering pavilion. Qinghe shouted into the void, "Fellow Taoist, after following me for so long, there is no need to hide anymore. Haha, you little brat finally came out, making me wait for over a year." The scorpion snake appeared in front of Qinghe in the void, his face full of rage with a patch of black clouds beneath him, indicating he had cultivated some kind of technique. He could not help but hate Qinghe, as he had been lying in ambush outside the Taishan sect for 2 months without finding an opportunity to deal with him. When Qinghe left the Taishan sect, he thought he had found an opportunity, but did not expect Qinghe to enter the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. He stayed there for a whole 10 months, during which he hardly ate or drank, nor did he sleep, guarding outside the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. He was afraid that if he was careless, Qinghe would escape, suffering countless hardships over the past year. Although the opponent's technique is somewhat peculiar, Qinghe clearly perceives that the opponent is not a Foundation Establishment true person. As long as he is not a Foundation Establishment true person, Qinghe has no significant worries. Qinghe inquired, "Who are you? I don't seem to recognize you." The scorpion snake sneered, "Who I am is not something you have the right to know. I will now extract your soul to avenge my resentment." As he spoke, he took out the top-grade soul-capturing bell. Ding ding ding. With each shake, Qinghe felt as if his soul was being drawn away, his gaze falling into a momentary stupor. Fortunately, Qinghe was prepared. The 8 Desolation Mirror emitted a beam of light, breaking the control of the soul-capturing bell, allowing Qinghe to regain his clarity. Once Qinghe regained his senses, his expression changed dramatically upon realizing that the opponent possessed a soul artifact, and its level was not low. He could not help but thank the woman from the treasure-gathering pavilion. If it were not for the 8 Desolation Mirror, he would have definitely fallen here with any other artifact. The scorpion snake was quite surprised to see Qinghe instantly regain consciousness. "Do you have a powerful defensive artifact? That's not something you should concern yourself with." Qinghe summoned the 8 Desolation Mirror, protecting himself tightly. Upon seeing the 8 Desolation Mirror, the scorpion snake's anger turned to joy. "Ha ha ha, a top-grade defensive artifact. It seems my luck has turned." He did not expect to gain such an advantage. With a top-grade artifact to protect him, his chances of achieving Foundation Establishment increased significantly. He was not worried about Liu Qing's top-grade defensive artifact. He understood very well the terror of the soul-capturing bell, which a mere defensive artifact could not withstand. Qinghe sword technique. Qinghe wielded the top-grade Lingfeng sword and launched a preemptive strike, aiming to slay the scorpion serpent. The scorpion serpent, smirking, completely disregarded this golden sword intent. It not only saw through the fact that this was merely a mid-grade spell, but also perceived Liu Qing's cultivation level. "Kid, you have concealed your strength, actually being at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. But I am at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and today I will show you the difference between the 8th and 9th layers of Qi refinement." The scorpion serpent's black mist swirled, transforming into a massive black python to confront Liu Qing's Qinghe sword intent. Ripping sounds. The black python was shattered by the Lingfeng sword, vanishing into black mist. The scorpion serpent exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, you increasingly shock and amaze me. You actually possess a top-grade flying sword artifact. Only top-grade artifacts can sever my true spirit. In that case, I find you more and more appealing." Liu Qing's wealth meant greater chances of fortune for him. Qinghe was also astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a peculiar technique. "Next, there is something you will like even more." The scorpion serpent, not understanding Liu Qing's words, suddenly felt a terrifying aura emerging from behind. He hurriedly grasped the soul-seizing bell, but it was already too late. A fiery red figure shot past. Before the scorpion serpent could cast a spell, he let out a scream as his arm, holding the soul-seizing bell, was torn off. The scorpion serpent's face turned pale. In a moment, the soul-seizing bell disappeared, and one of his arms was severed, suffering severe injuries. The scariest part was that he had no idea what had attacked him. Qinghe seized the opportunity. Woodvine Entangle. Fire snake technique. Qinghe sword technique. The scorpion serpent, panicking once again, summoned the black mist python to block Liu Qing's attack, conjuring a parasol-shaped mid-grade defensive artifact. There was also a long hook that blocked Liu Qing's Lingfeng sword. "Kid, remember this. I will definitely take revenge for this." He did not dare to linger. With the soul-seizing bell gone, he could not possibly be a match for Qinghe, who possessed a top-grade defensive artifact and a top-grade offensive artifact. What he feared even more was the fiery red figure that had just attacked him. If he didn't flee now, he might perish here. He coiled up a black python, its speed suddenly accelerating as he flew towards the sky, attempting to escape. "Since you have come, stay here." Qinghe would never let him go, producing a 200-year-old blood ginseng in his hand. Qingmu rejuvenation technique. Qinghe roared as the essence of the 200-year-old blood ginseng was visibly absorbed, turning to ashes. Qinghe sword technique. The Qinghe sword technique, after absorbing the 200-year blood ginseng, had grown tenfold in power, reaching the level of a top-grade sword technique. With a single slash, only a golden expanse remained in the void. The fleeing scorpion serpent was instantly enveloped by the golden sword intent, crying out in agony. "Shura parasol, break for me." However, it was utterly useless. The sword intent pierced through the Shura parasol, and the Lingfeng sword followed suit. A single strike sent the scorpion serpent crashing down. Upon landing, the scorpion serpent's body was covered in numerous hideous sword marks, looking terrifying. The scorpion serpent gazed at Qinghe in horror. "What kind of sword technique is this?" "This sword technique is no longer a yellow-grade spell. it has reached the level of a profound grade sword technique. It is the sword technique to kill you. The Qinghe rejuvenation technique is powerful, able to greatly enhance his magical power, but Lu Qinghe also discovered a significant flaw. The Qinghe rejuvenation technique has extremely high requirements for the body. The overly violent and powerful force creates a certain burden on the body. Therefore, it is better to use it sparingly in the future. The scorpion serpent's magical power was shattered, and he shouted loudly, "You can't kill me." Lu Qinghe smirked, "You ambushed me, so why can't I kill you?" The scorpion serpent hurriedly explained, "I am a disciple of the Tongso real person of Wulong Mountain, and my master is a true sage at the third layer of foundation establishment. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me." Wulong Mountain's Tongso real person. Some memories surfaced in Lu Qinghe's mind. It seemed that a year ago the centipede, who came to snatch the Shisui, Dan claimed to be a direct disciple of the Tongso real person of Wulong Mountain. But now Lu Qinghe confirmed that this person was neither from Hongfeng Xianfeng nor sent by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. This relieved him. However, he then thought of a crucial question. "Why did you ambush me?" The scorpion serpent, in order to save his life, replied swiftly, "It was you who killed my junior brother, the centipede. He was always favored by the master, and the master ordered me to avenge him." The scorpion serpent begged, "I really don't want to be enemies with you. The centipede was a useless person who offended you. He deserved to be killed by you. Moreover, the centipede has done many bad things in his life. You are also ridding the world of harm. If you let me go, I swear I will not seek revenge against you." Just now it was this master, and now it is friend. This is the world of cultivation, where truth and status depend solely on strength. Lu Qinghe did not believe the scorpion serpent's words at all, but he wanted to know some things. Lu Qinghe asked, "How did you know I killed the centipede and was able to ambush me here?" Lu Qinghe's question made the scorpion serpent hesitate, his eyes flickering. Lu Qinghe asked, "Is it making things difficult for you?" Lu Qinghe's Lingfeng sword emitted a golden sword intent. This change made the scorpion serpent's face change greatly, and he hurriedly said, "Friend, do not misunderstand. This concerns the secret methods of my sect. If my master finds out I revealed it, I will surely die. But as long as you swear to let me go, I can tell you the truth." Lu Qinghe did not hesitate to swear. "I swear that as long as you tell the truth, I will not strike you down." The scorpion serpent grasped onto the hope of survival. "I hope you keep your word, otherwise when you reach the foundation establishment, you will be counterattacked by your inner demon." The centipede explained, "It is like this. Our Wulong Mountain has a unique cultivation method using the true spirits of demon beasts for cultivation. The centipede's true spirit is a centipede demon spirit, while mine is a black giant python demon spirit. When you killed the centipede, his true spirit attached itself to you, which is how I tracked you down." "I see." This sounded alarm bells in Lu Qinghe's heart. There are countless techniques and peculiar secret arts among cultivators. This true spirit cultivation method and soul artifacts, while their power may not be immense, are unpredictable and can lead to misfortune if one is not careful. Seeing Lu Qinghe silent, the scorpion serpent eagerly said, "I have told you the truth, please let me go." Lu Qinghe nodded, "I have always kept my word." Lu Qinghe turned to leave, and just as he did, a flicker of resentment flashed in the scorpion serpent's eyes. A talisman appeared in his hand. He was just about to activate the talisman when a fiery red figure appeared, and the fiery red claws crushed his head directly. The scorpion serpent had no chance to react and was eliminated. Lu Qinghe turned his head and looked at the imposing red flame fire fox, as if to say, it was quite impressive. Lu Qinghe complained, "From now on, do not be so ferocious." He could not bring himself to do such a thing as smashing an enemy's head. The red flame firefox protested to Lu Qinghe, expressing its dissatisfaction, as it was Lu Qinghe who ordered it to launch a sneak attack. Lu Qinghe paid no heed to its protest and directly threw it into the black earth space. Lu Qinghe stashed away the Shura umbrella and the hook artifact on the ground along with the nearly activated talisman, rapidly tossing all of his storage bag into the black earth space. "Do not blame me, I did not kill you. It was the red flame fire fox that acted." Lu Qinghe used a fireball spell to obliterate the corpse. From the very beginning, he had no intention of allowing the scorpion snake to survive. Lu Qinghe disliked conflicts and did not provoke trouble, usually remaining low-key and cautious. However, if someone harbored murderous intent toward him, he would certainly not show mercy, ensuring the enemy's destruction to eliminate future threats. He never believed in repaying kindness with enmity. Just like his aunt during his childhood, who cared for him greatly while his parents were alive, bestowing considerable grace upon him. Yet after his parents' death, she seized his inheritance and drove him out of Stone Village. If it weren't for a disciple of the Taishin sect taking him as a student, he might have starved to death or been eaten by wild beasts. Such a thing would not happen a second time. Just like earlier when the scorpion snake attempted to use a talisman to sneak attack him, he countered with a decisive retaliation. Lu Qinghe took out a century-old blood ginseng, consumed it using the Qinghe revival technique. and summoned the spirit wind sword to accelerate toward the Taishan sect. Behind the centipede and scorpion snake was a Foundation establishment practitioner of the third stage. Additionally, there was a secret method's true spirit mark. Qinghe was unsure how long the true spirit mark on him would last. He feared encountering an ambush by the Foundation establishment practitioner. Only by returning to the Taishan sect would he be safe. Even if the Elder of Tong so had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to storm into the Taishan sect to kill. Qinghe could easily slay practitioners at the 9th layer of Qi refinement without revealing much of his trump cards. However, he did not consider himself a match for a Foundation establishment practitioner. The two realms were entirely different. Take for instance, during the Blood Demon Great Formation, Yu Linfeng, who was at the brink of Foundation establishment alongside a top-tier artifact and superior sword techniques, still couldn't withstand a single strike from the Foundation establishment Blood God puppet. Ultimately, it was only through a forced breakthrough into Foundation establishment that he gained the power to resist. In the cave of Five Dragon Mountain, Elder Tong so seemed to sense that the scorpion snake had been killed. His expression darkened. Too much bullying. Wait for me, I will soon enter the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. By then, no matter who it is, I will definitely swallow you whole. He wasn't particularly concerned about the scorpion snake's death. What mattered to him was the centipede's demise. The centipede was not only his direct disciple, but also his illegitimate son. Otherwise, he would not have invested so much in him, allowing him to cultivate to the 8th layer of Qi refinement in just 50 years. This was his only child with spiritual roots in over 100 years, and he never expected that during an outing he would be annihilated. However, at the critical moment of his breakthrough into the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, otherwise, he would have intervened directly. Ultimately, he had the scorpion snake use the exquisite soul-capturing bell to bring someone back, but unexpectedly a year passed, and not only did the scorpion snake fail to kill the person, but it also led to his own death. Elder Tong so closed his eyes, and a blood python phantom appeared behind him, undergoing some kind of transformation. Once the transformation was complete, he would be able to step into the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He would become one of the few mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners within 1,000 miles. Qinghe's speed was exceptionally fast. Along the way, anyone who saw his speed and the flying sword beneath his feet did not dare to seek trouble with him. What originally required 3 days to traverse, Qinghe returned to the gate of the Taishan sect in just 2 days. Upon returning to the gate, Qinghe resumed his identity as an outer disciple of the Taishan sect, suppressing his cultivation to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He then presented his token to the disciples guarding the mountain and returned to the Taishan sect. Qinghe reported to the duty officer at the Spirit Herb Peak, only to find that the duty officer had been replaced. It was no longer Yao Liyun, but another disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Qinghe curiously asked, "Where is senior brother Yao?" The duty officer of Spirit Herb Peak asked curiously, "Are you very familiar with senior brother Yao?" Qinghe nodded. "I was introduced to Spirit Herb Peak by senior brother Yao. Our relationship is quite good." The duty officer looked at Qinghe, not sensing any deceit, and said to him, "Senior brother Yao has gone into seclusion for cultivation. He is currently in a closed-door cultivation to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement. It won't be long before there will be one more inner disciple in Spirit Herb Peak." The duty officer's face was filled with envy. Entering the inner door meant countless secret techniques and an abundance of elixirs. The key point is that only by entering the inner door can one have the opportunity to glimpse the secrets of proving the Tao and establishing a foundation. Qinghe saw the duty officer's face filled with longing and understood why outer disciples were so eager to enter the inner door. This was the Taishan sect's control over resources. At the miscellaneous peak, the resources available could only allow one to cultivate to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Surpassing this boundary would become very difficult. For example, in the outer sect, one could obtain artifacts, techniques, and gathering spirit pills. However, at the miscellaneous peak, one could only obtain a few spirit stones, while the elixirs were the most basic herbal pills, and the techniques were limited to those for the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. As for spells, one could obtain only a few novice-level spells, and it required continuous accumulation of merit to exchange for them. The same goes for the outer sect. The limit is the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. To continue making rapid progress, one must enter the inner door to acquire the resources needed for the late stage of Qi refinement. Seeing Qinghe deep in thought, the duty officer asked, "Did senior brother Yao not inform you before going into seclusion?" He began to suspect Qinghe's relationship with Yao Liyun. Qinghe chuckled. "I left the sect a few months ago to complete a task, and just returned." The duty officer nodded. "I see." The duty officer placed Qinghe's token on the mountain river chart. A beam of light flashed, and Qinghe's information was recorded. This served to prove that Qinghe had been fine throughout the year and had not perished outside. Otherwise, an outer disciple's unexpected death would prompt the sect to send disciples to investigate. The duty officer handed the token back to Lu Qinghe, saying, "Junior brother, keep this safe." Lu Qinghe accepted the identity token, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." Lu Qinghe left the outer affairs hall of the Spirit Herb Peak and returned to his cave dwelling. The cave dwelling was an important residence for cultivators, but for Lu Qinghe, it felt more like a temporary resting point. He rarely stayed in the cave dwelling. Lu Qinghe took out the 7 stars mystic armor array and directly set it up throughout the entire cave. After doing so, he hardly needed to worry about others disturbing him. As long as it wasn't a Foundation establishment practitioner, no one could break into his cave. Even if they were a Foundation establishment practitioner, as long as they had not reached the second stage of Foundation establishment, it would be quite difficult to breach the 7 stars mystic armor array. This way, he could enter the Black Earth space at any time or engage in some clandestine activities without being detected. With the formation set, Lu Qinghe took out a storage bag, which belonged to the Scorpion. Lu Qinghe opened the storage bag and found only 830 spirit stones. He discovered that alchemy cultivators generally possess few spirit stones, with only a handful exceeding 1,000. There were 3 bottles of Huanglong pills and 2 Hualing pills. A medium-grade magical artifact, the Shura umbrella, was damaged by Lu Qing's Lingfeng sword, now equivalent to a low-grade defensive artifact. A hook, a high-grade magical artifact, 3 dragon blood grasses, and a 200-year-old blood ginseng were found. These should be the materials the Scorpion used for Foundation establishment. Finally, Lu Qinghe found what he was looking for: the swallowing spirit secret technique. This turned out to be a unique method, functioning both as a cultivation technique and a spell. As the Scorpion had said, the essence of the swallowing spirit secret technique is to devour the souls of powerful beasts for one's own use. The stronger the beast spirit, the greater the benefits for the cultivator. However, there are terrifying drawbacks. A moment's carelessness could lead to being backlashed by the beast spirit, resulting in severe damage to the soul, which may lead to a fall in cultivation or even death. Even if successfully cultivated, one would become an existence neither human nor beast. Lu Qinghe finally understood why the millipede and the Scorpion looked so peculiar. It was all a consequence of cultivating the swallowing spirit secret technique. Lu Qinghe naturally would not practice this secret technique. For him, the orthodox path of cultivation was his first choice. Although other unorthodox methods were bizarre, their power and future were far inferior to the true path of immortality. The orthodox path of immortality has been passed down for countless millennia, representing a road to becoming an immortal. Although immortals have long since vanished into the river of time, their legends still circulate. He was only trying to figure out how to eliminate the true spirit mark. Considering that he might encounter an attack from a Foundation establishment expert at any moment in the future, Lu Qinghe felt no sense of security. Lu Qinghe also found a way to eliminate the true spirit mark: 2 methods, one relying on overwhelming power to destroy the mark. He directly abandoned this method. Not to mention destruction, he couldn't even locate the true spirit mark. The second and simplest method was to ignore the true spirit mark, as it would dissipate over time. A true spirit mark from a later-stage Qi transformation cultivator generally dissipates on its own after 2 years. This gave Lu Qinghe temporary reassurance. A year had already passed since this true spirit mark was placed, leaving another year during which Taishian's sect would not pose much of a threat to him. He just didn't know if the Scorpion had managed to place the true spirit mark on him before dying. Lu Qinghe couldn't be bothered to think about it. If it came to it, he would cultivate to the Foundation establishment level at Taishian's sect before going out. His current resources were already sufficient. Lu Qinghe tossed the swallowing spirit secret technique into the black soil space, planning to quietly sell it the next time he visited the immortal workshop. He still had some magical artifacts that were useless to him, and Lu Qinghe decided to find an immortal workshop next time to sell them all at once, earning some spirit stones. Speaking of magical artifacts, Lu Qing's hand trembled and a copper bell appeared in his palm. This was a top-grade magical artifact, a unique one whose power was not inferior to the 8 Desolation Mirror. However, this was a possession with an owner. The Scorpion could not fully unleash its power. Otherwise, no alchemy cultivator would be able to resist the soul-capturing attack of the bell. If Lu Qinghe was not mistaken, this was the artifact of Master Tongso. He was eager to refine this artifact for himself. With it and the 8 Desolation Mirror, he would be invincible in the Qi transformation realm. However, erasing the spiritual imprint of a Foundation establishment master would be more challenging than ascending to heaven. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qinghe thought of a possible approach. If it truly succeeded, he could even try refining the Jade Bracelet spirit artifact in the black soil space. Lu Qing's spiritual sense swept through his dantian, and he found himself within it. The Scarlet Flame Firefox greeted him joyfully, running over to act cute. Go away, I have no time for you right now." Lu Qinghe shooed the Scarlet Flame Firefox aside. The fox looked at him innocently before turning back to its spot comfortably lying on a pile of spiritual herbs. Occasionally, it emitted a puff of red flame, refining the spiritual herbs and ultimately devouring them, which was quite similar to alchemy. Lu Qinghe was already used to it. He arrived at the spiritual field where the blood ginseng was planted and harvested 2 300-year-old blood ginsengs. Lu Qinghe placed the star dial in front of him, channeling his magic power to perform the refining method on the star dial. Unlike refining other artifacts, Lu Qinghe's magic power was blocked by a strong force, rendering him unable to refine it at all. Lu Qinghe picked up a 300-year-old blood ginseng. Qingmu Huichun technique. Lu Qinghe's magic power suddenly surged several times, overwhelming the force on the star dial. Lu Qinghe planned to forcibly erase the spiritual imprint of the star dial's owner. Moreover, within the black soil space, the connection between the star dial and its original owner was almost non-existent. Even if something went wrong, he could still control it. With a pop, the spiritual imprint on the star dial was easily erased by Lu Qinghe. He was overjoyed, realizing he had indeed succeeded. He had no idea that a 300-year-old blood ginseng was worth about the same as the star dial. Lu Qinghe's eyes sparkled as he looked at the copper bell, realizing that if he could erase the imprint on the star dial, he could do the same with the copper bell. Lu Qinghe was filled with excitement, planning to prepare more thoroughly this time. He not only harvested 3 400-year-old blood ginsengs, but also picked a 600-year-old blood ginseng for preparation. If anyone knew that Lu Qinghe was wasting such valuable resources just to refine a top-grade magical artifact, they would definitely stop him, as its worth was enough to buy a genuine spirit artifact. However, Lu Qinghe lacked nothing in spiritual herbs, and although these herbs were valuable, he did not dare to sell them with his current cultivation level. Unless he had the strength to protect himself, Lu Qinghe would not easily take out higher spirit herbs for sale. Unbeknownst to him, as he erased the imprint on the star dial, a man resembling Zhou Tong opened his eyes in a jade tower within the inner sect. "Come here." A disciple of the inner sect at the 9th level of Qi transformation appeared and asked the man, "Senior brother, Zhou, do you have any commands?" Senior brother Zhou said, "The imprint on the star dial has just been erased. I originally thought Zhou Tong had encountered misfortune in the Tianling's secret realm. But now it is not so simple. Someone has brought the star dial out, and I request a Foundation Establishment Master to erase the imprint." The disciple at the 9th level of Qi transformation asked, "Senior brother, could it be the people from the Beast Spirit Valley or the Pill God sect?" Senior Zhou nodded. "There is that possibility, but it could also be people from the Taishan sect. Go investigate what Zhou Tong did when he entered the Tianling's secret realm. Who was he plotting against? Otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed the star dial from me." He understood his younger brother's temperament too well. He wouldn't risk entering the Tianling's secret realm without a significant benefit. There must be something he didn't know about, which likely led to Zhou Tong's demise in the Tianling's secret realm. "Understood, senior brother, I'll go check it out." The disciple at the 9th level of Qi transformation left. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes. Zhou Tong's death should be an accident, or otherwise, whether it is the people from the Beast Spirit Valley, the Pill God sect, or the Taishan sect. In the black soil space, Lu Qinghe was fully prepared, holding the bronze bell in his hand. He performed the ritual refining method, and like the star connecting plate, he was instantly met with an unyielding resistance. If the resistance of the star connecting plate was like a city wall, then the resistance on the bronze bell was akin to a wall of brass and iron, and with his 8th layer of Qi refining power, he couldn't budge it an inch. Lu Qinghe took out a blood ginseng with a potency of 400 and consumed it, causing a surge of power in his dantian. The violent energy flowed through his body, nearly overwhelming his physical form. Break! The torrent of energy surged towards the bronze bell. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the bell, and a phantom appeared above the soul capture bell. Looking at the phantom above the soul capture bell, Lu Qinghe recognized it as the real person Tong. But this was not Tong so descending, it was his spiritual consciousness refining the bronze bell. Qi refining focuses on refining essence into Qi and enhancing spiritual consciousness. The 7th layer of Qi refining merely expands the strength and breadth of spiritual consciousness infinitely. However, upon reaching foundation establishment, not only does one experience a qualitative improvement in cultivation power, but spiritual consciousness also undergoes a significant transformation, evolving into divine sense with boundless applications. At that time, as long as one's divine sense remains undestroyed, one cannot truly die. Lu Qinghe had encountered this situation before. On the other side, the jade bracelet also bore a similar imprint of divine sense from the ancient Tianfeng ancestor. However, this divine sense did not fluctuate, unlike the jade bracelet, which could emit the voice of the ancient Tianfeng ancestor. As long as he could erase this imprint of divine sense, he could refine the bronze bell for his own use. Lu Qinghe intensified his ritual refining method. A few moments later, the energy within him was completely exhausted, yet he failed to inflict any substantial damage on this divine sense. Lu Qinghe had to admit that the power of a Foundation Establishment Master was indeed beyond imagination. Just one imprint of divine sense was so fortified, and the true strength of a Foundation Establishment Master was unimaginable. Lu Qinghe did not give up and took a 400-year-old blood ginseng. After using the Qinghe rejuvenation technique to consume it, that wild surge of power reappeared. Lu Qinghe believed that as long as the energy was sufficient, he would eventually be able to refine this divine sense imprint. A 400-year-old blood ginseng was already a profound-grade spirit herb. Even a Foundation Establishment Master would be tempted. Perhaps the creator of the Qinghe rejuvenation technique never imagined someone in the future would use it in such a manner. The Qinghe rejuvenation technique was originally a wood element healing technique intended to absorb the essence of plants to restore energy and health. It was unexpectedly repurposed by Lu Qinghe. He effectively redefined the Qinghe rejuvenation technique, as no one would be willing to use high-grade spirit herbs for this technique. When the third 400-year-old blood ginseng was smashed down, the bronze bell showed no change, and the imprint of divine sense remained as firm as ever. What worried Lu Qinghe the most was that 3 overload uses of the Qinghe rejuvenation technique had not only injured his physical body, but also caused varying degrees of damage to his dantian and meridians. After resting for a moment, Lu Qinghe turned his gaze to the jade bracelet nearby. He had considered using the jade bracelet's power to suppress the bronze bell. However, he could not fully control the jade bracelet, so it might not have any effect. At that time, it was possible that the jade bracelet would destroy the bronze bell directly, and all his efforts would go to waste. Lu Qinghe looked at the 600-year-old blood ginseng with a fluctuating expression. He wondered if his body could withstand the potency of the 600-year-old ginseng. This was not like the initial usage of blood ginseng for gradual refinement, but rather an instantaneous conversion of all its power into terrifying energy. I'm going for it. Lu Qinghe decided to take the risk. If he could control the bronze bell, his strength would ascend to a new level. Holding the 600-year-old blood ginseng, he activated the Qinghe rejuvenation technique, transforming the terrifying potency into energy that coursed through his body. Lu Qinghe's hands erupted in a burst of blood, and his meridians swelled visibly. He let out a loud roar, directing his energy at the bronze bell, directly attacking the imprint of divine sense. Eradicate. Finally, in his desperate gamble, the imprint of divine sense began to dissipate, slowly, eventually being completely erased. Lu Qinghe couldn't care less about his joy as the pain in his body felt like thousands of insects tearing at him. He forced a bitter smile, realizing that he suffered such severe injuries for the first time since entering the cultivation world, and it was inflicted by his own actions. He had faced countless crises, yet the number of times he was injured could be counted on one hand. His worst injury had been from the attack of the Crimson Flamefire Fox in the Tianling secret realm, which also resulted in collateral damage when the fox perished. Fortunately, he had taken the bone-cleansing pill, which had reformed and strengthened his meridians, so the injuries to his meridians were not severe. As for the injuries to his physical body, they were not critical, and a high-grade nourishing yuan pill would suffice for recovery. In the distance, the Crimson Flamefire Fox curiously observed Lu Qinghe, puzzled as to why he would inflict such self-torment. Lu Qinghe gestured to the fox, "Bring me the blood ginseng." The Crimson Flamefire Fox glanced at Lu Qinghe, then at the blood ginseng beneath it. Ultimately, it reluctantly brought the ginseng over to Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe began to slowly refine the potency of the blood ginseng to recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, in Five Dragon Mountain, the reclusive Tong so suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment flashing across them. The imprint of the soul capture bell has been forcibly erased. Who could possess such capability? Could it be that the one who killed the centipede was a golden core ancestor? To erase the divine sense of a Foundation Establishment Master, only a golden core ancestor could accomplish such a feat. No, I sensed from the true spirit mark that it was merely the power of a Qi refining practitioner. He ultimately deduced a terrifying conclusion: the one who killed the centipede was a Qi refining cultivator, but there might be a golden core ancestor behind him. This helped him understand why the task of the scorpion had failed and met with disaster. Tong Su's mind was in turmoil, and for a moment he could no longer focus on his cultivation. Of course, Lu Qinghe was unaware that he was thought to have the backing of a golden core ancestor. He spent 5 whole days before his injuries showed signs of improvement. At this time, he took the bronze bell for ritual refining, and upon succeeding, Lu Qinghe learned that the bell was called the soul capture bell. True to its name, it could capture one's soul. Unless a Qi refining cultivator had practiced soul-related techniques, their souls were generally too weak to withstand the attacks of the soul capture bell. Previously, he had been able to evade the soul capture attack of the scorpion soul capture bell, partly due to the formidable defensive capabilities of the 8 Desolation Mirror. Another crucial reason was that this soul capture bell was not the artifact of the scorpion, and thus it could not unleash its full power. Lu Qinghe made an assessment. The Soul Capture Bell and the 8 Desolation Mirror were both top-tier artifacts, but the power of the Soul Capture Bell exceeded that of the 8 Desolation Mirror. Holding the Soul Capture Bell, Lu Qinghe grinned. The sacrifices made earlier were worth it. As long as I don't face a Foundation Establishment Master, no Qi Refining Cultivator will be my match. With the defense of the 8 Desolation Mirror and the surprise attack of the Soul Capture Bell, I don't believe any Qi Refining Cultivator can withstand it, not even a half-step Foundation Establishment Master. Lu Qinghe turned his gaze toward the jade bracelet. At this moment, he completely dared not entertain any thoughts about it. The divine sense of a Foundation Establishment true cultivator was so difficult to refine, let alone the divine sense of a golden core ancestor, which he didn't even dare to consider. Unless he had a top-grade spiritual herb to devour, strengthening his physical body and soul several times, there would be a possibility of erasing the divine sense of the golden core ancestor. Moreover, spiritual tools possess their own spirits, and refining them is certainly not that simple. It must be paired with an excellent refining method. With his current magical power, he could only activate top-grade magical tools, making it difficult to use spiritual tools. Spiritual tools could only be used to save one's life in critical moments. It was indifferent whether they were refined or not. Lu Qinghe currently possessed high-grade defensive armor, the Fire Scale Armor, a high-grade offensive tool, the Spirit Wind, sorted defensive tool that could both defend and attack, the 8 Desolation Mirror, and a top-grade tool for attacking souls, the Soul Capturing Bell. Such a configuration was rare, even among Foundation Establishment true cultivators. Although the standard for Foundation Establishment true cultivators is to possess spiritual tools, those who could obtain spiritual tools in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world were extremely few. Most could only qualify to prepare for spiritual tools after reaching the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. True cultivators in the early stages of Foundation Establishment mostly still used top-grade magical tools. For the next few days, I will continue to recover from my injuries. Once I heal, I will push against the bottleneck of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Qinghe decided that after reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he would reveal his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement to enter the inner sect and scheme for the Foundation Establishment pill. He had also been searching for the whereabouts of the Foundation Establishment pill or clues regarding the Heavenly Spirit Fruit at the Red Maple Immortal Workshop. However, neither the Foundation Establishment pill nor the Heavenly Spirit Fruit would appear in the trading market. Once they do, Qi refinement cultivators have no chance at all. They would be snatched away by various sects and powerful families. For him, obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill meant he had to enter the inner sect. His situation was quite special. A single Foundation Establishment pill was unlikely to ensure his successful Foundation Establishment. He estimated that to successfully establish his foundation, conservatively 4 Foundation Establishment pills would be needed, and it was highly likely that 5 would be necessary. At this moment, Lu Qinghe began to understand why sects did not prioritize nurturing cultivators with poor spiritual roots. 5 Foundation Establishment pills could allow the sect to produce 5 more Foundation Establishment true cultivators. Despite Lu Qinghe's astonishing cultivation speed surpassing that of cultivators with 2 spiritual roots. However, over the past 6 years, his cultivation relied entirely on pills, and his battles depended on magical tools. The various resources he consumed had already exceeded 100,000 spirit stones. Such vast wealth given to a cultivator with 2 spiritual roots could even allow them to reach Golden Core. It was very likely that the resources he would need to transition from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core would amount to several 100,000 spirit stones or more. Just as Lu Qinghe continued to recover from his injuries, a figure flew out from the inner sect and arrived at the outer sect's duty station. The duty disciple of the outer sect quickly welcomed him, seeing the man clad in green indicating that he had already stepped into the 7th layer of Qi refinement and entered the inner sect. Although it was already anticipated, they still felt envious. All of them had 3 spiritual roots, yet he had a deep background, which was not comparable to these ordinary disciples. He had already been at the 6th layer of Qi refinement for 5 years, but he did not know how much longer it would take, nor the accumulation of resources needed to break through to the 7th layer. Congratulations, Senior Brother Wang, on your successful breakthrough and entry into the inner sect. Senior Brother Wang smiled broadly. Junior Brother, you have reached the 6th layer's completion. It won't be long before you can break through to the 7th layer and enter the inner sect. The duty disciple knew this was polite talk. If breaking through to the 7th layer was that simple, there wouldn't be so many lingering at the 6th layer in the outer sect. Years, or even decades, may pass without further progress. The older one gets, the more difficult the breakthrough becomes, and the smaller the chance becomes. Thank you for your kind words, but I am curious as to why Senior Brother has come to the outer sect. He did not understand why Wang Tianyu, having entered the inner sect, would come to the outer sect. Wang Tianyu asked, I have a favor to ask of you, Junior Brother. There is an outer sect disciple named Lu Qinghe. Please assist me in informing me of his cave residence. I have some matters to discuss with this disciple named Lu Qinghe. The duty disciple was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have guessed why Wang Tianyu wanted to find Lu Qinghe. Wang Tianyu had a special identity with a foundation establishment grandfather. Unlike other disciples, he drew attention from the moment he entered the outer sect. Everyone knew he was fond of the White Fairy by Yutong from the Spirit Talisman's peak. Originally, entering the inner sect could lead to a harmonious union, becoming a romantic tale. However, Bai Yutong unexpectedly took a liking to another outer sect disciple. This was not mere rumor, but what disciples returning from the heavenly spirit secret realm had witnessed with their own eyes. After returning, Bai Yutong directly rejected the Wang family's marriage proposal upon entering the inner sect, which turned Wang Tianyu into a laughingstock. The duty disciple dared not inquire further. He took out the records of the cave residences and used a spell to locate Lu Qing's cave. Senior brother Wang, let me guide you there. Wang Tianyu nodded. Thank you for your trouble, junior brother. The duty disciple took out his flying sword and flew out of the outer sect's affairs hall, with Wang Tianyu following closely behind. They soon arrived atop a desolate mountain. Wang Tianyu asked, Lu Qinghe lives here. The duty disciple nodded. That's correct. If this is just an obscure disciple. I haven't heard of this junior brother having any interactions with other senior brothers. He chose such a secluded location for his cave. If it weren't for the matter involving Bai Yutong, almost no one would know about this outer sect disciple Lu Qinghe. Wang Tianyu snorted coldly. Such a small fry, of course he cannot be seen. The duty disciple wanted to touch the cave's barrier to check if Lu Qinghe was inside. However, Wang Tianyu acted first, enveloping the 7th layer of Qi refinement's magical power, loudly calling Lu Qinghe, come out here. Seeing Wang Tianyu's behavior, the duty disciple could only helplessly step back and stand aside. Lu Qinghe, who was recovering from his injuries, frowned upon hearing the voice. Who dared to come looking for him? He seemed to recall not offending anyone in the outer sect. His only enemy, Zhou Tong, had already been killed. Lu Qinghe walked out of the cave with an unhappy expression, only to see a disciple in green before him. Lu Qinghe was taken aback. He was actually an inner sect disciple, and he looked somewhat familiar. For a moment, Lu Qinghe couldn't remember where he had seen this inner sect disciple. However, the inner sect disciple's arrogant demeanor left a deep impression. Last time, he had also been called out in front of his cave by an inner sect disciple. Could it be that all inner sect disciples from the Taishan sect were so arrogant? Lu Qinghe instantly had no good feelings toward the inner sect disciples of the Taishan sect. Lu Qinghe said in a flat tone, I wonder what this senior brother seeks from me. Outside of the Taishan sect, if he were merely a 7th layer of Qi refinement cultivator who had just stepped into the 7th layer, Lu Qinghe wouldn't waste words and would simply slay him with a sword. Wang Tianyu said, you have seen me. I am Wang Tianyu, an inner sect disciple like Yutong. You and Yutong are as different as dragons and worms. I hope junior brother recognizes his identity. You are merely a small outer sect disciple. Do not hinder Yutong's future. Only she and I can support each other and reach a realm beyond your imagination. He felt a deep anger within himself. Although Bai Yutong previously held no affection for him, he knew that as long as he entered the inner sect with his grandfather proposing marriage, she would undoubtedly not refuse. However, he did not expect that during the time he was in seclusion to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, such a significant upheaval would occur. Bai Yutong had no idea that she had used her identity to break through the 7th layer of Qi refinement and enter the inner sect before him, and she directly rejected the Wang family's advance. Now that her cultivation was stable, she hurried to warn Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe finally remembered who this person was, the outer sect disciple who had followed Bai Yutong in the trading area. He had unexpectedly broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and become an inner sect disciple during this time. However, Lu Qinghe, he did not expect that after such a long time this person would come to trouble him with such a narrow mind akin to another Zhou Tong. Lu Qinghe being Loki did not mean he could be easily manipulated or looked down upon, especially with his current strength. Aside from the foundation establishment true person, there was really no need to be as cautious as before. Senior brother, I do not know what you are talking about, and this is a matter between me and senior sister Bai, so there's no need for you to worry, senior brother. He never had any special thoughts about Bai Yutong. He considered her a good friend. After several interactions, although Bai Yutong had brought him quite a bit of trouble, he was clear that she held no ill intentions toward him. Not to mention the news she personally brought about the Firefox flower, just the fact that she handed over the storage bag of the Danshin sect to him at the end of the Tianling secret realm. He did not believe that Bai Yutong had not seen the items within the bag. Yet she still chose to hand it over to Lu Qinghe, a quality that was quite rare in the cruel world of cultivation. He did not know if he would do the same in her position. Wang Tianyu was furious. You, a mere outer sect disciple, dare to go against my will. To inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples could be treated as servants to command at will. Lu Qinghe did not even raise an eyebrow, calmly asking, does senior brother want to challenge the sect's rules? In such situations, the servant disciples had no way to respond, but the outer sect disciples were different. The inner sect disciples could not be bullied at will, otherwise they would face severe punishment. As for covert actions, Lu Qing, he believed Wang Tianyu would definitely regret it. Why not? Wang Tianyu unleashed his qi pressure from the 7th layer of qi refinement toward Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe felt a surge of determination. He planned to teach Wang Tianyu a lesson. Just at that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Wang Tianyu, dare you? The sword light fell, and Bai Yutong appeared before the cave, dwelling apologetically glancing at Lu Qinghe. She did not expect Wang Tianyu would come to trouble Lu Qinghe. She had flown over as soon as she received the news, and saw Wang Tianyu was actually about to strike at Lu Qinghe. Upon seeing Bai Yutong, Wang Tianyu's expression changed. Junior sister Bai. Bai Yutong turned her gaze to Wang Tianyu. Senior brother Wang, you should know that Yutong has always regarded you as a respected senior brother. I hope senior brother will not interfere in Yutong's matters, or do not blame Yutong for turning hostile. Bai Yutong's tone was neither soft nor hard, directly stating her position. Although she had told Wang Tianyu earlier that it was impossible between them at that time, she was merely an outer sect disciple, and her words held little weight. Even those behind her valued the Wang family's influence in the Taishan sect. This had caused the current situation. Wang Tianyu did not expect Bai Yutong to be so resolute. Yutong, do you really want to do this for this kid? Bai Yutong shook her head. Senior brother Wang, you are mistaken. I am not doing this for anyone, only for myself. I can swear a heart demon oath my decision has nothing to do with junior brother Lu. Bai Yutong pointed to the sky and swore, if what I do has anything to do with junior brother Lu, I will be unable to attain the Tao, and before achieving the Tao my life and death will be extinguished. She wanted to use this method to prevent Wang Tianyu from continuing to trouble Lu Qinghe in the future. Swearing a heart demon oath must be proven afterward. In cultivation, one would not only suffer from heart demons, but also face the descent of calamity fire when breaking through, making it impossible to advance. Just like how the scorpion had made Lu Qinghe swear before, very few people would go against their oaths. Wang Tianyu did not believe Bai Yutong's words and questioned her. Yutong, do you dare to swear that you will no longer have any ties with this kid? Bai Yutong's brow twitched, her tone flat. This is a matter for Yutong, so there's no need for senior brother to concern yourself. I only want to tell senior brother Wang that what I am doing now has nothing to do with junior brother Lu. Senior brother Wang, you are an inner sect disciple. If there is any oppression of outer sect disciples, I will have to report it to the sect's law enforcement hall. Wang Tianyu's face turned pale, and he shot a fierce glare at Lu Qinghe. Yutong, you will understand in the future that only by becoming my Tao partner can you achieve your path to immortality. Then he provocatively looked at Lu Qinghe. Kid, I will not make things difficult for you today in consideration of Yutong, but next time I will not let you off. Wang Tianyu flew away on his sword, and the outer sect guard cast a wary glance at Bai Yutong, not expecting her to show up. He hurriedly greeted senior sister Bai. Bai Yutong admonished the outer sect guard. Lu, junior brother, instead of trying to please others, it would be better to complete the sect's tasks, well, perhaps there will be an opportunity for a breakthrough. The guarding disciple did not dare to offend Bai Yutong. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. I have learned a lot. Farewell. He also turned to leave, leaving only Bai Yutong and Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe found it somewhat amusing and bewildered, wondering how such a simple matter had turned into this. Forget it, he did not take an inner sect disciple at the 7th layer of qi refinement seriously. Lu Qinghe invited Bai Yutong, senior sister Bai, please come to my cave to chat. Bai Yutong did not refuse, and followed Lu Qinghe into the cave, discovering that his cave was quite simple, with a low concentration of spiritual energy. Lu Qinghe invited Bai Yutong to sit down and brewed a cup of 10-year-old spiritual tea. Bai Yutong took a sip and praised good tea. I'm glad you like it, senior sister. Bai Yutong apologized to Lu Qinghe. Junior brother Lu, I'm sorry. I did not expect such things to happen and to bring you trouble. But junior brother, don't worry, I will resolve it, and will not bring you any trouble. In the past, Lu Qinghe had kept a distance from Bai Yutong, but now he could only say, senior sister, there's no need to blame yourself. As long as you are not in trouble, that is enough. Bai Yutong said lightly. I am now an inner sect disciple. He does not dare to do anything. Even the foundation establishment true person does not dare to deal with inner sect disciples casually. Congratulations on becoming an inner sect disciple, senior sister. Bai Yutong smiled slightly. This is just a natural progression, but I am surprised by you, junior brother. You have already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement in just 1 year since we last met. Earlier, she had already detected Lu Qinghe's cultivation level, and he had actually stepped into the 6th layer of qi refinement, an astonishing speed. She knew the time Lu Qinghe had entered the outer sect, it had only been 2 years. In 2 years, progressing from the 4th layer to the 6th layer of qi refinement was something that generally disciples with 3 spiritual roots could not achieve. His relationship with Bai Yutong was quite good, but Lu Qinghe would never reveal his situation to others. Lu Qinghe explained, I have gained countless benefits from the heavenly spirit secret realm, and with the merits given by ancestor Ouyang, I exchanged all for pills and spent a year in arduous cultivation, finally stepping into the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He indeed consumed countless pills to elevate his cultivation, which was not a lie to Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong did not doubt Lu Qinghe's words. Obtaining several storage bags from disciples of the Pill God sect in the heavenly spirit secret realm was enough for Lu Qinghe's rapid advancement. Moreover, with over 2,000 merits, if all were used to purchase cultivation resources, breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement was entirely reasonable, which is why many disciples knew the dangers of the Taishan sect, yet signed up without hesitation. Bai Yutong expressed some concern, saying, It's good that junior brother's cultivation has improved, but consuming too many pills will increase the difficulty of breaking through in the later stages of Qi refinement. She worried that Lu Qinghe's excessive use of pills might lead to an unstable foundation and pill toxicity, as it seemed he had faced such issues before. She did not know how Lu Qinghe solved them, nor did she realize that he had planted countless firefox flowers, alleviating concerns about excessive pill consumption. However, the impact of consuming too many pills remained specifically in the efficiency of their utilization, which was lower for him compared to others. If it weren't for the fact that his Huanglong pills were mostly refined from long-aged dragon bloodgrass, which had effects far superior to ordinary Huanglong pills, his efficacy in using them would only be about 80% of others. Lu Qinghe expressed helplessness, saying, I have no solid foundation to go far on the path of cultivation. It's all about time and opportunity. Following a step-by-step cultivation approach, it would be difficult for him in this lifetime to reach the later stages of Qi refinement, but he believed he would find a way to break through eventually. Bai Yutong empathized, feeling that for a disciple, without a foundation, acquiring resources was exceedingly difficult, relying solely on the sect's welfare to advance from the 4th to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. It was impossible to succeed without at least 20 years of effort. Bai Yutong firmly stated, junior brother will definitely reach the later stages of Qi refinement. For some reason, she had absolute confidence in Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe smiled. He had already reached the later stages of Qi refinement and was now focused on preparing for foundation establishment. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. Bai Yutong nodded, knowing that Lu Qinghe had some hidden cards. In the heavenly spirit secret realm, he at the 5th layer of Qi refinement had instantly slain 4 cultivators at the 6th layer. Such strength was beyond imagination, yet she did not press Lu Qinghe for his secrets. In the cultivation world, everyone had their own secrets that others could not easily uncover. By the way, junior brother, I have accurate news regarding what you wanted me to find out. Just as I mentioned before, Wang Shan has entered the refining peak and has been reassigned to the Han Tan cave to mine ore. I am now an inner sect disciple with considerable privileges and can bring people back. Lu Qinghe shook his head. No need, just knowing he is safe is enough. Lu Qinghe had his own thoughts. He did not want to trouble Bai Yutong too much. Bai Yutong looked at Lu Qinghe, in surprise, not understanding why he refused. Then she reminded Lu Qinghe, there is one more thing. Do you remember when we were ambushed by the golden core ancestor of the blood demon sect? Lu Qinghe certainly could not forget such an event, but it seemed that the Taishan sect had forgotten about it, rarely mentioning it. The memory is still vivid. If it weren't for ancestor Ouyang displaying immense power, we would have perished within the blood demon great formation. Lu Qinghe asked curiously, senior sister, is the Taishan sect planning to retaliate? Bai Yutong nodded. Pretty much. The Taishan sect, the Spirit Beast Valley, and the Pill God sect have reached an agreement to declare war on the Blood Demon sect. However, this is not just revenge. The Blood Demon sect is preparing to invade the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, and it might happen in the next few years. So junior brother, try to enhance your strength as much as possible. The Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world will surely be fraught with danger. Lu Qinghe was shocked. He never expected the Blood Demon sect would attempt to invade the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. He did not know how powerful the Blood Demon sect was, but a sect capable of sending out a golden core ancestor must possess extraordinary strength. In such battles, they as Qi refinement disciples might only be cannon fodder. He finally understood why the past year had been so calm. It turned out they were preparing for a major move. Lu Qinghe thanked Bai Yutong. Thank you for the information, senior sister. Such significant matters would not have come to his knowledge without Bai Yutong, who otherwise the Taishan sect would have already been in a state of panic. Junior brother need not worry too much. The sect has its own foundations to withstand the invasion of the Blood Demon sect. Lu Qinghe hoped so as well. Although he had not gained much from the Taishan sect, it was indeed a decent place for him to settle. All right, junior brother, I will head back to the inner sect first. I also plan to enter seclusion for a while to enhance my cultivation. If anything happens, just come to the inner sect to find me. Sure. Bai Yutong took care of her matters, bringing Lu Qinghe 2 important pieces of information before returning to the inner sect. After Bai Yutong left, Lu Qinghe sat in the cave, dwelling, murmuring to himself, It seems I need to plan ahead for foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe's aura erupted, manifesting his strength as the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He did not plan to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement before entering the inner sect. He would enter now. Lu Qinghe put away the 7 stars mystic armor array and walked out of the cave. From a distance, he noticed a figure sneaking around looking this way. Lu Qinghe frowned and called out, "Senior brother, since you are here, come out." LV Yunxian cautiously stepped out, asking with some confusion, "Junior brother Lu, I seem to see some inner sect disciples come here just now." He had come to check due to the commotion, but did not expect to see 2 inner sect disciples appear and then leave. What astonished him even more was that Lu Qinghe seemed to know these inner sect disciples and had such a relationship with them. Lu Qinghe had yet to speak when LV Yunxian stared at him with a ghostly expression. He trembled, raising his hand, 7th layer of Qi refinement. He could hardly believe that Lu Qinghe was exuding the aura of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, which was the result of Lu Qinghe recently using his techniques to manifest his cultivation without hiding it. He suddenly gasped in shock and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, senior brother." He was astounded that this person who had arrived 2 years ago had already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He only hoped that Lu Qinghe would not hold any grievances against him. Observing LV Yunxian's fearful demeanor, Lu Qinghe swallowed his explanation. Lu Qinghe tossed a bottle of spirit-gathering pills to him, saying, "We have some affinity, so consider this a gift." After speaking, Lu Qinghe took out the spirit wind sword and flew away, leaving behind a stunned LV Yunxian, who stared at the bottle of spirit-gathering pills in his hand and deeply bowed in the direction Lu Qinghe had left. "Thank you, senior brother." Lu Qinghe did not go to the outer sect's affairs hall, as it served as the channel for ordinary disciples to advance to the inner sect. He was a disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak, and entering the inner sect would mean stepping into the inner sanctum of the Spirit Herb Peak. Otherwise, he would have to choose another peak for cultivation, which would be quite troublesome. Moreover, the Spirit Herb Peak was more suitable for him. Lu Qinghe arrived at the Spirit Herb Peak's affairs hall, and the guard recognized him as the outer sect disciple who claimed to be acquainted with senior brother Yao just a few days ago. The guard disciple asked, "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Lu Qinghe stated his purpose. "I wish to enter the inner sect. Please inform senior brother." As he revealed his aura of the 7th level of Qi refinement, the guard disciple was taken aback. He had not expected Lu Qinghe to truly break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. He hurriedly stepped out, saying, "So, it is senior brother. I apologize for the disturbance. Please do not hold it against me." Lu Qinghe nodded and said, "Please inform them, and I have been cultivating diligently and have not claimed the benefits for 2 years. I would like to claim them all at once today." Lu Qinghe handed the token to the guard disciple. This person was not Yao Liyun, and was naturally unaware of Lu Qinghe's background, unaware that he had only joined the Spirit Herb Peak for 2 years. In the guard's view, Lu Qinghe must have been trying to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement during these 2 years, hence, he had no time to claim his benefits. The guard disciple checked the records on the token. "Senior brother, you have not claimed your outer sect benefits for 2 years and 3 months, which includes 27 bottles of Baichao Dan and 135 spirit stones." The guard disciple respectfully handed the spirit stones and pills to Lu Qinghe. He certainly would not offend someone who was about to become an inner sect disciple. Once Lu Qinghe stored these resources away, he said, "Please follow me, senior brother." The guard disciple led Lu Qinghe into the mountain gate of the Spirit Herb Peak. Lu Qinghe could not help but marvel at the advantages brought by power. The previous guard had been indifferent to him, but now he was treating him with the utmost respect. The inner sect was located at the top of the Spirit Herb Peak, where a grand hall stood. The guard disciple did not enter the hall, but shouted from outside, "Guard Hu Yang of the outer sect requests an audience with the Peak Master." After a while, a lazy voice came from within. "What is it?" The guard disciple replied, reporting to the Peak Master, "A senior brother has broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement and wishes to enter the inner peak. Please confirm, Peak Master." The miscellaneous disciples were left to fend for themselves, merely overseen by the outer sect disciples. The outer sect disciples were all busy completing tasks, striving and breaking through constantly. However, the inner sect was entirely different. It represented the core and backbone of the sect, enjoying the majority of the sect's resources and benefits. Not only must one reach the 7th level of Qi refinement, but one must also obtain the Peak Master's confirmation to become an inner sect disciple. A voice came from within. "I have seen it, let him in." Hu Yang said to Lu Qinghe, "Senior brother, I can only accompany you this far. Once the Peak Master confirms, you will become an inner sect disciple." Casting an envious glance at Lu Qinghe, he turned and left. Lu Qinghe entered the grand hall, where a beautiful woman in a Taoist robe sat majestically in a high chair. Lu Qinghe dared not look too closely, and said, "Disciple Lu Qinghe pays respects to the Peak Master." He was unaware that the illusion technique could not deceive the Peak Master of the Spirit Herb Peak, as every Peak Master possessed the cultivation of a foundation establishment true person. Moreover, the cultivations of the strongest peak masters were unfathomable, and the spirit herb peak was one of the strongest peaks. This was also one of the reasons he was apprehensive about entering the inner sect. Previously, when he entered the outer sect's technique pavilion, the foundation establishment, true person guarding the door, had not seen through his disguise, which had given Lu Qinghe a sense of confidence. The beautiful woman in the Taoist robe smiled as she looked at Lu Qinghe, saying, "It is indeed rare. A disciple whom I have never paid attention to has actually been promoted to an outer sect disciple. Moreover, not only has he reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, but he has also reached the 8th level, which truly surprises me." Lu Qinghe was stunned. He had not expected the peak master of the spirit herb peak to see through his cultivation. Lu Qinghe hurriedly replied, "Disciple has always struggled to advance. A year ago, I participated in a herb gathering mission in the Tianling secret realm and gained considerable fortune, which allowed my cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds this past year." The beautiful woman in the Taoist robe was not interested in how Lu Qinghe had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. "You need not explain. I only need to confirm that you are a disciple of the spirit herb peak. I will not concern myself with anything else." The inner sect is different from the outer sect. Inner sect disciples possess significant privileges, so I must personally confirm your identity as an inner sect disciple. Hand over the token to me. Lu Qinghe took out the token, and as the peak master raised her hand, the token fell into her grasp. She glanced at it, confirming without a doubt, and her fingers slid across it. An inner sect disciple's token appeared, merging with Lu Qinghe's token, signifying that Lu Qinghe had become an inner sect disciple of the Taishan sect's spirit herb peak. The peak master returned the token to Lu Qinghe, saying, "You are now an inner sect disciple of the spirit herb peak, enjoying the benefits of an inner sect disciple, but you must also take on the responsibility of protecting the spirit herb peak." Lu Qinghe accepted the token respectfully and replied, "Disciple understands. There is one more thing I must remind you of. I can see that your vitality is depleted, your soul is weakened, and your entire strength has been forcibly enhanced, leaving remnants of medicinal power in your body. If you cannot find a solution, your cultivation will be difficult to advance further. The 8th level of Qi refinement is your limit." She did not know what method was used to see through Lu Qinghe's true situation completely. This was also the reason she was not surprised by how Lu Qinghe could reach the 8th level of Qi refinement. His entire cultivation was reliant on special means and pills. Such a disciple's potential had already been exhausted, not to mention attaining the foundation establishment. Even reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement would be very difficult. Especially since Lu Qinghe's soul was extremely weak, he could not possibly transform into divine sense, making it completely unrelated to the foundation establishment. In her view, this was akin to self-sabotage. However, Lu Qinghe's true situation was not like that, nor was it the effect of his thousand faces illusion technique. With the help of the firefox flower, his cultivation had already surpassed that of ordinary disciples. His soul was missing because the soul of the contracted scarlet flame fox had not yet recovered. Only by cultivating the soul refinement technique to perfection could he likely restore it. His depleted vitality and severely damaged meridians in the dantian were entirely the result of forcibly erasing the spiritual sense imprint left by the soul-capturing bell. Moreover, he had been using countless spirit herbs over the past few days to recover from his injuries, causing the medicinal aura throughout his body to reach a terrifying level. These factors combined resulted in his current peculiar situation, but he would not need much time to resolve them. Lu Qinghe did not dare to reveal anything on his face. This was precisely what he needed. Not to attract attention, quietly cultivate and quietly break through. He had previously worried about being interrogated and facing unexpected situations. Being overlooked was his path to cultivation. Lu Qinghe beseeched, "I humbly request the peak master to grant me a method of salvation." The master of the spiritual herb peak provided Lu Qinghe with a solution. Find a mystic grade pill, the cleansing pill, to wash away the impurities from the pills within you. Furthermore, you should cultivate a high-grade alchemical technique at the very least. However, regardless of which method it is, neither is simple. Mystic-grade pills are difficult to obtain even for me, and while high-grade alchemical techniques are available in the sect, cultivating the soul is significantly more challenging than other techniques. These matters depend solely on your own fortune. Lu Qinghe expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Peak Master, for your guidance." The master of the spiritual herb peak lazily replied, "This is what I ought to do. Once you enter the inner sect, simply call me master. Moreover, each month you will have an opportunity to seek guidance from me, and I will address your cultivation questions." Of course, our spiritual herb peak primarily focuses on cultivating spiritual herbs, and all cultivation techniques are related to them. I am Yuzhen, a cultivator at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe bowed and said, "Yes, master." Yuzhen waved his hand. "All right, you may leave now. Someone will guide you to your residence at the entrance." The disciple takes his leave. Lu Qinghe exited the peak master's grand hall, not revealing his 8th level of Qi refinement, even though Yuzhen saw through him. However, Lu Qinghe was aware that some Foundation establishment cultivators whose abilities were not strong would also find it difficult to see through him. At the same time, this sounded a warning bell in Lu Qinghe's heart. He must find a mystic grade or stronger concealment technique for his cultivation. By then, even the Foundation establishment cultivators or Golden Core ancestors would not be able to see through him. He greatly disliked the feeling of being seen through at first glance. Had it not been for the refining of the soul capture bell, leaving him partially damaged, who knows what might have happened. Outside the Peak Master's Grand Hall, it seemed that an inner sect disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement had already been waiting there, possibly having received orders from Yuzhan. Lu Qinghe clasped his hands and said, "Disciple, Lu Qinghe greets senior brother." The inner sect disciple appraised Lu Qinghe and with admiration on his face said, "Junior brother is quite young, yet has entered the inner sect. Your future is limitless." One could tell from Lu Qinghe's appearance that he was not very old, having not surpassed 30. At under 30 and already in the late stage of Qi refinement, such disciples hold a high status within the inner sect as they possess the potential to challenge Foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe humbly replied, "Junior brother is merely fortunate." The inner sect disciple smiled. Luck is also a part of strength. Cultivating immortality is half about talent and half about opportunity. Both are indispensable. My name is Ma Xuanfeng, and I will now take junior brother to your place of residence. The two soared through the skies on their swords as Ma Xuanfeng asked Lu Qinghe, "Along the way, did Master mention any rules of the inner sect to you?" Lu Qinghe shook his head. "Master only provided me with registration documents and did not mention any further matters. I would appreciate your teaching, senior brother." Ma Xuanfeng was somewhat surprised. Illogically, a disciple like Lu Qinghe, who reached the late stage of Qi refinement at such a young age, should be valued highly by Master. It is known that competition in the inner sect is fierce, especially for the inner sect disciples. A talented inner sect disciple would be sought after by various peak masters. The reason inner sect disciples enjoy the best benefits and treatment is that they are the closest cultivators to Foundation establishment. The emergence of a single Foundation establishment cultivator is a significant event for both the main peak and the Taishan sect. This even relates to the outer sect, where generally those who can become guardians of various affairs halls are disciples who have the opportunity to reach the late stage of Qi refinement before 30 and the perfection of the 9th layer of Qi refinement before 50. Since that is the case, I will share some information with junior brother. The inner sect is different from the outer sect. One major distinction is that inner sect disciples do not need to undertake sect tasks like outer sect disciples do. Inner sect disciples only have tasks during significant events. Without major issues, they can focus entirely on their cultivation. Secondly, there is a high degree of freedom. Once you become an inner sect disciple, as long as you do not violate sect rules, even Foundation establishment elders would not dare to penalize you lightly without just cause. Moreover, there are sect benefits. Each peak has different sect benefits for inner sect disciples determined by the peak master, which ultimately depends on luck. If you are fortunate enough to join a powerful peak like the spiritual herb peak, the benefits and treatment will naturally be high. If you are less fortunate, the benefits will be relatively fewer. Our spiritual herb peak ranks among the top 5 main peaks in the Taishan sect. Ma Xuanfeng was quite proud to be a disciple of the spiritual herb peak. Lu Qinghe curiously asked, "What are the benefits of the spiritual herb peak?" 1 acre of medium-grade spirit field and 5 acres of low-grade spirit field. Lu Qinghe was shocked. These benefits seemed excessively generous. The low-grade spirit field can produce around 100 spirit-gathering herbs each year worth 200 spirit stones. 5 acres would yield 1,000 spirit stones. In the medium-grade spirit field, one can plant 100 medium-grade spirit herbs per acre, also worth 1,000 spirit stones. In other words, the basic benefits of the spiritual herb peak amount to 2,000 spirit stones each year. Recalling the outer sect benefits he had just received, he had only earned 135 spirit stones in over 2 years, plus 2 spirit stones per bottle of 100 herb pill, totaling only 189 spirit stones. With less than 100 spirit stones in a year, the disparity is vast. No wonder every outer sect disciple dreams of entering the inner sect. Lu Qinghe asked, "Is there no need to submit these to the sect?" Ma Xuanfeng shook his head. "No, these belong to inner sect disciples privately. Of course, if junior brother has exceptional capabilities, you can apply to the inner sect for spirit field cultivation. However, applying for spirit field cultivation will require sufficient rental fees to be paid to the sect. In addition to this, there is also a medium-grade magic sort of bottle of Huang Long pill for cultivation, and a medium-grade technique, medium-grade cloud, and rain technique, all of which are located at junior brother's residence." "We've arrived." Ma Xuanfeng brought Lu Qinghe to stand before a magnificent palace. He pointed below to the palace and said, "This will be junior brother's residence from now on. I shall not disturb you any further. Please come visit my cave dwelling when you have time." "Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely trouble you when I have time." Ma Xuanfeng smiled and turned to leave. As Lu Qinghe landed on the ground, his identity token flew out, and the gate of the magnificent palace opened. A wave of spiritual energy rushed toward him. This was the spiritual energy concentrated by the medium-grade spirit gathering array, far denser than that of the outer sect. Before him lay 6 acres of transformed spirit fields, 5 acres of low-grade spirit fields, and 1 acre of medium-grade spirit field. Above the spirit fields stood a grand hall. Luxurious and extravagant, Lu Qinghe now understood why the Taishan sect is one of the 3 great immortal sects of Zhao Kingdom. Though the level of restrictions here is high, the inner sect is destined to be a place where hidden talents abound and masters are numerous. Lu Qinghe took out the 7-star mystic armor array. 7 array flags flew out, completely enveloping the entire area. He soared into the grand hall where indeed a flying sword, a bottle of pills, 100 spirit stones, and a jade slip were displayed. Apart from 100 spirit stones, everything else holds no value for Lu Qinghe. He has long outgrown medium-grade magical tools. The Huanglong Dan is of a quality inferior to what he can refine himself, and he mastered the medium-grade rain technique during his time in the outer sect. The greatest benefit of being promoted to an inner disciple is the ability to cultivate quietly according to his own ideas and seek methods for foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe arranged his living quarters but did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he left the cave dwelling and after a short while found the inner hall of the Spirit Herb Peak. It was guarded by an inner disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Junior brother pays respects to senior brother. The inner disciple looked at Lu Qinghe's face and noticed it was unfamiliar. Junior brother seems a bit unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen you before. With thousands of disciples in the Taishan sect, a portion are miscellaneous disciples, while outer disciples make up the majority and inner disciples are less than 30% distributed across various peaks. Thus, each peak has a limited number of inner disciples. Even the strong inner disciples of the Spirit Herb Peak number no more than 100. Lu Qinghe replied, I only entered the inner sect from the outer sect 2 years ago, and this is my first time at the affairs hall. I see. The guarding disciple did not doubt him. Many outer disciples hurriedly promoted to inner disciples after breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. This often leads to them needing a year or 2 to consolidate their cultivation, and he assumed Lu Qinghe was one of those types. Is there anything junior brother needs help with from senior brother? I am passionate about planting spirit herbs. Recently, I made new breakthroughs in this area and plan to attempt growing high-grade spirit herbs. I wonder if senior brother has any spirit refining grass. Previously, Yao Liyun had informed him that there are high-grade spirit herbs within the inner sect. Mystic-grade spirit herbs are out of reach as they are only in the hands of various foundation establishment elders. This caused the guarding disciple to pause, looking at Lu Qinghe with a doubtful gaze. Did junior brother rent a high-grade spirit field? In the Spirit Herb Peak, a low-grade spirit field requires 50 spirit stones per year, while a medium-grade spirit field costs 500 spirit stones per year. High-grade spirit fields are not only scarce, but also expensive, needing 5,000 spirit stones annually. This is not something ordinary disciples can afford. Even core disciples cannot bear such a hefty rent. These spirit fields can only be managed by the sect, allowing outer or inner disciples to take on tasks to cultivate. If Lu Qinghe had rented a high-grade spirit field, it would astonish him. Lu Qinghe smiled wryly. Senior brother thinks too highly of me. I only have a spirit field provided by the inner disciple benefits. I can't afford to rent any other spirit fields, let alone a high-grade one. I just plan to try planting in a medium-grade spirit field. Hesitating, Lu Qinghe gritted his teeth and said, to be honest, I used a special method when breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, which caused damage to my soul. I hope to plant a few spirit refining grasses and seek a senior brother from the Dan Peak to refine spirit refining pills to restore my soul's strength. Otherwise, I will have no further possibilities in this life. Lu Qinghe released his spiritual sense. He used the 1,000-faced illusionary spirit technique to suppress his spiritual sense below the level of 7th Qi refinement. The guarding disciple looked at Lu Qinghe with a sympathetic gaze. A damage to the soul nearly means he is fated to be unrelated to the path of foundation establishment. Foundation establishment is not merely about magical power, but also involves the soul. The manifestation of the soul is the spiritual sense. Only with a sufficiently perfect and strong soul can one compress their spiritual sense into divine sense, qualifying them to challenge the foundation establishment realm. Having also come from the outer sect, he understood Lu Qinghe's desperate actions quite well. Every outer disciple would use various extreme methods to break through their cultivation and enter the inner sect. Although spirit refining grass is rare, there are still some available at the Spirit Herb Peak. However, 1 seed of spirit refining grass requires 1,000 merit points. Lu Qinghe frowned. If it were spirit stones, he could afford it, but merit points were a different matter. He had less than 100 merit points on him. Lu Qinghe asked, Senior brother, how does one earn merit points in the inner sect? If he couldn't obtain them here, he would have to take the risk of going out to a more distant Xianfang to purchase them with spirit stones. Of course, by completing sect tasks. Although the sect manages inner disciples quite loosely to gain access to sect resources, one needs to complete various tasks to earn cultivation resources. The tasks at Spirit Herb Peak are relatively simple. All one needs to do is submit spirit herbs. Low-grade spirit herbs yield 2 spirit stones and 2 merit points per herb. Medium-grade spirit herbs yield 10 spirit stones and 10 merit points per herb, while high-grade ones yield 100 spirit stones and 100 merit points. This relieved Lu Qinghe's senior brother. Although I have been in seclusion for the past 2 years, I still managed the spirit field and cultivated quite a bit of spirit-gathering pills and dragon blood grass. Lu Qinghe said as he took out 300 spirit-gathering grasses and 40 dragon blood grasses. The guarding disciple looked at Lu Qinghe in astonishment, then back at the 300 spirit-gathering grasses and 40 dragon blood grasses in front of him. It seems junior brother truly has a talent for planting. Lu Qinghe humbly replied, "It took me 2 years of planting to produce this little. I have already embarrassed the inner disciples." The guarding disciple smiled, slightly uncertain whether to believe Lu Qinghe's words or not. After all, who could casually produce a spirit herb worth 1,000 merit points? Lu Qinghe must have kept quite a few for himself. These are exactly 1,000 spirit stones and 1,000 merit points. Lu Qinghe said, "I kindly ask senior brother to exchange for spirit refining grass seeds." The guarding disciple already understood what Lu Qinghe intended to do, taking out 1,000 spirit stones and a small bag of seeds. He advised Lu Qinghe, "Junior brother, don't blame senior brother for speaking out of turn. Oh, it's very difficult to grow high-grade spirit herbs in a medium-grade spirit field, and these spirit fields have been cultivated by the sect over hundreds of years. Planting 1 or 2 might not be an issue, but if junior brother plants too many, it could damage the spirit field. In that case, junior brother would not only face punishment, but the entire spirit field would be reclaimed by the Spirit Herb Peak." Lu Qinghe did not expect that there would be such regulations at the Spirit Herb Peak, but upon reflection, he felt the Spirit Herb Peak was justified in this if the spirit fields were wantonly destroyed by inner disciples. It would not only cause severe losses to the Spirit Herb Peak, but would also be a significant loss to the entire Taishan sect. Although the Taishan sect focuses on qi refinement, unlike the Danshan sect, which primarily refines pills, the auxiliary effects of spirit pills have already become mainstream in the cultivation world. Without sufficient cultivation resources relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even those with heavenly roots would find it difficult. Lu Qinghe expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I have learned a lot." The guarding disciple merely said this casually, otherwise he would not bother with others' matters. In the inner sect, there would not be too much conflict between each other, nor would they become too close. Everyone is focused on finding ways to break through their cultivation, hoping that one day they can achieve the Tao of Foundation Establishment and become a revered Foundation Establishment true being. The guarding disciple handed the spirit stones and spirit refining grass seeds to Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe bade farewell and returned to his residence. Looking at the seeds of spirit refining grass in his hand, Lu Qinghe made a resolution. Now to plant spirit refining grass and produce spirit refining pills. I will not leave seclusion until I perfectly cultivate the spirit refining technique. Lu Qinghe tossed the spirit refining grass into the black soil space. The 10-year-old spirit refining grass can be used medicinally, and in the black soil space, it only takes a little over a month to mature. Lu Qinghe took out a 50-year-old firefox flower to begin refining, eliminating the impurities from the medicinal pills on his body. In the span of a month, Lu Qinghe thoroughly cleaned all the impurities from the blood ginseng, even solidifying his cultivation. However, the barrier between the 8th and 9th layers of qi refinement was as impenetrable as a stubborn rock. Lu Qinghe remained patient. Perseverance would eventually yield a breakthrough. Within the black soil space, the spirit refining herb had matured for 10 years. Lu Qinghe extracted the seeds of an acre's worth of spirit refining herb and harvested all of them. Afterward, he spent several more days planting the auxiliary materials needed for the spirit refining pill. Lu Qinghe took out the alchemy furnace. Without the earth fire, he had to rely solely on his own magical power to refine the pills. He had previously succeeded in refining a high-grade yellow pill, the spirit transformation pill, and creating high-grade pills had become second nature to him. However, without the aid of earth fire, using fire spiritual power to refine the spirit refining pill proved to be fraught with difficulties, significantly increasing the complexity of the process. After spending nearly 10 days and using 5 sets of materials each day, Lu Qinghe finally managed to produce a single spirit refining pill. A 10-year-old spirit refining herb was worth about 80 spirit stones, and with the auxiliary materials, it came to nearly 100 spirit stones. He consumed 500 spirit stones in one day, totaling 5,000 spirit stones over 10 days. Lu Qinghe couldn't help but lament that being an alchemist was a money-burning profession, even though successfully refining pills offered returns many times over. However, the initial expenses were terrifying, requiring an accumulation of countless spiritual herbs to become a master alchemist. Additionally, the market price for high-grade pills was 800 spirit stones per bottle, or 160 spirit stones each. With spirit stones, one could purchase 30 spirit refining pills, enough for Lu Qinghe to master the spirit refining art. But this was utterly impossible. It wasn't that he worried about others becoming greedy. His current cultivation level would allow him to buy 30 high-grade pills without issue. Although high-grade pills were effective for foundation establishment experts, most were consumed by Qi refinement cultivators. The rarity of high-grade spiritual herbs was due to their difficult cultivation. Not only did they require high-quality spiritual fields, but also exceptional planting skills along with age requirements to refine the pills. Moreover, there needed to be a master alchemist capable of refining high-grade pills, making them relatively scarce. This resulted in very few high-grade pills circulating in the market, and most of those were enhancement pills. The spirit refining pill was a special type of pill, and even the Red Maple Immortal Workshop would find it difficult to produce 30 spirit refining pills at once. Once successful in refining, even once the subsequent processes would be easier, cultivators not only possessed exceptional memory, but also the ability of spiritual sense, allowing them to almost replicate their previous actions in pill refining. Things became much smoother afterward. After several batches of pills, and barring a few minor errors, he finally managed to refine a complete batch of 5 spirit refining pills. A few days later, Lu Qinghe produced 5 entire bottles of spirit refining pills. He did not continue refining, as these 5 bottles were sufficient for restoring his soul. Lu Qinghe did not immediately use the spirit refining pill to cultivate the spirit refining art. Instead, he took time to adjust his state, as alchemy had drained him significantly. Lu Qinghe decided that he must seek a spirit-grade alchemy furnace and spirit fire for future pill refining. The Scarlet Flame Firefox could breathe fire, and Scarlet Flame was a type of spirit fire, but using it for alchemy was entirely out of the question. Moreover, using Scarlet Flame was also a significant drain on the Scarlet Flame Firefox. Additionally, Lu Qinghe noticed that after consuming too many spiritual herbs, the Scarlet Flame Firefox had fallen into a deep sleep a few days ago, seemingly refining the medicinal effects. Lu Qinghe was unsure if it was undergoing some transformation or if its cultivation was about to break through. Not understanding the cultivation of spirit beasts, he left the Scarlet Flame Firefox alone. Adjusting himself to peak condition, Lu Qinghe took the spirit refining pill and swallowed it, beginning to refine it through the spirit refining art. Days passed, and Lu Qinghe managed to refine 1 spirit refining pill every 2 days. After 2 months, Lu Qinghe completely refined all 5 bottles of spirit refining pills, mastering the spirit refining art. Not only had his soul been restored, but his spiritual sense also significantly enhanced, nearly doubling in strength. Although his cultivation level remained at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, his spiritual sense was not weaker than that of those at the 9th layer. The benefits of a powerful spiritual sense included the ability to anticipate danger and detect sudden attacks from enemies, allowing for a clearer perception of others' movements. This made responding to threats much more agile. Another unexpected benefit was that his enhanced spiritual sense improved his mastery of the Yunshi Qi refinement technique by 50%. Combined with the previous transformation of his meridians by the mystic grade pill, the blood cleansing pill, Lu Qinghe speculated that his cultivation of the Yunshi Qi refinement technique might have surpassed that of others. Lu Qinghe was now brimming with mental energy, magical power, and vitality, reaching an unprecedented peak state. With this, he was only half a step away from the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Without pausing his cultivation, Lu Qinghe took out the few spirit transformation pills he had refined and began to swallow them. Streams of spiritual power flowed into his dantian, and he started to refine it into magical power, then launched an assault on the bottleneck of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. 3 days later, pop! Lu Qinghe seemed to hear a crisp sound. A realization dawned upon him, and he effortlessly crossed the threshold from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Qinghe became a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He just needed to cultivate to the perfection of the 9th layer and obtain a foundation establishment pill to attempt foundation establishment. It is said that any cultivator who achieves the perfection of Qi refinement before the age of 50 can attempt to condense their Dao foundation without the need for a foundation establishment pill. Now, Lu Qinghe was only 18 years old. He believed that with countless pills he could certainly achieve the perfection of the 9th layer of Qi refinement within 2 years. However, Lu Qinghe knew that this posed a significant challenge for him, not just because of his 5 spiritual roots. The key to condensing the Dao foundation lay in the comprehension of the Dao and the mastery of techniques areas where he had little foundation. This was also the reason Lu Qinghe had been unable to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement for so long. It wasn't a lack of accumulation. He had enough pills to break through several times. Rather, it was that he had not comprehended the methods for purifying spiritual energy, leading to a delay of several months in his breakthrough. Thus, he would encounter similar situations when reaching the perfection of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He now had two choices: spend over 10 years on comprehension, which would still leave him under 50, to attempt foundation establishment. However, with his Qi refinement at the 5th layer, even with deep comprehension, his chances of foundation establishment were extremely low, less than 1%. Alternatively, he could use a foundation establishment pill. Qinghe now understood the purpose of foundation establishment pills. They allow for a brief entry into a state of enlightenment, while also enhancing the physical body vitality and soul, making it easier for cultivators to step into the foundation establishment realm. This was why foundation establishment pills were so highly sought after. For most cultivators, even dual spiritual root cultivators with poor luck might struggle for 50 years to reach the perfection of Qi refinement. For example, lack of resources, inadequate cultivation techniques, or injuries along the way could all affect the progress of cultivation. Another important reason was that foundation establishment only extended lifespan by 100 years, whereas the difficulty of cultivation for Qi refinement to foundation establishment was many times greater. Foundation establishment experts only had a lifespan of around 200 years, and many had to choose to break through to foundation establishment before the age of 30 to reach the golden core realm. They would then spend the following century or so cultivating to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Hence, the earlier the foundation establishment, the greater the chances of reaching the golden core old ancestor stage in the future. Qinghe possessed 5 spiritual roots, needing to comprehend the mysteries of 5 types of spiritual energy. He had previously considered that 4 or 5 foundation establishment pills would enable him to break through. However, it now seemed somewhat optimistic. He required more foundation establishment pills. Regardless of the choice, it was not easy for Qinghe to achieve either. Qinghe did not consider the first option, comprehending the Tao, who knew if he had such talent. He chose the second option directly. For the second option, he only needed to find the seed or tree of the Tianling fruit and obtain the formula for the foundation establishment pill. At that time, foundation establishment pills would be inexhaustible for him. Foundation establishment is difficult. Qinghe could only express such sentiments. Even with endless spiritual herbs, he dared not claim 100% success in foundation establishment. If foundation establishment was so difficult for him, how much more so for others? Aside from the significant matter of foundation establishment, he had several other things to attend to. First, he needed to quickly find a technique that could evade the scrutiny of latest-stage foundation establishment experts and even golden core ancestors. Additionally, he needed to repurchase various spells for cultivation as the mid-tier spells no longer satisfied his needs. There was also the refining of the transformation pill. Previously, he had only learned the refining method and hastily returned to the sect. Secondly, Qinghe planned to acquire a superior body refining technique purely to ensure that when he performed the Qinghe rejuvenation technique, his physical body would not be overwhelmed, leading to a depletion of his vitality. If he possessed a powerful body, coupled with the effects of thousands of years' worth of medicinal power absorbed from spiritual herbs, not to mention foundation establishment experts, even golden core ancestors might find themselves at a disadvantage against him. Unlike before, when merely consuming a 600-year-old blood ginseng had nearly drained him. These techniques were all available within the inner sect of the Taishan sect, but what displeased Qinghe was that they required merit to exchange and could not be bought even with spirit stones. At this moment, Qinghe envied those talented individuals with dual spiritual roots. They were all direct disciples of foundation establishment and faced no such troubles in obtaining these techniques. As for the prodigies with heavenly spiritual roots, Qinghe had never seen one, and he did not know if such individuals existed in the Taishan sect. However, even if such top-tier geniuses appeared, they would surely be taken as disciples by golden core ancestors, becoming their direct disciples and enjoying a status higher than that of foundation establishment elders. Ultimately, Qinghe still planned to take the risk of leaving the sect, not only because it would be more convenient to gain opportunities outside. Another important reason was that the scarlet flame fox in the black earth space had awakened. However, it was quite violent and restless, wanting to break free from the black earth space. Qinghe had already guessed that the scarlet flame fox had accumulated enough power to attain foundation establishment. For some reason, the black earth space seemed unable to allow it to establish its foundation. It needed to be in the outside world. Qinghe did not want to expose the existence of the scarlet flame fox. He could not allow it to establish its foundation in the Taishan sect, or it would attract anomalies and reveal the scarlet flame fox. Qinghe was worried about being ambushed by the elder of 5 Dragon Mountain. However, upon careful consideration, 5 Dragon Mountain was 1,000 kilometers away from the Taishan sect, and they certainly did not have the guts to ambush him outside the sect. If a foundation establishment expert appeared near the sect, it would definitely be discovered by the Taishan sect. Also, given how much time had passed, his blood must have changed numerous times, and his soul had also significantly strengthened. The aura left by the demon spirit should have long since dissipated. To take a hypothetical step back, he could ensure that the Scarlet Flame Fox would break through Foundation establishment before the Elder of Five Dragon Mountain ambushed him. At that point, with various means combined with the Foundation establishment Scarlet Flame Fox, even if he could not defeat a typical Foundation establishment expert, he could still escape. Lu Qinghe did not seek out by Yutong, nor did he inform her of his promotion to the inner sect. He left the inner sect and arrived at the miscellaneous peak. The guarding disciple at the miscellaneous peak saw an inner sect disciple and hurriedly bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, senior brother. I wonder what brings you here." Lu Qinghe glanced at the guarding disciple and outer sect disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refining. To his surprise, this was an old acquaintance of Lu Qinghe's. Qinghe, the one who had once made a profit by bringing miscellaneous disciples to the Qinghe Immortal Workshop to earn spirit stones. He had not expected that in just a few short years he had advanced from the 5th layer of Qi refining to the 6th layer and had replaced by Yutong as the guard of the miscellaneous peak. However, Qinghe certainly could not recognize Lu Qinghe. He could not possibly associate Lu Qinghe with the miscellaneous disciple from a few years ago. Lu Qinghe explained his purpose. "I am a disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak. A disciple from your miscellaneous peak, named Wang Shan, has some connections with me. I would like to know where he is." Qinghe was taken aback. He did not expect that a miscellaneous disciple could have connections with an inner sect disciple. He immediately checked the records and found Wang Shan's information, but there were several disciples with that name. He respectfully asked, "What specific characteristics does the person you are looking for have?" Lu Qinghe replied, "He entered the Taishan sect 6 years ago." Qinghe quickly found Wang Shan's information and reported to Lu Qinghe. "Report to senior brother, the only miscellaneous disciple who entered the Taishan sect 6 years ago is named Wang Shan. He is currently not at the miscellaneous peak, but is completing a sect mission." Lu Qinghe frowned slightly. He had not expected Wang Shan had not yet returned from the mine. The mine was not close to the Taishan sect, and Lu Qinghe could not go to the mine to look for a miscellaneous disciple. It would cause a huge commotion. If something were to happen, Wang Shan might be implicated. Lu Qinghe thought for a moment and said to Qinghe, "Have him recalled. I will come here for him in a year." After pausing for a moment, Lu Qinghe continued, "If I do not arrive in a year, you should inform Bai Yutong from the Spirit Talisman Peak about this matter." Lu Qinghe regretted not asking Bai Yutong to bring Wang Shan back directly. He originally did not want to owe her too much. "Yes, senior brother, I will do as you say," Qinghe replied, not daring to defy him in the slightest. This matter concerned 2 inner sect disciples. He resolved to take good care of Wang Shan in the future. If he could establish a connection with an inner sect disciple through this, he would not be far from soaring to great heights. Although he was only 1 level away from the 7th layer of Qi refining, without opportunities and sufficient resources, it was extremely difficult to break through. However, with guidance from an inner sect disciple, it would be relatively simpler. Lu Qinghe nodded and turned to leave. He did not believe Qinghe would dare to disobey his orders. Moreover, with an inner sect disciple intervening, even without revealing his identity, Wang Shan's situation would improve considerably. As soon as Lu Qinghe left, Qinghe immediately called over another person. "Qian Fu, go to the refining peak and bring back a miscellaneous disciple named Wang Shan from the cold pool." Qian Fu asked in confusion, "Elder brother, who is this Wang Shan?" He had never heard of that name, and Qinghe had not mentioned it before. Qinghe shook his head. "I don't know either, but just now an inner sect disciple came and specifically instructed us to take care of this person." Qian Fu gasped. He had already broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refining and was qualified to enter the outer sect, but inner sect disciples were still an unreachable existence for him. To offend an inner sect disciple was no different from the sky falling down. "Yes, I will handle it immediately," he said, knowing he not only had to do it, but do it well. Lu Qinghe arrived before the mountain guardian array. Just as he arrived, 2 disciples of the array came out to greet him. "Greetings, senior brother." Lu Qinghe nodded. "I have matters to attend to outside. Please open the mountain guardian array." "Understood." With the mountain guardian array opened, Lu Qinghe flew away on his sword, vanishing into the horizon. One of them was quite puzzled. Isn't this the outer disciple from the Spirit Herb Peak? How did he manage to advance to an inner disciple after just a few outings? They had seen Lu Qinghe before. He was an outer disciple who frequently went out, leaving a strong impression on them. Moreover, some special circumstances made them quite familiar with him. "These matters are not for us to discuss. Be careful not to draw trouble upon ourselves." "I understand." The 2 stopped talking and continued to guard the array gate. This time, Lu Qinghe did not head to Qinghe Immortal Workshop or Hongfeng Immortal Workshop, but flew in the opposite direction instead. Lu Qinghe flew for over 1,000 kilometers in one breath. If it weren't for his cultivation of the Qingmu rejuvenation technique, his qi at the 9th level of qi refining would not withstand such consumption. Eventually, Lu Qinghe landed on a desolate mountain. He set up the 7 stars mystic armor array and then released the Crimson Flame Firefox. As soon as the Crimson Flame Firefox was released, its originally petite form instantly expanded to several meters, resembling the spirit realm. Not only that, its body continued to grow larger, a violent and terrifying aura emanating from it. The fearsome crimson flames enveloped the Crimson Flame Firefox, causing the surrounding air to become scorching hot. Qinghe secretly exclaimed that this power was too terrifying, being caught in it would undoubtedly result in severe injury. He took to the skies on his sword and flew away. The Crimson Flame Firefox let out a long roar towards the sky, having been suppressed for decades in the spirit realm. Although its cultivation had been destroyed by a spirit tool, and it had to start over, it had no idea how many spirit herbs it had devoured in the black soil space over the past year. Not only had its cultivation returned to peak condition, but it was also even stronger than before. In an instant, the entire sky turned a fiery red. This was the manifestation of foundation establishment. The violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converged around the Crimson Flame Firefox. Qinghe had seen others establish their foundations before. During an attack by Blood Ghost outside the spirit realm, Yu Linfeng from the Taishan sect had forcibly established his foundation. However, the manifestation was not as grand as this. With the low growl of the Crimson Flame Firefox, a demon core was expelled from its mouth, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to refine the demon core. Seeing that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin, Qinghe threw out thousands of spirit stones from the black soil space towards the place where the Crimson Flame Firefox was breaking through. Crack, crack, crack. Thousands of spirit stones shattered all at once, transforming into an endless stream of spiritual energy that enveloped both the Crimson Flame Firefox and the demon core. Qinghe saw that it would take a considerable amount of time for the Crimson Flame Firefox to break through, so he could only sit down and wait patiently. He did not know how long had passed when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air began to thin and stabilize. Qinghe, who was meditating, opened his eyes to see the demon core of the Crimson Flame Firefox emitting a strong attraction, swallowing all the fiery red manifestation in the air into the demon core. As the demon core entered its body, a terrifying aura emanated from the Crimson Flame Firefox, signifying that it had taken the most crucial step towards attaining the Tao and establishing its foundation. Qinghe could hardly bear the oppressive pressure. If it weren't for sensing that the blood contract was still in effect and that he could still control the Crimson Flame Firefox, he would have definitely turned and fled. Qinghe cursed aloud. "You wretched beast, why don't you obediently come down here?" The Crimson Flame Firefox seemed to sense Qinghe's anger, retracting its terrifying aura and returning to its small fox form, flying over to Qinghe. Uncertain of what method it used to conceal its cultivation in Qinghe's eyes, the Crimson Flame Firefox appeared as a small fox that had just broken through. Qinghe speculated that it was likely due to his insufficient cultivation that he could not see through the little fox's strength. This was normal. There was an insurmountable chasm between the Qi refining and foundation establishment realms. Observing the little fox's affectionate actions, Qinghe laughed heartily. He finally had a trump card to deal with foundation establishment experts. Having witnessed the terrifying might of foundation establishment experts a few times, he had always held them in deep awe. Qinghe stroked the little fox's forehead as a reward, then disregarding the little fox's protests, he tossed it into the black soil space. Qinghe stored away the 7 stars mystic armor array and used the 1,000 faces illusion technique to suppress his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi refining. Several fluctuations of spiritual energy occurred as multiple cultivators transformed into red beams, appearing above Qinghe in the blink of an eye. They had sensed the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. Having flown from a great distance in search of opportunities, they believed that some treasure had appeared. 3 cultivators, all at the 8th level of Qi refining, were unsure whether they were loose cultivators or disciples of a sect. The 3 exchanged wary glances and then turned their gazes towards Qinghe below. One of them, an old man with a mountain beard, questioned Qinghe. "Young one, do you know what just happened? Is there some treasure that has appeared?" Qinghe shook his head in denial, saying, "No, I just arrived here." He did not expect that his long flight to allow the Crimson Flame Firefox to break through would attract quite a number of cultivators. However, thinking back to the earlier manifestation, it could be seen from 100 miles away. Another scar-faced cultivator shouted, "Young one, do you think we are blind? The fire spiritual energy here is so dense, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thick. You were the first to appear here, is it not because a spirit tool has emerged which you have hidden away?" The lingering aura here was definitely not something as simple as an ordinary treasure. It was at least a spirit tool. A spirit tool is an item that can drive foundation establishment experts into madness, let alone for cultivators like them at the Qi refining stage. Obtaining a spirit tool could greatly enhance their strength and provide them with the opportunity to attain the Tao and establish their foundation. Another elegant man spoke. Esteemed friend, I am a disciple of the Yang family from Ziyun, Immortal City. If you share what just happened with me, I can guarantee your safety. The elegant man's words made the scar-faced man and the mountain-bearded old man's brows furrow. A trace of apprehension flashed in their eyes. The Yang family from Ziyun, Immortal City was not an ordinary loose cultivator like them. It was a powerful foundation establishment family. Qinghe had no knowledge of Ziyun, Immortal City or the Yang family. Seeing the three's demeanor, it seemed they had completely made up their minds about him, not taking him seriously at all. However, he also did not want to stir up trouble. Gentlemen, I don't know what you are talking about, nor have I obtained the spirit tool you mentioned. I have matters to attend to, and will not disturb your search for treasures. With that, Qinghe took to the skies on his sword, intending to turn and leave. However, the three of them surrounded him from the front and back. Faced with the encirclement, Qinghe's expression darkened. What do you mean by this, my friends? The scar-faced man laughed heartily. Young one, do you think you can escape here without handing over the treasure? He suggested to the other two. Esteemed friends, I am Mountain Tiger. Once I capture this little thief, I will provide you both with an explanation. He immediately attacked Qinghe, and the other two were not willing to be outdone. How could they allow Qinghe to fall into someone else's hands? They all lunged at Qinghe, hoping to capture him and obtain the treasure. Qinghe finally understood a phrase: people die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. Yet for an illusory spiritual artifact, these three had the audacity to call for his life. The attacks from the three came in an instant. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Qinghe's eyes. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. He had never shown mercy to those who sought to kill him. Qinghe took out the 8 Desolation Mirror to block the attacks from the three. Before they could react, he produced a copper bell. Ding ding ding. The three stood frozen in place as the 3 attacks were rebounded by the 8 Desolation Mirror, striking back at themselves. The scar-faced man and the old man with a mountain beard were pierced through the chest by their own techniques, dying on the spot. They could never have imagined that they would be slain by their own spells. The Yang family cultivator was protected by a jade pendant that emerged from his body, blocking the rebounded attack. This moment brought him back to his senses. Qinghe was somewhat surprised. This was at least a medium-grade defensive artifact. However, he had no intention of holding back. Metal element sword technique. The high-grade spirit wind sword slashed toward the Yang family cultivator. Just as the Yang family man regained his senses, he saw the spirit wind sword imbued with golden sword energy approaching him. His eyes widened in horror as he screamed no. He hurriedly activated the jade pendant artifact to its utmost, hoping to block this lethal sword. Clang! The jade pendant was knocked away by the flying sword, and the sword intent enveloped the Yang cultivator, followed by screams as he was directly slain. Qinghe swept away the artifacts and storage bags of the three, having no time to clean up their bodies before sensing a terrifying aura approaching from afar. Qinghe summoned the spirit wind sword and fled. Moments later, a foundation establishment expert appeared, looking at the dead Yang cultivator with fury. You have some nerve to kill a disciple of the Yang family. He had just learned via a distance communication talisman that treasures had appeared here and was rushing over, only to find that before he arrived, the Yang family disciple had already been slain. He had already locked onto Qinghe's escape route, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit. Several more figures appeared, gazing in shock at the departing foundation establishment expert. What could provoke the anger of the Yang family's foundation establishment expert? Did you not see? One of the bodies on the ground is a core disciple of the Yang family. With a core disciple killed, the ancestors of the Yang family would naturally be furious. But who could have such audacity to kill a member of the Yang family? The Yang family is a prominent clan in Ziyun, Immortal City, with 3 foundation establishment experts in the clan. I don't know, but judging by the methods, it seems to be an outsider cultivator. However, once targeted by a foundation establishment expert, it's certain death. Even though the one just killed was merely Yang Xiao, a first-layer foundation establishment, no Qi refinement cultivator has ever managed to escape from a foundation establishment expert. Look, that's the mountain master Qinghe. He was considered a master among rogue cultivators. I never expected him to die here. And isn't that Shan who the leader of Qingfeng village? How could he also perish here? While flying, Qinghe did not expect to attract the attention of a foundation establishment expert. Although flying at high speed with the high-grade spirit wind sword, he could not outrun the foundation establishment expert. In an instant, the foundation establishment expert caught up a terrifying aura sweeping toward Qinghe. You little brat, you dare to kill a disciple of the Yang family. Your crime is unforgivable. The foundation establishment expert struck out from several li away. Qinghe hurriedly raised the 8 Desolation Mirror to block the attack, but even so he still suffered considerable damage. The strength of the foundation establishment was far greater than he had anticipated. Realizing he could not escape, Qinghe came to a stop. He sensed that the old man's aura was only comparable to that of a Qinghe firefox, meaning he was merely at the first layer of foundation establishment, which eased his mind considerably. The old man hovered in the air, burning with rage, as he glared at Lu Qinghe. "You little brat, hand over your artifacts and die obediently. I can grant you a complete corpse." He set his gaze on the 8 desolation mirror that was blocking the attacks from Lu Qinghe. Such an artifact was immensely appealing to him. Lu Qinghe replied, "Senior, could this be a misunderstanding? The Yang Family Foundation establishment expert sneered you killed a disciple of the Yang family. Could this be a misunderstanding?" Lu Qinghe replied truthfully, "I do not know who your disciple is. I just killed 3 robbers who tried to seize my artifact." The Yang Family Foundation establishment was enraged. "Little brat, how could my Yang family disciple be a robber? You're simply spewing nonsense." Seeing the attitude of the Yang Family Foundation establishment, Lu Qinghe knew that further explanation would be futile. Lu Qinghe asked, "Senior, if I hand over the artifacts, will you let me leave? I am a disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley of Zhao Kingdom." The Yang Family Foundation establishment furrowed his brows. Although this place was far from Zhao Kingdom, he had still heard of the reputation of the 3 sects of Zhao Kingdom. The Spirit Beast Valley, known for having several golden core experts guarding it, was a powerful sect. However, the more this was the case, the less he could allow Lu Qinghe to live. The Yang Family Foundation establishment said nonchalantly, "In that case, hand over the artifact to me, and I shall let you leave." Lu Qinghe was overjoyed and quickly took out the 8 desolation mirror. "I hope Senior keeps his word. I am a direct disciple of the elder Tianfeng." Lu Qinghe fabricated an identity to confuse the Yang Family Foundation establishment expert. He did this merely to buy himself a chance to strike and ultimately slay the foundation establishment expert. The Yang Family Foundation establishment smiled and said, "Rest assured, I keep my word." Without hesitation, Lu Qinghe threw the 8 desolation mirror toward the Yang Family Foundation establishment. The Yang Family Foundation establishment hurriedly reached out to grab the 8 desolation mirror, and Lu Qinghe produced the copper bell in his hand. He poured all his spiritual power into it. Ding ding ding. As the soul was attacked, the Yang Family Foundation establishment's expression changed drastically, and he quickly used powerful divine sense to resist the attack of the soul-capturing bell. At that moment, a terrifying aura appeared as the Qinghe firefox emerged behind him, its fiery claws descending upon the Yang Family Foundation establishment. Boom. The Yang Family Foundation establishment blocked the attack from the Qinghe firefox, crashing heavily to the ground. The soul-capturing bell, a mysterious beast. The Yang Family Foundation establishment flew up from the ground, shocked and furious, as he looked at the Qinghe firefox. He was enraged that a mere Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator dared to scheme against him, and astonished that a Qi refinement cultivator possessed a mysterious beast. At that moment, he believed Lu Qinghe was indeed a disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley, a direct disciple of Elder Tianfeng. However, he could not comprehend how the soul-capturing bell of that old monster from 5 Dragon Mountain ended up in the hands of this junior. That was a treasure of the true man Tong So. With the 8 desolation mirror atop his head and the soul-capturing bell in hand, Lu Qinghe's expression was cold. He did not expect that such an attack would not be sufficient to heavily injure the foundation establishment expert. Lu Qinghe paid no mind to the Yang Family Foundation establishment's rage, instead commanding the Qinghe firefox, "Eliminate him, and I shall reward you with the finest spiritual herb." Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's words, the Qinghe firefox's eyes lit up. The best spiritual herbs in the black soil space were not allowed to touch, but if it could obtain one, its cultivation would surely advance once more. Grr. With several low growls, the Qinghe firefox charged toward the Yang Family Foundation establishment, accompanied by terrifying flames. Being attacked by a Qi-refining cultivator was a tremendous humiliation for a foundation establishment master who could only laugh in anger. "Junior, you have some guts." Yet he did not dare to underestimate him. Deep down, he felt a profound caution, not to mention the top-grade soul-capturing bell on Lu Qinghe and the powerful defensive and offensive artifact that posed a significant threat to him. What he feared most was the Crimson Flame Firefox. In a contest of equal strength, a demon beast was inherently stronger than a cultivator. He summoned a bone sword, an exquisite attacking artifact, to meet the assault of the Crimson Flame Firefox. He threw up a wall of earth to block Lu Qinghe's attack. Lu Qinghe activated the 8 desolation mirror, shattering the wall in his path, then seized the soul-capturing bell to impact the souls of the Yang Family's Foundation establishment cultivator, creating an opportunity for the Crimson Flame Firefox. However, the Crimson Flame Firefox had just broken through, though its physical body was incredibly strong, and its flames fierce. The Yang Family's Foundation establishment cultivator wielded an exquisite artifact and was protected by a high-grade earth attribute defense technique. For a moment, the Crimson Flame Firefox and Lu Qinghe found themselves suppressed. Strong. At that moment, Lu Qinghe clearly felt the distinction between a Qi-refining cultivator and a foundation establishment master. Originally, he believed that with 2 exquisite artifacts, even if he could not defeat a newly established Foundation Establishment Master, he could still find a chance to escape. Now he realized that this thought was somewhat naive, for any cultivator who reached Foundation Establishment did not lack powerful artifacts and formidable spells. Seeing himself at an advantage, the Yang family's Foundation Establishment cultivator laughed heartily, an ant shaking a tree. A Qinghe cultivator is nothing but an existence as insignificant as an insect before a Foundation Establishment Master. Otherwise, why does everyone aspire to become a Foundation Establishment Master? Today I shall first slay this beast, then eliminate you, little beast. Tisk tisk tsk. A corpse of a mysterious grade demon beast. Its demon core can be refined into a mysterious grade elixir, and the body can be made into a spirit artifact. It is a treasure all over. The attacks from the Yang family's Foundation Establishment cultivator became fiercer. In his eyes, both the corpse of the mysterious grade demon beast and the 2 artifacts on Qinghe were treasures. Qinghe knew that continuing like this was not a solution. He was not worried about being killed by the Yang family's Foundation Establishment cultivator. He had countless trump cards and could exhaust this Foundation Establishment Master to death. What he feared was that there might be other Foundation Establishment Masters from the Yang family appearing. Although he did not know them, they had come to hunt him down so quickly. This indicated that their family was not far from here. Qinghe took out a 500-year-old blood ginseng and used the greenwood rejuvenation technique to instantly drain its spiritual power. His body could not withstand the medicinal power and began to collapse, but Qinghe was already accustomed to this. Its spiritual power was much weaker compared to that of the 600-year-old blood ginseng. The spiritual power of a 500-year-old blood ginseng already surpassed the Qinghe magical power, even if it could only unleash a single strike. Qinghe picked up the soul-capturing bell, pouring all his magical power into it. The soul-capturing bell emitted a soul-capturing aura, and the eerie spiritual energy directly infused into the soul of the Yang family's Foundation Establishment cultivator. Although a 9-layer Qinghe cultivator could exert the full might of an exquisite artifact, the stronger the magical power, the greater the artifact's power. It was like a long axe. An ordinary adult could wield it, but its power would be far inferior to that wielded by a strong man. If a Golden Core Master were to use an ordinary weapon and infuse it with Golden Core magical power, they could easily kill a weaker Foundation Establishment Master. With this strike from Qinghe, the Yang family's Foundation Establishment Master felt his soul sway. His powerful divine sense attempted to dispel the soul-capturing power of the soul-capturing bell. However, it was too late. The soul-capturing bell pinned him in midair, and the Crimson Flamefire Fox seized the opportunity to strike, shattering his skull with a single slap. Qinghe cast a spell to sweep the corpse of the Yang family's Foundation Establishment cultivator into the black earth space, then had the Crimson Flamefire Fox take him away. A day later, the Crimson Flamefire Fox brought Qinghe to a cave hidden deep within a mountain. In the cave, Qinghe set up the 7 stars mystical armor array and brought the Crimson Flamefire Fox into the black earth space. The Crimson Flamefire Fox was exhausted, and Qinghe tossed it a 200-year-old firefox flower, allowing it to hold on to it to recover from its injuries. Qinghe also began to recover from his injuries. It took him 2 days to recover mostly. Looking at the Foundation Establishment corpse in the black earth space, Qinghe could hardly believe it. He had only wanted to facilitate the breakthrough of the Crimson Flamefire Fox without exposing it, intending to use it as a trump card at a critical moment. He hadn't expected to create such a huge mess, ultimately teaming up with the Crimson Flamefire Fox to take down a true Foundation Establishment Master. It was a close call, but it also provided Qinghe with experience in battling Foundation Establishment Masters. In the future, there should be no hesitation. Qinghe magical power has little effect on Foundation Establishment Masters. Directly devour spirit herbs, activate the soul-capturing bell, and let the Crimson Flamefire Fox eliminate the enemy in one strike. To avoid these Foundation Establishment Masters having backup plans which could lead to his demise, Qinghe laid out 4 storage bags together. 3 of them belonged to 3 Qinghe 8th-layer cultivators, totaling 2100 spirit stones. There were 5 mid-grade artifacts and 2 high-grade artifacts worth 300 spirit stones. Additionally, there were some spirit-gathering pills and yellow dragon pills valued at several hundred spirit stones. What excited Qinghe the most was the storage bag of the Foundation Establishment Master, which contained an exquisite artifact bone sword valued at no less than 200 spirit stones. Inside the storage bag, there were exactly 3500 spirit stones, including some mid-grade spirit stones and 5 bottles of transformation pills. There was also a mysterious grade high-level cultivation technique capable of training to the later stages of Foundation establishment. Although Qinghe did not know its exact value in spirit stones, it surely would not be low. Qinghe would not choose this technique. The complete technique of the Taishan sect is a ground-level technique capable of cultivating to the golden core stage far beyond this mysterious grade technique. So poor. This was Lu Qinghe's definition of the Yang family's foundation establishment master. He had not expected a foundation establishment master to be so impoverished, totaling less than 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, a foundation establishment cultivator's wealth is never so low. The vast resources required to reach foundation establishment have long since been consumed during the process. Not to mention other cultivation resources, a single foundation establishment pill costs tens of thousands of spirit stones, and generally, once a foundation establishment cultivator succeeds, they have no savings left. Being able to afford an exquisite artifact and several thousand spirit stones is already a decade's worth of accumulation. Lu Qinghe used a fireball technique to incinerate the corpse, deeming the exquisite artifact bone, sword, as the only thing of significant value to him. Although it was not necessary to erase the divine sense imprint from the soul-capturing bell, like one would once the master dies, the divine sense on the artifact naturally dissipates. However, it could not be used openly, otherwise it might attract the attention of the Yang family. Lu Qinghe felt somewhat helpless. He did not wish to stir trouble or engage in killing. He only wanted to cultivate in peace and steadily enhance his cultivation. Yet in the world of cultivation, trouble always sought him out. Without sufficient cultivation and power, he could only become a stepping stone on someone else's path to immortality. Lu Qinghe calculated that there were nearly 30,000 spirit stones in the black soil space, enough for him to purchase a decent spiritual weapon. Of course, the more spirit stones the better, but for Lu Qinghe, apart from purchasing supplies, having excess was purely wasteful. His only significant consumer of spirit stones, the 7 stars mysterious armor array, consumed only a few hundred spirit stones a year. Therefore, he decided to come up with a way to utilize the spirit stones. He planned to purchase a gathering spirit array, preferably a mysterious grade 1. Once set up in the black soil space, he could practice there. Ultimately, Lu Qinghe did not choose to refine the bone sword magical artifact. Although it was also a top-grade artifact, the bone sword was not on the same level as the soul-capturing bell and the 8 desolation mirror. After several battles, his requirements for magical artifacts had become even higher. Lu Qinghe had recovered from his injuries. Even a casual strike from the foundation establishment stage could not be endured by an ordinary qi refining cultivator. If it weren't for the 8 desolation mirror, he might have been casually killed, but even so, he had sustained considerable injury. He took out several century-old blood ginsengs and began using the greenwood rejuvenation technique to refine and nourish his meridians. 3 days later, although he still felt somewhat weak, he had mostly recovered. Lu Qinghe organized the resources in his black soil space. He now had accumulated too many supplies and needed to find a place to digest them. Currently, he was only planting a few types of spiritual herbs that he needed in his space. The blood ginseng was essential for his survival, as it was required for healing injuries and activating magical artifacts. There was also the 9-turn soul-returning grass, which had grown significantly. Lu Qinghe directly allocated 1 mu of spiritual field to it, planting no other herbs in that area. Another mu was dedicated to the transforming spirit grass, as he primarily aimed to cultivate the transforming spirit pill next, and another mu was for the spirit refining grass. Although he had already mastered the spirit refining technique, Lu Qinghe had experienced the benefits of enhancing his soul and spiritual sense. Even if he could not find a stronger soul cultivation technique, he would still consume the spirit refining pill. Its effects might not be significant, but over time Lu Qinghe's soul strength would surely make substantial progress. There was also the fire fox flower, which was the most important spiritual herb. Although it was merely a low-grade mysterious herb, once it surpassed several hundred years, its efficacy might reach the earth grade. However, not considering such long-term prospects, the fire fox flower could resolve most of the toxin issues from yellow-grade and mysterious grade pills, so it was not something he could give up. At least before reaching the golden core stage, he could not afford to abandon it. Next, I need to find a larger immortal workshop to sell supplies and refine pills, purchasing the cultivation resources I need. For safety, Lu Qinghe did not use the 1,000 faces illusion technique to conceal his cultivation level. He simply altered his appearance and outfit. With his cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refining, he could avoid many troubles, as this was already the ceiling for most cultivators, intimidating countless lowly individuals. Even other qi refining 9th layer cultivators would not take the initiative to cause trouble, let alone those at lower cultivation levels. As for foundation establishment experts, they rarely appeared in front of ordinary people, and his encounter this time was purely coincidental. Lu Qinghe's figure appeared in a cave, withdrawing the 7 stars mysterious armor array, and he drew out the spirit wind sword, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the horizon. After flying hundreds of miles, Lu Qinghe finally encountered a few cultivators. He stopped, and the leading cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refining warily stared at Lu Qinghe, while the other 2 also readied their magical artifacts. They could not see through Lu Qinghe's cultivation, but they had just witnessed his imposing descent from the sky. He must be a latest-stage qi refining cultivator. The leading cultivator respectfully spoke. May I ask what instructions you have, senior? Lu Qinghe stared blankly at the three vigilant cultivators before him, a female cultivator at the 4th layer of qi, refining, a male cultivator at the 5th layer, and another male at the 6th layer. Such a combination was unlikely to be loose cultivators. They should be from a small cultivation family. Lu Qinghe spoke in a gentle tone. There is no need for you three to be so wary. I mean no harm. However, the three did not believe him. In this world of deception among cultivators, resource plundering was rampant, especially deep in the mountains where they had encountered dangers more than once or twice. Given their attitudes, Lu Qinghe did not explain further and asked, "Excuse me, where is the nearest immortal workshop around here?" The three looked at Lu Qinghe in surprise, not expecting that he did not even know of the famous Ziyun immortal city nearby. The qi refining 6th layer man respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, senior, the nearest immortal workshop is Ziyun immortal city, 300 miles away." Lu Qinghe was taken aback. Ziyun immortal city was where the Yang family was located. Lu Qinghe hesitated. He did not know if the Yang family had any powerful foundation establishment experts and whether they had special means to track him. Just like the elder Tong Suo, who could locate him using the spirit beasts. Lu Qinghe came to his senses. So it's Ziyun immortal city. I wonder if anything significant has happened there recently. The qi refining 6th layer cultivator shook his head, reporting to you, senior, nothing major has occurred, but it could also be that our cultivation levels are too low to be aware of any events. In the end, Lu Qinghe decided to go to Ziyun immortal city. Otherwise he did not know how long it would take to find another immortal workshop. Which direction is the Ziyun immortal workshop? The qi refining cultivator pointed Lu Qinghe in a direction. Thank you. Lu Qinghe tossed out a bottle of 100 herb pills which he had received as a benefit from the outer sect and had never used. Then he flew towards the direction of Ziyun immortal city. After Lu Qinghe disappeared, the three finally let out a sigh of relief. The only female cultivator asked, "Elder brother, why didn't you tell him about the suspected appearance of a magical artifact outside Ziyun immortal city and the reward for the Yang family's disciples who were killed?" Many people noticed the commotion caused by the Firefox breakthrough that day, and when they approached, they found 3 corpses, including core disciples from the Foundation establishment family, the Yang family. This was how the news of the magical artifact spread, causing countless cultivators to move, hoping to find its whereabouts. Subsequently, news came that the Yang family of Ziyun immortal city had issued a bounty for anyone who found the person who killed their disciples, offering over 1,000 spirit stones and a high-grade pill as a reward. This prompted numerous cultivators to leave Ziyun immortal city and enter the mountains in search of opportunities. However, the Yang family concealed the news of a Foundation establishment expert being killed, otherwise it would have caused even greater uproar. A Foundation establishment expert, even within Ziyun immortal workshop, was a prominent figure, and their fall was a rare occurrence. The elder brother admonished, "This is not something we can get involved in. When out in the world, avoid trouble and be careful of speaking. As for the bounty, don't think about it." To instantly kill 3 cultivators at the 8th layer of qi refining, many even observed the Yang family's Foundation establishment expert in action, yet they still couldn't find the person who killed the Yang family disciples. It was likely another Foundation establishment expert. The girl and the other person nodded, understood. However, that senior in the late stage of qi refining was quite kind, asking for directions and even giving us a bottle of 100 herb pills. Such cultivators are rare to encounter.